Chapter 1136, Two Choices. Be my dog. Silence descended on the swift boat as soon as Duan Ling Tian was done speaking. It was an absolute humiliation. At this moment, many people on the swift boat had a smile on their faces. They realized Duan Ling Tian did that for no reason other than to humiliate Gold Thug. He did not plan to let Gold Thug go at all. In their opinion, Gold Thug, who was at the 6th level martial monarch stage, had to be prideful. It was quite unlikely he would agree to such a ridiculous condition. He would probably rather die. Gold Thug had expected Duan Ling Tian to name his two conditions. However, his expression changed drastically as soon as heard Duan Ling Tian's first condition: be his dog. At this moment, Gold Thug only felt his rage boiling up to his head. His breath quickened, and it seemed as though origin energy would burst out from his body at any given time. What, you don't agree with the first condition? Duan Ling Tian asked calmly. His expression remained unchanged when he faced the enraged Gold Thug. Duan Ling Tian's words were like a splash of cold water to Gold Thug. It extinguished his rage for the moment. What's your second condition? After listening to Duan Ling Tian's reminder, Gold Thug recalled he would only have to agree to either one of the two conditions the purple-clad young man named in order to live. Since he could not fulfill the first condition, he might be able to fulfill the second one. Meanwhile, everyone on the swift boat had their eyes trained on Duan Ling Tian. Many of them were anxious. They hoped the second condition Duan Ling Tian named would be as ridiculous as the first one. That was the only way to make Gold Thug reject both conditions. If Gold Thug rejected the two conditions, he would die. They would only feel relieved if Gold Thug died. The second condition is, Duan Ling Tian said unhurriedly as he looked into Gold Thug's eyes. He paused as he reached this point in the sentence. Everyone, including Gold Thug, held their breath. Sever your dantian. Duan Ling Tian enunciated his words clearly as everyone watched. Sever his dantian. Duan Ling Tian's words were like a bolt of thunder that struck everyone present. Many of them smiled after they regained their senses. In their opinion, this purple-clad young man had no intention of letting Gold Thug live at all. Otherwise, his two conditions would not be so harsh. No matter which condition Gold Thug agreed to, it would be worse than death to him. Gold Thug looked terrible when he heard Duan Ling Tian's second condition. The origin energy in his body erupted from his rage and turned into a milky flame. Gold Thug stared at Duan Ling Tian as he gritted his teeth. He shouted, "You have no intention of letting me go at all." If he agreed to the first condition, he would lose his dignity. It would be worse than death to him. If he agreed to the second condition, he would lose his cultivation base. It was also worse than death to him. It would be impossible for him to leave the swift boat if he severed his dantian, since he would have to face the people's wrath. He would definitely die at that time. Tisk tisk, look at you, I've already named the two conditions. I promise I won't kill you as long as you agree to either one of them, Duan Ling Tian mocked as he shook his head. What's the difference between killing me and me agreeing to one of the conditions you named? Gold Thug asked furiously. The first condition guarantees you'll be able to live. The second one guarantees you won't die by my hands. There was a faint smile on Duan Ling Tian's face. Gold Thug shuddered. His face turned gloomier after he listened to Duan Ling Tian's words. Soon after, he saw a silhouette from the corner of his eyes. It was a fiery red silhouette. He thought to himself, if I'm going to die, I must bring a sacrifice with me. Naturally, his eyes were trained on Feng Tianwu. Trying to drag other people to die with you. You're not qualified. Duan Ling Tian's voice sounded at the moment Gold Thug was poised to attack. It scared Gold Thug so much that his rumbling origin energy immediately calmed down. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian released a majestic wave of energy. His origin energy rose and turned into a milky flame. Subsequently, the milky flame transformed into a five-colored flame. Everyone was terrified by the five-colored flame. FWAH. Meanwhile, the heaven and earth energy rumbled above Duan Ling Tian's head. Soon after, it formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. His energy was sent into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand as the heaven and earth phenomenon formed the silhouettes of 2 ancient black dragons and 6,000 ancient horned dragons. The people present were familiar with this scene. However, everyone, apart from Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tianwu, and Shang Quan, widened their eyes in shock. What did they see? They saw the heaven and earth energy rumbled above Duan Ling Tian's once again before the silhouettes of 2,000 ancient horned dragons appeared. In the meantime, the five-colored flame rose on Duan Ling Tian's body and transformed into the shape of a sword. The ferocious sword aura seemed as though it could rend the world. First level monarch stage sword profundity. Someone exclaimed. So he was holding back when he fought Gold Thug earlier. He can utilize the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 7,000 ancient horned dragons. He could have instantly killed Gold Thug if he uses his full strength earlier, since there's a 3,000 ancient horned dragons gap between them. Indeed, the gap of 3,000 ancient horned dragons is too much. It supersedes any techniques and skills. People on the swift boat discussed among each other as the way they looked at Duan Ling Tian changed again. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian was still holding back his power, since he was already incredibly powerful when he fought Gold Thug earlier. You. Gold Thug expression turned ugly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. Why did you hold back such powerful strength when we fought earlier? Don't you dare play tricks with your insignificant ability. This is your last chance. Are you going to agree with the first or second condition? Or would you rather die? Duan Ling Tian said calmly as he glared at Gold Thug. His calmness was like a silent killing intent. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you don't give me an answer after 10 breaths, I'll take it that you rather die. Duan Ling Tian continued to harass Gold Thug, who had turned pale and did not respond. 10 breaths. Gold Thug's face terrible. He seemed subdued. He definitely could not bring himself to do that. Would that not mean he was disappointing his 3 brothers who died if he agreed to that? Severing his own dantian, the impossibility of bearing the pain of losing his cultivation base aside, he would probably be killed before he could even leave the swift boat if he severed his dantian. Many people on the swift boat wanted to kill him. 5 breaths passed in a blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian reminded Gold Thug, "You have 5 breaths left." Duan Ling Tian's voice entered Gold Thug's ears, and he began to shudder. However, he still had not come up with a decision. 3 more breaths, Duan Ling Tian said again after 2 breaths. Duan Ling Tian's words sounded like a curse to Gold Thug. He became even more terrified now. He was only left with 2 paths before his eyes. The first one allowed him to die with his dignity and pride intact. The second one allowed him to live, but he would be the purple-clad young man's dog. He had considered the former, but he truly did not want to die like that. He knew how difficult it was for him to raise his cultivation base throughout the years. How hard did he work to achieve his current cultivation base? Furthermore, he had a bigger goal. He wanted to break through to 7th level martial monarch stage, the 8th and even the 9th level. He even thought about becoming a martial emperor one day. Although the goal was far-fetched, it was still his goal. It was his ultimate goal. However, there was no way he could achieve his goal if he died, let alone becoming a martial emperor. Although the latter allowed him to live, he would completely lose his dignity. Being a 6th level martial monarch stage powerhouse's dog was undoubtedly humiliating. Even if he lived, he would not feel proud of himself. It was a fate worse than death. That was why he was in a dilemma. Duan Ling Tian looked at Gold Thug calmly with indifference. Initially, he planned to kill Gold Thug so he could meet Silver Thugs and Copper Thug that Tian Wu killed in hell. However, after he mulled over it, he thought it would be waste to kill Gold Thug just like that, since he was a 6th level martial monarch after all. Thus, he thought of making Gold Thug his dog. Naturally, it was risky. Even if Gold Thug decided to become his dog, he was a double-edged sword. Naturally, he did not think Gold Thug would be able to harm him directly. He was concerned he would harm the people around him. His biggest concern was Gold Thug would pretend to submit to him. 2 breaths passed by as Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. His eyes gleamed coldly as he reminded Gold Thug again, 1 more breath left. If Gold Thug did not make his decision within 1 breath, he would kill him immediately and put everything to an end. Although it would be a pity, he did not have to worry about him at least. As soon as Duan Ling Tian spoke, everyone on the swift boat, including Feng Tianwu and Shang Quan, focused their eyes on Gold Thug. They wanted to know what Gold Thug's decision would be. Would he forsake his dignity? Or would he choose to die with his dignity intact? Chapter 1137. Golden Hellhound. Eventually, Gold Thug's face changed again. He seemed as though he had aged 10 years as he weakly said, "I'll be your dog." Gasp. Gold Thug's decision surprised everyone, including Duan Ling Tian. The people on the swift boat exclaimed one after another. "I can't believe Gold Thug chose to be his dog. He would rather become a dog than die. Seems like Gold Thug values his life more than his dignity." A martial monarch powerhouse's dignity is nothing when faced with life or death. Gold Thug's emotion was stirred when he heard their words. His eyes gleamed coldly, and he had the urge to kill all of them. However, he did not do anything in the end. He was now the purple-clad young man's dog. If his master did not order it, it was natural for him as the dog to not bite. He would be in trouble if his master was unhappy. It was clear Gold Thug would decide to be Duan Ling Tian's dog before he even revealed his choice. Now that I think about it, I would probably make the same choice if I was him, someone said with a sigh. I would choose the same too. I'd be unwilling to die if I have a 6th level martial monarch stage cultivation base. My dignity and fortune are nothing compared to my life. That's right, I feel the same way too. There were many people who agreed with Gold Thug's decision. Gold Thug's mood lifted when he heard their comments. Are you sure you want to be my dog? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked deep into Gold Thug's eyes. Master, Gold Thug responded as he bowed at Duan Ling Tian respectfully. If that's the case, take the 9-9 heavenly tribulation oath, Duan Ling Tian said calmly. He did not want a ticking bomb around him. Thus, he thought he would need some restriction to avoid risks. Gold Thug was not surprised when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He would have done the same if he was in Duan Ling Tian's position. Duan Ling Tian made Gold Thug take a few oaths with the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. First, Gold Thug would not attack Duan Ling Tian and the people around him. Second, without Duan Ling Tian's permission, Gold Thug would not leave, and he would have to listen to Duan Ling Tian at all times. Third, Gold Thug would not do anything to harm his master. If he violated any of the oaths, he would be killed by the thunder penalty. Young master, why don't you ask him to take an oath to not be deceitful? If he's deceitful, he'll be useless like ungrateful bastard and yellow-eyed hound. Shang Quan reminded. Gold Thug's expression changed when he heard Shang Quan's words. That's not necessary. Just when Gold Thug was about to retort, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, it's definitely impossible for him to take that oath now. If he takes the oath now, I'm sure he'll be instantly killed by the thunder penalty. No matter what, Gold Thug was at the 6th level martial monarch stage after all. Although he gave up his dignity and agreed to be Duan Ling Tian's dog, it was natural for him to harbor resentment and deceit in his heart. That was difficult to change without giving it some time. Master is wise. Gold Thug looked at Duan Ling Tian gratefully. You're not human. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something. He raised his eyebrow and stared at Gold Thug's eyes. Gold Thug's eyes looked ordinary at the first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice the pattern of his eyes. It was vastly different from humans' eyes if one looked close enough. Since Duan Ling Tian inherited the rebirth martial emperor's memory from his 2 lives, he had also inherited the rebirth martial emperor's eyesight and experience that granted him the ability to discern that Gold Thug was not human. Didn't Master figure this out since the beginning? Gold Thug was stunned. Duan Ling Tian frowned. What do you mean? Didn't Master figure out I'm not human since the beginning? Gold Thug forced a smile on his face. Otherwise, why would Master ask me to be your dog? What are you talking about? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Confusion was written all over his face. He did not have a clue about what Gold Thug was talking about. In fact, Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who was confused. Everyone on the swift boat looked at Gold Thug in confusion. Just like Duan Ling Tian, they had no idea what Gold Thug's words meant. Gold Thug did not speak. Instead, he used his action as a response to Duan Ling Tian's question. The faint sound of an explosion sounded in the air. All they could see was a golden light that rose from Gold Thug's body. It was like the scorching sun, and it caused many of them to squint their eyes. When the golden light faded, everyone was shocked by the sight before their eyes. No wonder he said that. Did the purple-clad young man really not know what Gold Thug is? I think he knew. Otherwise, how's it possible that he came up with such a condition? I think he knew, too. Otherwise, he would have asked Gold Thug to be his servant or sidekick instead of asking him to be his dog. The passengers on the swift boat discussed this in shock. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he looked at the spot Gold Thug was standing. He did not regain his senses for a long time. No wonder he said that. How can there be such a coincidence? Apart from Shang Quan, even Feng Tianwu was stunned. At this moment, they saw a huge dog with gold fur and a black horn on its head standing near Duan Ling Tian. The black horn on the dog's head had a dazzling and terrifying halo. It emitted an eerie aura. Meanwhile, the gold fur on its body danced like flames every time the dog moved. It was truly an astonishing sight. I didn't expect the leader of the 4 Southern River thugs to be a demon beast. Or, a demon to be precise. It's my first time seeing a dog demon beast. Its black horn is surrounded by sparkling black light, and it has gold fur all over its body. Its claws are also surrounded by black light. I have to say, although I know a thing or two about demon beasts, this is my first time seeing a dog demon beast like this. I haven't even heard about it before. Many people on the swift boat discussed softly. They were afraid of provoking the big black-horned dog with gold fur standing in the distance. "It's a golden hellhound," somebody exclaimed. Everyone turned around to look at the source of the voice. It came from the vicinity of the big dog with a black horn and gold fur. A purple-clad young man stood there in shock. "Master, you recognize my true form." The golden-furred dog spoke like a human. It was Gold Thug's voice. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. "Are you really a golden hellhound?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. "I thought the Golden Hellhound clan became extinct in a major war 20,000 years ago. How did the bloodline pass down until now? Moreover, it's the imperial family bloodline." Gold Thug was a demon cultivated from a dog demon beast. This fact truly shocked Duan Ling Tian to the core. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian thought it looked familiar after observing Gold Thug's true form for a little while. He discovered the answer after browsing through the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory from his first life. It was a golden hellhound. There were 2 demon beast clans on Cloud Continent during the rebirth Martial Emperor's first life. They were the Golden Hellhound clan and the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan. The 2 demon beast clans were well known on the Cloud Continent back then. Apart from their outstanding reproductive ability, they were much more talented compared to the average demon beasts. Naturally, it could not compare to demon beasts like the Jade-Eyed Heavenly Mouse. The Jade-Eyed Heavenly Mouse was a species that could achieve the rank of Demon Emperor, which was rare. The Golden Hellhound and the Berserk Mongrel Rodent had the purest bloodline, and they were talented enough to break through to the Monarch stage. It allowed them to become powerful Demon Monarch powerhouses. In the clans, Golden Hellhounds and Berserk Mongrel Rodents that had the purest bloodline belonged to the Imperial family. The Royal family was below the Imperial family. Golden Hellhounds and Berserk Mongrel Rodents from the Royal family would usually break through to the Void transformation. It was easy for them to transform into humans. The outstanding ones could even break through to the Demon's Peak level Void stage. A level lower than that would be the ordinary Golden Hellhounds and the Berserk Mongrel Rodents. The lower their bloodline purity was, the weaker they would be when they grew up. However, they would at least be at the Void interpretation stage. Therefore, the 2 demon beast clans were hegemons back in the day. Nobody, unless they were at the Emperor stage, would dare to offend them. Unfortunately, the 2 demon beast clans had a major war in a big canyon on Cloud Continent's inner land. In the end, they almost perished completely. There were only a few weak Berserk Mongrel Rodents left after the battle, and they disappeared soon after. All of these were recorded in the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. During the Rebirth Martial Emperor's second life 10,000 years ago, nobody knew of the Golden Hellhounds and the Berserk Mongrel Rodents' existence. The only thing left was a record about the 2 ancient clans on Cloud Continent that mentioned the Golden Hellhounds and the Berserk Mongrel Rodents. The 2 demon beast clans that were once hegemons on Cloud Continent disappeared from the continent just like that. "Master, you, not only can you tell I'm a Golden Hellhound, but you can also tell I belong to the Imperial family of Golden Hellhound clan." The golden-furred dog looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief with its big round and green eyes. In its opinion, this was unbelievable. Golden Hellhound. At this moment, everyone on the swift boat, including Feng Tianwu and Shang Quan, heard the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and the golden-furred dog. They were stunned by Gold Thug's words. The name's majestic, but why haven't I heard of such dog demon beasts before? Theoretically, demon beasts that can break through to the Monarch stage shouldn't go unnoticed. Chapter 1138. Heavenly Jewel. All demon beasts with outstanding talent on Cloud Continent were notorious, especially those powerful demons talented enough to break through to the Demon Monarch stage or even Demon Emperor stage. Their names would be famous on Cloud Continent, just like the Jade-Eyed Heavenly Mouse. Apart from the people living in remote and rural places, everyone knew about the Jade-Eyed Heavenly Mouse. Duan Ling Tian naturally heard the whispering among the people on the swift boat. He did not find that odd. Let alone the people from this era, not many people on Cloud Continent knew about the Golden Hellhound even 10,000 years ago. According to the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, the Golden Hellhound clan had perished in the Great War 20,000 years ago. However, a Golden Hellhound had appeared now out of nowhere. Moreover, it belonged to the imperial family of the Golden Hellhound clan. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to break through to the Demon Monarch stage, 6th level Demon Monarch stage. I don't only know about the imperial family of your Golden Hellhound clan, I also know the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan was your sworn enemy 20,000 years ago. Duan Ling Tian answered Gold Thug's question calmly, Berserk Mongrel Rodents. Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian was done speaking, Gold Thug, who had reverted to his true form, emitted a terrifying aura from his body and glared with his green eyes. The passengers' expressions changed as the aura spread. It was as though a huge rock was pressing down on their chests, suffocating them. Soon after, Gold Thug retracted his aura. His green eyes turned calm again. The passengers on the boat were visibly relieved. However, their eyes still held fear when they looked at Gold Thug. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Gold Thug to react that way. He frowned as he said again, based on what I know, the Golden Hellhound clan treated the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan as their enemy, but that was more than 20,000 years ago. Both clans almost perished during the battle back then. It has been so many years. Why would you hold such a deep grudge toward the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan even though it happened so many generations ago? How did the grudge last 20,000 years? Duan Ling Tian found the matter unfathomable. Master, you have no idea. The Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan is just like the Golden Hellhound clan. A branch in both clans survived the war 20,000 years ago, Gold Thug said. Not many people know about our existence because we maintained a low profile. I see. Duan Ling Tian was surprised when he heard that. He asked, do the two branches still have enmity between them? Gold Thug growled and said through clenched teeth, we're sworn enemies. Everyone on the swift boat could hear the bone-deep rage and grudge through Gold Thug's voice. Although it was not targeted at them, they still felt chills running up their spines. Put the 4 miniature swift boats away. We'll speak further along the way, Duan Ling Tian said to Gold Thug. Yes, Gold Thug responded respectfully. The blinding golden light rose from his body once again, causing the people around him to squint. When they opened their eyes again, they were greeted with the sight of an old man dressed in a golden robe. Gold Thug did not stay on the swift boat. He flew out immediately and put the 4 miniature swift boats that were hovering around Yin Yang Sect's swift boat away. Do you know the way to Yin Yang Sect on the inner land? Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Gold Thug. Yes, I do. Gold Thug nodded. All right, start the swift boat and head toward the Yin Yang Sect, Duan Ling Tian said to Gold Thug. Gold Thug went to the front of the swift boat and started it up. He adjusted the direction of the swift boat and set it to autopilot before he returned to Duan Ling Tian's side. He had a few spatial rings in his hands. One belonged to him, and the other 5 belonged to the 2 Yin Yang Sect's elders and his 3 brothers. Duan Ling Tian took them shamelessly and said, based on the collective ability of you and your 3 brothers, I'm sure you've made quite a fortune from robbing swift boats in the southern area of Ruo Shui River. Yes. Gold Thug nodded. It's all in our spatial rings. Duan Ling Tian performed blood ownership claim on the 5 spatial rings when he heard Gold Thug's words. Despite inheriting the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory from his 2 lives, he was stunned when he saw what was contained in the spatial rings. Apart from mountainous piles of origin stones, there were many materials such as grade 2 and grade 3 spirit weapons. There were also medicinal pill bottles with pills in them. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was not impressed by the spirit weapons and pills. However, there were many materials that Duan Ling Tian could use. Some of them were rare materials that were just tossed aside. The number of origin stones was even more astonishing. The total origin stones from Gold Thug and his 3 brothers combined amount to more than 100,000 origin stones. More than 100,000 origin stones. How did they manage to do that? Perhaps first-rate forces in the inner land would have hundreds of thousands of origin stones. However, that was because they owned their own mineral mines and could mine their own origin stones. Everyone on the swift boat, excluding Feng Tianwu and Shang Quan, looked greedily at the spatial rings in Duan Ling Tian's hands. There must be a massive fortune contained in the rings. It was not difficult for them to figure that out. However, all they did was look before they obediently returned to their seats. They were afraid of provoking Duan Ling Tian and thus, forced to leave the swift boat. They felt extremely fortunate for being able to escape the robbery. They did not dare to ask for more. Our journey will definitely be smooth sailing with him here. We'll arrive in the inner land safe and sound. Many of them smiled in relief. Little, sir, thank you. The old man who warned Duan Ling Tian at the Ruo Shui riverside earlier looked at Duan Ling Tian. He was about to call him little brother, but he recalled Duan Ling Tian's terrifying ability and addressed him as sir when he thanked Duan Ling Tian. Senior, you're too polite, Duan Ling Tian responded with a smile. He had a good impression of the old man. Please don't call me that. The old man waved his hand immediately. Fear was written all over his face. He did not dare to sit near Duan Ling Tian and found a seat far away. Although Duan Ling Tian felt helpless, he did not say anything. He knew it was useless for him to say anything. There were many powerhouses on Cloud Continent. The more powerful one was, the higher one's position would be. For some, their statuses were so high up that it was hard for the masses to reach. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian introduced Shang Quan to Gold Thug. He's Shang Quan, my attendant. Shang Quan was grateful when he heard the way Duan Ling Tian introduced him. He nodded before saying to Gold Thug, I hope we'll be able to serve young master better together. Gold Thug nodded lightly. Shang Quan had expected that response. If it was not for his young master, Gold Thug who was so powerful would have ignored him completely. I'll surpass you sooner or later, Shang Quan decided as he looked at Gold Thug. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Tianwu. He paused for a moment before he bluntly said, she's Tianwu, she's my woman. Duan Ling Tian covertly looked at Tianwu after he finished his sentence. He was worried Feng Tianwu would get angry. Duan Ling Tian felt relieved when he saw the faint blush on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face. It seemed like she was not angry. He felt happy when he saw that even though he did not show it outwardly, Gold Thug behaved casually with Shang Quan, but he did not dare to behave the same way to Feng Tianwu. She was his master's woman after all. He bowed to her respectfully, mistress. Feng Tian nodded lightly at Gold Thug. Subsequently, Feng Tianwu and Shang Quan sat down after Duan Ling Tian asked them to. Gold Thug did not dare to sit. He stood to the side, his back ramrod straight. You mentioned the Golden Hellhound clan and the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branches are sworn enemies. Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Gold Thug, it has been more than 20,000 years, why did you not make peace? With both clans, talent and reproductive abilities, it's only a matter of time before both clans regain their former glory like 20,000 years ago if both sides stop fighting. Through the rebirth martial emperor's memory, Duan Ling Tian knew how terrifying the Golden Hellhound clan Hell and the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan were 20,000 years ago. Back then, apart from martial emperor powerhouses, even the ancient clans did not dare to simply offend them. They were similar to the first-rate forces back then. It's impossible for that to happen, Gold Thug said after he took a deep breath. There was sorrow on his face as he continued saying, I'm the only one left in the Golden Hellhound clan. My parents and clan people were killed by the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch. Duan Ling Tian learned many things from Gold Thug. 100 years ago, when Gold Thug was still a puppy, the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch had a powerhouse whose ability far surpassed all the powerhouses in the Golden Hellhound clan. The powerhouse led the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch to annihilate the Golden Hellhound clan's branch. Too bad the old fellow died. Otherwise, I would seek revenge from him. To avenge my parents, and to avenge my clan's people, Gold Thug said with his deep voice. Master. All of a sudden, Gold Thug looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he had recalled something. Since you know about the Golden Hellhound clan and the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan, you must know about the Heavenly Jewel. Heavenly Jewel. Duan Ling Tian frowned and began to browse through the rebirth martial emperor's memory. Soon after, his eyes widened and his breath quickened as though he had discovered something incredible. Heavenly Jewel. Duan Ling Tian stood up immediately and stared at Gold Thug. His body began to tremble from his sturdy motion. Chapter 1139. Heavenly Jewel Energy. Duan Ling Tian's action shocked Shang Quan into standing up as well. Even Feng Tianwu, who remained outwardly calm, had a hint of doubt in her bright eyes. She was curious about what could stir Duan Ling Tian's emotion to this extent. Yes, Heavenly Jewel. When Gold Thug saw Duan Ling Tian's reaction, he was certain his master knew about the Heavenly Jewel. He might even know the use of the Heavenly Jewel. Duan Ling Tian realized he had lost his composure. He tried to suppress his emotion as he asked Gold Thug, I supposed you didn't mention the Heavenly Jewel for no reason at all. 100 years ago, The old fellow from the berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch obtained his overbearing strength to defeat everyone in our golden hellhound clan from absorbing the heavenly jewel energy. Gold Thug's face turned somber as he recounted the past through clenched teeth. Heavenly jewel. Heavenly jewel energy. Duan Ling Tian's emotion was stirred once again as he found the information about the heavenly jewel from the rebirth martial emperor's memory. It took him a long time to calm down. The heavenly jewel was a legend. Just like its name alluded, it was a jewel. It was said that the heavenly jewel could absorb the nature energy in heaven and earth when it was exposed to the air. It would store and accumulate the energy in it. The jewel would be filled to the brim with nature energy after a few hundred years. The nature energy was categorized into 5 types of energies. It was the wind energy, fire energy, water energy, earth energy, and thunder energy. Similar to comprehending nature concept to achieve nature profundity, those who obtained the heavenly jewel could absorb the nature energy stored in the heavenly jewel to elevate their concepts and profundities. The speed of elevation was beyond one's imagination. Heavenly jewel can boost any type of nature profundity. My fused profundity is the combination of 5 nature profundities. It's similar to the nature energy stored in the heavenly jewel. It'll definitely boost my fused profundity, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. His emotion was once again stirred by this thought. However, Duan Ling Tian calmed down when he recalled something. The heavenly jewel was only helpful if it had nature energy in it. The nature energy stored in the heavenly jewel was called the heavenly jewel energy. If a heavenly jewel had no heavenly jewel energy, it was just trash. The heavenly jewel the berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch has will be fully filled with heavenly jewel energy again in a year. At that time, their soon-to-be leader will absorb the heavenly jewel energy in the heavenly jewel to boost his ability. Gold Thug continued speaking. It was as though he could see through Duan Ling Tian's mind. There was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes when he spoke. Once the berserk mongrel rodent clan's new leader boosted his ability after absorbing the heavenly jewel energy, Gold Thug's ability would undoubtedly be far behind the new leader. At that time, he would not be able to avenge his parents and his clan's people. He was furious. Gold Thug fisted both his hands tightly while his body trembled. He could not suppress his emotion. He agreed to be Duan Ling Tian's dog because he did not want to die. Apart from that, it was also for the sake of his clan that perished. He wanted revenge. If he died, the Golden Hellhound clan would be extinct on Cloud Continent. Do you mean, the heavenly jewel in the berserk mongrel rodent clan's possession is now filled with nature energy? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked into Gold Thug's eyes. Initially, he had lost all interest in the heavenly jewel since he thought the heavenly jewel in the berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch's possession did not have much nature energy in it. Yes, Gold Thug said affirmatively. Why are you so certain? Duan Ling Tian asked. Ever since the old fellow from the berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch died, they're only left with 2 berserk mongrel rodents with the imperial family bloodline. They'll elect a new leader a year later, Gold Thug said. The heavenly jewel passed down by the former leader of the berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch can only be used by the leader of the clan. The leader laid down this rule. A hint of vengeance could be seen in Gold Thug's eyes when he spoke about the former leader of the berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch. The former leader of the berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch was the powerhouse who killed his parents. Duan Ling Tian looked deep into Gold Thug's eyes once again as he asked, so? Are you hoping that I'll take the heavenly jewel from them? Yes. Gold Thug nodded. Although I've no idea what kind of profundities Master has comprehended, I smelled the 5 nature profundities aura from the 5-colored profundity. I figured the nature energy stored in the heavenly jewel will be able to boost Master's ability, Gold Thug said in one breath. What an amazing golden hellhound. You have such a sharp nose. Duan Ling Tian smiled. His smile was so charming that it gave Gold Thug goosebumps and chills. Instead of saying the heavenly jewels for my benefit, isn't it just you trying to avenge your golden hellhound clan? Duan Ling Tian glanced at Gold Thug. His expression revealed he had seen through Gold Thug. You're wise, Master. Gold Thug kneeled on the ground immediately and said respectfully, if Master can help me avenge the golden hellhound clan, I'll be willing to give my life and loyalty to you. At that time, I'm willing to take the 9 heavenly tribulation to prove my loyalty, Gold Thug said earnestly. You'll be loyal. Duan Ling Tian smiled sarcastically. I just killed 3 of your brothers earlier. Don't you want to avenge them? Won't you hate me because of them? If you do, I'm afraid you'll be killed by the thunder penalty right after you take the oath, Duan Ling Tian said. His piercing gaze was ferocious when he spoke. Master, although we were brothers, we're not blood brothers after all. We banded together for mutual benefit. From the moment we decided to become pirates, we were ready to lose our lives. Gold Thug sighed as he spoke. If we went on like that, even if we don't encounter you, we would have been killed by someone else next time. There was a sense of helplessness in Gold Thug when he spoke. No matter how powerful a pirate was, he would not be able to escape death if he encountered a powerhouse. It was similar to what happened to them this time. He became a pirate largely because the estate of the Golden Hellhound clan's branch was occupied by the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch. He had lost all his resources to cultivate. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to rob to elevate his cultivation base. He achieved his current cultivation base with his 2 hands without depending on anyone. You're optimistic. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Gold Thug and asked, since the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan has 2 demons from the Imperial family. It's safe to say they're the biggest obstacles if I want the Heavenly Jewel. What are their abilities like? Duan Ling Tian asked with a gleam in his eyes. They have the same cultivation base as I do, which is the 6th level Demon Monarch stage. If they don't go into Berserk mode, I can defeat them. But if they go into Berserk mode, I'm not a match for them. A hint of helplessness could be heard in Gold Thug's voice when he spoke. As soon as the Berserk Mongrel Rodent went berserk, their combat strength would be elevated a level higher. The purer their bloodline was, the more powerful the effect of Berserk was. 6th level Demon Monarch stage. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed as he mumbled, from what I know, as soon as a Berserk Mongrel Rodent from the Imperial family bloodline goes into Berserk mode, they would have a boost of at least 2,000 ancient horned dragons strength. Some that are more talented would have a boost of 3,000 and even 4,000 ancient horned dragons strength. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian learned all these from the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. Berserk was the Berserk Mongrel Rodent's innate skill. It was similar to the innate ability that variants possessed. The difference was the entire clan could perform Berserk, but the innate ability was rare among variants. The rebirth Martial Emperor had encountered the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan during his first life. In the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, the Berserk Mongrel Rodent was the embodiment of the saying, people would always yell at and hit a mouse even if it's just crossing the street. This was due to the Berserk Mongrel Rodent's inherent viciousness. They would call you brother today and pretend they did not know you the next day. They would stab you from the back for their own benefit. Not long after the rebirth Martial Emperor broke through to the Martial Monarch stage during his first life, he encountered a Berserk Mongrel Rodent. The rebirth Martial Emperor treated it sincerely, but it attempted to kill the rebirth Martial Emperor for its own benefit. Fortunately, the rebirth Martial Emperor discovered its traitorous character during a critical moment and killed it before it could harm the rebirth Martial Emperor. Since then, the rebirth Martial Emperor despised the Berserk Mongrel Rodents from the bottom of his heart. Yes, Gold Thug did not find it surprising that Duan Ling Tian knew so much about the Berserk Mongrel Rodents. He knew his master was not someone ordinary when he recounted what happened to his Golden Hellhound clan and the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan 20,000 years ago. How far away is the estate of the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch from the Yin-Yang sect? Duan Ling Tian asked. Master, you're going to the Yin-Yang sect? Gold Thug asked curiously. I have to be there within 3 months at the latest. Duan Ling Tian said with his deep voice. He could not help but think about his 2 fiancées. Ka, little fair, please don't do anything foolish. I'm coming to save the both of you, he thought to himself. It'll take about a month and a half to get to the Yin-Yang sect from here. But if we head to the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch as soon as we arrive at the inner land, I'm afraid it'll take more than 3 months to get to the Yin-Yang sect after obtaining the Heavenly Jewel, Gold Thug said with a frown. More than 3 months. Duan Ling Tian also frowned. He shook his head before he said, we can't do that. The time is too tight. Chapter 1140. Arriving at the inner land. Master, we could take the miniature swift boat. Soon after, Gold Thug's eyes lit up when he recalled something. Miniature swift boat. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Before he could browse through the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory to learn about the differences between the miniature swift boat and the large swift boat, Gold Thug explained, miniature swift boats are extremely fast. Its speed is 2 times faster than large swift boats. In other words, if we travel by the miniature swift boat to the inner land, it'll only take us about 20 days. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened instantly. This is true. Gold Thug nodded. In that case, let's switch to the miniature swift boat. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed as he immediately made a decision. A hint of longing for the Heavenly Jewel could be seen in the depth of his eyes. In his opinion, a Heavenly Jewel filled with nature energy was undoubtedly a timely help. The heavenly jewel is a windfall for me. With my current strength, it's impossible for me to break into the yin-yang sect and bring Ka and little Fair away, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In the next instance, Duan Ling Tian took out a miniature swift boat from the spatial ring gold thug had passed to him and let Feng Tian Wu and Shang Quan on the boat. Senior. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man sitting in the distance and smiled faintly. Let me send you to your destination. The old man was none other than the old man who had warned him at the Ruo Shui riverside. Originally, the old man felt a little anxious when he saw Duan Ling Tian was about to leave in that miniature swift boat. If they encountered pirates later in their journey, they would certainly die without Duan Ling Tian's protection. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's invitation, he breathed a sigh of relief and hastily stood up. Thank you, sir. In the next moment, the old man also boarded the miniature swift boat. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian motioned to Gold Thug and proceeded to board the miniature swift boat. Sir, can you please bring me along as well? Sir, if you leave, we'll die if we encounter the pirates. Please bring us along with you. Please bring us all with you, sir. Soon after, all the passengers on the Yin-Yang sect swift boat stood up one by one and walked toward Duan Ling Tian. Each of them had an anxious look on their faces. They were worried there would be no place for them in the miniature boat if they were slow. Duan Ling Tian glanced at them indifferently. He did not bother with them at all and boarded the miniature boat. Put aside the fact that the boat would not be able to accommodate so many people even if he took out the other 3 boats, he was not obligated to help these people at all. They were not his responsibility. Previously, when they were at the Ruo Shui riverside, all these people had folded their arms and looked on when he was in danger. They were unwilling to warn him even through a simple voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian was bitterly disappointed by their callousness. However, this did not mean that Duan Ling Tian hated them. Everyone had a right to make their own decisions, nobody could force them. It was similar to how he had decided to not bring any of them away on the miniature swift boat. Humph. When Gold Thug saw Duan Ling Tian ignoring these people, he snorted. He released a gust of wind from his body that pushed the people who were scrambling forward away. Sir, I'm willing to pay 100 origin stones if you bring me away. Sir, I'm willing to pay too. The group of people who were forced to retreat saw Gold Thug boarding the miniature swift boat after he pushed them away. They began to panic when they saw the miniature swift boat rising up into the air and pulling away from the large swift boat they were in. Many people were willing to spend more origin stones to board the miniature swift boat. Unfortunately, the miniature swift boat did not turn back after it pulled away from the large swift boat. It disappeared like a bolt of lightning before their eyes. For a moment, the people in the large swift boat had despair written all over their faces. Why did he bring the old man but not me? Someone asked unhappily. Everyone was instantly confused by this. However, this would remain a mystery forever to them. When they were at the Ruo Shui riverside, the old man warned Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, and Duan Ling Tian had discreetly responded to him without anyone noticing. The miniature swift boat soared through the sky and continued to head north to the inner land. How fast? Inside the miniature swift boat, Shang Quan stared at the swift boat beneath his feet with a startled expression. I can't believe that this thing looks so unassuming, but it's actually so fast. If it's not fast, how's it going to chase after the large swift boats? Duan Ling Tian chimed in. Shang Quan was hit by realization. Only then did he remember that Gold Thug was originally a pirate, and he usually relied on these miniature swift boats to search and hunt for his prey. It would not make sense if his speed was slower than his prey. Thank you, sir. The old man thanked Duan Ling Tian again. He knew the moment he boarded this miniature swift boat, he would arrive at the inner land safe and sound. As for the group of people earlier, they would most likely die. There was not even one martial monarch among them. If they did not encounter any Ruo Shui River's pirates, they might be able to reach the inner land safely. However, they would certainly die if they encountered the pirates during their journey. Senior, you don't have to thank me. If you didn't warn me when we were at Ruo Shui riverside, I wouldn't have repaid your good deed today. Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. Everything has a cause and effect. You really reap what you sow. I'm lucky that I warned you at that time, the old man lamented. He still felt a lingering fear. He knew if he did not warn the purple-clad young man out of kindness that time, he would have been left behind in the large swift boat and would share the same fate as the other passengers. The speed of the miniature swift boat was extremely fast. This could be clearly felt when they looked at the clouds in the sky. there was nothing to see in the surroundings at all. The Ruo Shui River stretched endlessly before their eyes. During the journey, Duan Ling Tian continued to immerse himself in cultivation again. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Divine Dragon Form. 3 Nature Profundity fragments were tightly gripped in his hands as he continued to comprehend and raise his fused profundity. Moreover, he had also gained a lot from the sword Dao contained in the word, sword. The fused profundity is like a bottomless pit. Even when I use the 3 nature profundity fragments to aid me in comprehending and leveling up, the progress is still so slow. Duan Ling Tian noticed this after a while. The progress the fused profundity made was far slower compared to ordinary monarch profundities. After comprehending for a period of time, Duan Ling Tian became even more certain about this. The fused profundity has the same force with the Emperor stage profundity. Don't tell me it's as difficult to comprehend as the Emperor stage profundity. The moment he thought of this, his heart was filled with a sense of helplessness. He took out the Emperor stage wind profundity fragment he had obtained in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure previously and attempted to comprehend and elevate his fused profundity, but he discovered it was completely useless. It appears this fused profundity, the result of the merging of 5 different monarch stage nature profundities, still belongs in the domain of the monarch stage profundity. I can't raise it by using the Emperor stage profundity fragment. The Emperor stage profundity fragment was only helpful to profundities higher than the 9th level monarch stage profundity. However, Duan Ling Tian knew very well that he could not turn back now. No matter how difficult it was to raise the fused profundity and how the path he had chosen was filled with obstacles, he still needed to comprehend it. There was no way he could turn back since he could not separate the fused profundities. It was silent in the miniature swift boat. Everyone was immersed in cultivating and comprehending their profundities. The span of 20 days passed in just a blink of an eye. During these 20 days, some pirates who lacked judgment would try to rob them occasionally. However, they were easily dealt with by Gold Thug. Some were directly killed while some were thrown into the Ruo Shui River by him. During their journey, they also encountered 2 whirlpools, but Gold Thug easily navigated them away from the whirlpools. As the leader of the infamous 4 southern river thugs in the southern area of the Ruo Shui River, the huge Ruo Shui River was like a garden to Gold Thug. Master, we've arrived. Duan Ling Tian, who was cultivating, was woken up by Gold Thug. When he regained his senses, he noticed they had crossed the Ruo Shui River and had finally arrived at the inner land. Feng Tian Wu, Shang Quan, and the old man woke up one after another. They only realized they had arrived at the Ruo Shui riverside when they climbed out of the miniature swift boats. Naturally, this was the Ruo Shui riverside on the inner land. This was Duan Ling Tian and the others' destination, the inner land. It was also at the center of the Cloud Continent, and there were many powerhouses here. This is the inner land. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at his surroundings. The other half was the Ruo Shui River while the other half was a desert that stretched out as far as their eyes could see. Master, the Yin-Yang sects estate is right there, and the estate of the Berserk Mongrel Rodent Clan's branch is right there. Gold Thug pointed in the direction of northeast before pointing northwest again. The Yin-Yang sects estate and the estate of the Berserk Mongrel Rodent Clan's branch were in 2 different directions. One was in the northeast while the other was in the northwest. Senior, we're heading northwest. Is that the direction that you're heading in? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at the old man. I'll be heading north. The old man smiled and bade Duan Ling Tian goodbye. Sir, thank you for taking care of me throughout this journey. I hope to see you again. I'm sure we'll meet again. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled in reply. In the next instance, the old man flew north and disappeared before their eyes. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian motioned to Feng Tian Wu, Shang Quan, and Gold Thug. With a raise of his hand, an invisible energy swirled around Feng Tian Wu's body as it led her northeast. Duan Ling Tian brought Feng Tian Wu along with him as flew as fast as he could. His entire being seemed to have transformed into a 5-colored gigantic sword that soon disappeared at the horizon in the northeast direction. Let's go. Behind them, Gold Thug raised a hand and brought Shang Quan along as well. Their destination was the estate of the Berserk Mongrel Rodent Clan's branch. Chapter 1141, 3rd Imperial Lord. Since several tens of thousands of years ago, after the Berserk Mongrel Rodent Clan had perished together with the Golden Hellhound Clan, all that remained was just a branch in each clan. The branch managed to survive until today. However, in order to recuperate from the battle, they had learned to conceal themselves in front of others. At that time, they had too many enemies. If it was made known that a branch had survived, many people would come and attack them in a flurry. the berserk mongrel rodent clan managed to conceal their existence during their recuperation period. Perhaps, the golden hellhound clan was truly the mortal enemy of the berserk mongrel rodent clan. One branch survived in the latter while the former was also left with one branch. Ever since then, the two branches from both clans had always fought with each other. They were well matched in strength and fought for another 20,000 years. Until 100 years back, a monarch powerhouse in the berserk mongrel rodent clan obtained a heavenly jewel that was filled with nature energy. He managed to raise the nature profundity he had comprehended a few levels higher with the help of this heavenly jewel. Due to this reason, the precarious balance between the two clans was destroyed. The berserk mongrel rodent clan led by that powerhouse annihilated the golden hellhound clan. Naturally, they thought they had completely annihilated the golden hellhound clan. Little did they know, a golden hellhound puppy managed to survive while they were busy annihilating the golden hellhound clan. Moreover, the golden hellhound puppy also possessed strength that was in no way inferior to the current two strongest imperial lords of the berserk mongrel rodent clan through sheer hard work. The estate of the berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch was situated at a dark swamp. The rodent-type demon beasts originally did not like light. They preferred to hide in the dark because the darkness gave them a feeling of security. Gold Thug, come here. Currently, there were a few intruders who had appeared in the corner of the vast estate of the berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch. They came here under the guidance of a golden-robed old man. The person motioning to the golden-robed old man was none other than a purple-clad young man who was following from behind. Yes, master, the golden-robed man replied respectfully to the purple-clad young man. The intruders in the swamp, that was also the residence of the berserk mongrel rodent clan, were none other than Duan Ling Tian and the others. The way Gold Thug moved with ease here as though he was strolling in his own garden surprised Duan Ling Tian and the others. Master, it's there. Gold Thug continued to take the lead and flew toward the center of the swamp area. He did not bother to conceal his presence. Are you certain we won't rouse and alert the enemy by going in like this? Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown. Relax, master, Gold Thug replied as he continued on. Who are you people? A moment later, a shout suddenly resonated from the swamp in the distance. Along with the voice, a few tiny black dots appeared and grew bigger and bigger before Duan Ling Tian and the others. However, the tiny dots did not get very big even when they arrived before Duan Ling Tian and the others. What appeared before their eyes were 7 mongrel rodent-type demon beasts that were slightly bigger than ordinary rodents. Their eyes gleamed crimson red. Berserk mongrel rodents. Duan Ling Tian recognized these 7 rodent-type demon beasts with just a glance. They were completely identical to the berserk mongrel rodent in the rebirth martial emperor's memory. At the moment when Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tian Wu, and Shang Quan became alert and was about to make their move, Gold Thug hissed, "How dare you little things act so unbridled in front of me?" His voice that contained his might and prestige spread out to the far distance. At the same time, Gold Thug released a strong gust of airwave from his body and sent the 7 berserk mongrel rodents flying back. However, Gold Thug did not continue to pursue victory. He stood at the same spot and lifted a hand that held an order token. The order token was carved with extremely complex and ancient striations. Upon closer inspection, one would see the drawing formed by the striations was of a rodent-type demon beast. Duan Ling Tian and the other two were extremely confused. Third Imperial Lord. The eyes of the 7 berserk mongrel rodents who were sent flying backward turned redder, and they were about to summon their clansmen. However, all of them kneeled in the sky in a very human-like manner as soon as they saw the order token in Gold Thug's hand. As they kneeled in the sky, their bodies trembled slightly, and their eyes were filled with horror. Please forgive us, Third Imperial Lord. We didn't know it was you, one of the berserk mongrel rodents said with a trembling voice. Please forgive us, Third Imperial Lord. Another 2 berserk mongrel rodents pleaded for forgiveness as well. They all spoke with trembling voices. Scram! Gold Thug bellowed. With a raise of his hand, a rolling energy swept out and sent the 7 berserk mongrel rodents that had not even entered the void transformation stage yet flying again. The 7 berserk mongrel rodents felt relieved as they fled. For a moment, the swamp area regained its tranquility. After the 7 berserk mongrel rodents left, Gold Thug, who looked awe-inspiring just a moment ago, respectfully stood to the side and bowed humbly at Duan Ling Tian. He motioned for him to move forward. Master, over here please. However, Duan Ling Tian had no intention of moving forward at all. Gold Thug, what happened earlier? Why did they call you Third Imperial Lord? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. He found the scene earlier strange. As a golden hellhound, Gold Thug should be the mortal enemy of the berserk mongrel rodent clan, right? Why did the 7 berserk mongrel rodents kneel down immediately and respectfully address Gold Thug as 3rd Imperial Lord, as soon as they saw the order token in Gold Thug's hand? It was not only him, even Feng Tianwu and Shang Quan looked puzzled. Shang Quan, in particular, was confused, even the shocked expression on his face had not dissipated yet. The scene of the 7 berserk mongrel rodents bowing respectfully at Gold Thug gave him a big shock. He had no idea what was happening at all. Didn't young master say the golden hellhounds and the berserk mongrel rodents are mortal enemies? Shang Quan was completely lost. Master, in the eyes of all the berserk mongrel rodents in the berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch, golden hellhounds are a thing of the past. We're history, something that no longer exists, Gold Thug explained slowly in response to Duan Lingtian's question. Are you saying they're unaware of your identity? Duan Lingtian was not stupid. He understood the underlying meaning in Gold Thug's words. You're smart, master. Gold Thug nodded and proceeded to flatter Duan Lingtian. Don't mention that, explain. Why did the 7 berserk mongrel rodents kneel down and call you 3rd Imperial Lord, or something when they saw you holding the order token? Duan Lingtian looked at Gold Thug weirdly. Don't tell me you actually stole the token from one of the royal family members of the berserk mongrel rodent clan. The imperial family was revered in the berserk mongrel rodent clan. The next in line after the imperial family was the royal family. The royal family was closely related to the imperial family and was usually born from the union between an imperial family member and a non-imperial family member. Nonetheless, they still retained quite a high position in the berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch. Some of the royal family members were also the siblings of the leader of the berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch from the same mother. Due to this reason, it was pretty normal for the royal family members to be called the 3rd Imperial Lord or something. Of course not. Gold Thug shook his head and held the order token in his hand. Master, this order token in my hand is my own. To be more precise, it was given to me by the 2 Imperial Lords of the berserk mongrel rodent clan. What? Duan Lingtian had to admit that Gold Thug's answer had thoroughly shocked him. Feng Tianwu and Shang Quan were shocked as well. Aren't they your enemy? Why would they give you such a thing? Shang Quan asked, baffled. I know they're my enemy, but it doesn't mean they know I'm their enemy. There was a glint in Gold Thug's eyes as he explained to Duan Lingtian and the other 2 who looked at him skeptically. Previously, I created an opportunity and entered the estate of the berserk mongrel rodent clan. At that time, I helped them solve a problem. And because the strength I demonstrated was in no way inferior to the 2 berserk mongrel rodent clan's imperial family members, I gained their acceptance. It was pretty funny actually. At that time, I was forcibly dragged by them to pledge an oath of brotherhood to become their sworn brother. Due to the fact that I can't defeat them when they go into berserk mode, I became the 3rd brother. The 2 of them have a strength that's on par with each other, so for the time being, they're both big brother. Later, when one of them becomes the leader of the berserk mongrel rodents, he'll become the one and only big brother, and the other one will be the 2nd brother. A sneer crept up on the corner of Gold Thug's mouth when he reached the end of his sentence. Why you became sworn brothers with them? Shang Quan was utterly shocked. Humph, it's just a formality. In the end, I found out the reason why they wanted to pledge brotherhood with me. It was because they wanted me to help them with something. Initially, they told me it wouldn't be dangerous. However, I almost lost my life because of that, Gold Thug bellowed angrily when he reached this part of the sentence. Indeed, the berserk mongrel rodents are all despicable, shameless things, just like it was recorded in the journals in our clan. They still wanted to use me after that, so I left without saying a word in the end. The reason I came here, in the beginning, was to learn more about them. Once I found out what I needed, I chose to leave. Looking at the order token in his hand, Gold Thug continued, this order token was given to me after I almost lost my life because of them. It's merely a nice sounding title that was given to me, a position that's just below them in the berserk mongrel rodent clan. Upon hearing Gold Thug's words, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 were hit by a pang of realization. So that was what happened. So with the help of this order token, we can meet the 2 berserk mongrel rodent clan's imperial family members in no time then. Shang Quan's eyes lit up instantly. Yes. Gold Thug nodded as his eyes gleamed coldly. They'll be very happy if they know I'm back. In their eyes, I'm a powerful pawn, and I can help them with many things that their clansmen cannot help them with. A hint of killing intent could be heard in Gold Thug's words. Chapter 1142, the real master is here. Looks like Gold Thug did meet with a great danger indeed and almost died last time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so agitated, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. However, he was delighted the moment he found out he would be meeting the two berserk mongrel rodent clan's imperials soon. This meant he would be able to deal with the matter quickly. After he had obtained the heavenly jewel, he would rush to the Yin-Yang sect's estate immediately. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian motioned to them. Gold Thug led the group and entered the deep swamp area. This was where the berserk mongrel rodent clan's imperial and royal family were gathered. The imperials and royals of the berserk mongrel rodent clan could transform into humans. Due to this reason, their residence was a wooden building. Although the material it was made from was simple, it was exquisite. Third Imperial Lord. During their journey, the berserk mongrel rodents who saw the order token in Gold Thug's hand kneeled in front of him one by one to show their respect. Duan Ling Tian and the other two followed from behind. When they reached the center of the swamp area, Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. The exquisite wooden building before them was spectacular. It was as though they were transported to another world. Oh, and I was wondering who is it? As it turns out, our third Imperial Lord is back. A mocking voice resounded in the air soon after. Duan Ling Tian looked at the source of the voice. It was a middle-aged man who was walking out of the wooden building. His gaze was filled with disdain when he looked at Gold Thug. 8th level void transformation stage. Originally Duan Ling Tian thought this person had to be powerful since he dared to mock Gold Thug. However, he was just an 8th level void transformation martial artist. Duan Ling Tian raised a brow and asked Gold Thug curiously, a berserk mongrel rodent clan's royal family member. Yes, master. Gold Thug nodded in response. He paused to look at the middle-aged man who mocked him with cold eyes. In the berserk mongrel rodent clan, he's the mongrel rodent I hate the most apart from the other two guys. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew who the other two guys that Gold Thug mentioned were. It was none other than the two Imperials from the berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch who had almost sent Gold Thug to meet his maker. They were his sworn enemies. Ha ha ha, Gold Thug, I can't believe submitted to someone. This is a wonderful news. I'm looking forward to the expressions the two Imperials will make when they find out about this. The middle-aged man laughed mockingly. However, his laughter came to a halt soon after. This was because a bloody hole suddenly appeared on his throat. The hole was gruesome and gory. Fresh blood kept spurting out of it. In the end, he collapsed and stopped breathing. Since you hate him so much, I'll just silence him forever, Duan Ling Tian said calmly with his right arm extended. Gold Thug's eyes narrowed immediately. Earlier, all he heard was the sound of sword whistling that disappeared as soon as it appeared. He did not even catch his master's movement, but this member of the berserk mongrel rodent clan's royal family whom he hated had dropped dead just like that. Master, your strength has grown again. Gold Thug's eyes lit up immediately. In the next instance, a wicked smile crept up on the corner of his mouth as his figure flew out as fast as the wind. With a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hands. It was none other than his grade 1 spirit sword. With a flick of his hand, the sword in Gold Thug's hand moved like a swimming dragon. Streaks of sword light swept out, and all the wooden buildings before their eyes collapsed soon after. Apart from the collapsed wooden buildings, many figures lay in a pool of blood as well. These were almost all of the berserk mongrel rodent clan's royal family members. Gold Thug, are you crazy? Naturally, there were also some berserk mongrel rodent clan's royal family members whose cultivation base was pretty good, so they managed to escape this calamity. When they returned to their senses and looked at the person who attacked them, horror dawned on them. They were extremely familiar with the person before their eyes. It was the third brother, the sworn brother of the two Imperials. In their berserk mongrel rodent clan, other than the berserk mongrel rodents who were born with a lowly bloodline, none of the members of the honorable royal family acknowledged this person. They thought he had gone crazy when they saw how this person dared to kill the members of the royal family. Was he not scared of offending the imperial family at all? After all, the root foundation of their berserk mongrel rodent clan lay with the royal family. Only the union between the royal family members or the union between a royal and imperial family members could produce a new generation of imperial family members. However, the answer that the members of the berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch's royal family obtained was a sword that swept out as fast as lightning. Every time the sound of sword whistling appeared, it would disappear immediately. The sound of sword whistling was like a voodoo talisman. Every time it resonated, there would be one member from the berserk mongrel rodent clan's royal family who died. many of the royal family members went into berserk mode to raise their strength. However, they were still killed with a slash of Gold Thug's sword. So this is berserk. Although Duan Ling Tian knew about the berserk ability of the berserk mongrel rodents through the rebirth martial emperor's memory, he was still surprised when he witnessed it with his own eyes. Once the berserk mongrel rodents went into berserk mode, apart from their origin energies that would fuse with the concepts on their bodies, a layer of crimson light would appear. Their strength was greatly enhanced once they entered berserk mode. However, their boost from berserk was pretty small. They only gained the strength of several hundred ancient horned dragons at most. Such an enhancement was nothing in front of Gold Thug, this demon monarch. Soon after, a bloody river formed at the center of the berserk mongrel rodent clan's estate. Gold Thug, how dare you? Gold Thug, you're looking for death. A bloody scent filled the air, and all of the berserk mongrel rodents in the swamp area became agitated the moment they smelled the bloody scent. The real masters had finally shown up. Two skinny old men, who were like bones wrapped only in skin, appeared side by side. Their eyes gleamed with a crimson light as their bodies released a blood-curdling aura. The aura was filled with wrath, killing intent, and ruthlessness. Between the two old men, one of them was wearing a black robe while the other wore a gray robe. Their eyes immediately locked on Gold Thug as soon they appeared. Meanwhile, berserk mongrel rodents from every corner of the swamp had gathered here. They were completely stunned when they saw the bodies of the royal family members that were scattered on the ground. Who did this? Soon after, they had their answer. The third Imperial Lord did this. Goodness, why did the third Imperial Lord do this? This is akin to killing the descendants of our berserk mongrel rodent clan. Doesn't he want to live? Although there were many berserk mongrel rodents watching from the side, none of them had any intention of making a move at all. They knew it would be pointless. This third Imperial Lord's strength was more or less on par with the two Imperials. He was not someone they could fight. They had not even stepped into the void transformation stage yet and did not even possess the strength to transform into humans. Ha 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 ha, you two old men finally showed up, Gold Thug laughed when he saw the gray-clad and black-clad old men. His laughter was filled with wantonness and excitement. The gray-clad old man's eyes gleamed coldly. He suppressed the wrath in his heart and asked in a deep voice, Gold Thug, why would you do this? Why? What an excellent question. The moment the gray-clad old man's words left his mouth, Gold Thug's laughter came to a halt. With a loud bellow, a dazzling gold light skyrocketed from his body, forcing all the berserk mongrel rodents on the scene to squint their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they could not help but tremble uncontrollably. Their bloody red eyes immediately turned cold. A golden hound that had a black horn similar to unicorns on its head appeared before their eyes. They were not unfamiliar to this great dog. So you're actually the leftover evil from the Golden Hellhound clan. Are the three people behind you, your helpers, also the leftover evils from the Golden Hellhound clan? The black-clad man asked coldly as he narrowed his bloody eyes. There's just a few of you. You think you can do anything too? The gray-clad old man sneered. However, he stopped midway before he could finish his words. Nobody had interrupted him. He had suddenly stopped speaking on his own accord. Nobody knew when, but a purple figure suddenly appeared next to the gray-clad old man like a ghost. A purple-clad young man stood before the gray-clad old man. The 3-foot-long blade in his hand had already pierced through the gray-clad old man's throat. With a flick of the 3-foot-long blade, a slashing sound reverberated in the air as the gray-clad old man's head was severed from his body. The minute before the gray-clad old man stopped speaking, the black-clad old man next to him dodged to the side in the distance like a bolt of black lightning. Who are you? The black-clad old man's face turned pale, and a hint of dread could be seen in the depth of his eyes when he looked at the purple figure before him. Although his opponent's attack was pretty sneaky, the fact that he was able to approach them who were members of the imperial family and kill one of them meant that his strength was truly terrifying. The strength he possessed was stronger than theirs, or at least, stronger than theirs before they used berserk. Without any hesitation, the origin energy that was rolling off the black-clad old man's body transformed into milky white flames. As it soared up, the profundity followed suit like a shadow. On top of that, a crimson light rose from his body and enveloped his entire being, making him appear to be several inches taller. This was the berserk ability of the berserk mongrel rodent clan. He held a saber in his hand. The saber was slender and was enveloped by a light. His origin energy that had fused with his profundity merged with it easily. For a moment, the heaven and earth energy whirled above the sky and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. the heaven and earth phenomenon finally formed the silhouettes of 3 ancient black dragons that spiraled as they descended. They looked intimidating as they caused the originally dark swamp to turn even darker. The strength of 3 ancient black dragons. How's this possible? The moment Gold Thug saw the silhouettes of 3 ancient black dragons above the black-clad old man's head, he turned pale immediately. Shock and disbelief were clearly written on his face. Chapter 1143, 3rd Level Martial Monarch Stage. From what Gold Thug remembered, his strength was on par with the black-clad old man if he did not use Berserk. When Golf Thug unleashed his full power, he could mobilize the strength of 2 ancient black dragons with an additional 5,000 ancient horned dragons. His battle experience and technique were far better than that of the black-clad old man due to his activities as a pirate in the southern area of Ruo Shui River. Due to this reason, in terms of strength, he won the black-clad old man by a level. However, once the black-clad old man entered Berserk mode, he had an additional strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. That meant he possessed the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 8,000 ancient horned dragons in total. The strength difference of 3,000 ancient horned dragons rendered his battle experience and technique useless. He would be completely crushed. The black-clad old man in Berserk mode could crush him completely. However, he did not expect the next time he encountered the black-clad man, his strength would have risen to such a level. After he used Berserk, his strength was 2,000 ancient horned dragons more compared to last time. The black-clad old man heard Gold Thug's exclamation and looked at him instantly before he asked in disdain, "Gold Thug, did you think I'll be stuck at the same spot as you?" After he spoke to Gold Thug, he immediately turned to look at the purple-clad young man standing nearby. His gaze was filled with a cold killing intent. "You'll die," the black-clad old man hissed as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. His voice was so cold, it was as though it came from a thaw hole. "You want me to die? Well, we'll have to see whether you're capable or not." Although the black-clad old man had 3 silhouettes of ancient black dragons above his head, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he looked fearlessly into the other party's eyes. "Master, I'll help you." At this moment, Gold Thug flew out and stood next to Duan Ling Tian before staring straight at the black-clad old man. He was the only Imperial left in the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch. Although he knew his master was strong and could mobilize the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 8,000 ancient horned dragons when he unleashed his full power, the strength that the black-clad old man unleashed was still 2,000 ancient horned dragons more than his master. His master's sword skill was extraordinary, but he would most likely not be a match for the black-clad old man since there was a huge gap between their strength. "Mind your own business. This old fellow is no cause for concern," Duan Ling Tian told Gold Thug. His words made it clear that he could deal with the black-clad old man without Gold Thug's help. "Master." Upon hearing this, Gold Thug looked at Duan Ling Tian worriedly. "Relax." Duan Ling Tian smiled nonchalantly. His eyes were filled with confidence. "All right." After taking a deep breath, Gold Thug nodded his head. He chose to believe in Duan Ling Tian. In the next instance, his body flashed as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning and swept through the group of berserk mongrel rodents at the side. After he had transformed into a human again, he wielded his sword. Every time he slashed with his sword, he would easily slaughter a few berserk mongrel rodents. The sword in his hand was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. In just a blink of an eye, many berserk mongrel rodents died in his hands. These berserk mongrel rodents had not even stepped into the void transformation stage. They were like ants in front of Gold Thug, who was at the 6th level demon monarch stage. They could not even withstand a single blow. In the face of this one-sided massacre, the group of berserk mongrel rodents scattered all over the place. "Help Gold Thug." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's voice entered Feng Tianwu and Shang Quan's ears. It was as though they had just received an order. They began to make their move. They helped Gold Thug to slaughter the berserk mongrel rodents that were fleeing all over the place. It was a one-sided massacre. The bodies of the berserk mongrel rodents dropped down as though it was pouring rain at the places the two of them passed by. "Die." When the black-clad old man saw this bloody scene, his crimson eyes were filled with killing intent. He yelled loudly as he charged at Duan Ling Tian. Although he was only making his first move, he had unleashed his full power. A strike that contained the strength of 3 ancient black dragons rushed menacingly toward Duan Ling Tian like a shadow. It was as though he was trying to kill Duan Ling Tian in one blow so he could go to his clansman rescue. Duan Ling Tian smirked in disdain in the face of the black-clad old man's menacing attack. In the next moment, He flicked the 3-foot-long blade in his hand and met with the incoming attack. At this moment, a 5-colored energy skyrocketed from Duan Tian's body. When the 5-colored energy appeared, it transformed into the shape of a sword. It made Duan Tian appear like a gigantic 5-colored sword. A saber and a sword clashed violently. Both of them did not hold back. The strike from the black-clad old man that was enveloped with a red light contained the strength of 3 ancient black dragons. A tyrannical aura swept past the places he slashed his sword. Airwaves rolled and stirred as flurries of hurricane swept out. Saber marks could be clearly seen on the dead trees in the swamp. Although the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Tian's hand was unleashed after the enemy had struck, he was not at a disadvantage at all. The rolling energy from his body was continually released in waves. The energy from his body set off a series of explosions. The airwaves stirred and created a flurry of hurricanes. The wind blew on him, causing his robes to flutter. He was a vision of grace and elegance. Due to the fact that his opponent had struck first, the energy from the 3-foot-long blade was released in a haste. After it clashed with the saber in the black-clad old man's hand, it dropped to a disadvantageous position. The black-clad old man forced Duan Tian to take 2 steps backward with a slash. He sneered, "You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot." After mocking Duan Tian, the black-clad old man continued to thrust his saber forward as he tried to smash the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Tian's hand and cut him in half. However, his face turned pale soon after. He discovered the energy from the 3-foot-long blade in the purple-clad young man's hand kept increasing as though there was no end to it. It kept crashing on his energy like the waves from the sea. It heavily pressured him. Finally, he felt the energy from the 3-foot-long blade in the other party's hand suddenly erupt and crush his own energy. The energy had erupted so suddenly and so speedily that he had no time to react at all. When he regained his senses, he only saw a flash before his eyes. He saw the heaven and earth phenomenon that had gathered above his opponent's head. His eyes instantly widened. It was also destined to be his last expression in life. When he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above the purple-clad young man, a tiny line appeared in between his brows. The line continued to spread and turn bloody. The black-clad old man's body began to split into 2. Before the old man's body completely split into 2, he was enveloped by the rolling 5-colored energy and turned into dust. There were no other ways more horrible than this to die. A breeze swept past, and all that was left was the purple-clad young man. His face was calm and serene as his purple robe fluttered lightly in the wind. The sword in his hand had long disappeared. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Tian. He muttered under his breath, "That sword Saint Feng Qing Yang really didn't lie. I just barely scraped the surface of the sword Dao he left behind, and my sword profundity has already been raised to such a level. This is extraordinary. These 2 months are just like a dream." When he reached this part of the sentence, he sighed lightly. However, there was a shadow of a smile on his face. Meanwhile, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head began to dissipate. At this moment, one could still see the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head clearly. There were 3 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and 5,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In other words, when Duan Tian made his move earlier, his entire strength was equivalent to the strength of 3 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. 2 months ago, when Duan Tian encountered Gold Thug above the Yin-Yang sect's large swift boat, his full strength was only equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 8,000 ancient horned dragons. After 2 months, he had gained an additional 7,000 ancient horned dragons. This was a miracle. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, Gold Thug, and Shang Quan had completely slaughtered all the berserk mongrel rodents in their surroundings. No longer distracted by their task, they immediately looked at Duan Tian and were all attracted by the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head that was about to dissipate. Gulp. Gold Thug and Shang Quan gulped in unison. Shock and disbelief filled their faces and their eyes. In just 2 months, he managed to gain the strength of 7,000 ancient horned dragons. How did Master do that? Gold Thug was baffled. His mouth was wide open. Shang Quan was in a similar state. Why young Master only needs 2 months to raise his strength to such a level? It's an additional 7,000 ancient horned dragons. Although Feng Tianwu remained silent, there was a hint of bewilderment in the depth of her eyes. Duan Tian's progress took everyone by surprise since they knew what his strength was like previously. 2 weeks ago, the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy catalyzed my cultivation base and broke through to the 3rd level martial monarch stage in one fell swoop. The elevation added the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons to my origin energy. Along with the boost from the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, it's an increase of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Duan Ling Tian felt like he was dreaming when he recalled the elevation of his strength 2 weeks ago. Before he made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage, the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy still needed the spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy to help catalyze it, even though its strength was terrifying. However, he did not need anything to catalyze it now. It only took me 2 months to break through to the 3rd level from the 1st level martial monarch stage. Duan Ling Tian did not know what to say about the progress that he had made within this 6 months. Whether it was Tian Wu or Shang Quan, everyone was still at the 1st level martial monarch stage. They were not able to make any breakthrough at all. Chapter 1144, Heavenly Jewel Obtained. Feng Tianwu and Shang Quan's situation was a perfect example of how the progress in the martial monarch stage should be. They progressed one step at a time. This meant that every step was extremely slow and difficult. However, this was not the case for Duan Ling Tian, who had consumed the rebirth pill. His progress after breaking through to the martial monarch stage was as simple and easy as drinking water. This could be seen by the way he progressed from the 1st level to the 3rd level martial monarch stage in just 2 months. This is all thanks to the rebirth pill. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. Although his innate ability was high and had reached the limit that any human martial artists could reach on Cloud Continent, his progress would not have been so fast if not for the help from the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy. Naturally, just the elevation of his cultivation base was not enough to grant him the additional strength of 7,000 ancient horned dragons in just 2 months. The elevation of his cultivation base only granted him an additional strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. The remaining strength of 5,000 ancient horned dragons came from other aspects of his power. The 4 aspects of his power were his origin energy, quasi-royal grade spirit sword, fused profundity, and sword profundity. The progress of his origin energy and the boost from the quasi-royal grade spirit sword granted him the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. His fused profundity did not have any progress, only the sword profundity was left. It was exactly the breakthrough Duan Ling Tian made in the sword profundity that granted him the strength of 5,000 ancient horned dragons. 2 months ago, Duan Ling Tian had only comprehended the 1st level monarch stage sword profundity that gave him the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. However, Duan Ling Tian's sword profundity currently gave him the strength of 5,000 ancient horned dragons. In other words, the sword profundity Duan Ling Tian comprehended currently had the strength of 7,000 ancient horned dragons. The sword profundity with the strength of 7,000 ancient horned dragons was at the 6th level monarch stage sword profundity. Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the 6th level monarch stage sword profundity. From the 1st to the 6th level monarch stage sword profundity, he had advanced 5 whole levels. My sword profundity's progress is actually this huge. During the entire process, I did not rely on any sword profundity fragment to comprehend and raise my sword profundity at all. I only relied on the sword Dao that I've memorized. As for the origin of the sword Dao, it was none other than the word, sword, that the sword Saint Qing Feng Yong left behind. An obscure message was contained in the word, sword. This message was none other than the sword Dao left behind by the sword Saint Feng Qing Yong. According to sword Saint Feng Qing Yong, if I comprehend half of the sword Dao he left behind, I'll be able to roam the Dao martial saint land freely. I've only barely scraped the surface, and my sword profundity has already been elevated to such an extent, Duan Ling Tian muttered. When he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes lit up right away. It appears the strength that's needed for me to roam the Dao martial saint land freely is much more than what I imagined. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt that these 4 words, Dao martial saint land, were as heavy as a mountain, and it was pressing down on him so hard he could barely breathe. Why am I worrying about it so much? Currently, I've not even reached the martial emperor stage yet. The moment he thought of this, he shook his head and sneered at himself. When all was said and done, the reason he made such a huge progress in his strength was all thanks to the knowledge left behind by sword Saint Feng Qing Yong. He honestly felt thankful toward that guy who called himself the sword saint. Heavenly Jewel. The moment Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses, his eyes lit up. He finally remembered his purpose of coming here. He immediately took the spatial rings from the 2 imperials of the berserk mongrel rodent clan. After performing the blood ownership claim, he began to look in the spatial rings. However, he did not find the heavenly jewel at all. Master, are you looking for the heavenly jewel? Gold Thug saw Duan Ling Tian's movement and noticed his frown. He immediately guessed what Duan Ling Tian was thinking. They didn't bring it with them, Duan Ling Tian said. It must be in their ancestral shrine, Gold Thug replied. Ancestral shrine? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. They were a group of demon beasts. They actually had an ancestral shrine. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the ancestral shrine was a human tradition to worship and cherish the memory of their family's ancestors. It usually held some significance. It did not cross his mind that the berserk mongrel rodent clan would have an ancestral shrine as well. Soon after, under Gold Thug's guidance, Duan Ling Tan arrived at the berserk mongrel rodent clan's ancestral shrine. The ancestral shrine was also completely made out of wood, but it was extremely exquisite. There were many memorial tablets placed on top of it. Each of them was carved with names that were unfamiliar to Duan Ling Tian. However, Gold Thug was familiar with them. Gold Thug raised his hand and smashed a memorial tablet on the far right. His face was cold, and killing intent gleamed in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. He's the berserk mongrel rodent that killed your parents? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Gold Thug looked at Duan Ling Tian and apologized. I'm sorry for losing my cool, master. This is not an issue. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. If I were you, I would have torn down the ancestral shrine of the berserk mongrel rodent clan instead. When Duan Ling Tian reached this part of his sentence, he saw Gold Thug's eyes lit up. It was as though Duan Ling Tian's words had lit up a light bulb in his head. If you want to tear it down, at least wait until I get my hands on the heavenly jewel first. Duan Ling Tian was really worried this guy would immediately smash the ancestral shrine of the berserk mongrel rodent clan. Yes, master, Gold Thug hastily replied. After that, Duan Ling Tian and the other three began to search the ancestral shrine of the berserk mongrel rodent clan. After half a day, they still could not find anything. What's going on? Gold Thug frowned. Previously, I heard the two old men mention that the heavenly jewel is always kept inside their ancestral shrine. Why can't we find it? Take a closer look at your surroundings in those memorial tablets as well. Maybe there's some hidden storage or something, Duan Ling Tian reminded. After Duan Ling Tian's reminder, the four of them began to search for another 30 minutes before they made a discovery. Young master, look over here. Shang Quan's words caught Duan Ling Tian's attention. When he arrived next to Shang Quan, he looked over in the direction Shang Quan pointed and immediately saw a loose wooden plank at one of the corners of the ancestral shrine. It seemed to have been tampered with before. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian took the wooden plank down. After the removal of the wooden plank, they instantly saw a spatial ring. Moreover, nobody had performed the blood ownership claim on it before. Could the heavenly jewel be in there? When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, his breathing quickened. He felt the hand that was holding on to the spatial ring turn as heavy as a mountain. After Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath to calm himself down, he began to perform the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring under the watchful eyes of Shang Quan and the others. Duan Ling Tian instantly looked inside the spatial ring after he performed the blood ownership claim. It was completely empty inside the spatial ring except for an eye-catching jewel in the corner. The jewel gleamed with 5 different colors. These 5 colors were green, red, blue, khaki, and purple. They were the colors of the 5 nature energies that corresponded with wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder respectively. The inside of the jewel shone with 5 different colors. It looked almost identical to Duan Ling Tian's fused profundity that also had 5 different colors. Heavenly jewel. Duan Ling Tian was almost 100% certain it was the heavenly jewel even without browsing through the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. The purest nature energy was stored inside the jewel. This was the heavenly jewel. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian's face was overcome with delight. Even his body trembled slightly from the excitement. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian took the heavenly jewel out and held it in his trembling hand. He finally obtained the heavenly jewel. It was ice cold. Soon after, a startled expression appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he noticed the energy that was transmitted by the heavenly jewel. It was fierce, furious, mild, heavy, and tyrannical. 5 different energies rushed into his body. He had to mobilize his fused profundity to let both of them meet, just as I expected. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered the moment the fused profundity encountered the heavenly jewel energy that the heavenly jewel released. Both of them merged perfectly like milk and water. Everything felt very natural. This. Duan Ling Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, he could faintly feel that his fused profundity had a slight transformation, as though it had made some progress. Although the progress was small and far from making a breakthrough, Duan Ling Tian could feel it clearly. This small progress feels more than the progress I made trying to comprehend it in the past 2 months using the 3 nature profundity fragments. Duan Ling Tian was secretly shocked. He felt that all the effort he had used to comprehend the 3 nature profundity fragments in the past 2 months, too, was a waste. As expected of the heavenly jewel. Perhaps, it'll facilitate a breakthrough in my fused profundity by the time I arrive at the Yin-Yang sect's estate. At that time, my strength would be raised to another level again. Duan Ling Tian was dreaming again. Naturally, it might not remain a dream. Judging by the heavenly jewel energy that the heavenly jewel released, it was not impossible for him to raise the level of his fused profundity in a short period of time. Naturally, they would have to wait for a while before they could see any result. This is the heavenly jewel. Feng Tianwu and Shang Quan had both recovered from their shock of seeing Duan Ling Tian's current strength. Both of them currently had their attention on the heavenly jewel in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Even Gold Thug's attention was caught by the heavenly jewel in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Although he had heard about the heavenly jewel in the past, it was all just hearsay. This was his first time seeing the heavenly jewel. Moreover, it was just an arm's length away from him. Naturally, he did not dare to touch it at all. He did not want his master to misunderstand him. Chapter 1145, Resolution. A series of loud explosions resonated in the air. A majestic wooden building collapsed, sending dust flying everywhere. 3 people were waiting outside in the distance. A figure holding a 3-foot-long blade stood before the collapsed building. Waves and waves of tyrannical aura exuded from the figure. The collapsed building was his artwork. Everything's over now. After a long time, the man holding the 3-foot-long sword heaved a sigh of relief. His ancient voice sounded free now. Father, Mother, my clansmen. I, Gold Thug, have avenged all of you. He retracted the 3-foot-long blade. He kneeled in the sky before he bowed 3 times in the northwest direction and stood up. The man was dressed in a golden robe. He looked majestic and awe-inspiring. He was none other than Gold Thug. The building he destroyed housed the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's ancestral shrine. In the next instance, Gold Thug pricked his finger and made an inviolable oath. I, Gold Thug, swear with the 9 heavenly tribulation that from now on, I'll follow my master, Duan Ling Tian, with all my heart. If I have any impure intention, I'll be struck to death by lightning and die a horrible death. Now that he had obtained his heart's desire, it was time to carry out his promise. Bam! 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 9 claps of thunder resonated in the sky in correspondence to Gold Thug's oath. The moment this oath was made, he no longer lived for himself. The lightning did not strike. Looks like Gold Thug is going to sincerely follow young master now. After a while, Shang Quan did not see any signs of a lightning strike. He immediately looked at Duan Ling Tian. Congratulations on getting a brave general, young master. Duan Ling Tian nodded his head lightly. His expression did not change much, but his eyes were gleaming brightly. Let's go, we still need to rush to the Yin-Yang sect. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian motioned to Gold Thug. With a wave of his hand, a wave of rolling energy swept out and quickly enveloped Feng Tianwu, Shang Quan, and Gold Thug. With his energy alone, he brought the 3 of them flying toward their destination, the Yin-Yang sect. Ka, little fair, I'm coming. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was piercing when he looked in the direction where the Yin-Yang sect's estate was located. Although Duan Ling Tian flew with Feng Tianwu and the other 2 in tow, he could still use the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Divine Dragon form, and cultivate. His cultivation speed was not slow at all. Apart from this, he was also holding a jewel that was gleaming with 5 colors in his hand. It was the heavenly jewel. At this moment, he was constantly absorbing the heavenly jewel energy and raising the fused profundity that was formed from the fusion of 5 monarch stage nature profundities at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian did not forget about the sword Dao contained in the word sword. As he continued to comprehend it with all his might, he had already reaped the result of his labor. Just in the span of 2 months, his first-level monarch stage sword profundity was raised to the 6th level in one fell swoop with the help from the sword Dao contained in the word sword that was left behind by sword Saint Feng Qingyong. In just 2 months, he had passed 5 whole levels. If this story spread out, nobody would believe him because it was just too absurd. Duan Ling Tian knew if he heard about someone raising his monarch stage profundity by 5 levels in just 2 months, he would not believe it as well. However, since this happened to him, there was no way he could not believe it. His strength had really undergone an earth-shattering transformation in these 2 months. With my current strength, I have no need to fear even if I encounter an ordinary 7th level martial monarch powerhouse in the Yin-Yang sect. However, I'm afraid I'm still not a match for the peak master of Yang Peak. Duan Ling Tian's face turned grave the moment he thought of this. The peak master of Yang Peak was someone who stood at the peak of a first-rate force. It was unlikely he could compare to someone like that now. What's he worried about? Why is he so eager to go to the Yin-Yang sect? Feng Tianwu noticed that Duan Ling Tian's expression had turned grave. Her heart jolted, and her autumn eyes were filled with confusion. 4 figures soared through the sky and made their way to the Yin-Yang sect. Yang Peak. In the Yin-Yang sect, there was a vast stone platform on the mountainside close to the peak. A chain of building complex stood on the stone platform and was concealed behind mist. It was not easily seen from the outside. When the mist dissipated, only the outlines of the building complex could be seen. They were all mansions that stood alone in a neat arrangement. The arrangement seemed quite comfortable to the eyes. Suddenly, 2 figures flying in the sky descended near the building complex. The one in the lead was a graceful woman dressed in white. The woman was incomparably beautiful with a touch innocence. It seemed as though the innocence could not be touched by the flow of time. However, the white-clad young girl's expression did not look too good at the moment. Her face was gloomy and filled with anxiety. Junior sister Ka, I'll treat you well after you marry me. The person trailing behind the white-clad young woman was a young man who wore a white robe embroidered with red flames. The young man was around 35 years old. His brows showed hints of frivolity. It was obvious, he was a good-for-nothing rich kid. At this moment, he was brazenly chasing after the white-clad woman. In just a short period of time, he was only a foot away from the white-clad woman. The white-clad woman suddenly raised her hand and a 3-foot-long blade that emitted a tyrannical aura appeared in her hand. Get away from me, otherwise, I'll kill you even if you're the son of the peak master of Yang Peak. At the same time, waves of sword intent rose up from the white-clad woman. The heaven and earth energy whirled above the sky and finally gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Several thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes spiraled as they descended in a lively manner. The young man's face turned grave. For a moment, he did not dare to get close to the white-clad woman. He knew she was far stronger than he was. It would not be difficult for her to kill him. The young man's eyes gleamed coldly as he thought to himself, "You bitch. After you marry me, I want to see how you're going to remain chaste." He was not really worried the white-clad woman before him would attack him. He got a tight grasp on her weakness after all. Her weakness was his trump card, and he had used it to force her to marry him. "You'll be my woman in another month's time. At that time, I'll have you writhing under me. Unless you want your best friend, Li Fei, to die." The young man looked at the white-clad woman and his eyes gleamed lustily. He was extremely pleased with himself. Soon after, the white-clad woman landed before a mansion, and unsurprisingly, she was stopped by an old man. Scram! The white-clad woman's eyes narrowed as she shouted. Her tone was filled with wrath. However, the old man ignored her. Instead, he bowed respectfully to the young man following her. His tone was very humble as he called out, "Young master. Bring her to see Li Fei," the young man told the old man and nodded his head nonchalantly. "Yes," the old man replied respectfully. Although he was a Yin-Yang sect's elder at the 3rd level martial monarch stage, he did not dare to be negligent in front of this young man. This was because the young man before him was the son of the peak master of Yang Peak. The peak master of Yang Peak had saved his life a few times before, he was his savior. If the peak master of Yang Peak wanted to betray and leave the Yin-Yang sect, he would gladly follow him without any hesitation. In his heart, he had already regarded himself as the attendant of the peak master of Yang Peak. The old man brought the white-clad woman into the mansion. The young man stood outside the mansion. He was not worried the white-clad woman would escape. He believed in the old man's strength. Moreover, apart from the old man, his father had also sent another 2 powerhouses who were hiding at the sides of the mansion. Due to this reason, he felt very at ease about this matter. Humph, she actually has a fiancé already. Moreover, she and Li Fei are sharing the same man. When she becomes my woman, I must think of a way to make her disclose that man's background, the young man muttered under his breath after he snorted. If that guy is not dead, he'll remain a thorn in my heart. If he dies, the thorn will vanish as well. When he reached the end of his sentence, an icy killing intent gleamed in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. In the mansion, the old man brought the white-clad woman to the front courtyard. The front courtyard was a huge garden filled with all kinds of plants and flowers. There was a pavilion in the center. Inside the pavilion, another white-clad woman sat cross-legged. It seemed as though her aura had merged with her surroundings. This white-clad woman also possessed the kind of beauty that could topple a nation. However, compared to the innocence of a beautiful daughter from a humble family that the white-clad woman who had just arrived possessed, her face was sexy and filled with an alluring charm. It was enough to make any man fall for her. "Sister Fair," the white-clad woman called out softly as she stood outside of the pavilion. The white-clad woman inside the pavilion opened her eyes. Her seductive eyes brightened, and her face was filled with shock and excitement. "Younger sister Ka." In the next instance, both of the white-clad women moved toward each other like two white butterflies. They held onto each other's hands and studied each other carefully. The white-clad woman whose face was filled with a seductive charm remarked with a pang in her heart, "Younger sister Ka, you've become thin. Sister Fair, you've also become thin." Ka did not know when, but two streaks of tears were already streaming down her naive and delicate face when she saw the white-clad woman before her. The pitiful expression on her face was enough to make one's heart ache. "Younger sister Ka, don't cry. If that scoundrel knows you're like this now, his heart would ache for you, you know," Li Fei comforted her in a soft voice. Still, her autumn eyes were also brimming with tears the more she spoke. "Sister Fair, I also miss young master. I wonder how's he doing now. Is he still in the 7-star sword sect?" Ka's voice was racked by sobs. A purple figure with a graceful bearing appeared in her mind. It did not vanish for a long time. "Younger sister Ka, there's only a month left now. If senior sister is still unable to reach out to peak master and master. I mean, if A- are you prepared?" Li Fei asked as her eyes glimmered with tears. "Sister Fair, there's nothing to prepare. I rather die than betray young master," Ka resolutely announced. Chapter 1146, Yang Shui. "I'll accompany you." Li Fei smiled. However, there was a trace of sadness in her smile. Her biggest regret was not being able to see that scoundrel who always tortured her in her dreams at least once before her death. However, when she recalled the beautiful time she had spent with that scoundrel previously, she no longer had any regrets. Li Fei absent-mindedly recalled the past again. She first encountered that scoundrel at the Li family in Aurora City. That scoundrel brazenly studied her from top to bottom and gave her a horrible first impression. However, the more she got to know that scoundrel, the more she discovered he was not as intolerable in her eyes compared to before. Unknowingly, that scoundrel began to fill her heart until it could no longer be erased. Right now, the thing I regret the most is not being determined enough to leave with Peak Master Qin Shang at that time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be separated from that scoundrel for so many years and end up in this life or death situation. Li Fei sighed softly before looking at Ka and said apologetically, "Younger sister Ka, I'm sorry I made the wrong decision." "Sister Fair, please don't say things like that. You're not wrong. At that time, you chose to stay behind because you thought you'd be able to get better cultivation resources here in the Yin-Yang sect so that you could quickly raise your strength to help young master." Ka shook her head and continued to say, "I don't regret staying back with you. This is something I must do for young master. It's just such a pity that it's still useless even if we've already broken through to the martial monarch stage. We're still just a piece of meat on someone's chopping board, being trampled on at someone's will." Her voice was filled with a sense of helplessness that rose from the bottom of her heart. "Younger sister Ka, thank you for all your effort in these few months," Li Fei said. Her heart ached. "If wasn't for senior sister who asked me to wait, I would have ended this disgraceful life." "I'm the one that involved you in all these troubles," Ka replied, her voice trembling from her tears. "Silly girl, there's no such thing as trouble between you and me. I hate myself for being too weak to help you." Li Fei shook her head. Li Fei and Ka were still conversing distressedly when the old man who stood in the distance watching over them suddenly turned grave. He looked at the sky and roared, "Who's that?" The old man's roar was accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of wind whistling that was charging toward him. In just a blink of an eye, a white figure descended at the front courtyard of the huge mansion. The white figure landed, revealing her identity. It was a white-clad woman with a delicately carved face. Her beauty was comparable to Ka and Li Fei. However, unlike both of them, This white-clad woman's face was cold. She emitted an icy aura that was unfriendly and unapproachable. Senior sister. Ka and Li Fei were initially shocked by the old man's roar. However, their eyes lit up when they saw the white-clad woman descending from the sky. This senior sister was their elder senior sister who shared the same master as them. Her name was Yang Shui. Apart from their master, they were only close to this senior sister Shui in the Yin-Yang sect. They were as close as real sisters. Originally, when they were threatened by the peak master of Yang Peak, they wanted to end their lives. However, they were stopped by senior sister Shui in the end. She gave them her words that she would find the peak master of Yin Peak, who swore he would not come out of his closed-door cultivation if he did not make any breakthrough, to rescue them. Due to this reason, they decided not to end their disgraceful lives. At this moment, they were surprised by the appearance of their senior sister Shui. Could it be that senior sister had found their master, the peak master of Yin Peak? However, when they looked at the sky, they could not see a second figure at all. Ka and Li Fei were still stunned when Yang Shui looked at them and shouted, "Let's go." Ka and Li Fei trusted senior sister Shui unconditionally. They did not ask any question, and they immediately flew to stand behind her before soaring up into the sky. Yang Shui followed suit and soared up into the sky with them. Yang Shui had made quite an entrance when she came. She had alerted the son of the peak master of Yang Peak who was guarding outside the mansion. Without further delay, he flew inside and witnessed the scene of them leaving. He was in a frenzy as he bellowed, "Yang Shui, how dare you touch my thing? Stop them." Yes. After he shouted, the old man who had brought Ka in flew out like a cannonball and chased after Yang Shui, Ka, and Li Fei. "Stop." The old man shouted and made his move when he saw he was getting close to the three women. At the moment when the old man was about to make his move, another two figures pounced out from the sides of the mansion. Similar to the old man, their targets were the three women. It was obvious they were on the same side. The three of them began to attack Yang Shui, Ka, and Li Fei who were trying to escape. Humph! A cold snort could be heard in the air. It was accompanied by gigantic palms that slammed down from the sky as though it was raining palms. It was Yang Shui who had snorted. Her white dress fluttered noisily as a pair of spirit weapon gloves appeared on the fair hands below the sleeves of her dress. She launched a thunderous attack toward their three pursuers, heaven-encompassing palm. This martial skill was the infamous heaven-ranked advanced offensive martial skill in Yin Peak. It was also the strongest palm-based martial skill in the Yin-Yang sect. The attack Yang Shui unleashed was accompanied by an unparalleled power. Palms that covered the sky and earth slammed down and caused the three pursuers to appear slightly wretched. The three of them took out their spirit weapons and cast all of their techniques before they could finally strike back with difficulty at the palms that were attacking them from the sky. Soon after, three pairs of eyes gleamed coldly and locked on Yang Shui. The strongest person among the younger generation in Yin Peak. "Today, I want to see how strong you are." The old man bellowed. He was the first person to launch an attack on Yang Shui. "Yin Peak's people, how dare you act so recklessly in our Yang Peak? You'll die." The other two men whose strength was on par with the old man also charged toward Yang Shui. "Be careful, senior sister." Upon seeing this, Ka and Li Fei's face turned grave. They immediately took out their spirit weapons from their spatial rings, trying to help Yang Shui to fight their three pursuers. "You two go ahead, I can deal with them." Yang Shui immediately yelled to stop Ka and Li Fei. The moment the words left her mouth, she began to make her move again. Her white dress fluttered in the wind as she charged toward the three men who were rushing at her. Those three were third-level martial monarch stage martial artists. The three third-level martial monarchs were more or less on par with each other in terms of strength. They had comprehended one third-level monarch stage profundity and two ninth-level void transformation concepts. All of them wielded grade 2 spirit weapons. When the three of them attacked, each of them mobilized the heaven and earth energy and gathered one silhouette of an ancient black dragon and over 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. These dragons looked imposing as they charged out. The two women, Ka and Li Fei, did not leave even after Yang Shui yelled at them. Everything that happened today was because of them. If something happened to their senior sister because of this, they would regret this forever and would not be able to live in peace. "Senior sister," they shouted hastily. Horror dawned on their faces when they saw the three third-level monarch stage martial artists unleashed their full power against Yang Shui. Based on what they knew, their senior sister was only at the third-level martial monarch stage. The profundity and concepts she had comprehended were not much stronger than these people. In their opinion, the odds were against their senior sister when faced with those three who had joined forces. The two women did not dare to waste any more time. They quickly charged out, trying to block the three men who had joined forces to kill their senior sister. Even if they could only block one of them, at least they were sharing their senior sister's burden. At this moment, they spared no thought for their own safety. There was only one thought in their minds. Nothing can happen to senior sister. However, their figures quickly came to a halt in midair. An expression of disbelief appeared on their extremely beautiful and delicate faces before it was replaced with surprise. Yang Shui had fearlessly rushed toward the three third-level martial monarchs who had joined forces. With a raise of her hand, Yang Shui's palm fell. A vast energy skyrocketed before it turned into palms that gathered into a small mountain. Meanwhile, the heaven and earth phenomenon above her head had an additional 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. It looked lively as they spiraled and descended in an overbearing manner. S senior sister had a breakthrough. Ka and Li Fei's delicate faces were filled with excitement. It was as though they could finally see a sliver of hope in escaping. The strength of one ancient black dragon and 7,000 ancient horned dragons spread out without any reservation and transformed into a gigantic palm before it slammed down at the three men. Horror immediately dawned on the three men who were charging toward Yang Shui. Panic-stricken, they gasped. Shit, she was concealing her strength earlier. They all had the same thought in their minds. However, before they could even do what their minds told them to, the gigantic palm had already landed on them. The strength of one ancient black dragon and 7,000 ancient horned dragons enveloped them completely. In just a blink of an eye, the three people who were originally charging at Yang Shui furiously turned into dust, disappearing from this world. Yang Shui, how dare you kill my father's men? At this moment, the son of the peak master of Yang Peak, that good-for-nothing kid, had also flown up into the sky. The moment he saw how Yang Shui killed the three men, his face turned extremely pale. However, Yang Shui did not bother with him at all. She turned to look at Ka and Li Fei instead. At the same time, two waves of gentle energy came out of her raised hands and enveloped Ka and Li Fei, just as she was about to bring the two of them away with her. Yang Shui, how dare you? A thunderous shout resonated in the sky. It gave off a powerful pressure. The moment Yang Shui heard this voice, horror dawned on her immediately. Even Ka and Li Fei turned pale immediately. Father. As for that good-for-nothing kid, his eyes had brightened up. Now that his savior was here, he was visibly excited. There was only one person he would call father. It was Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak. Chapter 1147. Innate ability. Like a gust of wind, a strong man in a fiery red robe blocked Yang Shui and the other two's path. The strong man had a full beard and long gray hair that fluttered in the wind. Light gray flames rose and danced continuously on his body. He had thick eyebrows. A hint of nobility could be seen between his brows. There was no need for him to intentionally show his nobility. The eyes below the thick eyebrows were calmly staring at the three ladies. It was as though they were nothing in his eyes. At this moment, that good-for-nothing kid who was following Ka went to the strong man. The strong man was none other than the peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong. Fair affection could be seen in Yang Hong's eyes when he looked at that young man. The young man, Yang Fei, was his only son. Father, I want to marry her today. Yang Fei looked at Ka lecherously as he pointed at her. I don't want to wait any longer. Don't worry, Yang Hong smiled affectionately. I'll let her marry you today. However, you must not disappoint me. Give me a grandchild soon. Yes. Yang Fei nodded excitedly after getting Yang Hong's consent. Meanwhile, Ka's bright eyes gleamed coldly after she heard the father and son's conversation. She said determinedly, I'd rather die than betray my young master. Give up that thought. I'll have my father kill Li Fei if you refuse to marry me. Yang Fei grinned. He looked at Li Fei smugly as though he had already won. Li Fei's beautiful face turned somber as killing intent shone in her eyes. It was as though she wanted to cut Yang Fei into pieces. She ignored Yang Fei. Inwardly, she had already made up her mind. She would rather die than let others use her to threaten Sister Ka. Peak Master Yang Hong. Yang Shui spoke at this moment. Her face turned colder as she enunciated each word carefully with her deep voice. Aren't you afraid that my master and the Peak Master of Yin Peak will look for you once they come out since you dare to threaten our Yin Peak's disciples? Ha ha ha. Yang Hong laughed uproariously as soon as Yang Shui was done speaking. There was a hint of gloating in his laughter. Are you talking about your master and the Peak Master of Yin Peak? Do you really think they didn't hear you when you went to the forbidden area to find them? So naive. Yang Hong glared at Yang Shui in disdain. I visited them at the Yin Peak's forbidden area on the second day of their closed-door cultivation. I must say, their abilities aren't bad. Although they were badly injured, they managed to withstand 30 hits from me when they fought together. Before your master died, she kneeled and begged me to let the three of you go. Now that I remember, it's pretty sad. Tisk tisk, Yang Hong mocked them with a smile on his face. Master. When Yang Shui, Ka, and Li Fei heard Yang Hong's words, their expressions changed drastically. Tears streamed down their faces as they cried. Their master was dead. She was killed by Yang Hong. Their master was still worried about them even at the moment before her death. At this moment, their hearts ached. They remembered vividly all those times they spent with their master. Li Fei's eyes were red as she stared at Yang Hong vengefully. She asked coldly, "Why did you do that?" At this moment, Yang Shui and Ka were also looking at Yang Hong vengefully. "Why did I do that?" Yang Hong's smile widened. "Good question. Yang Peak and Yin Peak have coexisted for thousands of years in the Yin-Yang sect. However, for the past hundreds of years, there's no mention of the sect leader when outsiders talk about the Yin-Yang sect. They would only talk about the peak master of Yin Peak and Yang Peak. This is because we don't have a sect leader for the past hundreds of years. However, it's different now. With the death of the peak master of Yin Peak, I no longer have to share the spotlight with anyone. I'll be the first sect leader in Yin-Yang sect in hundreds of years." Yang Hong said. There was delight on his face and a hint of insanity in his eyes. "Ka, fair, I'll perform Ice Seal on Yang Hong when he's unaware. Run as fast as you can. Leave Yang Peak and find a place to hide before he breaks free from the Ice Seal," Yang Shui said to Ka and Li Fei through voice transmission. She looked solemn as though she had already made up her mind. "Ice Seal. Senior sister, if we leave, you're leaving with us. Senior sister, we won't leave you here on your own." Ka and Li Fei's expressions changed when they heard Yang Shui's words through voice transmission. Naturally, they knew about the Ice Seal that their senior sister mentioned. It was the innate ability Yang Shui possessed as a variant. It could freeze an area to restrain everyone within the area for a short period of time. However, if she wanted to restrain a powerhouse like Yang Hong, she would need to drain her life energy to maintain the Ice Seal. In other words, their senior sister planned to sacrifice herself to pave a way for their future. Yang Hong and his son saw Ka and Li Fei's faces change. However, they did not put much thought into it since they assumed the two women were afraid. "Ka, fair, listen to me. If both of you don't leave now, all of us will die here today. If that happens, there'll be nobody left to avenge our master," Yang Shui said sternly through voice transmission. "Take care of yourselves after you leave. With your talent, as long as both of you stay alive, you'll be able to avenge me and master in the future." Ka and Li Fei fell silent after they heard Yang Shui's words through voice transmission. It was the first time their senior sister spoke so sternly to them. They understood her intention. Even if they did not want to live for themselves, they had to live for their master and senior sister. At this moment, Ka and Li Fei looked at each other. They could see the sorrow and determination in each other's bright eyes. "Go!" A cold command suddenly resounded in the air. It sounded thunderous in Ka and Li Fei's ears. Ka and Li Fei, who were both prepared, suddenly flew away. They were like two bolts of lightning as they headed in the opposite direction of Yang Peak. As long as they could leave Yang Peak, they would be able to enter the mountain that had a complicated terrain. Their chances of survival were high if they could make it into the mountain. Meanwhile, the peak master of Yang Peak, who was startled by Yang Shui's shout, turned somber. He looked at the two silhouettes who were running away at this moment. "Father, get them," Yang Fei urged when he regained his senses. However, when Yang Hong was about to chase after Ka and Li Fei, he noticed a wave of extremely cold aura sweeping toward him and his son before it enveloped them. All of a sudden, the air around them seemed to have turned to ice. He could feel the cold piercing his body as though it was attempting to freeze him and turn him into an ice sculpture. Fair. The cold was insignificant to Yang Hong. It was so insignificant to the point that he got rid of the cold that had pierced his son's body with just a raise of his arm. "Yang Shui, I didn't expect you to hide your ability this well. You've comprehended the ice profundity." Yang Hong stared at Yang Shui as he brought his son along with him. He was about to kill Yang Shui so he could chase after the two ladies who escaped. However, his expression changed soon after. He noticed that the air was turning colder and colder. In just a blink of an eye, a layer of hard ice formed and trapped him and his son within it. He attacked in a frenzy, but his attack only left an insignificant crack on the hard ice. Soon after, he saw a change in Yang Shui's expression before she spat out a mouthful of blood when he attacked the hard ice. Yang Shui continued to hover in the air. There was a determined expression on her pale face. Although her body was trembling, she seemed to be still holding on. At this moment, Yang Shui's silky black hair began to turn white. At this rate, her black hair would turn completely white in no time at all. Yang Fei's expression changed as he watched the two silhouettes escaping in the opposite direction of Yang Peak. They were going to disappear from his sight soon. He panicked and urged his father, "Father! Quick! They're getting away. She's draining her life energy. This isn't ice profundity. This is an innate ability." Soon after, Yang Hong regained his senses, and his expression changed. This Yang Shui's really a variant. He had heard rumors about Yang Shui being a variant in the past, but he could not confirm if it was the truth since he had never seen her using her innate ability. He finally witnessed Yang Shui's innate ability today. Moreover, it was the type of innate ability that drained her life energy. A fiery red saber appeared in his hand out of thin air. As a saber ray rose from the saber, he tried his very best to break open the thick and hard ice around them. He wanted to break the ice so he could chase after the two ladies. The saber ray ran rampant on the saber in his hand. It seemed as though he had transformed into a saber as he slashed at the ice violently with strength that seemed like it was bestowed by God. A crack suddenly appeared on the hard ice. The crack spread out before it gradually slowed down and stopped completely. How's this possible? Yang Hong's expression changed when he saw the ice that trapped them did not break even after he had used his full force to slash it with his saber. "Father! They're getting away! They're getting away! Quick! Quick!" Yang Fei's expression changed drastically when he saw the two silhouettes disappeared from Yang Peak. "I would like to see how times you'll be able to withstand the slash from my saber." Yang Hong saw Yang Shui, whose hair was almost completely white, spitting out blood as she hovered outside the hard ice. His eyes gleamed coldly as he continued to slash with his saber. He felt immensely humiliated that he was restrained by a third, level martial monarch stage martial artist. He must use fresh blood to wash this humiliation away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Finally, a loud thud was heard after 3 slashes. Yang Hong finally broke the hard ice around them. Chapter 1148. Volcano Eruption. The second the hard ice broke, Yang Shui, whose hair had turned completely white, spat out a big mouthful of blood, and she began to sway. Yang Shui's beautiful face was as pale as paper, but she was smiling faintly. She did it. She managed to buy time for her 2 junior sisters to escape. "Ka, fair. Please live well," Yang Shui mumbled softly. "HMPH." A scoff sounded in the air as a saber ray charged toward Yang Shui. It pierced through her body before she could react. Yang Shui died, and her body fell from the sky. "Father, go after the 2 bitches now. Don't let them get away," Yang Fei urged Yang Hong. "All right." Yang Hong nodded and put the saber away. He brought his son along with him to chase after the 2 Yin Peak's disciples who ran away. Although he had wasted some time here, he believed the 2 female disciples did not escape very far. He was confident he would catch up to them even if he left now. Yang Hong flew out with Yang Fei in tow as they headed in the direction where Ka and Li Fei went. "Peak Master of Yang Peak, show yourself." When Yang Hong was flying with Yang Fei, a thunderous voice reverberated in the sky and the entire Yang Peak. It created an uproar in Yang Peak. "Who's that? Who's so daring?" Many Yang Peak's elders and disciples left their residences and looked at the sky. As they looked at the sky, all they could hear was an ear-piercing sound of sword whistling that came from above. Soon after, they saw a huge 5-colored sword ray behind the clouds. The 5-colored sword ray descended from the sky and headed toward Yang Peak ferociously. Oh, no! Majority of them had a bad feeling about this, and their faces changed drastically. Eventually, the 5-colored sword ray in the sky landed on top of Yang Peak and pierced through the peak. The entire Yang Peak began to quake suddenly. The entire mountain was shaking as though there was an earthquake. Rocks were rolling down from the top of Yang Peak. There were screams and shouts of devastation, and many were injured from the falling rocks. Naturally, there were more people who were flying out of Yang Peak. Soon after, another deafening explosion sounded. The huge 5-colored sword ray that pierced through Yang Peak's mountain caused the accumulated lava to spew out. The rumbling lava spewed from the top of Yang Peak that was cracked open and spilled in all directions. It looked like it was raining fire. Yang Peak's inactive volcano had suddenly turned active. Doomed. Yang Peak's doomed. Many Yang Peak's disciples hovered in the distance to watch. Their eyes showed despair when they watched the peak that was covered in lava. Who's that? Who destroyed our Yang Peak? No matter who he is, we're no match for him. All we can do is hope that our Peak Master, 2 Vice Peak Masters, and Guardian Elder will bring us justice. Destroying our Yang Peak is equivalent to looking for trouble with the entire Yin-Yang sect. No matter who it is, he must pay the price. Many Yang sect's disciples were shouting furiously. The volcano eruption had completely destroyed their cultivation land. Who's that? Initially, Yang Hong decided to ignore the person who had demanded him to show himself. He brought his son along, as he continued to chase after the 2 Yin Peak's disciples. However, the sound of sword whistling, the shocking explosion, and the devastating screams gave him a bad feeling. He turned around instinctively to find Yang Peak where he had lived most of his life, bathed in a sea of fire. The top of Yang Peak was spewing hot lava continuously. It made it seem as though it was raining fire in Yang Peak. Father, what happened? Yang Fei was in complete shock when he saw the scene before his eyes. Who's that? How dare you destroy my Yang Peak? Yang Hong was enraged. He was the Peak Master of Yang Peak and soon to be the sect leader of Yin-Yang sect. How could he tolerate watching the sect that was soon to be in his grasp being destroyed just like that? Without further delay, Yang Hong let go of Yang Fei and stepped into the sky on his own. It seemed as though he had turned into a saber as he flew away. No matter who you are, I'll tear you into pieces for destroying my Yang Peak. Yang Hong said furiously through clenched teeth as he made his way there. Seems like I'll have to wait for father to kill that person before looking for that 2 bitches. Yang Fei felt a little unwilling as he glanced at the mountain with complicated terrain under his feet. Soon after, he flew in the direction Yang Hong went. He wanted to see what was happening. I want to see who dared to provoke my father and destroy Yang Peak. Anyone who dares to go against our Yin-Yang sect must die. Yang Fei muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed. 3 silhouettes arrived above Yang Peak where lava continued to spew ceaselessly. The silhouettes were 2 old men and a middle-aged man. Currently, all of them had anger written all over their faces. Soon after, Yang Hong arrived at the top of Yang Peak. Peak Master. One of the old men and the middle-aged man greeted Yang Hong when they saw him. They were the Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak. Their position and strength were just below the Peak Master standing before them. The other old man was Yang Peak's Guardian Elder. His ability was on par with Yang Hong, the Peak Master of Yang Peak, even though in terms of seniority, he was a generation higher. Junior Uncle. Yang Hong looked at the Guardian Elder of Yang Peak after nodding at the 2 Vice Peak Masters. The Guardian Elder nodded lightly. His raised an eyebrow as his face turned somber. He seemed to have noticed something, and he suddenly lifted his head to look at the sky. Yang Hong and the other 2 Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak followed his gaze as well. In the distance, 4 silhouettes appeared before their eyes. A purple-clad young man and red-clad woman were in the lead. There was a hint of coldness between the eyebrows of the purple-clad young man walking in the lead. His eyes gleamed coldly as though he would devour anyone who came near him. The purple-clad young man looked very young. He looked like he was 25 years old at the most. The red-clad lady next to the purple-clad young man had an extremely beautiful face. However, her face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. She was radiating an unapproachable aura. The red-clad lady seemed like she was in her early 20s. She looked even younger than the purple-clad young man. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man wearing a plain robe and a big and tall old man in golden robe walked behind the purple-clad young man and the red-clad lady. Yang Hong looked at the 4 of them. His eyes gleamed as he asked in his deep voice, "Who are you? Are you the ones who destroyed our Yang Peak with that sword?" The 2 Peak Masters of Yang Peak and the Guardian Elder looked at the 4 of them, waiting for their reply. After a while, they realized those 4 people intentionally ignored the Peak Master of Yang Peak. Junior Granduncle, Vice Peak Masters. At this moment, Yang Hong's son, Yang Fei, caught up to them. He stood behind Yang Hong and slightly bowed at the Yang Peak's Guardian Elder and the 2 Vice Peak Masters. The rage on their faces that was targeted at the 4 intruders faded away and was replaced with a smile. Yang Fei looked at the 4 figures approaching them with a frown and asked Yang Hong, "Father, who are they?" However, his eyes lit up when he saw the red-clad lady in the lead. What a beautiful lady! She seems to be as beautiful as Ka, Li Fei, and Yang Shui. Who is the Peak Master of Yang Peak? The purple-clad young man in the lead finally spoke. When Yang Hong and the others heard his voice, their faces turned somber. They recognized his voice. It was the same voice that demanded to see their peak master earlier. Yang Hong had a somber expression on his face as he asked the purple-clad young man, "Are you the one who asked me to show myself earlier?" The team led by the purple-clad young man consisted of Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tian Wu, Shang Quan, and Gold Thug, who came all the way from the berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch to the Yin Yang sect. They immediately rushed here when they found out Yang Peak's location. When they arrived above Yang Peak, the rage that Duan Ling Tian had been suppressing erupted as soon as he thought about his two fiancées in danger. After he shouted at the peak master of Yang Peak to show himself, he formed a huge five-colored sword ray by combining the fused profundity, sword profundity, and origin energy. He used that to pierce through Yang Peak. It caused Yang Peak's volcano to erupt and turn into a sea of fire. "You're the peak master of Yang Peak." Duan Ling Tian stared at Yang Hong coldly after he heard Yang Hong's words. "So, you're the one who's holding my fiancés hostage and forcing them to marry your son." As Duan Ling Tian spoke, killing intent rose from his body. "Your fiancés?" Yang Hong frowned. He could not make sense of what Duan Ling Tian said. "So you're the two bitches' fiancé?" Yang Fei reacted immediately. He observed Duan Ling Tian with jealousy in his eyes. "So the two bitches prefer a faggot like you?" In all honesty, Yang Fei thought the purple-clad young man standing before him was handsome. His charisma made him feel ashamed of himself. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to belittle him with words. "Bitches." When Duan Ling Tian heard Yang Fei's words, he instantly narrowed his eyes and the five-colored sword-shaped flame surged on his body. It radiated a majestic and powerful aura. Following that, Yang Hong and the three senior officials of Yang Peak only heard the fleeting sound of sword whistling in the air. Ah! In the next second, the sound of something cracking resounded in the air, followed by a devastating shriek. It caused all their faces to change. Chapter 1149. Snatching a saber with bare hands. Four of them turned to look after they heard the sound. The first thing they saw was fresh blood splattering in the air. Yang Fei's arm was severed from his body and fell from the sky. Meanwhile, Yang Fei was screaming in agony. Yang Hong's face turned somber. He did not dare to delay as he lifted his arm. An invisible energy swept out and grabbed his son's severed arm. He moved like a bolt of lightning to his son's side and attempted to reattach the severed arm to his body. Another fleeting sound of sword whistling sounded again. Just like before, Yang Hong and the others did not have time to react. Arg! It was the sound of something breaking again. Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak, groaned as he attempted to endure the pain from having his arm severed. It was the arm that was holding on to his son's severed arm. Before he managed to attach his son's severed arm, his own arm was severed. At this moment, the two severed arms that were linked together fell from above. In just a blink of an eye, they fell into the scorching lava that was spewing continuously from Yang Peak and was burned into ashes. Yang Hong and the others did not dare to make a move. The reason they were so obedient was due to the purple-clad man's words. "I'll sever the arms of those who dare to reattach those arms." The cold and terrifying voice entered Yang Hong and the others' ears. It caused chills to run up their spines. However, they did not doubt the words that person had spoken. "Who are you?" Yang Hong staunched the fresh blood that was spurting out of the wound from his severed arm as he looked at the purple-clad young man. His face was pale, and there were fear and shock in his eyes. Meanwhile, the guardian elder and vice peak masters of Yang Peak looked at the purple-clad young man solemnly. They could not catch the purple-clad young man's movements both times when he swung his sword. It was so fast that they could not react in time at all. Based on that, they could tell the purple-clad young man's ability was not inferior to theirs. In fact, he might be even stronger than them. After Yang Fei stopped his wound from bleeding out, he remained quiet. Although he was enraged, he knew he could not afford to offend Ka and Li Fei's fiancé. How's it possible that the two bitches' fiancé is so powerful? Yang Fei felt unwilling. He could not stop screaming in his heart. He was already ashamed that he lost to the man in both looks and charisma. Now that he discovered that man's ability was far ahead of him, he felt even more resentful. He looks younger than me. How's it possible that his cultivation base is so powerful? Demon. He must be a demon that has lived for 100 years. Eventually, Yang Fei began to console himself. Those two are real bitches. I can't believe they found a demon who has lived for 100 years to be their fiancé. I want to see Ka and Li Fei. Duan Ling Tian said calmly as he glared coldly at Yang Hong. The five-colored sword ray on his body and the heaven and earth energy that had yet to form the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head faded away. He seemed calm, but there was a hint of killing intent hidden in the depth of his eyes. The pressure he emitted was like a giant rock pressing down on one's body. If I don't see them after 30 breaths, your son will definitely die. Duan Ling Tian threatened the peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong. You haven't answered me. Who are you? Yang Hong's expression turned even uglier. He had never been threatened like this before. The origin energy on his body turned into milky flames that soared before it turned into fiery red flames. Bolts of purple lightning surrounded the fiery red flames. When the saber energy appeared, the flames entwined with bolts of purple lightning that surrounded Yang Hong's body turned into a gigantic saber-shaped flame in just a blink of an eye. It seemed as though it could tear the sky open. Fire profundity. Thunder profundity. Saber profundity. When a big fiery red saber appeared in Yang Hong's hand, the heaven and earth energy rumbled above his head. Soon after, it formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. Ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared one after another. They looked majestic when they appeared in the sky. In the next second, 4 ancient black dragon silhouettes appeared. In comparison, they made the hundreds of ancient horned dragon silhouettes seem insignificant. 8th level martial monarch stage. Grade 1 spirit saber. 8th level monarch stage fire profundity. 5th level monarch stage saber profundity. 3rd level monarch stage thunder profundity. These were the extent of Yang Hong's ability. He could mobilize the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and close to 1,000 ancient horned dragons. I told you earlier, I'm Ka and Li Fei's fiancé. I don't want to repeat myself for the 3rd time. Also, you have 25 breaths left. Faced with Yang Hong, who had the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and close to 1,000 ancient horned dragons, Duan Ling Tian remained unperturbed. He said calmly, if I don't see them after 25 breaths, you'll have to collect your son's body. We'll see if you're capable of doing that. Yang Hong, who was initially enraged by Duan Ling Tian's threat, could no longer hold it in when Duan Ling Tian threatened him for the 2nd time. He dashed toward Duan Ling Tian after he shouted at him. Although Duan Ling Tian's 2 swings of the sword were so fast that he could not even react in time, he was in denial. He consoled himself and told himself he did not have time to react because he was not paying attention. Otherwise, he would have been able to defend against his 2 strikes. Yang Hong dashed out at the speed of light. As he swung his saber, he seemed to have turned into a giant flaming saber surrounded by thick bolts of lightning. The gigantic flaming saber emitted a scorching aura. The wind burned as well when it swept out along with the saber. The people present on the scene felt the burning wind sweeping toward them. It felt as though they were placed on a stove. Die! Yang Hong shouted furiously when the fiery red gigantic saber was above Duan Ling Tian's head. The flames on the gigantic flaming saber rose again. The thick bolts of purple lightning became even thicker as a terrifying aura swept out. The rise of the gigantic flaming saber's energy caused its speed and power to rise to its peak as it descended toward Duan Ling Tian to slice him into 2. Meanwhile, everyone on the scene held their breath. Die! Die! Yang Fei had a maniacal look on his face. In his opinion, once his father's saber landed on the purple-clad young man who severed his arm, the young man would definitely be sliced into 2. Contrary to Yang Hong and his son, who had lost their minds, the Guardian Elder and the 2 Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak were frowning as an ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Meanwhile, the red-clad lady, Feng Tian Wu, stood quietly next to Duan Ling Tian. Her expression remained calm as though she was unaware of the saber that was approaching Duan Ling Tian. Shang Quan and Gold Thud also stood calmly behind Duan Ling Tian. They were like Feng Tian Wu. They had full confidence in Duan Ling Tian's victory. As the gigantic flaming saber charged out, waves of scorching aura followed. When it was above Duan Ling Tian's head, it made him feel like he was thrown into a sea of fire. Duan Ling Tian stood still even when the gigantic flame saber was close to him. However, his energy continued to rise before it turned into 3 5-colored divine dragons in just a blink of an eye. The 3 5-colored divine dragons sparkled with sword energy. They were fast and slashed like sharp swords as they revolved around Duan Ling Tian's body. A light shield would form around Duan Ling Tian's body in the wake of the 3 5-colored divine dragons' movements. The 5-colored light shield protected Duan Ling Tian within it. At this moment, the gigantic flame saber landed on the light shield around Duan Ling Tian's body. The light shield trembled slightly from the collision. Every time the gigantic flaming saber landed on the 5-colored light shield, the shield would be weakened. However, The five-colored shield was still intact even though the gigantic flaming saber's energy was almost exhausted. How's this possible? Yang Hong had an expression of disbelief on his face as he held the gigantic flaming saber. Nothing's impossible, Duan Ling Tian calmly replied Yang Hong. Subsequently, he extended his arm at lightning speed and grabbed the grade 1 spirit saber in Yang Hong's hand. He did not fear its energy and casually snatched it out of Yang Hong's hand. Yang Hong's expression changed once again. Duan Ling Tian snatched his saber with just his bare hands. One must know that his saber contained the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and close to 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Yang Hong seemed to notice something as he lifted his head immediately. He looked above the purple-clad young man's head. The heaven and earth phenomenon had already formed even before he turned to look. He was looking at the silhouettes of 4 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons. His face turned deathly pale. Without the help of spirit weapons, Duan Ling Tian's defensive martial skill alone was equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Duan Ling Tian had more than 2,000 ancient horned dragons compared to Yang Hong, who was using a grade 1 spirit saber. At this moment, Yang Hong finally realized there was a big gap between the purple-clad young man's strength and his strength. Who is he? The Guardian Elder and 2 Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak's faces changed drastically. Although they were mentally prepared, they did not expect Duan Ling Tian's strength, without using any spirit weapon, would be stronger than Yang Hong, who was using a spirit weapon. How's this possible? Yang Fei turned pale. His eyes widened when he saw the scene before his eyes. He could not believe that it was real. Duan Ling Tian moved at this moment. He brutally swung the grade 1 spirit saber that he snatched from Yang Hong at Yang Hong. When the saber landed on Yang Hong, the power from the attack sent Yang Hong flying like an arrow that left its bow. He only managed to break the momentum after flying 100 meters out. At this moment, Yang Hong spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He looked deathly pale. You have 20 breaths left, Duan Ling Tian said coldly. Chapter 1150, The Death of Yang Hong and Son. Father. Seeing that his father was severely injured, Yang Fei had a drastic change of expression. His face turned somber after hearing what Duan Ling Tian said. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with a vengeance and said furiously, "They're no longer at Yang Peak. If you're looking for them, go and look for them yourself. They're not at Yang Peak." Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not believe Yang Fei. As he had the ferocious will to kill in his eyes, an invisible, majestic energy swept out when he lifted his arm. The energy covered Yang Fei and dragged him to Duan Ling Tian forcefully. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian made a gripping gesture. Yang Fei, who seemed to be hanging in midair not far away, appeared to be choked by an invisible hand without Duan Ling Tian even touching him. His face was flushed, and it was evident that he was suffering great pain. You, what are you doing? After struggling for a while, Yang Fei only managed to spit out those few words. He was looking at Duan Ling Tian in fear now, like he was facing a judge who could decide if he would die or live. Far away, Yang Hong's expression fell desperately when he saw his son in Duan Ling Tian's grasp. However, before he could catch his breath, he spat a mouthful of blood out again while feeling wobbly. He only recovered a little after consuming a healing medicinal pill. Meanwhile, the Guardian Elder of Yang Peak and the 2 Vice Peak Masters remained where they were, not daring to do anything. Among the 3 of them, the Guardian Elder possessed the most powerful ability. The Guardian Elder's ability was similar to their Yang Peak's Peak Master Yang Hong. However, the purple-clad young man before them exhibited a strength that was even more powerful than Yang Hong. He had shown his full force before touching him and even attacked him with his bare hands. How terrifying would he be if he were to use spirit weapons? They did not dare to imagine. Even without spirit weapons, given Duan Ling Tian's ability, it was sufficient to conquer Yang Peak and even the entire Yin Yang Peak. It would be a dead end for them if they were to attack Duan Ling Tian now. The invisible energy that Duan Ling Tian extended with his arm turned into a hand and gripped Yang Fei's neck telekinetically. He said in a cold tone at the same time, "You still have 15 breaths of time." He was now sure that the young man before him was the son of the Peak Master of the Yang Peak who would marry Ka a year later. He would have killed him much earlier if he, Yang Fei, were not useful to him. How dare he attempt to touch his lady? Death of 100 times would not be enough for such people. Yang Peak's Peak Master, you must seize the time that you have left. Duan Ling Tian looked gravely at Yang Hong immediately. His eyes were as brutal as a saber as he spoke calmly. Despite his calm demeanor, there was a bone-piercing chill in his eyes. Yang Hong could not help but shudder. They've run away. Yang Hong took a deep breath in and said in his deep voice while looking at Duan Lingtian. They ran away. Duan Lingtian's face turned somber. What do you mean? Before you arrived, I was constrained by their senior sister Yang Shui with her innate ability while they seized the opportunity and ran towards the other side of Yang Peak. We were just going after them, but then you came. Yang Hong suppressed his rage and pointed at the side of Yang Peak as he spoke softly. Although the direction he pointed at was also a mountainous forest with a complicated terrain, it was not the direction where Ka and Fair had run to. He had indicated the wrong direction on purpose to mislead Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian had no idea that Yang Hong was misleading him. How can you prove that they've escaped? Duan Lingtian asked with his deep voice. There was an unnatural, cold gleam in his eyes like he would devour anyone who came near him. Yang Shui's body's on that tree. Yang Hong pointed at a looming tree beside the tip of Yang Peak. The tree was entirely surrounded by fiery lava, and it was shaking from the rumbling lava. The rumbling lava might soon uproot the tree. Gold Thug, Duan Lingtian spoke calmly. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian was done speaking, the gold thug who stood behind him vanished from where he was like a lightning bolt. He appeared at the tree when he appeared again. That's so fast. The gold thug's speed shocked the four high management of Yang Peak including Yang Hong. Although the golden-robed old man's speed was nothing like theirs, they were not that far apart as the gold thug was a 6th-level martial monarch stage after all. However, such a person was just the purple-clad young man's sidekick and underling. In the next second, the gold thug appeared before Duan Lingtian again. This time, in his arms, he held a lady clad in white who was covered in blood and had utterly lost the breath of life. The lady had hair as white as snow. Underneath her white hair was a drop-dead gorgeous face. Apart from the lack of color, there was coldness on her face. It really is Yang Shui. She's dead, Peak Master. You killed Yang Shui. The two vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak had a change of expression as they recognized the lady with white hair. Yang Shui was the most outstanding disciple in Yin Peak. If Yin Peak's Peak Master and the two vice Peak Masters found out that Yang Peak's Peak Master had killed Yang Shui, they would not let it go just like that. Yang Hong glared at the both of them upon hearing what they said. He seemed to blame them for spilling what they should not. Master. The gold thug looked at Duan Lingtian and shook his head. It's too late. There's nothing that we can do. Duan Lingtian recalled his hand that was gripping Yang Fei with the invisible energy and flew to the gold thug. He began to check on the condition of the lady in white in the gold thug's arms. Very soon, he found out that it was too late to save the lady now, just like what the gold thug had concluded. She's Ka and Li Fei's senior sister. The Shui that Peak Master Qin Shang mentioned. Duan Lingtian mumbled softly, appearing to recall something. Master, I smell the scent of two ladies who she had contact with. They've gone in that direction. The scent's faint, so they should have been gone for a while now. The gold thug's nose wiggled, and he pointed at the other side of Yang Peak. Yang Hong and his son looked at each other after hearing what the gold thug said. They saw grave fear reflected in each other's eyes. How did he manage to sniff that out? Was he a dog? The direction the gold thug had pointed in was where Ka and Li Fei had left earlier. Yang Hong turned extremely dismal when he snapped back to his senses. He definitely would not have misled the purple-clad young man on purpose by pointing in the wrong direction had he known that he had a person who had such a sharp nose with him. 2 cents. That should be the two ladies. Gold thug, give her to Shang Quan. You get them back. If you can't trace their scent, just scream my name and tell them that I'm here. They'll follow you. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he ordered immediately. His tone became a little hurried as he spoke. Even though hurried, he did not lose his rationale. He believed that getting the gold thug to go after the two ladies would be more efficient than anyone else including himself. After all, the gold thug's true form was a hell golden hound and dogs had extremely sharp noses. Yes, master, the gold thug responded respectfully and passed the lifeless Yang Shui to Shang Quan. He then flew away, trailing the 2 cents like a bolt of lightning that streaked through the sky. Duan Lingtian heard a swishing at the moment. It was Yang Hong running away with Yang Fei. Meanwhile, the three high management of Yang Peak did not move at all. They knew that they might not be able to run even if they wanted to. Moreover, their attempt to escape would most probably agitate the powerful purple-clad young man before them. Therefore, they chose to be rational and stayed put. However, there was pain and sorrow deep in the Yang Peak's guardian elder's eyes. Nobody knew what he was thinking about. Trying to run. Duan Ling Tian grinned and vanished from where he was as he shifted. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian looked like he turned into a five-colored divine dragon as he flew out like a razor-sharp sword tearing the sky. When one looked closely, apart from the five-colored energy around Duan Ling Tian's body, there was a layer of sword energy that had formed. It was the sword profundity he grasped. Soon, Duan Ling Tian surpassed Yang Hong and his son, blocking their way. "What do you want from us?" Yang Hong had a drastic change of expression as he stared at Duan Ling Tian and asked in his deep voice as they were blocked. "What do you think?" Duan Ling Tian grinned. "We really didn't do anything to your two fiancés. Your man's going after them. With his sharp nose, it won't be difficult for him to find them." Yang Hong took a deep breath and said calmly while trying hard to suppress the fear in him. "That's another thing. You misled me on purpose aside. Do you think I would let both of you go since you killed my two fiancé's senior sister?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned frosty gradually while gushes of the will to kill came out of his body. They swept through Yang Hong and his son. "Father, I don't want to die. I don't want to die." It was manageable for Yang Hong to bear Duan Ling Tian's will to kill, but not his son, Yang Fei. He began to scream. His image was lost as his face was distorted and his eyes filled with fear. "It was I who killed Yang Shui. It has nothing to do with my son. You can kill me, but please let my son go." Yang Hong stepped forward and protected his son by standing before him. He stared at Duan Ling Tian with determination. He had experienced Duan Ling Tian's ability before, and he did not have the will to fight right now. The only thing that he hoped for was for Duan Ling Tian to let his son go after killing him. "You're not worthy of bargaining with me." Duan Ling Tian's eyes were frigid. As soon as he was done speaking, he vanished from where he was and turned into a gigantic five-colored sword as he dashed towards Yang Hong and his son. A loud explosion reverberated wherever the gigantic sword swept through. The rumbling heaven and earth energy that followed above the sky was deafening. Yang Hong and his son turned into ashes as a result of the attack by the massive five-colored sword, and they vanished from this world altogether. They left behind two spatial rings, and a couple of concept and profundity fragments fell from above. Such an ending happened partly because Yang Hong did not have the will to fight when he encountered Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, even though he would still die in the end, he could forcefully take Duan Ling Tian's blows for a couple of breaths if he were to fight with his full force. Duan Ling Tian paused his movement, then lifted his arm and put away the spatial rings as well as the concept and profundity fragments that belonged to Yang Hong and his son. Chapter 1151, The Two Ladies' Plan. "Run away, we must get out of here." That was the only thought Li Fei and Ka had in their minds as they fled. They helped each other pass through the mountain forest with the rough terrain. They turned left and right, tearing through the foliage without having a destination in mind. Currently, they had no destination to go to. The only thing they wanted to do was to get far away from the Yin-Yang sect and to run for their lives. "Sister Fair, do you think senior sister could possibly live?" Concern flashed on Ka's shy face as her bright eyes were filled with tears while she spoke to Li Fei beside her softly. Li Fei became quiet after hearing what she said. She was silent because she knew it was almost impossible for their senior sister to be alive. "I wonder how did the volcano at Yang Peak erupt out of nowhere? I guess they didn't come after us because of that. Sister Ka, we must get out of here and continue our lives so that we can avenge Master and Senior Sister." Li Fei glanced at Yang Peak that was spewing lava continuously behind them and changed the topic as she spoke to Ka next to her. Ka nodded with determination while vengeance sparkled in her eyes. "I must avenge Master and Senior Sister. I must." A seed of retribution was growing in Ka's heart. "That way," Li Fei said to Ka and made a turn. They proceeded on their journey away from the Yin-Yang sect through a shortcut. They dared not fly in the air. Although it would be much faster, they would be an easy target. With their cultivation base, anyone could catch up with them very soon if they flew in the air. Therefore, speed was not their priority. All they wanted to do was to get away alive. A golden silhouette halted suddenly not far away in the air from where the two ladies were. It was a big and tall old man in a golden robe. The scent got mixed up here. It's hard to trace it now. The golden-robed old man was none other than the gold thug, who Duan Ling Tian had instructed to retrieve Ka and Li Fei, and he was frowning right now. His true form was a hell golden hound. It was a dog-demon beast with an extra sharp snout. However, although his nose was sharp, the scent in the area was mixed up, causing the two scents that he was tracking to become untraceable at the moment. Without any further delay, the gold thug was flying back and forth in an attempt to find the 2 cents, but his effort was to no avail. Oh well, the only way is to scream now, the gold thug sighed. Hopefully, the 2 liege ladies can hear me and meet me in time. That way, I can report to master when I get back. As he thought to himself, the gold thug did not dawdle any further as he screamed after opening his mouth, to the 2 liege ladies. My master is Duan Ling Tian, and he has arrived at the Yin-Yang sect. If you hear me, please come out of hiding and follow me to see my master. The gold thug's voice contained 6th-level monarch stage origin energy. It was like an explosive thunder as he spoke, sweeping through the mountain forest around. At that moment, he scared the birds which flew away. There were 2 ladies in white clutching tightly to each other in a canyon near the mountain. They stayed close to the mountain wall and looked above at that moment. Unfortunately, they did not see anything. However, they had heard the scream earlier loud and clear. To the 2 liege ladies. My master is Duan Ling Tian, and he has arrived at the Yin-Yang sect now. If you hear me, please come out of hiding and follow me to see my master. Very soon, the voice echoed again, although this time, it was a little further away. It was apparent that the person had moved further away. At that moment, the 2 ladies who hid in the canyon felt relieved. Sister Fair, do you think he's really young master's underling? One of them blushed shyly on her beautiful cheeks as she looked at Li Fei next to her and asked with a little hesitation. She was Ka. Judging from the range that the person's voice can reach, his cultivation is at least above 4th-level martial monarch stage. Do you think the rascal would call young master, master? Li Fei shook her head. Ka became quiet after hearing what Li Fei said. She was right. It was impossible that their young master would get an underling with a cultivation base above the 4th-level martial monarch stage even if their young master really were there. Every martial monarch powerhouse was arrogant. Unless the person had a more powerful martial ability, it was impossible that a powerhouse would become someone's underling, let alone call someone master. Although the rascal is powerful, the cultivation resources are limited at the 7-star sword sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even if he made it to the Darkstone Empire or even the Darken Dynasty, it's impossible for the elevation of his ability to be on par with ours. Li Fei voiced her speculation. Even if he left the Darken Dynasty and joined a 3rd-rate or even a 2nd-rate force in the Outer Land, it's impossible for him to have a higher elevation than ours. So, this person's definitely not the rascal's man. He must be someone who Yang Hong and his son asked to disguise as the rascal's underling to lure us in. Li Fei was sure of herself as she spoke. But, I don't think they knew young master's name. While she agreed with what Li Fei said, Ka was skeptical. We've mentioned the rascal's name to senior sister before. There were many Yin Peak disciples around a few times when senior sister mentioned his name. Li Fei speculated, perhaps they found out about rascal's name from some Yin Peak disciples. I guess that's what happened. Hearing what Li Fei said, Ka nodded while the doubts in her dissolved. The voice resounded from far away continuously. It was getting further and further away and eventually vanished from Li Fei and Ka's ears. Let's go, Li Fei said to Ka, and they proceeded on their journey. Sister Fair, what's our plan after this? Do we take the swift boat crossing the Ruo Shui River to the southern outer land to look for young master? Ka glanced at Li Fei and asked. Although our cultivation base has entered martial monarch stage, it's only on 1st-level martial monarch stage. We'll definitely die if we encounter powerful pirates along the Ruo Shui River. Li Fei said in all seriousness, it's very risky for us to take the swift boat to cross the Ruo Shui River to the southern outer land with our current cultivation base. So, what do we do next? Ka asked, complying with her. At the moment, they were not only living for themselves, they were also living for humanity. Apart from that, they were living for their master and senior sister who were already dead. Therefore, they did not dare to take the risk. When they had followed their senior sister to the Yin-Yang sect back then, they managed to get there successfully because of a 5th-level martial monarch stage Yin Peaks elder who had followed them along the way. They remembered the most powerful pirate that they had encountered along the way on the swift boat was on the 4th-level martial monarch stage. They encountered 2 pirates of the same level after that. If they were to encounter a 4th-level martial monarch pirate now, they would definitely be dead. We'll find a remote place to hide and cultivate after we get out. Li Fei's eyes lit up as she said slowly. It was said that some martial emperor powerhouses in the inner land would recruit disciples and followers publicly 3 years later. When the time comes, we'll head to Yuhan Valley to participate in the test the martial emperor Yuhan issues. We'll become her disciple if we pass the test. We'll get better cultivation resources if we cultivate under a martial emperor. Also, with the martial emperor's teachings, the rate of our abilities improving will skyrocket. If we become the direct disciple of the martial emperor, all we have to do is to say the word to get the martial emperor to send her people to kill Yang Hong. Li Fei had a cold gleam flashing in her eyes when she mentioned Yang Hong. Yuhan Valley, martial emperor Yuhan, Ka mumbled, I think I've heard of this martial emperor Yuhan. Is she the martial emperor of Yuhan Valley in the far northern area of the inner land? Yes, that's her. Li Fei nodded. Ka's voice turned a little cold all of a sudden. If one of us is fortunate enough to become a direct disciple of the martial emperor, let's not get the martial emperor to send his people to kill Yang Hong, all right? Li Fei was surprised and asked while frowning, why? I want to kill him myself. Ka's voice tightened as it was filled with a vengeance that came from her bones. I understand now. Li Fei nodded. We must depend on our own strength to avenge Master and Senior. They'll rest in peace if we do that. As Li Fei and Ka continued their journey away from the Yin-Yang sect, Duan Ling Tian returned to Feng Tianwu after putting away the spatial rings and the couple of concept and profundity fragments that Yang Hong and his son had left behind above the top of Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect. His attention was fixed on the 3 Yang Peak high management members immediately. He was glaring at them with the cold intention to kill. Sir, we've just found out about what Yang Hong did. Although we know about your 2 fiancés, whatever we say didn't matter, so there was no way for us to stop Yang Hong from acting. One of the vice peak masters of Yang Peak took the lead to speak to Duan Ling Tian as he looked at him. Yes, sir, our ability's lower than his whenever Yang Hong's around, so we could only follow his instructions. But I swear I've never done anything bad to your 2 fiancés, the other Yang Peak's vice peak master proceeded to speak. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the both of them calmly and his eyes eventually locked onto the old man who had yet to say anything. Through the experience recorded in the rebirth martial emperor's memory, he could tell by a glance that the old man's ability was more potent than the other 2. His ability might even be on par with Yang Hong. Would you like to be the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect? The old man, who happened to be studying Duan Ling Tian, asked. Her instead of his because they only take female disciples in Yuhan Valley. Chapter 1152, The Search. Having heard the old man's words, not only did Duan Ling Tian feel shocked, even Feng Tianwu and Shang Quan could not help but feel stunned. Both the vice peak masters of Yang Peak glanced at the old man and furrowed their brows, but they chose not to say anything. After all, they were weaker than the old man. Even if they were stronger than him, they might offend the purple-clad youth with their remarks. By then, they would not even know what they died for. The scene of Yang Hong and his son getting killed were still fresh in their minds. Why did you ask about that? Duan Ling Tian recovered from the shock and asked coolly while looking at the old man calmly as if the position as the sect leader of a first-rate force was not tempting to him. In fact, he was genuinely uninterested in it. I thought you're a good fit to be the sect leader of our Yin-Yang sect. With your strength and my assistance, it is almost certain that you'll be the sect leader if you want to. The old man continued with pride in his tone. Naturally, he could take on the role. Apart from being the guardian elder of Yang Peak, he was also the junior brother of the last peak master of Yang Peak. He had the absolute right to speak on Yang Peak. His status in Yang Peak was no lower than peak master of Yang Peaks, Yang Hong, who had just been killed by Duan Ling Tian. Really? Duan Ling Tian stared at the old man. As far as I know, the Yin-Yang sect is more than just Yang Peak. Can you, being from Yang Peak, represent Yin Peak? Yin Peak. The old man was first dazed, then he smiled after hearing those words. Now, Yin Peak exists only in name. If you want to, I alone would be enough to help you rein them in. Oh, Duan Ling Tian suddenly became interested after hearing the old man's offer. He asked with a gleam in his eyes, I heard that Peak Master of Yin Peak and one of the Vice Peak Masters had to go under strict closed-door cultivation to heal. Are you trying to loot a burning house? Loot a burning house? The old man shook his head. Not really. The Peak Master of Yin Peak and that Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak were killed by Yang Hong not too long ago. If you establish ownership with Yang Hong's spatial ring, you might find the spatial ring of the Peak Master of Yin Peak, the old man calmly said as if he let things drift since they did not affect him. If he remembered correctly, Yin Peak's Vice Peak Master who was in closed-door cultivation seemed to be the master of both his fiancés. Had Yang Hong killed her? The peak master of Yin Peak was. The peak master killed her. At once, both of the vice peak masters of Yang Peak were stunned. They were well and thoroughly dumbfounded. What was their peak master trying to do? However, there was no one to be accountable for that. Now that their peak master was also dead, why did Yang Hong want to kill them? Duan Ling Tian asked in a low voice. It was because he wanted to be Yin Yang sect's sect leader. Throughout the history of the Yin Yang sect, there's rarely been a sect leader because the sect leader will only appear when either Yin Peak or the peak master of Yang Peak's strength overwhelms the other peak masters. The old man answered slowly, in this generation's Yin Yang sect, as peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong's strength was on par with the peak master of Yin Peak. Therefore, the only way for him to become the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect was for him to kill the peak master of Yin Peak when she's hurt. If he wanted to be the sect leader, he could just kill the peak master of Yin Peak. Why did he kill another vice peak master of Yin Peak as well? Duan Ling Tian gradually lowered his voice. The other Yin Peak's vice peak master he referred to was the master of both his fiancés. You're talking about Yang Shui and the master of both your fiancés, aren't you? The old man guessed why Duan Ling Tian had asked such a question and he continued, even though the master of both your fiancés was just the vice peak master of Yin Peak, she was as strong as the peak master of Yin Peak. If only the peak master of Yin Peak died, she would become the new peak master of Yin Peak. At that time, Yang Hong still couldn't be the sect leader of the whole of Yin Yang sect, the old man finished in a single breath. Now, Duan Ling Tian completely understood the situation. In Yang Hong's opinion, the master of both his fiancés was also an obstacle like the peak master of Yin Peak. He could only be unimpeded if all the hurdles were cleared. You fathom it so clearly. Was it you who joined hands with Yang Hong to kill the peak master and vice peak master of Yin Peak? Soon, Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted with coldness, and he immediately locked his gaze on the old man. Killing intent began to brew around his body. As soon as he admitted to it, he would not hesitate to attack and kill the old man in front of him. The two vice peak masters of Yang Peak also glanced at the old man with slightly gloomy faces. If what the old man said was true, then their peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong, who had just been killed, was a lunatic. The old man looked at Duan Ling Tian without fear and said calmly, I'm his junior uncle. He told me this a few days ago to ask for my assistance for him to be the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect. Elder Yun, why didn't you hold the peak master accountable for doing such deeds? Soon, one of the vice peak masters of Yang Peak could not help but question the old man. Although the other vice peak master of Yang Peak did not say anything, he looked at the old man with a disheartened expression. Hold him accountable. The old man glanced at the vice peak master of Yang Peak who had questioned him. How can I hold him accountable? Setting aside the fact that my strength wasn't really enough to do anything to him. Even if my strength did surpass him, can I kill him? After the old man said that, both the vice peak masters of Yang Peak were silenced. If you're willing, I can assist you to be our Yin Yang sect's new sect leader. Once again, the old man looked at Duan Ling Tian and enunciated. What, trying to get me to take over the mess in the Yin Yang sect? Duan Ling Tian coolly glanced at the old man and asked intently, or perhaps, you have other intentions. Currently, the 4 8th level martial monarch stage martial artists of the Yin Yang sect are all dead except for me. The Yin Yang sect is in the midst of a storm. Our Yin Yang sect can only be stabilized again if you become our sect leader. As he said, he lowered his head. A gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes. No one including Duan Ling Tian saw that because his head was lowered. Please be our sect leader of the Yin Yang sect. Immediately, the vice peak masters of Yang Peak reacted after the reminder from the old man. They hurriedly bowed and lowered their heads towards Duan Ling Tian. We'll pledge our lives to you. When they remembered that 3 of the Yin Yang sect's pillars were dead, they realized the current crisis faced by the sect and broke out in a cold sweat out of fear. Although the Yin Yang sect was a first-rate force in the inner land of the Cloud Continent, it still had conflicts with other first-rate forces after being passed down for thousands of years. If those first-rate forces were aware of the Yin Yang sect's current situation, they would undoubtedly destroy the sect the moment they had the opportunity. It would only be possible for the Yin Yang sect to overcome this crisis if the purple-clad youth before them became the new sect leader of the sect. However, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something and turned around, ignoring the guardian elders of Yang Peak and both the vice peak masters. The moment he turned, Duan Ling Tian's face darkened slightly. Master, At that time, a golden figure advanced from afar and stopped near Duan Lingtian. It was the gold thug whom he had sent out. The gold thug had left earlier, but he still came back alone. Didn't find it. Duan Lingtian's face sank. The gold thug, am useless. The gold thug hung his head and felt ashamed to face his master. Let's talk as we walk, Duan Lingtian called out to the gold thug, and then he flew out quickly, heading towards the direction where the gold thug had just come from. The gold thug hurriedly caught up with him. As for Feng Tianwu and Shang Quan, they naturally followed the pair. The guardian elders of Yong Peak and both vice peak masters looked at each other and followed suit. How can you lose them with your sense of smell? On the way, Duan Lingtian maintained his speed at the same level as the gold thugs and asked him in a deep voice. I followed the smell that was left behind by both liege ladies all the way to that side where I lost them because the smell was heterogeneous. I looked around but never picked it up again, the gold thug said a bit helplessly. Did you do as I said and yelled my name? Duan Lingtian asked. I did. The gold thug nodded. My voice covered the surrounding area, but no one responded. Duan Lingtian fell into silence. Moments later, he suddenly stopped moving. The gold thug followed suit and stopped. He followed behind Duan Lingtian like a shadow. Soon, the guardian elders of Yong Peak and both vice peak masters whom Duan Lingtian and the gold thug were waiting for arrived. Duan Lingtian looked at the three of them and asked in a cold voice, what's the current cultivation base of both my fiancés? Both were on first level martial monarch stage, one of the vice peak masters of Yong Peak said. First level martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian was amazed by their breakthrough. However, he knew it was not the time to be surprised. Finding both of them was a more urgent matter. First level martial monarch stage. Since they're fleeing, they wouldn't dare to use the air and fly. They can only take advantage of the complicated terrain of the area. Duan Lingtian overlooked the complicated terrain filled with forests beneath his feet and speculated. For that reason, they shouldn't be very fast. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed, and he said coolly, let's look around again. If we find them, I might consider being your new sect leader. Duan Lingtian's later statement was undoubtedly aimed towards the three people from the Yin-Yang sect's Yong Peak. After the three of them heard him, their eyes brightened as they looked at each other. Then, they flew off in three different directions. Feng Tianwu and Shang Quan finally arrived. We should split up and find them. Duan Lingtian flew off alone towards as fast as lightning after he greeted the both of them. At once, Feng Tianwu, Shang Quan, and the gold thug also split up and went looking. Both of his fiancés. They must be outstanding, Feng Tianwu thought while she combed the forest beneath her. After her amnesia, she had learned about the existence of both Ka and Li Fei from Duan Lingtian when they were on the way to the Yin-Yang sect. Chapter 1153, Emergence of Lingtian sect. Two young mistresses, if any of you are around, please show yourselves quickly. Please don't hide from us. Your fiancé is here. He has killed Yang Hong and his son, and he is going to become the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect. The two vice peak masters of Yong Peak were searching for the two girls high and low while shouting loudly. Their voices which contained origin energy boomed across the landscape loudly and startled the sparrows in the trees. However, not a single human soul was in sight. HMPH. They came looking for us as well. What an obvious lie. I can't believe the vice peak master of Yong Peak stooped that low to come up with such an absurd lie to lure us out and capture us. Who does he think we are to fall for that? Two women clad in white hid among the bushes in a forest with a tricky terrain. They were Li Fei and Ka who had escaped from Yong Peak. Li Fei looked at the middle-aged man soaring across the sky and said in a voice filled with disdain, "Big Sister Fair, let's move on." Ka said to Li Fei after seeing the vice peak master of Yong Peak leave. Li Fei agreed, and the two girls quickly flew away from Yong Peak, getting further and further away from the Yin-Yang sect. Sometimes, fate was indeed that twisted and convoluted. If it had been Duan Lingtian or Shang Quan instead of the vice peak master of Yong Peak searching for Li Fei and Ka in this region, they would have been already successfully reunited with Duan Lingtian. After the two girls left, Duan Lingtian and the rest continued to comb the area. However, they did not search in the area where the others had already explored before, leading to Duan Lingtian missing the opportunity to find the both of them. They continued their search till dusk, but all they got was dust. Young master, it seems that both young mistresses have already left. Shang Quan exclaimed after everyone converged. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed, and his face showed signs of melancholy. He then murmured, I thought I'd be reunited with the both of them this time. I couldn't have guessed such a sudden change would occur. Master, we will find both the liege ladies. It was a rare scene of the gold thug consoling Duan Ling Tian. That's right, Feng Tianwu nodded in agreement with what the gold thug said. Your Excellency, please accept our request and become the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect. Everyone in the Yin-Yang sect will do your bidding as long as you become the sect leader. It'll also be an easy task finding both your fiancés at that point. The guardian elder of Yang Peak looked upon Duan Ling Tian and encouraged him further as if it was imperative that he became the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect. He's right. The two vice peak masters of Yang Peak nodded in agreement with what the guardian elder said. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrow and fell into deep thought. The reason these three senior officials of Yang Peak wanted him to become the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect was to salvage and protect whatever remained of the sect. As a first-rate force in the inner land, the Yin-Yang sect had many powerhouses to keep it safe and prevent enemies from targeting them. However, because they were a first-rate force, the Yin-Yang sect would have made many foes in their days. Among them, there might be other first-rate forces as well. If those first-rate forces knew about the condition the Yin-Yang sect was currently in, they would send their powerhouse and eliminate the Yin-Yang sect from this world as soon as they found out. Young master, I think that this old man has a point. Shang Quan looked towards Duan Ling Tian and said using voice transmission, the efficiency of the whole of the Yin-Yang sect finding the two young mistresses is definitely higher than us looking for them by ourselves. Of course, even if young master decides against becoming the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect, you could still coerce the remaining senior officials of the sect to send out people in search of our two young mistresses by force. However, then, I'm afraid they won't be as motivated in the search, Shang Quan expressed to Duan Ling Tian. After listening to Shang Quan's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian nodded faintly and finally looked towards the three senior officials of the Yin-Yang sect who were staring at him burning gazes. I agree to your request to become the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect. Greetings, sect leader. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished his sentence, the two vice peak masters immediately bowed and greeted Duan Ling Tian with a pleasantly surprised look on their faces. The guardian elder of Yang Peak also lowered his head to acknowledge Duan Ling Tian. However, deep in his eyes, one could pick up the satisfaction that his scheme had been successful. Don't be in a hurry to make me your sect leader. I have a necessary condition that all of you must agree to before I agree to become your sect leader, Duan Ling Tian calmly said. Please state your condition, sect leader, the two vice peak masters of Yang Peak requested with a curious look as they wondered what condition would this purple-clad youth request. Even the guardian elder's gaze towards Duan Ling Tian contained some doubt and hesitation, not knowing what sort of condition Duan Ling Tian would request. The Yin-Yang sect must be renamed. There was a glint in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as his purple robe started to billow without any wind. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have an impressive demeanor and extraordinary temperament, unlike the average Joe. A change in our name. The three senior officials of the Yin-Yang sect were stunned after listening to Duan Ling Tian's condition, and they were unable to respond in time. After they caught their breaths, both the vice peak masters' brows furrowed as they felt the condition was too harsh. The name, Yin-Yang sect, was not as simple as merely a sect name. The Yin-Yang sect had been inherited for several thousands of years, and it was the accumulation of their history. If the Yin-Yang sect was renamed, that was an indication that the Yin-Yang sect had indeed become history. No one would remember that there had ever been a sect called Yin-Yang sect after several hundred years. We will accept it. The guardian elder of Yang Peak already nodded in agreement although the two vice peak masters were still hesitating. Elder Yun. The faces of both the vice peak masters of Yang Peak turned aghast with disbelief. They could not imagine that the guardian elder would have agreed to such a condition so soon. The fact was once the Yin-Yang sect changed its name, that meant that it was the end of the sect. From then on, they would no longer be members of the Yin-Yang sect. The old man understood what was running through the vice peak master's mind and he said with a voice filled with disdain, the Yin-Yang sect will perish in the hands of our enemies in the near future. Even if we maintain the name. At that time, all the Yin-Yang sect disciples will perish along as well. Is that the ending you want? Renaming the Yin-Yang sect will save the disciples of the sect along with its foundation and heritage. The old man looked at the two vice peak masters with a pair of cold, calm eyes. The latter then became silent. They understood that the old man was right, but they could not accept the fact at the moment. They had lived there all their lives, and they had already deemed the Yin-Yang sect as home. And now, Their home was going to be gone, it was becoming history. We agree to it as well. The two of them gnashed their teeth and finally agreed as well. Sect leader, since you plan to rename the sect, it will require a new name in the future. I don't know if you have any ideas or inclination on what the new name will be, sect leader. The old man looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked. Ling Tian, sect. Duan Ling Tian focused and enunciated word for word. At the same time, his purple robe swayed without any wind as if agreeing with what he just said. Ling Tian sect. The eyes of everyone present brightened after hearing what Duan Ling Tian uttered. Great name. Shang Quan was the first to exclaim. It's the same name as master. How domineering. The gold thug said to flatter Duan Ling Tian at the same time. Ling Tian. It also means standing above the sky. This is definitely a domineering name. The two vice peak masters of Yang Peak nodded in agreement. Sect leader, is the name the same as yours? The guardian elder of Yang Peak looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked curiously as his eyes flashed. Master's first name is Duan, last name Ling Tian. The gold thug answered the guardian elder of Yang Peak before Duan Ling Tian even opened his mouth. Ling Tian sect, the guardian elder of Yang Peak, Yun Gang, reporting to sect leader. The guardian elder of Yang Peak bowed and paid his respects to Duan Ling Tian, kowtowing at the first available opportunity. He looked humble, modest, and frank. Ling Tian sect, vice peak masters of Yang Peak, Yu Ping and Yuan, reporting to sect leader. Soon, the two vice peak masters of Yang Peak followed Yun Gang's lead and bowed respectfully towards Duan Ling Tian. Yu Ping, Yuan, Duan Ling Tian looked at the two persons in front of him. They were an old man and a middle-aged man. Are the both of you brothers? Yes, sect leader. The old man nodded. I'm Yu Ping, the elder sibling. I'm older than Yuan by 13 years. However, Yuan is more talented than me in cultivation as he is just as powerful as I am, albeit being 13 years younger. Sect leader, I'm Yuan, the middle-aged man introduced respectfully. I will remember that. Duan Ling Tian nodded and shifted his gaze towards Yang Peak afar and said, I don't know when the volcanic eruption in Yang Peak will stop. For the time being, Yang Peak is inhospitable. The three of you will gather everyone in Yang Peak and accommodate all of them in Yin Peak. Yang Peak will cease to exist from now on. In addition to that, Yin Peak will be known as Ling Tian Peak from now on, Duan Ling Tian said in a crisp voice. Yes, Yun Gang and the Yu brothers replied respectfully immediately after Duan Ling Tian finished. Then, they hurried towards Yang Peak to gather the disciples there who were in a mess. There would no longer be any difference between the disciples of Yang Peak and Yin Peak in the future. There were only disciples of Ling Tian sect. Ling Tian sect, the renamed Yin Yang sect, had officially stepped into the center stage of the Cloud Continent's history, merging the people of the inner land with Duan Ling Tian as the first sect leader of Ling Tian sect. Congratulations, young master, on becoming the sect leader of Ling Tian sect. With the heritage inheritance of the Yin Yang sect and young master's strength, Ling Tian sect will be a first-rate force immediately after emerging in the central area of the Cloud Continent. Shang Quan congratulated Duan Ling Tian. Congratulations, master. The gold thug also congratulated Duan Ling Tian, at the same time bootlicking him. Master, under your leadership, Ling Tian sect will create immortal legends in the future. Not to mention overshadowing the two ancient clans. Overshadowing the two ancient clans. Duan Ling Tian stared intently at the gold thug after hearing what he said. Or else, how about I send you to the two ancient clans as a representative of the Ling Tian sect to show off our strengths? The gold thug could not believe that his bootlicking had failed. He laughed awkwardly and forced a charming smile. I believe you're able to accomplish it in the future, the gold thug said very confidently of Duan Ling Tian. Tian Wu, let's go over as well. Ling Tian peeks over there. Duan Ling Tian ignored the gold thug and invited Feng Tian Wu to start out. Both of them then made their way to Ling Tian Peak. Chapter 1154, Gathering at the Summit. The original Yin Peak, currently known as Ling Tian Peak, was a snow-capped peak all year round. The peak was steep, and the snow on top looked like a layer of silver from a distance. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu took the lead with the gold thug and Shang Quan closely following them. The four of them quickly arrived at the summit of Ling Tian Peak. Along the way, it was apparent that Ling Tian Peak was not peaceful. Women in white were standing everywhere in groups of 3 to 5 and kept discussing as they glanced nervously at the burning peak from a distance. Yang Peak has been burning for a day. I heard that Yang Peak is now covered with lava. The place for the disciples of Yang Peak to cultivate has been completely destroyed. What about the disciples of Yang Peak after that? Will they come and fight for a place for cultivation on Yin Peak? These white-clad women were originally the disciples of Yin Peak of the Yin-Yang sect. All of them were discussing among themselves, afraid that the disciples of Yang Peak would come and snatch their cultivation place on Yin Peak. For now, they still did not know that the Yin-Yang sect had ceased to exist and had been replaced by the Ling Tian sect. Now, they were disciples of the Ling Tian sect, and the peak they were situated at, originally called Yin Peak, had been renamed as Ling Tian Peak in accordance to the instructions of the current sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. Duan Ling Tian and the three others quickly arrived at the summit of Yin Peak. They stood in the air, the clouds, as if they were waiting for something. They still haven't arrived. The gold thug couldn't help but frown as he gazed in the direction of the burning peak from a distance. How inefficient can the three of them be? They dared to let Master wait for such a long time. After the gold thug finished his sentence, Duan Ling Tian's face brightened as if he had noticed something coming. Soon after that, Feng Tian Wu, the gold thug, and Shang Quan could see that a group of people was coming from the direction of the burning peak. 3 persons led these people. Although they were far away, they could still see it clearly with their extraordinary eyesight due to the existence of their martial monarch stage. "I'm at the summit," Duan Ling Tian spoke promptly when he saw the group of people stop midair outside of Ling Tian Peak as if they did not know where to go. Duan Ling Tian's voice contained origin energy, and therefore, even though it did not seem to be loud, everyone around Ling Tian Peak could hear it clearly. "Who's speaking? Such strong cultivation base. Is he really at the summit? If he's really talking from the summit, judging by our location, I think everyone around Yin Peak would have heard his voice." Duan Ling Tian's voice shocked several of the female disciples from Yin Peak. "I'm the guardian elder of Yang Peak, Yun Gang. Everyone from Yin Peak, listen up. Everyone must gather at the summit of Yin Peak. Those who aren't present within half an hour will be driven out of the sect regardless of status nor position." While a group of female disciples from Yin Peak was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's voice, another voice rang into everyone's ears. "Those who fail to reach the summit within half an hour will be driven out of the sect." It is indeed the voice of Elder Yun of the Yang Peak. Elder Yun is the guardian elder of Yang Peak, whose strength is no weaker than both of the peak masters of the Yin-Yang sect. In addition to that, he's the junior uncle of the peak master of Yang Peak, who was highly respected by the latter. "We'd better hurry up and go to the summit since he asked." "Move, let's go to the summit. I don't know what's going on today that they'd ask us all to gather at the summit. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably to announce that the disciples of Yang Peak will be included in our Yin Peak. After all, they're now homeless." After all of the female disciples of Yin Peak heard Yun Gang's voice, they did not dare to hesitate and rushed to the summit one after another. "Elder Yun, after something like that has happened to the Yang Peak, the person who leads us should be Peak Master Yang Hong. Why did Elder Yun come personally? Usually, Elder Yun isn't such a high-profile person." A lot of elders of Yin Peak also heard Yun Gang's voice. Compared to the female disciples of Yin Peak, they knew better about Yun Gang's lofty status in the Yin-Yang sect. Therefore, they did not dare to delay and headed to the summit in the first instance. Halfway up the hill, several figures were standing in the air. They were females. Some were old women while some were middle-aged. A figure shot out from halfway uphill, then the figures standing in the air recovered from their shock. They bowed and saluted at the incoming person. Vice Peak Master Luo. The person who had appeared before them was an elegant, graceful woman clad in a white robe with silver hems. When she stood there, she projected a powerful aura. It was the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak, Luo Ping. Facing their salute, Luo Ping nodded lightly. However, there was a bit of confusion between her eyebrows. "Vice Peak Master Luo, did Elder Yun ask all of us to go to the summit to announce to us about people from Yang Peak joining our Yin Peak?" An old woman looked at Luo Ping and asked. "I also don't know." Luo Ping shook her head. "If they really wanted to come to Yin Peak, how would we have so many cultivation spots to accommodate them?" A middle-aged woman said with a gloomy expression. "If there isn't enough place for cultivation, they can discover on their own. We're of the same line in the Yin-Yang sect. We can't not do anything to save them. Besides, we'll discuss it further when we arrive at the summit." After Luo Ping finished talking, she led the way and headed towards the summit. Sigh. Nowadays, our Yin Peak is left with Vice Peak Master Luo to manage it alone. Compared with Yang Peak, which has a Peak Master, a Guardian Elder, and 2 vice peak masters, Yin Peak is absolutely at a disadvantage. The few of them caught up with Luo Ping. However, some of them could not help but shake their heads and sigh. It seems like the people from Yang Peak joining Yin Peak today is a matter of course, which is inevitable, someone else added. The original Yin Peak summit, which was the current Ling Tian Peak summit, was soon filled with people, and the number of people was continually increasing. It was quickly packed with a dense crowd. These are all our Ling Tian sect people. Shang Quan's eyes gleamed as he looked at the packed crowd before him. The sect leader of Ling Tian sect was his young master, which was why he had positioned himself as one of the members of Ling Tian sect. The first group of people who appeared on Ling Tian Peak's summit was a group of women in white. These women were of different ages. There were old women, middle-aged women, youthful women, and even some young girls. They were originally disciples of Yin Peak of the Yin Yang sect. That Yun Gang can get things done after all. Having witnessed Yun Gang move all of the female disciples of Ling Tian Peak with just a single phrase, Duan Ling Tian was very satisfied with his efficiency. Shortly after, as the number of people kept growing at the summit of Ling Tian Peak, Yun Gang, Yu Ping, and Yuan arrived at the summit with a mighty group of Yang Peak disciples. Many of the disciples of Yang Peak were downcast. Their cultivation place was gone. Its elder Yun Gang's appearance caused a commotion. After all, he was the guardian elder of Yang Peak, whose strength was no weaker than the peak master of Yang Peak. Many female disciples from Yin Peak were excited to see him, as if they were on fire. Both of the vice peak masters of Yang Peak are here too. Why don't we see the peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong? After a while, some of them looked around and felt puzzled because they could not find Yang Hong. Yes, where's peak master Yang Hong? Why didn't he come soon? Someone else questioned. Not only is peak master Yang Hong absent, but even his son, Yang Fei, isn't around too. Besides, Yang Shui, junior sister Li Fei, and Ka are also nowhere to be found. It's been almost half an hour. According to Elder Yun, they'll be driven out of the sect if they're still not here. HNG. It would be to everyone's satisfaction if Yang Hong and his son were driven out of the sect. They took advantage of the time when Peak Master and Vice Peak Master Hua were in closed-door cultivation to heal their injuries, and they threatened junior sister Ka with junior sister Li Fei. Only they can do that. We still haven't seen senior sister Yang Shui. A group of female disciples from Yin Peak was discussing among themselves, and rather quickly, someone realized that Yang Hong and his son along with Yang Shui, Li Fei, and Ka were still absent. Elder Yun, Vice Peak Masters Yu. Soon, a neutral voice that did not contain any emotion was heard, catching the attention of most of those present. An elegant woman was leading a group of old and middle-aged women. She saw the 3 persons who stood in front of the disciples of Yang Peak at a distance and greeted them. Vice Peak Master Luo. The eyes of Yun Gang and the 2 others flickered when they saw the woman. The woman before them was the highest person in charge of Yin Peak, Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak, Luo Ping. Elder Yun, where's Peak Master of Yang Peak? Luo Ping looked at Yun Gang and asked bluntly. There was a glint in her eyes as coldness flashed in their depths. Yang Peak Master is dead, Yun Gang said. As soon as Yun Gang finished his statement, not only were Luo Ping and the Yin Peak elders behind her were dumbstruck. In fact, even the rest of the people from Yin Peak and the group of people from Yang Peak behind Yun Gang and the Yu brothers were dumbstruck too. Yang Peak Master was dead. The Peak Master of Yang Peak from the Yin Yang sect, one of the 4 strongest martial monarch powerhouses of the Yin Yang sect, was dead. Elder Yun, you're not kidding me, are you? Even though the Yang Peak was covered with lava, it shouldn't be hard for Peak Master Yang to escape with his cultivation base. Luo Ping looked at Yun Gang and asked. She apparently did not believe that the Peak Master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong, was dead. At once, everyone from Yin Peak also stared at Yun Gang. As for those from Yang Peak, everyone apart from the 2 Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak, Yu Ping and Yuan, also looked at Yun Gang. All of them wanted to hear Yun Gang's reply. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yun Gang said calmly, the death of our Peak Master of Yang Peak has nothing to do with the lava. He was killed by someone else. Was he killed? After Yun Gang said that, the faces of everyone present changed. Apart from Yun Gang himself, the Yu brothers beside him, Duan Ling Tian and the 3 others who were hidden above the clouds. The Peak Master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong, was one of the 4 strongest beings that existed in the Yin Yang sect. In terms of strength, no one in Yin Yang sect would be able to kill him. Now, that had been tested and proven wrong. Did that mean the person who killed him was stronger than all the powerhouses in the Yin-Yang sect? Who killed him? Luo Ping asked with a dumbstruck expression as soon as she recovered. Chapter 1155, furious over his confidant. Tearing Yang Peak with his sword. When Luo Ping questioned him with almost everyone at the summit watching Yun Gang, a calm voice came from the sky above. I killed him. Who's that? Instantly, everyone including Luo Ping had a change in their expressions. They did not expect someone to be hiding in the sky above them. When they looked up, they only saw a purple figure descending from the sky, followed by 3 figures behind. However, everyone's eyes were fixated on the leading purple figure. They had selectively ignored the other 3. The purple figure was a young man who looked around 25 years of age with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and he was clad in a purple robe. He was rather handsome and dapper. As soon as he appeared, the eyes of quite a few young female disciples from Yin Peak lit up as their hearts longed for love. However, the most significant doubt in their minds now was the identity of that handsome, purple-clad youth. The person who had responded to Vice Peak Master Luo seemed to be him. Did he just say that he killed Peak Master Yang Hong? Many female disciples of Yin Peak were dumbstruck. At his age, it seems to be unlikely. A lot of them doubted it. Age, what can one's age represent? Perhaps, he's a demon. There were also some Yin Peak's female disciples who did not think so. Luo Ping's eyes were focused on the purple-clad youth who had descended from the sky. Without knowing why, she actually felt a hint of danger when she looked at the man with a vacant expression. As a woman, in addition to being the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak of the Yin-Yang sect, she actually had a stronger intuition compared to an ordinary woman. Her instincts told her that this purple-clad youth was not that innocent. Maybe Peak Master Yang Hong really did die in his hands. When everyone was looking confusedly at Duan Ling Tian, wondering about his identity and questioning whether he was capable of killing Peak Master Yang Hong of Yang Peak, Yun Gang and the Yu brothers beside him took 2 steps forward and bowed respectfully to Duan Ling Tian, sect leader. At first, when Yun Gang and the Yu brothers had advanced 2 steps forward with great momentum, it drew the attention of many people including the Yang Peak disciples. They thought that the 3 of them were going to attack the purple-clad youth. However, they never imagined that after the 3 of them took 2 steps forward, not only did they not attack the purple-clad youth who had descended from the sky, but they had even bowed to him and honored him as the sect leader. Whoa! In any case, the actions of Yun Gang and the Yu brothers stirred up a commotion. Everyone present including Luo Ping as well as the rest of the elders of Yin Peak and Yang Peak were shocked. Did Elder Yun and both of the Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak just address the purple-clad youth as sect leader? A female disciple from Yin Peak gulped and asked hesitantly. Seems like it. The other female disciple beside her nodded. We, the Yin-Yang sect, seldom have a sect leader. Today, Yun Gang Elder starts by saying that Peak Master Yang Hong was killed and then addresses him as the sect leader. Could it be that he wanted to be our sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect? Even if he's strong, he did kill Peak Master Yang Hong, our Peak Master of Yang Peak. Someone like that wouldn't be suitable to be our sect leader, would he? If he were really so strong, he could force us to make him the sect leader by force, then what can we do? The people present were discussing among themselves with a bit more bleakness in their tone as they spoke. After all, it was the Cloud Continent where the strong were revered. As long as one was strong enough, they could do whatever they liked. In fact, they could still be the sect leader of a sect after killing the senior officials of the said sect. I'm Duan Ling Tian. While everyone was talking about him and sizing him up with funny looks, Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth and spoke in a thunderous voice. Everyone present heard him like thunder piercing their ears. I recognize this voice. Wasn't it the voice that spread all around Yin Peak? Soon, a lot of them recognized Duan Ling Tian's voice. I'm at the summit. They still remembered that the voice had just uttered a short and confusing phrase back then, and after that, the guardian elder of Yang Peak, Yun Gang sounded on time. He had asked everyone to gather at the summit of Yin Peak and brought all of the elders of Yang Peaks and disciples along with both Vice Peak Masters. Maybe all of you think my name is unfamiliar. What about the names Ka and Li Fei? Are they familiar to you? Duan Ling Tian continued saying. Ka, Li Fei. After Duan Ling Tian finished his sentence, the scene descended into a short silence, but moments later it became noisy. He knows Ka and Li Fei. Luo Ping's gaze towards Duan Ling Tian softened. She was the junior sister who happened to be close to the other Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak, Hua Ying, who was also the master of both Ka and Li Fei. not too long ago, Li Fei had been captured, and Ka was forced to marry the son of the peak master of Yong Peak. She had personally gone to reason with the peak master of Yong Peak, Yang Hong, but she was chased out. In addition to that, Yang Hong had threatened her that if she dared to interfere, he would break into Yin Peak's forbidden area and kill both the peak master of Yin Peak and her senior sister Hua Ying. She was weaker than Yang Hong, and taking both the recovering senior officials who were in closed-door cultivation into account, she chose to be patient. Honestly, when she heard that Yang Hong was dead, the only feeling in her heart was joy. He knows junior sister Ka and junior sister Li Fei. Who is he? Besides, where are junior sisters Ka and junior sister Li Fei, junior sister? Why haven't we seen them? Not only are junior sister Ka and junior sister Li Fei absent, even senior sister Yang Shui isn't here. Many of the female disciples from Yin Peak were looking around, trying to find Ka, Li Fei, and Yang Shui, but they were nowhere to be seen. Ka, wasn't she the female disciple who was forced by the Peak Master to marry junior brother Yang Fei? Also that Li Fei, Peak Master, imprisoned her to threaten Ka. A lot of people were dissatisfied about that, including me. Nevertheless, words of people with a lowly position don't matter. The reason he killed the Peak Master was related to Ka and Li Fei. Many male disciples from Yong Peak were chatting about it. As they spoke, all their eyes landed on Duan Ling Tian. They were filled with doubts and expectations. I remember now. At that moment, a disciple from Yin Peak shouted. It alerted many people and attracted a lot of attention. The female disciple from Yin Peak said in excitement when she saw the attention on her, "I've heard senior sister Yang Shui mention the name of junior sister Ka and junior sister Li Fei's fiancé. Their fiancé was called Duan Ling Tian." After the female disciple blurted this out, the people around her were in an uproar. The fact that Ka and Li Fei had a fiancé and that the both of them served him was not rare to those from Yin Peak. However, most people did not know the name of their fiancé. After the revelation, they finally reacted. So, he's the fiancé of junior sister Ka and junior sister Li Fei. Does this mean that he came to our Yin Yang sect for junior sister Ka and junior sister Li Fei? I never expected junior sister Ka and junior sister Li Fei's fiancé to be so strong that he can even kill Peak Master Yang Hong and make Elder Yun and both the Vice Peak Masters of Yong Peak to submit to him. I used to wonder, knowing junior sister Ka and junior sister Li Fei, any one of them was enough to find an extremely outstanding man, so why would they share a husband? Now, I finally understand. Such an outstanding man, I'd be willing to share with others too if it were up to me. You, please look in a mirror. Do you think junior sister Ka and junior sister Li Fei's man would ever fall for you? A group of female disciples from Yin Peak was discussing among themselves as their gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian in unison. Needless to say, they were looking at Duan Ling Tian fawningly. Soon, the news that Duan Ling Tian was the fiancé of Ka and Li Fei spread all over the summit. That's right, I'm Ka and Li Fei's fiancé. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth again and admitted. At once, the summit quietened again. The reason I came this time was to take both of my fiancés away from the Yin Yang sect. I never expected so many changes and incidents. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian spoke slowly and made a dramatic pause. As for what happened exactly, Yu Ping, you'll do the talking. Duan Ling Tian looked at the older of the Yu brothers, who was also one of the Vice Peak Masters of Yong Peak. Originally, Duan Ling Tian wanted to let Yun Gang speak. However, without knowing why, he felt a little uncomfortable when he glanced at Yun Gang. It was the keen instinct that had been cultivated in his past life from being in the special forces. His instincts told him that Yun Gang was a complicated person, he was not that simple and trustworthy. Yes, under the eyes of Yun Gang, whose face was slightly glum, Yu Ping stepped forward and caught everyone's attention. In the beginning, Yu Ping told them about the incident whereby Duan Ling Tian's sword tore through Yong Peak and caused a volcanic eruption. For a time, there was another row amongst the people present. They never expected that the scarily young purple-clad youth was so fierce. Furious over his fiancés, he had torn Yong Peak apart with his sword. What pride! However, while a few people blamed Duan Ling Tian for that disaster, most of the blame was put on the dead Peak Master of Yong Peak, Yang Hong. After all, the disaster happened because Yang Hong had forced his fiancé to marry his son. Otherwise, why would someone attack Yong Peak? Were they too bored? As for those disciples of Yong Peak who had died because of the volcanic eruption, they were undoubtedly indirectly killed by Yang Hong. Then, Yang Peak was completely covered in lava. Elder Yuan, and I arrived at the summit of Yang Peak in the first instance, Yu Ping continued. After we arrived, Yang Hong and his son followed suit. That was the moment our sect leader appeared. When he said that, Yu Ping looked at Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 1156, Sect Leader, Duan Ling Tian. After that, Yu Ping explained what happened later. He did not even miss out the part where Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak, had personally admitted to breaking into the forbidden area of Yin Peak and killed the peak master and vice peak master of Yin Peak. Upon hearing that, everyone present including the male disciples of Yang Peak gasped. They never thought that their peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong, had been so ambitious. He even wanted to be the first sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect within hundreds of years. For that, he even took advantage and killed the two most influential persons of Yin Peak when they were in closed-door cultivation to heal their injuries. Doing so was the equivalent to destroying the pillars that held up Yin Peak. He's heartless and mad. He's absolutely heartless and mad. All of the disciples of Yin Peak were enraged when they learned that Yang Hong had killed two of their peak masters for his own gains. Senior sister. Luo Ping trembled as her eyes became bloodshot instantly. She disappeared in the next moment, apparently headed to verify the truth at the forbidden area of Yin Peak. That's unfortunate for senior sister Yang Shui. Yang Hong killed her just like that. Senior sister Yang Shui was so outstanding, yet she ended up dead. What a pity. Without knowing when, one after another, the gazes of the female disciples of Yin Peak flew past Duan Ling Tian and landed behind him in Shang Quan's arms. There was a woman clad in white, who had been dead for a while, in Shang Quan's arms. The woman had a whole head of white hair that was whiter than snow, but her white robe was mostly stained by blood which made it glaring and heart-stopping. It was Yang Shui. I didn't expect that the Peak Master could bear to kill someone as pitiful as senior sister Yang Shui, one of the Yang Peak male disciples said indignantly. You still call him Peak Master now? If I had to say something, that Yang Hong was an animal. Like father like son. His son was also an animal. Right, both of them, father and son, were animals. Many of the male disciples of Yang Peak also insisted indignantly. Yang Shui was the strongest person among the younger generation of Yin Peak. She was considered the dream lover of all of the Yang Peak male disciples with her shocking innate talent and comprehension in addition to her drop-dead gorgeous face. Now, they were naturally incensed when they learned that Yang Hong had killed their dream lover. Shortly after, Luo Ping returned, catching everyone's attention right away. At once, the scene became silent. Thank you. Although there was grief on Luo Ping's face, when she looked at Duan Ling Tian to bow and thank him, her tone was filled with sincerity. She thanked Duan Ling Tian for avenging Yin Peak as well as for avenging her senior sister and junior niece. Witnessing Luo Ping's actions, everyone knew that everything Yu Ping said was true. None of it was false. Everyone's tempers rose. At that time, Yu Ping looked at Duan Ling Tian and introduced Luo Ping. Vice Peak Master Luo was the junior sister of Yang Shui's master. Oh, so she turns out to be a junior uncle. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed as he nodded at Luo Ping. Yang Shui's master was also master to Ka and Li Fei. As such, that elegant woman before him was also Ka and Li Fei's junior uncle. He was the fiancé of the both of them, so naturally, he had to address her as the both of them did, which was junior uncle. The four strongest powerhouses of Yin-Yang sect are all gone apart from Elder Yun. I believe that everyone can guess the crisis the Yin-Yang sect faces subsequently. Yu Ping continued speaking with a dignified expression. For that reason, Elder Yuan, and I have brazenly asked this one to be the sect leader of our Yin-Yang sect. Having said that, Yu Ping turned to Duan Ling Tian. At once, Duan Ling Tian became the center of attention again. Then, everyone present also came to their senses and understood why Elder Yun and both the Vice Peak Masters of the Yang Peak had addressed Duan Ling Tian as sect leader. Luo Ping, Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak. Greetings to you, sect leader. Luo Ping bowed at Duan Ling Tian again, but this time it was not to thank him. It was to honor Duan Ling Tian as sect leader. In addition to being a powerhouse that could kill Yang Hong and protect the Yin-Yang sect, Duan Ling Tian was also the fiancé of both her junior nieces. Compared to Elder Yun and both the Vice Peak Masters of the Yang Peak, her relationship with Duan Ling Tian was closer. Therefore, she naturally would not reject Duan Ling Tian as the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect. Greetings. Just as the rest of the elders and disciples of Yin Peak and Yang Peak were prepared to honor Duan Ling Tian as the sect leader, Duan Ling Tian interrupted them. Wait a minute. They looked puzzled. In fact, Luo Ping was also surprised. She did not know what Duan Ling Tian wanted to do. Only Young Gang and the Yu brothers were as calm as before. They could already guess what Duan Ling Tian wanted to say next. You can honor me as your sect leader. However, I must tell you something first. That's, after I become the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect, the sect will be renamed as the Ling Tian sect. This means that the Yin Yang sect will no longer exist, Duan Ling Tian explained to the crowd in front of him. Those who can't accept it may leave now. Ling Tian's sect won't make you stay forcefully. Renaming the sect, there was an uproar. The Yin Yang sect will be renamed. It's okay to rename it. In fact, I think the new sect name sounds better. It's more domineering. I thought so too. Ling Tian sect. Ling Tian as in riding above the heavens. Soon, apart from some hesitation from the elders of Yin Peak and Yang Peak, the two groups of disciples were discussing among themselves, and they felt satisfied with the new name. Unlike those elders from Yin Peak and Yang Peak who had been in the Yin Yang sect for many and had deep sentiments for the Yin Yang sect, those disciples were relatively new to the sect and did not have as much affection for it. They only cared about whether they belonged to a first-rate force or not. They did not care what the sect was called. However, the hesitant elders eventually compromised because neither Elder Yun and the Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak nor the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak objected to it. Compared to the four of them, they were nothing. Since no one objects, then, from now on, I, Duan Ling Tian, will be the first sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. From today onwards, Yin Peak will be renamed as Ling Tian Peak, Duan Ling Tian announced loudly in an imposing manner which reverberated through the skies as his voice spread in all directions. Sect leader. At that second, all of the Ling Tian sect disciples respectfully bowed and greeted Duan Ling Tian. The atmosphere on the summit was crowded and imposing. Seeing the crowd before him, Duan Ling Tian clearly knew that he had a responsibility as heavy as a mountain towards them from now on. Nevertheless, from now on, he was no longer alone. Sect leader, Yu Ping looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked respectfully, now that Yang Peak is destroyed, what do you intend to do with us from Yang Peak? While Yu Ping spoke, the group of elders and disciples who was originally from Yang Peak looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Even those from Yin Peak also studied Duan Ling Tian. They were somewhat anxious, afraid that those from Yang Peak would take over their place for cultivation. I've examined the place when I came over. Only half of Ling Tian Peak is developed as a place for cultivation for the female disciples, isn't it? Under those watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian spoke slowly. As he said, he turned to Luo Ping. Yes, sect leader, Luo Ping answered respectfully. Then, she explained, Ling Tian Peak was covered in snow all year round, but the place for cultivation on our side still fared all right. It's on the southern side and isn't affected by the cold wind. It's freezing on the north side since it's affected by the cold wind year after year. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I noticed that when I came. For that reason, I'll announce to you guys. Duan Ling Tian's sight glided across the elders and disciples of Ling Tian sect as he said slowly, those who were from Yin Peak, stay. Their place for cultivating will be the same. After Duan Ling Tian said that, the group of Yin Peak elders and disciples smiled whereas the faces of Yang Peak elders and disciples changed. Those from Yang Peak will head to the northern side and open a new place for cultivation, Duan Ling Tian continued. Sect leader, Yuan said with furrowed brows, the northern side of Ling Tian Peak will be affected by the cold wind all year long. Even if we open a new place for cultivation, it'll be hard to cultivate there peacefully because of the cold wind. That's right, sect leader. A group of Yang Peak elders and disciples nodded respectively. What if I can solve the problem you've just mentioned? Ignoring the cloudy expression on the faces of the Yang Peak elders and disciples, Duan Ling Tian looked at Yuan and asked. Solve. Yuan could not react in that split second. I can set up a large-scale inscription formation that covers the northern side of Ling Tian Peak to defend us from all of the cold wind, Duan Ling Tian said calmly. After Duan Ling Tian said that, it rocked the boat even further and caused an uproar. An inscription formation to defend the cold wind on Ling Tian Peak's northern side. Could one even set up an inscription formation like that? They were very doubtful about it. There was no shortage of inscription masters amongst them, but no one had ever heard of an inscription formation with such exaggerated capabilities. Now, you, Young Gang, and Yu Ping shall bring those from Yang Peak to the northern side of Ling Tian Peak and open a new place for cultivation. I'll take, at the most, 3 days to complete that inscription formation. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yuan and said. the senior officials of Yong Peak still brought the group of people from Yong Peak over to the northern side of Lingtian Peak even though they were doubtful about Duan Lingtian's promise. What they had to do was to open new places for cultivation on the hillside. I don't know if the sect leader can really set up an inscription formation like that. An inscription formation which covers half of Lingtian Peak. It feels outrageous even just thinking about it. However, the sect leader doesn't seem to be lying judging from the expression he had when he spoke about it. We'll know if he's lying or not in 3 days. The original Yong Peak elders and disciples were discussing among themselves as they followed Yun Gang and the 2 others. They only hoped that the next 3 days would pass quickly. Vice Peak Master Luo, stay. The others, please disperse. Duan Lingtian looked and gave his instruction to the group of female elders and disciples. Chapter 1157, Preparation. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's instruction, a group of Yin Peak elders and disciples left, not daring to hesitate. Sect leader, Luo Ping looked at Duan Lingtian. Junior uncle, bring me to senior sister Yang Shui's cultivation place. I want to take her back to her place, Duan Lingtian told her. Yang Shui had died for the sake of his 2 fiancés. Because of this, without a doubt, he would not mistreat her even after she was already dead. Upon hearing this, Luo Ping's body trembled for a moment. Her gaze automatically shifted towards the person in the arms of Shang Quan behind Duan Lingtian. The white figure that was dyed with blood immediately entered her sight. Shui, how unfortunate. After a while, Luo Ping breathed a long sigh with a pitiful expression on her face. Yang Shui was the strongest person among the younger generation of the Yin Peak. Not only that, but she was also a variant. Had she not died, it would not have been impossible for her to become the next Peak Master of Yin Peak. If Shui becomes a spirit in heaven, she'd be happy to know that you treat her so well. Sect leader, Luo Ping bowed towards Duan Lingtian and said earnestly, Sect leader, I'd like to thank you on behalf of Shui. Junior uncle, what are you doing? My 2 fiancés are greatly in debt to senior sister Yang Shui, so it means that I'm in debt to her too. These are things that I should do. Duan Lingtian immediately went forward and lifted Luo Ping to her feet. Under Luo Ping's guidance, Duan Lingtian and the other 3 followed closely behind. Soon, they reached the middle of the hillside near the summit of Lingtian Peak. There was a small, established, flat platform. On the small platform stood a small wooden house that was covered in white snow. This is where Zer would usually cultivate, Luo Ping informed. Duan Lingtian nodded before descending, and he pushed open the door of the little wooden house. Just as the door was pushed open, some deposited snow fell and crashed onto Duan Lingtian's head. However, as though he did not notice it at all, he continued to walk in. The little wooden house was clean. Other than one bed, there was nothing else. It did not seem to be like a woman's room. Ever since Shui became senior sister's disciple, she focused on cultivating, and her amenities were very simple. Before Ka and Fair came, she didn't really talk much to anybody. It was only until they came to become senior sister's disciples and became her junior sisters that she started to become more chatty. Luo Ping followed Duan Lingtian into the little wooden house and added, I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, with a raise of his hand, a crystal clear ice coffin appeared in front of him. He guided it to land on the bed in the little wooden house with an invisible string. This is. Luo Ping was taken aback. Before she could realize what was happening, Duan Lingtian had already asked Shang Quan to enter and put Yang Shui into the ice coffin. When Shang Quan had just reached before the ice coffin, Duan Lingtian explained to Luo Ping, this is an ice coffin that's made from the 10,000-year frost. It can conserve senior sister Yang Shui's body forever. This ice coffin was the one that he had explicitly carved for Feng Tianwu the last time. It was now just right for Yang Shui. By the time I find the 2 girls, they'll definitely wish to see senior sister Yang Shui again too, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Wait a minute, just as Shang Quan about to place Yang Shui into the ice coffin, Luo Ping stopped him. Perplexed, Shang Quan looked at Luo Ping. Junior uncle, is there anything else? Duan Lingtian also turned to Luo Ping. Sect leader, I hope Shui can lie inside in a clean manner. Give me 15 minutes, please. I'll clean her up and change her clothes. Luo Ping voiced out her idea. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. After he had asked Shang Quan to hand Yang Shui to Luo Ping, he left with Shang Quan and closed the door behind him. It's snowing now. Just when they stepped out of the door, Duan Lingtian noticed that snow had started to fall around Lingtian Peak. The sky was dotted all over, and it was stunning. Extending a hand out, Duan Ling Tian let the snow land on his palm, and he muttered, "Senior Sister Yang Shui, thank you for everything that you've done for the two girls. I, Duan Ling Tian, am forever indebted to you." 15 minutes quickly went by. In this period of time, the only movement that Duan Ling Tian noticed was the sudden opening of the window of the little wooden house. Water spurted out from inside and there was some blood in the water. Duan Ling Tian knew that this was Luo Ping using her water profundity to help clean the traces of blood from Yang Shui's body. "You can come in now." When Luo Ping's voice could be heard, Duan Ling Tian walked in. This time, Shang Quan did not follow him inside. Instead, he stood outside of the wooden house with Feng Tian Wu and the gold thug, waiting for Duan Ling Tian to come out. Duan Ling Tian walked into the wooden house, and he could instantly see that Yang Shui had already been cleaned and had a set of clean, white clothes on. She was already lying in the ice coffin. Through the ice coffin, one could see her graceful body and her ultimately beautiful features that could topple a nation. Taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian gave 3 bows to Yang Shui's corpse before leaving with Luo Ping. "From today onwards, this will be the forbidden area of Ling Tian Peak. Nobody can come here without permission," Duan Ling Tian told Luo Ping. Luo Ping nodded. The next instant, as though he was still not assured, Duan Ling Tian took out a pile of materials and high-grade origin stone before starting to get busy with them. He was inscribing an inscription, and he soon laid out an inscription formation. Luo Ping was utterly lost watching Duan Ling Tian's fluid movements. An hour later, Duan Ling Tian started to slow down. However, the materials and the origin stones in his hands swept out of his hands and merged into the ground of snow around the little wooden house. The next moment, a translucent light shield rose up and enveloped the entire little wooden house in it. After a span of not more than 20 breaths, the translucent light shield vanished before Luo Ping's eyes. Of course, she knew that the translucent light shield did not actually vanish for real. Once somebody walked closer, it would be triggered. This was the defensive light shield that was formed by a defensive formation. "Sect leader, I can't believe that not only is your power strong, but you actually have such high attainment in the inscription Dao too." Luo Ping looked at Duan Ling Tian and gushed in amazement. Though she was not an inscription master, she still had some knowledge about it. She had witnessed some of the inscription masters in the sect inscribe and lay inscription formation out before. However, the speed and efficiency of these masters was not even a fraction of this purple-clad young man's. Perhaps, the sect leader can really lay out a large-scale inscription formation that can withstand the chill wind blowing from the northern side of the Ling Tian Peak, Luo Ping thought to herself. Right now, all that she felt was how unfathomable this sect leader in front of her eyes was. She could not see through him at all. "Sect leader, what is the highest level of attack that this inscription formation can withstand?" Luo Ping could not suppress the question bubbling up in her. "Well, you'll need the strength of 3 ancient black dragons before you can destroy it," Duan Ling Tian replied. "The strength of 3 ancient black dragons." The moment Luo Ping heard him, her eyes narrowed right away. Usually, only a martial artist who was on the 7th level martial monarch stage and above could cast the strength of 3 ancient black dragons and more. In other words, it would be impossible for a martial artist who was weaker than the 7th level martial monarch stage to break the defensive inscription that covered the little wooden house in front of her. It had never crossed her mind that the inscription formation that was laid out by this person in front in just an hour could actually have such a horrifying defensive force. It absolutely exceeded her imagination. "Junior uncle, I might need some materials that I can use to inscribe and lay out the inscription formations in these 2 days, Duan Ling Tian told Luo Ping. In the next 2 days, he would start to lay out a large-scale inscription formation that could envelop the northern side of the Ling Tian Peak. However, he did not have some of the materials that he needed to make that inscription formation. "Just let me know if you anything, sect leader. I'll go to Ling Tian Peak to search for the things that you want in the storehouse," Luo Ping replied. She originally wanted to say, Yin Peak, but suddenly remembered that it had already been renamed to become Ling Tian Peak before she could finish uttering the word. It was the same name as the sect leaders. "Thank you, junior uncle." Duan Ling Tian smiled, taking Luo Ping by surprise so much that she immediately bowed in return. She was very clear that the reason Duan Ling Tian had called her junior uncle was for the sake of his 2 fiancés. Otherwise, she was basically nothing to him. Then, under the arrangement of Luo Ping, Duan Ling Tian and the other 3 stayed behind at Ling Tian Peak. Each of them had a wooden house close to each other in the middle of the hillside. Feng Tianwu, Shang Quan, and the gold thug returned to their rooms in an instant and buried themselves in cultivation. As for Duan Ling Tian, he did not have any time to cultivate yet for now. Instead, he was busy inscribing the materials and high-grade origin stones that he already had in hand, scrawling the necessary inscriptions on them. Everything that he was doing now was for the sake of preparing for the large-scale inscription formation that he was going to lay out in the next 2 days. The inscription formation could also be considered as a defensive inscription, but it could only withstand the invasion from the chill wind. Initially, such a defensive formation was only a simple inscription formation and could be laid out very quickly. However, the problem was that the defensive formation that Duan Ling Tian wanted to inscribe was one that would envelop the entire northern side of the Ling Tian Peak. The area was so vast that it would stretch out as far as eyes could see. Had he not merged with the rebirth martial emperor's memory, he would never have been able to lay out such a large-scale inscription formation. This was because the rebirth martial emperor had experimented on and formed such a large-scale inscription formation the last time. Even if an ordinary inscription formation could include the same one, he would never be able to create such a large one. All in all, it all boiled down to one thing. Only the rebirth martial emperor could inscribe and lay such a large one out. After Duan Ling Tian had inscribed most of the materials and high-grade origin stones in his hand, Luo Ping had also finished assembling all the materials he had asked her to find without leaving even a single one out. In the next 2 days, Duan Ling Tian began to get busy again. The span of 2 days went by in just a blink of an eye. After 2 days, Duan Ling Tian went to the northern side of the Ling Tian Peak by himself, but he noticed that many male disciples were there being busy themselves. Many elders were there helping out as well. While they were busy, the robes on their bodies were flapping loudly in the piercing cold chill wind. Not only that, but some of their hair bands had also snapped because of the wind. Without any restraint now, their long hair billowed in the wind. It's the sect leader. Without a doubt, Duan Ling Tian's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many. However, the thing that they were most concerned about now was not Duan Ling Tian himself. Tomorrow will be the 3-day deadline that sect leader told us about 2 days ago. I wonder whether sect leader can really lay out a large-scale inscription formation that can withstand the cold wind. Chapter 1158. Elder Yun is gone. In the face of the doubt of the male disciples of the Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian did not say much. He knew that it would still be useless no matter how much positive words he put forth. Only a real-life action to fulfill his promise could shut everyone's mouths up. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian began to get busy that day as well. Without a doubt, casting an inscription formation that enveloped half of Ling Tian Peak would be a huge process. Even though Duan Ling Tian had already scrawled the inscription on the materials and the origin stones beforehand, he still needed time to lay them out. Duan Ling Tian did not even have any time to stop at all the entire day. From morning till midnight, Duan Ling Tian's figure continuously flew up and down the northern side of Ling Tian Peak. As he made his move, each material and every origin stone were merged into the north hillside of Ling Tian Peak. The location to place these materials and origin stones had to be taken into consideration too. Even the slightest miscalculation was not allowed. Fortunately, I can set this defensive formation directly through the rebirth martial emperor's memory. If it were taught to me orally, I don't think I could finish setting it up even if I spent 10 days and 10 nights. After placing the last batch of materials and origin stones in the place where they should be, Duan Ling Tian stopped his work and stood aside. Just like that, the defensive formation that covered half of Ling Tian Peak was finished. Looking at the night sky that was covered in scarce stars, Duan Ling Tian muttered before vanishing on the spot, "Right now, the only thing left is the briefing that I'll give tomorrow." When he reappeared again, he was already back to where Luo Ping had arranged for him temporarily. It was a wooden house by the middle of the hillside of the southern side of Ling Tian Peak. This wooden house was much better than Yang Shui's wooden house. Not only was the area much larger, but the furniture in the house was all fully equipped as well. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes and started to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Divine Dragon Form. Not only that, 3 nature profundity fragments were being held tightly in his hand as well for him to comprehend and raise his fused profundity. Though the aid given by the monarch stage nature profundity fragments to his fused profundity was not as far-fetched as the heavenly jewel, the heavenly jewel was not something that he could easily get his hands on at all. just like the heavenly jewel that he had obtained the last time in the berserk mongrel rodent clan. That heavenly jewel was entirely stored with nature energy. Duan Ling Tian only took a month to fully absorb all of the heavenly jewel energy, which was also nature energy, stored in the heavenly jewel that had been absorbing nature energy for 100 years before it could be filled. For that reason, the heavenly jewel had also temporarily become trash. It would need to undergo another long period before it could regather the heavenly jewel energy again. However, after Duan Ling Tian had finished absorbing all of the heavenly jewel energy stored inside the heavenly jewel, his fused profundity had also successfully made a breakthrough to the second level. On top of that, he could also clearly feel that when he was halfway absorbing the heavenly jewel energy in the heavenly jewel, his fused profundity had already made a breakthrough to the second level. After that, when he absorbed the other remaining half of the heavenly jewel, his fused profundity had already made further progress. In the end, it was now very close to becoming third-level fused profundity. Right now, he was only a step away from comprehending the third-level fused profundity. Just as I've guessed, be it its force, or the difficulty of leveling up, the fused profundity is on par with the Emperor profundity. After the origin energy in his body began to operate mentally according to the divine dragon form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique and had started to get on track, Duan Ling Tian finally was able to think of something else now. The fused profundity was formed by 5 different first-level monarch stage nature profundities. The fused profundity at that time could be deemed as the first-level fused profundity. The first-level fused profundity is equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. This is the same with the first-level emperor stage profundity. Right now, with the help of the heavenly jewel energy, my fused profundity is further elevated and has become the second-level fused profundity. The second-level fused profundity is equivalent to the strength of 3 ancient black dragons, just like the second-level emperor stage profundity as well. From here, we can see that every time the fused profundity is raised later on, it'll have an additional strength of 1 ancient black dragon for every additional level. This was not a hard deduction. However, it has been proven that my luck is pretty good. 2 days before I arrived at the Yin-Yang sect, my cultivation has once again made a breakthrough to the 4th-level martial monarch stage. Had this not been the case, I wouldn't have been able to snatch the saber that contained Yang Hong's full force empty-handed. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian's train of thought had started to fly. Initially, based on his estimation, he would need to wait for at least 1 to 2 months before he could make a breakthrough to the 4th-level martial monarch stage. However, it had never crossed his mind that because he was torn with anxiety along his journey, being too worried about the safety of the 2 girls, it had startled the tyrannical medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill inside his body. You could then imagine the results. The rebirth pill's therapeutic efficacy burned further quickly and aided him to complete his breakthrough to the 4th-level martial monarch stage in one fell swoop, much earlier than he was supposed to. Having made a breakthrough to the 4th-level martial monarch stage, he could cast out the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons just with his origin energy alone. The strength of his 6th-level monarch stage sword profundity was equivalent to 7,000 ancient horned dragons. The 2nd-level fused profundity had a strength of 3 ancient black dragons. For this reason, without any spirit weapon, he could already cast out the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and an additional 3,000 ancient horned dragons. 2 days ago, it was precisely with this strength that he was able to snatch the grade 1 spirit saber from Yang Hong empty-handedly. If I use my quasi-royal grade spirit sword, my strength would be equivalent to 4 ancient black dragons plus an additional 9,000 ancient horned dragons. With the help of the 9 tribulation sword control technique and the 9 dragons radiant flash, I won't necessarily be defeated even if I come across a powerhouse who possesses the strength of 5 ancient black dragons. Duan Ling Tian was very confident in the techniques that he had mastered. He felt that if he used all of his techniques, he could compensate for the strength difference of the mere 1,000 ancient black dragons. The energy that I possess right now can already be compared to an ordinary 9th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. Of course, I'm still far from those insanely monstrous 9th-level martial monarch martial artists. Through the rebirth martial emperor's memory, Duan Ling Tian knew how hard it would be to make a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage for a 9th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. It was more than 100 times harder than going to the martial monarch stage from the void transformation stage. If a 9th-level void transformation stage martial artist comprehended 3 different 9th-level void transformation concepts, or the 9th-level water and fire advance concepts, it would not be hard to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. However, even if a 9th-level martial monarch stage martial artist had already comprehended 3 different 9th-level monarch stage profundities, or the 9th-level water and fire monarch stage profundities, there was still a chance to break through to the martial emperor stage. It was precisely for this reason that there were very few martial emperors in both the generations of the first and second reincarnations of the rebirth martial emperor. According to the rebirth martial emperor's memory, at that era of his second reincarnation, the strongest 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse had comprehended 6 different 9th-level monarch stage profundities. 6 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities. What the hell exactly was that? In other words, even if that powerhouse only cast his profundity strength, it was still equivalent to the power of 6 ancient black dragons. Adding his own origin energy and grade 1 spirit weapon, he could unleash a force that was far more than 8 ancient black dragons. The strength of 8 ancient black dragons. Duan Ling Tian felt chills running down his spines just thinking about it. Right now, although he could cast the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons when he unleashed his full potential, his strength was still nothing compared to the 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse who had mastered the force of 8 ancient black dragons. It would be very quick for this guy to kill him. It would be even easier than stepping on an ant. That powerhouse has comprehended 6 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities, but he still can't make a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage. It looks like the martial emperor stage is indeed very hard to be broken through. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought about this, his heart gave a jolt. At the same time, he could feel intense pressure on himself as well. According to the rebirth martial emperor's memory, when he made a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage, he had broken through it in a state of confusion. He did not even know what exactly did he rely on to make this breakthrough. That time, the rebirth martial emperor had comprehended 4 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities. During the second reincarnation, when the rebirth martial emperor had made a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage, he had not had any experience before. At first, he kept running up against walls everywhere, but in the end, he managed to make a breakthrough after he had comprehended 3 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities. I wonder whether it'll be easier for me to make a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage compared to the 2 reincarnations of the rebirth martial emperor. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he became consumed with anxiety. Although he had merged with the rebirth martial emperor's memory, he still could not obtain any help in making a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage because the rebirth martial emperor himself had only managed to make a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage in a state of confusion. For this reason, he still needed to rely on himself if he wanted to make a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage. He could not rely on the memory that the rebirth martial emperor had left behind at all. I hope that I can also make a breakthrough in the state of confusion just like the rebirth martial emperor did. Duan Ling Tian hoped for a dream to happen. Unknowingly, his feelings had gradually calmed down, and his entire being was now completely absorbed in cultivating and comprehending. Cultivating the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Divine Dragon Form. Comprehending the fused profundity and grasping the sword art knowledge contained in the sword character deep in his mind left behind by the sword Saint Feng Qingyong. Duan Ling Tian, who had submerged himself in cultivating and comprehending, had forgotten about the time. It was only when the sunlight from the rising sun that bathed the entire earth had shone on his face through the satin curtain by the side of the wooden house that he finally had some movement and opened his eyes. It's already bright. After Duan Ling Tian woke up, he walked out of the wooden house after freshening himself. The moment he walked out of the door, Duan Ling Tian noticed the 2 figures standing there. They were none other than the 2 vice peak masters of the former Yang Peak, Yu Ping and Yuan. You 2 were here since early morning. Don't tell me that you're worried that I'd go against my words. Looking at the 2 anxious-looking Yu brothers, Duan Ling Tian frowned, thinking that they were here for he had promised them that he would solve the issue about the chill wind by the northern side of Ling Tian Peak today. Sect leader, Elder Yun is gone. As Yu Ping exclaimed in distraught, Duan Ling Tian knew that he had guessed wrong. Chapter 1159, A Handsome Reward. Elder Yun or Young Gang was the guardian elder of the former Yang Peak. When did you notice that he's gone? Duan Ling Tian was calm and asked in a collected manner. 3 days ago, you told Elder Yunanis to bring the people to the northern side of Ling Tian Peak to dig a place for cultivation, so we were temporarily separated from him. Now that we come to think about it, that was the last time we ever saw him, Yu Ping replied. Early this morning, I went to ask the elders and disciples who were with Elder Yun and they said that after Elder Yun brought them to part ways with us 3 days ago, he left by himself alone. We ran a search at the entire Ling Tian Peak early this morning, but we couldn't see any trace of Elder Yun at all. Yuan added, if I'm not mistaken, he must have left 3 days ago. He left Ling Tian Peak, the Ling Tian sect. A brilliant gleam flashed across Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he continued to ask, do you know what relationship Yun Gang has with Yang Hong? Yang Hong was the direct disciple of the previous the Peak Master of Yang Peak, while Yun Gang was the junior brother of the previous the Peak Master of Yang Peak. Yang Hong called Yun Gang senior uncle. Yu Ping answered. Duan Ling Tian nodded. It looks like he has never planned to stay from the very beginning. He kept obeying me, only to make me lower my vigilance down. He's already been planning to leave a long time ago. Sect leader, what should we do then? If Yun Gang really left, would it be disadvantageous to our Ling Tian Peak? Yuan asked. He's not that capable. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, and a chilly gleam flashed across them. He must have left 3 days ago. It's too late to chase after him now. You two, follow me to the northern side of Ling Tian Peak. The moment these words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, he vanished straightaway. When he reappeared again, he was already far away. The Yu brothers reacted immediately and followed suit right away. I'll go have a look too. Right at this moment, Shang Quan had also walked out of a wooden house from the middle of the hillside not far away and followed them as well. Young master must be going to set up the large-scale inscription formation now. Just as Shang Quan made his move, another 2 figures vanished from 2 directions and followed suit. It was a woman in a red dress and a golden-clad old man. They were none other than Feng Tian Wu and the Gold Thug. By the time Duan Ling Tian reached the northern side of Ling Tian Peak once again, he had noticed that it was already filled with many people. These people were the elders and disciples of Yang Peak of the former Yin Yang sect. Sect leader is here. The news of Duan Ling Tian arriving soon spread out among those who stood close to him. In just a moment, those people who were waiting by the entire northern side of Ling Tian Peak flew towards him. In dense black clouds, they bowed from afar towards the purple-colored figure not far away. Almost everybody from the Yang Peak of the former Yin Yang sect, except for Yun Gang, was now fully gathered here. Aside from the Yu brothers standing behind him, 3 people soon appeared behind Duan Ling Tian. They were Feng Tian Wu, Shang Quan, and the Gold Thug who had followed. A series of whistling wind reverberated, attracting the attention of everyone present on the scene. A group of women dressed in white could be seen flying towards there from the southern side of the Ling Tian Peak. It was apparent that they were here to join in the fun. These women were the disciples from the former Yin Peak of the former Yin Yang sect. Sect leader, even Luo Ping, the vice peak master of Yin Peak of the former Yin Yang sect, had now come. After respectfully greeting Duan Ling Tian, she stood behind him. A series of piercingly chilly winds continued to blow across, making the robes on everybody's body, including Duan Ling Tian, flutter loudly. Some people who had lower cultivation base squinted from the strong gales. I won't beat around the bush at all. Duan Ling Tian cast a glance at the dense black crowds and announced in a loud voice with a solemn expression. Today, I'm going to fulfill the promise I made 3 days ago and not let the northern side of Ling Tian Peak suffer from the invasion from the cold wind any longer. Fulfill the promise. The moment these words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, everybody's eyes lit up with an anticipating look on their faces. They wanted to see how this young sect leader of the Ling Tian sect would set up that extremely far-fetched, large-scale inscription formation that he had mentioned. Unfortunately, they were destined never be able to see it. As Duan Ling Tian raised a hand, a finger flicked out. Right away, a piece of high-grade origin stone shot out and fell into the mountain wall at the northern side of Ling Tian Peak before it vanished without a trace. Almost when the high-grade origin stone disappeared, all the crowd could hear was a gentle sound reverberating by their ears. The voice was not loud, but it seemed as though it trembled their spirits for a moment. This. The next instance, under the stunned gaze of the crowds of the elders and disciples of Ling Tian Peak, a layer of translucent light shield seemed to rise up from the inside of the mountain wall of the northern side and kept inflating outwards continuously. The place where the light shield went past pushed the piercing cold chill wind that blew from the northern side away. The light shield continued to expand. It was only until the light shield had covered the entire wall mountain of Ling Tian Peak's northern side that it finally stopped. At the same time, it vanished before everyone's eyes as though it had never once appeared before. However, at the isolation line where the translucent light shield disappeared, the chill wind that came from the north had been wholly kept away. It could no longer make its way inside. At once, along with the disappearance of the chill wind, everyone's robes, including Duan Ling Tian's, stopped fluttering. Is this even possible? Is this the large-scale inscription formation that sect leader mentioned 3 days ago? When did he set all these up? Yesterday, many people saw the sect leader wandering around over here. He seemed to be throwing something that went through the mountain walls repeatedly, and they were all embedded in the mountain. Come to think of it, he must have been setting up the inscription formation that time. Why yesterday? Then, are you saying that it only took sect leader 1 day to set up such a large-scale inscription formation? The group of Ling Tian sect disciples was completely taken aback by astonishment. Soon, they realized another problem. Their sect leader had only taken a day to set up such a large-scale inscription formation. Looks like not only is he a martial Dao powerhouse, our sect leader is also an extraordinary inscription master as well, many Ling Tian sect disciples exclaimed in surprise. The young female disciples' eyes had practically formed a heart shape now as they started to ogle Duan Ling Tian secretly. HMPH. However, as an extremely cold snort sounded in the air, chills ran down their spines at once. Hastily, they lowered their heads and they no longer dared to look at him. It was none other than Feng Tianwu, who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian, who had snorted just now. With a cold expression, she swept a glance at this group of young disciples. As she was snorting, the aura of a martial monarch swept out and pressed the group of young disciples so firmly that they did not even dare to lift their heads. The actions of Feng Tianwu now was like trying to tell everybody that she was the one who had absolute sovereign rights over Duan Ling Tian. Is she Mrs. Sect Leader? I think so. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so pissed at us looking at the sect leader. Mrs. Sect Leader is quite powerful herself. It looks like we can only sigh at the sight of sect leader next time. The group of young female disciples whispered among themselves secretly. Though their voices were not particularly loud, most of the people present on the scene were people with high attainment. For this reason, they had amazing hearing abilities and without missing anything at all, they could hear the whispers of these girls clearly. Mrs. Sect Leader. At once, most of the people on the scene immediately shifted their attention to Feng Tianwu, making her the spotlight of the crowd now. Just now, when Feng Tianwu had heard the words of the group of young female disciples, her face was already burning slightly, but now, being the center of attention of so many people, despite maintaining a calm expression as best as possible, her heart was in a turmoil. All that she could think about now was that she was like a lone boat in great billowing waves, in the midst of being turned over anytime soon. Sect Leader is really lucky. Be it this Mrs. Sect Leader or the 2 fiancés of his, all of them are women with unrivaled beauty. Exactly, Sect Leader really lucked out in his love life. If I could be like the Sect Leader, I'd never had any regrets at all in my life. Soon, many male disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian again with an envious expression. Right now, I've fulfilled my promise towards you all, and you also have a new cultivation place now. After Duan Ling Tian swept a glance at the group of male elders and disciples, he looked towards at the group of female elders and disciples before narrowing his eyes without warning. Listen, Ling Tian sect disciples. After Duan Ling Tian's sentence just now that seemed to be hanging halfway had successfully attracted the attention of everyone present, he opened his mouth once again as he bellowed loudly. For once, everyone who had their attention on Duan Ling Tian suddenly had their hearts tighten inexplicably as they became alert in an instant. From today onwards, Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yuan will become the vice sect leaders for the Ling Tian sect. The 3 of them will handle all the usual big and small general affairs of the sect. All of you must listen to their orders. Duan Ling Tian announced in a loud voice. Yes, the disciples of Ling Tian's sect responded respectfully at once. Thank you for your high regard, sect leader. The moment Luo Ping, Yu Ping and Yuan heard this, their eyes lit up right away, and they quickly bowed down towards Duan Ling Tian in gratitude. Luo Ping, Yu Ping, Yuan. From now on, the 3 of you will be responsible to spread the news out to the public that the Yin Yang sect has been replaced by Ling Tian's sect and already has a new sect master. Spread my name as the sect leader out as well. Duan Ling Tian looked at Luo Ping and the 2 others before he ordered. Yes, Luo Ping and the 2 responded respectfully. On top of that, within the next few days, send out disciples who can recognize Ka and Li Fei and search for their tracks, Duan Ling Tian ordered again. Whichever disciple can trace their tracks will be rewarded with a grade 1 spirit weapon that has a boost of 90% and a bottle of grade 1 life recovery pill that has a purity of 90% and above. After Duan Ling Tian issued his order, he told them the handsome reward. For a moment, the entire scene went dead silent. Grade 1 Spirit Weapon. Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill. To the ordinary elders and disciples in Ling Tian sect, there was no doubt that these two items were extremely valuable. Only the high officials of the sect such as Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yuan did not lack these. However, they were also limited to ordinary Grade 1 Spirit Weapons and Grade 1 Life Recovery Pills. Did I hear it correctly? Did the sect leader really mention a Grade 1 Spirit Weapon that can give a 90% boost in strength? Eventually, someone seemed to return to his senses as he asked in a slightly awestruck manner. Chapter 1160, Yang Chun. Don't forget the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill that has a purity of 90% too. Somebody added on. Now that somebody had voiced out their doubts, streaks of gazes landed on Duan Ling Tian once again as though they wanted to confirm that they heard it correctly just now. Facing with these doubtful gazes, Duan Ling Tian reaffirmed confidently, "You heard me correctly. It's really a Grade 1 Spirit Weapon that can give a strength boost of 90% and a Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill that has a purity of 90% and above. A stone that set off 1,000 ripples." The entire scene burst into an uproar. Is it truly a Grade 1 Spirit Weapon that can give a strength boost of 90%? And a Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill that has a purity of 90% and above? Hello, didn't you hear the sect leader reaffirm it already just now? Or are you still trying to doubt the sect leader's word? I know. It's just that. Is this even possible? I've never heard of anyone who could refine a Grade 1 Spirit Weapon that can give a strength boost of 90% before. I've also never heard of anyone who can make a Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill that has a purity of 90% and above. 3 days ago, when the sect leader said that he was going to set up a large-scale inscription formation that would envelop the mountain wall of the northern side of the Ling Tian Peak, did you believe him that time? And in the end, what was the result? I believe in sect leader. Not only that, but I also happen to know junior sister Ka and Li Fei. This time, I'll have the opportunity to go look for them. The group of Ling Tian disciples was discussing among one another. The doubts that they had towards Duan Ling Tian started to dissipate gradually as well. All of this was because Duan Ling Tian had fulfilled his promise today. He had really created an inscription formation that could withstand the northern chill wind that enveloped the entire mountain walls of the Ling Tian Peak's north side. From what they could see, this young sect leader of their Ling Tian sect could not be judged by conventional thinking. However, all jokes aside, if the sect leader really takes out a Grade 1 Spirit Weapon that can give a 90% boost and a Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill with a purity of 90% and above, does it mean that he knows a Grade 1 Weapons Craftsman and Alchemist as well? Not only that, they must be no ordinary Grade 1 Weapons Craftsman and Alchemist. Of course, do you even need to mention it? Do you think the people who can refine such a spirit weapon and a life recovery pill would be just some ordinary Grade 1 Weapons Craftsman and Alchemist? Such a weapons craftsman and alchemist must be very almighty and arrogant. However, the fact that they are willing to craft out such extraordinary Grade 1 spirit weapons and Grade 1 pills means that they must have quite a good relationship with the sect leader. The gaze that came from the Ling Tian sect disciples towards Duan Ling Tian was now burning with greater intensity. In fact, although there were also Grade 1 spirit weapons and pills in the Yin Yang sect the last time, they were all obtained by begging from the outside or bid from auctions. This was because the former Yin Yang sect did not have any relationship with any Grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist. Even if they could find one and ask them to help refine a spirit weapon or a pill, they would have to pay a hefty price. For this reason, the Grade 1 spirit weapons and pills in the Yin Yang sect were far and few. Even an ordinary elder could not get their hands on them as well, let alone the lower disciples. Right now, the Yin Yang sect no longer existed and the Ling Tian sect had already replaced it. Not only that, this young sect leader of the Ling Tian sect seemed to have quite a close relationship with a Grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist. In the future, perhaps they could even be given these Grade 1 spirit weapons and pills as well. Why would they not be happy about this? What? Don't tell me that there are no Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemist at all in our Ling Tian sect. Slightly frowning, Duan Ling Tian asked. It had never crossed his mind that just a mere Grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist could make the group of Ling Tian sect elders and disciples lose their cool. For a moment, as the sect leader, he could not help but feel heat creeping up his face, slightly embarrassed about this matter. Sect leader, we Ling Tian sect really don't have any Grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist at all. Luo Ping smiled wryly. Though the Yin-Yang sect was a first-rate force in the inner land, it was only a first-rate force by the border of the inner land. Its rank could be deemed as the bottom compared to the many first-rate forces in the inner land. Very few Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists would come to join such a force. Looks like it's time for me to bait some Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists to join us then, Duan Ling Tian muttered. Though he was muttering to himself, he was not very soft. His muttering had entered the ears of the crowds who had gone silent clearly. Bait. For a second, the corners of everyone's mouth, including Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yuan, other than Feng Tian Wu, Shang Quan, and Gold Thug, twitched a little. However, they only thought that Duan Ling Tian had just casually thrown out a remark. They never expected it to be real. HMPH. My master always walks the talk. You guys still don't believe him? Looking at the doubtful expression that this group of people in front had on their faces, the Gold Thug snorted in slight annoyance. Long before, when they had just left the berserk mongrel rodent clan, he had learned a lot of information about his master from Shang Quan. He realized that the more he knew about his master, the more dumbfounded he was. Not only did his master have jaw-dropping martial strength, but he was also an inscription master too. Other than being an inscription master, he was also a Grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist. Even if he was a hell golden hound who had a strong heart, the moment he learned about all of these, he still had quite the shock of his life. That time, he had also fully confirmed a fact. His master was human and not a demon like him. In the face of the Gold Thug's query, everyone in the Ling Tian sect, including the 3 vice-sect leaders of the Ling Tian sect, could not come up with any answer at all for a moment. Gold Thug, why are you so enraged? These people will only learn after they have experienced it. By the time I've baited these people to show up in front of them, they will come to believe it naturally already. In the face of the Gold Thug's wrath, Duan Ling Tian was very calm. He was not unhappy at all, facing the doubts of the Yin-Yang sect members. We're sorry, sect leader. It's not that we doubt your words, but it's just that the things that you said just now were just too unbelievable. Luo Ping lowered her head and bowed down to Duan Ling Tian as she apologized respectfully. We're sorry, sect leader. All of the Ling Tian sect elders and disciples, including the Yu brothers, lowered their heads and bowed down at once. They had just only realized that they had offended the prestige of their sect leader earlier. Duan Ling Tian stole a calm glance at the crowds in front before saying nonchalantly, compared to empty words, I prefer to use the truth to shut your mouths up and give you a good slap. After he had finished saying this, he motioned to Feng Tian Wu, Shang Quan, and Gold Thug and left straight away. Let's go. For a moment, it was only Luo Ping, the Yu brothers, and the group of Ling Tian peak elders and disciples who were left behind. Looking at Duan Ling Tian and the other 3 leaving, many of the Ling Tian disciples started to break into an uproar again. Honestly, I still don't really believe the sect leader's words. I don't believe him too. How could you just easily bait a Grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist to join us? In my opinion, even the Grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist who can help the sect leader refine the Grade 1 spirit weapons and pills might not be able to come here to Ling Tian sect. Of course, such an extraordinary Grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist would have long gone to the ancient clan or placed themselves under the protection of a martial emperor if they wanted to. Many people still felt doubtful towards what Duan Ling Tian had said just now and thought that he was bragging. I have a feeling that it might not be that case. I keep feeling like the sect leader doesn't seem to be bragging at all. 3 days ago, I also thought that the sect leader was merely bluffing us by saying some empty words, but today, the truth has proven me very wrong. I also think that the sect leader isn't lying to us. After all, just this large-scale inscription formation alone is enough to prove that the sect leader is somebody who walks the talk. Of course, there was still a small group of people who believed in Duan Ling Tian. No matter what, be it the people who believed in Duan Ling Tian or those who did not, all of them were looking forward and yearned for the future awaiting the Ling Tian sect. 3 vice-sect leaders, I know junior sister Ka and Li Fei. Please assign me to look for them. I know them too. Very soon, many female disciples looked at Luo Ping and the other 2 and requested to be assigned in a hurry. After all, those who managed to find the 2 fiancés of the sect leader would be able to get their hands on the handsome rewards. Just thinking of the Grade 1 spirit weapon that could give a boost of 90% and the Grade 1 life recovery pill that had a purity of 90% and above could give a rush of a thrill to them. Even though some of them did not believe that Duan Lingtian would be able to bait a grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist to come to join the Lingtian sect, they still believed his promise of the rewards. For this reason, they were itching with eagerness to get their hands on them. Just as many of the Lingtian sect disciples left Lingtian Peak, an old man was hurrying in his journey very far away on the northeast side. That old man was none other than Yun Gang, who had just left Lingtian Peak 3 days ago. He was also the guardian elder of Yang Peak of the former Yin Yang sect. Duan Lingtian is now taking over that sad leftover mess of the Yin Yang sect. Not only that, he needs to find those 2 girls with the help of the Yin Yang sect, so I think he won't be leaving the sect behind for quite some time. Yun Gang's eyes shone with brilliance. For this reason, it'll be easier for Sir Yang Chun to avenge his brother. Sir Yang Chun. The moment he mentioned this name, Yun Gang was filled with a sense of admiration and respect flashed in his eyes. In his eyes, Yang Chun was a powerhouse who was utterly unparalleled. Not only that, if Yang Chun wanted to kill him, he would be able to do that in just a blink of an eye because he was a 9th level martial monarch, a powerhouse not any ordinary 9th level martial monarch could be compared to. Not only that, but he had also another shocking identity: he was the disciple of a martial emperor. What was most important was that Yang Chun was Yang Hong's elder brother by blood. Even though Peak Master usually doesn't get along well with his brother, Yang Chun, I'm sure Yang Chun won't just stand by idly watching after knowing that he was killed. They were a family after all. Yun Gang's eyes shone with great brilliance. This time, if Yang Chun can help avenge his brother, then it would mean that he owes me a huge debt of gratitude. After all, if it hadn't been for me who suggested to Duan Lingtian for him to stay behind, he would have long gone away to only God knows where and not stay behind. Chapter 1161, 2 Women. By the time Yang Chun kills Duan Lingtian and avenges his brother, I'll ask him for a favor: recommend me as the disciple of that martial emperor behind him. Yun Gang's eyes glimmered with brilliance as he wore a confident expression. He'd owe me a favor, so it'll hard for him to reject my request. The disciple of a martial emperor. This was the true intention of Yun Gang. Long before after he had witnessed Yang Hong being killed by Duan Lingtian, this idea had popped up in his mind. He thought of using Yang Hong's death in Duan Lingtian so that Yang Chun would not be able to reject this request of his. As for the part where he asked Duan Lingtian to become the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect later, that was just a small part of his plan so that Duan Lingtian would remain with the sect. If he had not made such a request, Duan Lingtian would have never remained. By that time, it would be useless even if he went to look for Yang Chun. The Cloud Continent was so vast. It might not be possible for him to find Duan Lingtian, who had already left the Yin Yang sect to avenge Yang Hong's death. If Yang Chun could not find Duan Lingtian, he would not be able to avenge Yang Hong, and that would mean that he would no longer owe him any favors. For this reason, he persuaded the Yu brothers to invite Duan Lingtian to become the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect that one time, and make him understand that request with reason and emotion. At the end, when Duan Lingtian wanted to rename the Yin Yang sect without batting so much as an eyelid. This was because he knew that Duan Lingtian would not be able to live for long. As the group of Lingtian sect disciples left Lingtian Peak to search for Ka and Li Fei, breaking news spread out from their mouths like a hurricane. The Yin Yang sect has already been renamed as the Lingtian sect. The Yin Yang sect no longer exists in this world. Yang Hong, the Peak Master of the Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect, has killed the former Peak Master of the Yin Peak, who was in closed-door healing, causing his men to resent him intensely. In that critical moment, a young powerhouse made his appearance and killed Yang Hong. That young powerhouse was Duan Lingtian, the current sect leader of the Lingtian sect. For a moment, it seemed as if Lingtian Peak was the eye of the storm and people were speaking about this matter everywhere. Now, everyone knew that the Yin Yang sect no longer existed. The Lingtian sect was now unleashed into this world, and not only that, it had a young and powerful sect master. The news spread swiftly in every direction. Soon, it almost reached every corner of the area close to the Ruo Shui River, near the southern area of the inner land. A small city stood by the area close to the Ruo Shui River, southward of the inner land. Although it was small, it was extremely lively. This was especially so for the restaurants that were bustling with activity all day long. On that day, 2 unexpected guests made their appearance in the small city. They were 2 gentle and graceful women clad in white who had veiled faces. However, even by just looking at their exposed autumn eyes and penciled eyebrows, it was enough to see that they probably had exquisite, beautiful, and delicate faces that could topple even huge nations despite wearing veils. One of the women who had rather seductive eyes said to the other woman who looked slightly more naive judging by her eyes, "Younger sister Ka, let's take a break for lunch before we continue our journey." "All right." The latter nodded her head faintly and agreed without hesitation. The two women entered the city and found a restaurant before sitting by a table beside the window. It was also quite rare for women to appear in this city, let alone women who were as beautiful as flowers. The moment these two women looked around, they immediately attracted the attention of many customers in the restaurant. However, although these two veiled women attracted most of the customers, not many of them dared strike up a conversation with them at all. Nobody could guess if these two women possessed horrifying strength or not. If they did, they would most likely end up dead should they dare to act boldly. For this reason, nobody dared to make a move. Soon, the restaurant's atmosphere became lively once more. Although some were glaring at the two women like greedy tigers, they only dared to keep to their thoughts instead of making a move. "Hey, have you heard the news already? The Yin-Yang sect no longer exists." A middle-aged man's loud voice suddenly went over everyone's chatter in the restaurant, attracting the attention of many people. "The Yin-Yang sect is gone. Don't tell me it's been demolished." Immediately, it caused the eyes of many to light up as they looked at the middle-aged customer. Right at this moment, even the two veiled women who were sitting by the window could not help but cast a side glance at the middle-aged customer before exchanging glances with each other. "Sister Fair, we just left the Yin-Yang sect not long ago, but why did they say that it's already gone?" one asked the other. "Don't take that news outside too seriously." The other woman shook her head in reply. These two women were none other than Ka and Li Fei, who had just left the Yin-Yang sect not long ago. After they left, they began to cultivate as they headed north. Their destination was the Yuhan Valley, which was at the northern side of the inner land. The Yin-Yang sect was a first-rate force. How could it have actually been annihilated so easily? The middle-aged customer continued. "Then, what happened? Exactly. Don't keep us guessing. Hurry up and tell us." Many customers egged him on. This story must have started from the time when the Peak Master and the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak of the Yin-Yang sect went for closed-door healing. Rumor has it that Yang Hong, the Peak Master of Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect, went crazy and killed them when the two of them were in the midst of the closed-door healing. The middle-aged customer said slowly, "To be honest, if the Peak Master and the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak of the Yin-Yang sect were hurt, they wouldn't have feared Yang Hong at all. However, the two of them who were already injured were no match for Yang Hong at all." Gasp, gasp, gasp. When the middle-aged customer reached this part of his story, the restaurant immediately was filled with a series of gasps. What the hell did that Peak Master of Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect want to do? Why did he kill the two powerhouses from his own sect? Or maybe, this news was fake after all. Many people voiced out their doubts. "I heard that Yang Hong, the Peak Master of Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect, wanted to become the sect master of the Yin-Yang sect himself, so he decided to seize the opportunity to wipe out these two huge obstacles in Yin Peak," the middle-aged customer continued. "Well, this is possible. Long ago, I've heard that the person who wants to become sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect must possess a strength that can overpower everyone in the sect. Otherwise, the Yin-Yang sect can only be commanded together by the Peak Master of Yin Peak and the Peak Master of Yang Peak." Many people nodded their heads. "I never expected this matter to spread, especially to this place." A flash of brilliance flashed across Li Fei's autumn eyes. The red lips, beneath the veil, moved slightly as she muttered in a voice that only Ka could hear. "Sister Fair, I miss Master and Senior Sister already." The autumn eyes beneath the naturally arched brows were gleaming brightly. Tears threatened to fall anytime, making her appear pitiful, so much so that one would have an impulse to rush up to embrace her. "I miss them too. Don't worry, we'll avenge them," Li Fei said solemnly. "All right," Ka nodded obediently. "Then, in this case, that Peak Master of Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect must have become the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect now. But, why did you say that the Yin-Yang sect no longer exists? Don't tell me that because the Yin-Yang sect has now lost their two powerhouses. Were they demolished by the other rival forces?" A voice resonated and attracted the attention of everybody, including Li Fei and Ka. Immediately, everybody looked towards the middle-aged customer. "Of course not." The middle-aged customer shook his head. There were a total of 4 mighty people in the Yin-Yang sect. Aside from the 2 from the Yin Peak, there were 2 more in the Yang Peak. As long as the 2 from the Yang Peak were still there, no other forces would dare to act recklessly. That's not all. According to the rumors, the peak master Yang Hong actually had quite an impressive background. As for how impressive it is, please don't ask me. I don't know much as well. I only heard all these from hearsay around me. Perhaps, not many people in the Yin-Yang sect know about peak master Yang Hong's background as well, he added. What the hell? For a moment, many of them looked at the middle-aged customer in scorn. Some even showed him their middle finger. Quickly, get to the main point. Why did you say that the Yin-Yang sect no longer exists? Well, I still must start from the time when the peak master and the vice peak master of Yin Peak of the Yin-Yang sect went for closed-door healing. I heard that the vice peak master had 3 direct disciples who were as close as sisters. All of them are beauties who could topple an entire nation. The son of Yang Peak's peak master fell for one of them, and so, for the sake of his son, he. Under Ka and Li Fei's gaze, the middle-aged customer blurted out their stories. In the end, he reached the part where their senior sister Yang Shui died for their sake to help them escape and survive. Although they were already mentally prepared, Ka and Li Fei's graceful and delicate bodies could not help but tremble a little as their autumn eyes watered the moment their suspicion about the death of their senior sister Yang Shui was confirmed. Senior sister. Ka gripped her little fists tightly. Her tears dripped down soundlessly but were soon evaporated from her origin energy. Brave beauties. Women should not lose to men. After the group of customers in the restaurant heard that Yang Shui did not spare sacrificing her life to save her 2 junior sisters, each of them raised a thumbs and showered her with compliments. I heard that the moment Yang Shui was killed, Yang Hong and his son immediately gave chase to her 2 junior sisters. And at this moment, a gigantic 5-colored sword ray appeared from the sky, piercing the center of the Yang Peak mountain, causing the lava within the Yang Peak to erupt. With that, it became an active volcano despite being originally dead. The middle-aged customer continued. Who's actually that daring? Many people were immediately stunned. Actually, almost every martial monarch who had sufficient strength could pierce through the Yang Peak with just a swing of their sword. However, it was one thing to be able to do it, and another to have the guts to actually pull it off. Such an action would offend the Yin-Yang sect, a formidable giant by itself. Unless one had almighty strength and was fearless toward the Yin-Yang sect, one would definitely end up dead. Well, if we're going to talk about this person who launched the attack, we've to start the story from the 2 women who escaped from the grip of Yang Hong and his son, the middle-aged customer continued. What does this have to do with them? Quite a number of people frowned from being perplexed, their curiosities getting the better of them. For a moment, even the 2 women themselves, Ka and Li Fei who sat by the window temporarily suppressed their sadness at the bottom of their hearts as they looked at the middle-aged man in unison. The women he was gazing at were none other than the 2 of them. Chapter 1162, the eldest son of the K clan. It's rumored that the powerhouse who destroyed Yang Peak was the fiancé of the 2 women. The middle-aged customer uttered in a single breath, fiancé. The moment the words left the customer's mouth, the entire restaurant burst into an uproar. Young master. Ka's clear brown eyes lit up but soon dimmed again. She did not believe that her young master would have the ability to destroy Yang Peak. I can't believe that Yang Hong would actually spread such fake news to catch us. Does he really think that we'd fall for it? Li Fei's eyes gleamed brilliantly as she muttered. And then, the crowd gaped at the customer who spoke up in curiosity and asked further. Then, the young powerhouse empty-handedly snatched away the saber belonging to Yang Hong, the peak master of the Yin-Yang sect's Yang Peak, which was cast out with his full strength. In doing so, he forced Yang Hong to retreat. And then, in just one blow, he killed Yang Hong and his son. The crowd burst into mayhem once again. Yang Hong, the peak master of the Yin-Yang sect's Yang Peak, could be deemed as quite an infamous and influential person in the southern part of the inner land that was close to the Ruoxi River. Yet, such a mighty person had been killed in just one single blow. How strong exactly was that person's cultivation base? Looks like they really are spreading fake news deliberately. Ka sighed. Even though she was unwilling to believe that her young master had really come to the Yin-Yang sect in the inner land at first, she could not help but still cling on to that feeble hope of denial. Listening to the middle-aged customer now, her hopes dissipated entirely. What he had just said was just too far-fetched. It was simply impossible. He empty-handedly snatched away Yang Hong's saber with which he unleashed his full strength. How strong would that person have to be then? Even her most admired and respected master might not be able to beat Yang Hong, who unleashed his full power if she were to use her spirit weapon and exert her full strength. If her young master really was that strong, then it meant that he would have far exceeded her master. She refused to believe it no matter what. She did not even dare to believe that an ounce of this was true at all, even if her young master's innate talent and comprehension level were so high that it was out of this world. I believe the story will continue to be even more far-fetched. Li Fei muttered. Just as the words left Li Fei's mouth, the middle-aged customer had already continued his story, and so, after the young powerhouse killed Yang Hong and his son, the 3 high officials of Yang Peak present were frightened out of their wits. In the end, all of them asked that young powerhouse to become the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect instead. Although the young powerhouse agreed to it, he voiced out one request, that the Yin-Yang sect be renamed to become the Ling Tian sect from now on. The middle-aged customer swept a glance at the surroundings before unfolding. The story, Ling Tian sect, Ling Tian, what a delirious name. Many people were dumbfounded. If all of these are true, even if he's delirious, he's worthy enough as he possesses such immense strength that allows him to be delirious. Tell me how many people have such a powerful technique like his. He actually killed the top-notch high officials of the Yin-Yang sect and became the sect leader of the sect. Somebody interjected. Without a doubt, the emergence of the Ling Tian sect means that the Yin-Yang sect no longer exists in this world. So, now all of you understand why I said that just now, don't you? The middle-aged man asked them rhetorically. The crowds nodded their heads one by one. Since the Yin-Yang sect was now renamed as the Ling Tian sect, it confirmed the end of its existence. Perhaps, another several dozen years or even hundreds of years later, nobody would come to remember that there once was a first-rate force named the Yin-Yang sect which existed near the Ruo Shui River at the southward of the inner land. This way, that young powerhouse has become the first sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, the middle-aged customer concluded. Do you know what's the name of the sect master of the Ling Tian sect? The people asked. I heard that his name is the same with the Ling Tian sects. His full name is Duan Ling Tian. The customer's eyes shone brightly as he revealed. At once, the crowd learned this name by heart. The new powerhouse at the southern part of the inner land of the Cloud Continent that was near the Ruo Shui River was the leader of the first-rate force, the Ling Tian sect. On top of that, I heard that the sect master of the Ling Tian sect has also issued an order. Any Ling Tian sect disciple who can find his 2 fiancées will get a grade 1 spirit weapon and a bottle of grade 1 life recovery pills, he added. The moment the group of customers in the restaurant heard this, their eyes lit up right away. A grade 1 spirit weapon. The sect master of the Ling Tian sect is really giving his all. Other than the grade 1 spirit weapon, there's another bottle of grade 1 life recovery pills. How fantastic if I could find his 2 fiancées. Who knows, I might be able to get those rewards instead. Many people piped up, HMPH. Perhaps, the rewards that he offers will only go to the Ling Tian sect disciples. After all, as the saying goes, keep the good stuff within the family. You have a point. Many of them agreed the moment they heard this. You're wrong if you think so. The middle-aged customer shook his head and chimed in. I heard that not long after that, the Ling Tian sect will release and spread the drawings of the sect leader's fiancés without restraint. By that time, the rewards will be up for grabs for everybody. The moment these words left his mouth, the eyes of everybody in the restaurant lit up. Are you serious? If that's the case, it'd be a great opportunity for us. Even though it'd be like finding a needle in a haystack, but who knows? We might luck out and happen to find his 2 fiancés. Many people were tempted by the lure of the rewards. Not only that, I heard that whoever manages to find one of the 2 fiancés of the sect master of the Ling Tian sect will be rewarded with a grade 1 spirit weapon and a bottle of grade 1 life recovery pills. If you find 2 of them, then you'll be rewarded 2 grade 1 spirit weapons and 2 bottles of grade 1 life recover pills. The middle-aged customer continued to drop his large bombs, making the entire restaurant buzz with excitement. 2 grade 1 spirit weapons. 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills. It was enough to make them go into a frenzy. See, I was right. It really gets way more far-fetched in the end, Li Fei muttered as a glimmer flashed across her eyes. Sister Fair, I think it's best if we leave now. I keep having a feeling that it's not safe for us to be here. Dread rose in Ka's eyes. All right, Li Fei nodded. They did not even have time to order any food yet. Standing up, she was prepared to leave with Ka. However, as fate would have it, even if they wanted to leave, it did not mean that they could. Yo, 2 beauties, where are you guys going? A young man in his 30s strolled into the restaurant, and another middle-aged man followed suit behind him. The former displayed a cynical attitude towards life whilst the latter was faithful and attentive to his duties. The young man was staring at Ka and Li Fei with a devilish smile on his face. Beauties, why don't you take your veils off right now? Who knows, I might make you my 7th and 8th wives if I take a fancy towards you. The young man leered up and down Ka and Li Fei without any restraint. It's the eldest son of the K clan, K Pai. Looks like they're out of luck now. Not many women to whom he takes a fancy can escape his devilish snare. What a pity. Many customers were alerted by the commotion. They glanced at Ka and Li Fei with pity as all of them felt that the two girls had struck a bad patch. From the edge of the veil, Li Fei's exposed eyes narrowed before sweeping a cold glance at K Pai. Her red lips spat out bluntly from behind the veil, "Idiot." Without even waiting for K Pai to reply, she grabbed Ka's hand and pulled her outside. Stop. Seeing the two girls ignore him and even call him an idiot, K Pai's face darkened immediately. In a flash, he immediately blocked the two girls. You bitches, I was nice to you, yet you're so ungrateful. Today, I'll bring you both back and turn you into my slaves. K Pai glared at Li Fei and Ka as he hissed. You're just looking to die. Even a clay figurine had a temper, let alone Li Fei who was short-tempered. As her eyes turned cold, she advanced towards K Pai as fast as lightning. Her slender, pale hand swept out without any mercy. Li Fei thrust out a palm, setting off a series of detonations in succession. In just a blink of an eye, her hand had already reached K Pai. K Pai did not even realize what was happening at all. HMPH. Almost at the same time, the middle-aged man behind K Pai snorted and charged in an attempt to block Li Fei's attack. Unfortunately, when he just made his move, Ka had also reacted at Li Fei's side. Blocking him, she cast a palm to meet his. A loud sound reverberated in the air, followed by a series of ear-piercing explosions. Then, a series of hurricanes tore out from where the two palms met and swept across the entire restaurant. Many empty tables were all blown away. Those who had a lower cultivation base were forced to squint their eyes as a result of the strong wind. Before the wave of hurricanes subsided, another wave arose. As Ka and the middle-aged man's palms met each other as equal matches, Li Fei's slender, pale hand also landed on K Pai's body. To be more precise, it landed on K Pai's dantian. With just a light bang, Li Fei sent K Pai flying backward. Origin energy gushed out of his dantian uncontrollably like a deflating balloon. K Pai crashed onto the ground violently. After smashing into a few tables and chairs, he finally came to a gradual stop. Ignoring his pain, he immediately checked his dantian. With just one check, the color drained from his face right away. My dantian is crippled. Why you're so ruthless, ruthless. Looking at Li Fei, K Pai's eyes were filled with grief and anger as he continued to bellow. How dare you cripple my young master's dantian? Don't even think of escaping now. The moment the middle-aged man heard K Pai's bellow that was filled with grief and wrath, his face darkened. Instantly, he pounded towards Li Fei and Ka, not even bothering to think about the fact that Ka's strength alone was already an even match for his. At that very second, he only had one thought in his mind: kill these two women. Otherwise, he would face the consequences. Unfortunately, despite both parties having already unleashed their spirit weapons, in the face of Li Fei and Ka's joined forces, it only took them one blow to kill him. The both of you, hurry up, leave. The K clan is a big household and it's also a second-rate force that takes firm root in this city. They're not somebody you two should easily offend, somebody kindly reminded Li Fei and Ka using voice transmission. The moment they heard the voice, they also started to realize the severity of the problem. With extremely grave expressions, they immediately left the restaurant and the small city. Chapter 1163, Paying a Visit to the K clan in Person. I can't believe that they're martial monarchs too. After Li Fei and Ka left, many people gushed. It had never crossed their minds that these two fragile-looking women actually possessed such powerful strength. Earlier, many of them had harbored evil ideas towards these two girls. However, after they saw K Pai lying on the ground like a dead dog, they were overwhelmed with fear. This time, the K clan's eldest son is crippled and a martial monarch is dead. I believe that the K clan won't just leave the matter at that, somebody said with a dreadful expression. The rest of the people present agreed with him. The K clan was a second-rate force, and in the entire inner land of the Cloud Continent, it was deemed no one. However, locally, the K clan was an absolute tyrant in this small city that nobody dared to offend easily. Those who wanted to forge a relationship with the K clan proceeded to send Kpai, the eldest son of the K clan, whose dantian was crippled back. This scenario caused a commotion in the entire K clan. Then, 3 of the remaining 5 martial monarchs wanted to track down Li Fei and Ka, who had crippled Kpai's dantian and killed the K clan's martial monarch. Any one of the 3 martial monarchs that the K clan dispatched was more powerful than the person whom Li Fei and Ka had joined forces to kill. Among the 3, the strongest was on the 3rd level martial monarch stage while the weakest one was on the 2nd level martial monarch stage. Unfortunately, after half a day of searching relentlessly, they still could not find Li Fei and Ka at all. Soon, the K clan released 2 drawings. In each of the drawings was a veiled woman, and other than the area that was covered, both of their eyebrows and eyes were drawn clearly. Although the 2 of them wore veils, whoever had seen the drawings before would be able to recognize them in just one glance the moment they saw their brows and eyes, because the drawings were so similar to the real women. Coincidentally enough, on the same day when the K clan disseminated the 2 drawings, one of the female disciples from the Ling Tian sect happened to pass by and see those 2 drawings. Its junior sister Li Fei and Ka. This female disciple was also the former female disciple of the Yin Peak from the Yin Yang sect. In just one glance, she could recognize that the drawings of the veiled women were of Li Fei and Ka. After inquiring, she began to understand the whole story. How dare he touch the fiancés of our sect master? The K clan is really seeking for death, she thought to herself. However, although she had those thoughts, she did not approach the K clan to settle the issue with them. She was clear about her own limitations, and she knew that she would not be able to inflict much damage on the K clan alone, at once. She flew back to the Ling Tian sect at full speed. By the time Duan Ling Tian learned about this news, a few days had passed. Instantly, he brought the gold thug to the small city that the K clan was situated in. The K clan, standing above the K clan mansion, a sneer spread across Duan Ling Tian's mouth. "Master, do you want me to annihilate this K clan?" The gold thug asked. "Not now. I want to see whether I'll be able to coax some information out of the K clan's eldest son first. Perhaps, we'll find some clues that the 2 girls left behind." The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, he landed in the K clan grounds in a flash. Coincidentally, he landed in the large courtyard where Kpai, the eldest son of the K clan, stayed in. The gold thug followed behind Duan Ling Tian like a shadow. "Who are you?" Duan Ling Tian's appearance took many people by shock. Among them were Kpai himself and the few servants who were responsible for serving him. "Are you Kpai?" In the eyes of Kpai, who was sitting at the large courtyard sunbathing, the purple-clad young man in front suddenly disappeared the moment he raised this question before reappearing in front of him again. Who are you?" Horror dawned on Kpai. At the same time, he hastily signaled to the servants beside him with his eyes. It was apparent that he wanted to ask them to call for help. This purple-clad young man gave him a solid sense of pressure. Right away, the few servants by his side immediately left the great courtyard hastily. Neither Duan Ling Tian nor the gold thug who was behind him proceeded to block their paths at all. It was as though they did not see them leaving at all. Of course, with Duan Lng Tian and the gold thug's abilities, it was no doubt impossible for them not to notice the few servants leaving. They just were not bothered by it. "Tell me everything about the 2 girls that you saw a few days ago," Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly as he studied Kpai with a calm look. "What girls?" Kpai could not put the 2 and 2 together yet because of his rising anxiety. "The 2 girls who crippled your dantian," Duan Ling Tian reminded. "Those 2 bitches." Just as Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Kpai finally came back to his senses. Instantly, he recalled the 2 girls whom he had met a few days ago and was immediately overcome with wrath. Subconsciously, he cursed out loud. However, the moment the words left his mouth, he immediately came to regret it. It was apparent that the purple-clad young man was there for the sake of the 2 girls. Now that he had cursed the 2 girls out loud in front of him, the man might be pissed off. Just as Kpai thought about this, he could feel a gush of icy aura being emitted from this purple-clad young man. It soon pressed on his body in just a blink of an eye, so much so that he could hardly breathe. In the next instance, neither did he see any movement from the purple-clad young man and the golden-robed old man at all, nor did he hear anything, but he suddenly felt a heart-rending pain from his shoulder. It was so anguishing that he could not suppress the shrill shriek coming from his own mouth. When he finally realized what was happening, he noticed that one of his arms was already severed off. At once, he was so shocked that the color drained from his face. It was so painful that he broke out into a cold sweat. Why you? He glared at the purple-clad young man in front with fury. Yet, he could not utter a sound at all, or to be more precise, he dared not utter a sound at all. This guy could chop off his arm without any sound, which meant that he could also kill him quickly and soundlessly. No matter how enraged he was, he did not dare to infuriate this guy any further anymore. Right then, he only wished that the servants who had already left would fetch help as soon as possible. Only then could he be saved. When my father gets here, I'll make him wish that he's better off dead. With the help of his concept, he pressed on his wound to stop the blood from flowing out rapidly. At the same time, there was a cold brilliance deep inside Kai's gaze that was about to devour a certain somebody. I don't want to repeat what I said just now. Duan Ling Tian's tone was still very calm, as though he had not just crippled Kai's arm. The words that appeared to be calm sounded like devilish words in Kai's ears, causing the blood to drain from his face as he immediately replied hastily, I'll tell. I'll tell. Then, he told everything that had happened on that day out, not daring to omit or hide anything at all. After listening to Kai's story, Duan Ling Tian did not get any clue from his words at all. Immediately, his gaze turned cold and he continued to glare at Kai. This man dared to be so disrespectful towards his fiancées. I've answered you. Why you can't kill me? You can't kill me. After noticing the icy glare in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, Kai anxiously pleaded. His eyes and face were filled with despair. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to cast his move to kill Kai, a boisterous voice resonated from outside the large courtyard, and it was getting nearer. Who are you? How dare you act so wantonly in our Kai clan? Soon, 2 gushes of wind blew into the large courtyard. In the next instance, 2 men appeared beside Kai. One was an aged, sturdy man, while the other was an old, skinny man. In the next instance, another 3 men appeared by Kai's side. There was a curly-bearded man while the other 2 were middle-aged. Pair. After the curly-bearded man saw Kai's severed arm, horror dawned on his face, and he proceeded to pick up the arm to attach it back to his son's body. Unfortunately, before he could pick up the severed arm, a gust of mighty energy gushed out and crushed the severed arm into powder within seconds. That was the work of the gold thug standing behind Duan Ling Tian. He had destroyed Kai's severed arm swiftly. You're going to hell. Instantly, the face of the curly-bearded man turned grave, and his origin energy soared out of his body. At the same time, his profundity and concepts followed like a shadow and instantly pounded towards the gold thug, unleashing all of his second-level martial monarch stage techniques. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The gold thug snorted and took a stride forward. Nobody saw him making any other move at all, but without warning, a burst of energy skyrocketed from his body and charged out towards the man. In a second, the curly-bearded man was drowned and reduced into ashes, vanishing from this world forever. A second-level martial monarch stage martial artist had died just like that without even fully understanding why. The moment Kai saw this, terror dawned on him as he cried out shrilly, Father! Clan leader! The color drained from the faces of the 2 middle-aged men who had appeared together with the curly-bearded men. It had never crossed their minds that this person, who had been breathing just a moment ago beside them, could turn into ashes in just a blink of an eye. There was not even a trace of a corpse or any bones left behind. Who the hell are you? Compared to the nervous energy from Kai and the other 2, the 2 old men stared at Duan Ling Tian and the gold thug with serious expressions as they asked with dread in their eyes. You don't even know who my master is, yet you dare to offer a reward to chase and kill my 2 misses. What huge guts you guys have. The gold thug stared at the 2 old men with a curl in the corner of his mouth. The 2 of you, is there any misunderstanding? The sturdy old man asked with a wry smile. Yes, perhaps it's only a misunderstanding, the skinny old man piped up too. Although the 2 of them were the strongest in the Kai clan, they were both on the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. They understood very well that even they could not kill their clan leader of the Kai clan, who was on the 2nd-level martial monarch stage, in just one blow. This golden-robed old man in front posed as a frightening threat to them. Misunderstanding. The gold thug snorted. With a raise of his hand, 2 drawings appeared in his palm, and he tossed them out casually. Are you trying to say that this is a misunderstanding? When they saw the 2 drawings of the veiled women, all 5 of the Kai clan members, including Kai and the 2 old men, turned pale right away. The sturdy old man was the first to return to his senses. With a raise of his hand, he thrust a palm towards Kai and killed him straight. Without a doubt, Kpai had been the initiator of this incident. After the sturdy old man killed Kpai, he told Duan Lingtian and Gold Thug with an anxious look on his face, "Guys, everything regarding this is Kpai's fault. It's unrelated to our K clan. Now, the K clan has already put him to death, so this is our way of apologizing to you." Chapter 1164, Chen Xiaoshuai. Duan Lingtian merely glanced at the K clan's people who were worried. He was not bothered about them at all and he vanished without a trace before their eyes. A voice sounded in the air at the moment he disappeared. "Gold Thug, I don't want to see the K clan ever again." "Yes, master." The K clan's people's faces changed drastically when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. On the contrary, the Gold Thug's eyes lit up. Before the 4 remaining martial monarch powerhouses from K clan could react, a raging milky flame rose from Gold Thug's body. 3 types of profundities trailed after it like shadows. He did not have an opportunity to fight ever since he followed Duan Lingtian to the berserk mongrel rodent clan to fight. He could not take it anymore. He felt excited now that he was presented with a chance to fight. Gold Thug displayed his strength as a 6th-level martial monarch powerhouse. Those 4 people from K clan were just at the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. Gold Thug's strength overwhelmed them and turned them into ashes. Once Gold Thug killed the K clan's martial monarchs, it was easy for him to deal with the others from K clan. A terrifying energy rumbled with a casual stomp of his foot. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground of the K clan's mansion. It looked like a spider web as it continued to spread, showing no signs of stopping. The buildings in the K clan's estate collapsed one after another. It turned into a ruin in just a blink of an eye. What remained were the blood splatters on the ground and a few people who attempted to escape by flying. Naturally, it was impossible for these people to escape under Gold Thug's watch. In merely 15 minutes, apart from Gold Thug, there were no other living humans in the ruined K clan's estate. What happened to the K clan? Oh, God, who did this? This is crazy. The incident in K clan created a ruckus and was hard to ignore. Soon after, many people from the small city gathered there to see what was going on. All of them were shocked when they saw the K clan was ruined. Disbelief was written on their faces. "I just passed by the K clan's estate half an hour ago. Everything was fine when I passed by. The K clan fell into ruins without any survivors. Who did this? That person's ability is too terrifying." There was fear in the people's eyes as they discussed this among themselves. Everyone was still in shock about how the K clan was destroyed by someone in just half an hour when a loud and deep voice sounded from above, scaring them. "Whoever tries to harm my 2 fiancés, I, Duan Lingtian, will end their family. K clan's just the beginning." Duan Lingtian, is that the sect master who changed the name of Yin Yang sect to the Lingtian sect? Someone regained his senses and looked at the sky. Soon after, people lifted their heads to look at the sky one after another. A purple silhouette appeared before their eyes. It was a handsome young man with straight eyebrows. He exuded an aura of elegance as his purple robe fluttered in the wind. It was as though he was one with heaven and earth. So he's sect master Duan Lingtian from the Lingtian sect. He's really as young as the rumor says. Many people exclaimed. In the next second, all they saw was a flash before the purple figure disappeared. A gold silhouette trailed after the purple silhouette like a shadow and disappeared before everyone's eyes as well. He's gone. Many people felt relieved. Although the purple-clad young man was standing far away from them high up in the sky, they felt waves of pressure. The pressure vanished along with the purple-clad young man's departure. Soon after, the people present recalled Duan Lingtian's words. Based on the sect master of Lingtian sect's words, it seems like K clan did something to his 2 fiancés. Many of them speculated among themselves. Really, is the K clan so daring? Most of them found it hard to believe. One must know that the news about the sect master of Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, looking for his 2 fiancés had spread to the city they lived in. They believed the K clan must have heard about the news too. Did the K clan really have the guts to go against Duan Lingtian and offend the Lingtian sect? Oh, soon after, someone speculated, from what I know, the K clan conducted a big search a couple of days ago to look for the 2 veiled ladies who severed the K clan's young master's cultivation base. Do you think the 2 ladies are the sect master of Lingtian sect's fiancés? After that person spoke, the people broke into an uproar. That's possible. That can't be. I've seen the 2 veiled ladies at a restaurant before. If they're really the sect master of Lingtian sect's fiancés, they should know that the sect master of Lingtian sect is looking for them. Logically, They should have returned to the Ling Tian sect. But, Ling Tian sect had just sent out the paintings today, so it's clear that the fiancés of the sect master of Ling Tian sect have yet to return. Who has the paintings? Soon after, someone took out the 2 paintings from Ling Tian sect. It was the paintings of 2 beautiful ladies. It's really them. Soon after, someone else took out another 2 paintings. It was the paintings that K clan sent out. Although the 2 ladies in the paintings had veils on their faces, their eyebrows and eyes looked exactly like the beautiful ladies in the paintings from Ling Tian sect. That means, they've yet to return to the Ling Tian sect. The ladies must be throwing a tantrum since they're unwilling to return. Whether they're throwing a tantrum or not, since they've yet to return, that means we still have a chance of finding them. The people became excited as though they were injected with chicken's blood and rushed out of the city one after another. It was as though they could already see the grade 1 spirit weapon and grade 1 medicinal pill beckoning to them. The city was extra crowded today. On the other hand, the news about Duan Ling Tian, the sect master of Ling Tian sect, destroying the K clan for his women quickly spread out. Some people called Duan Ling Tian cold-blooded and ruthless. Some of them said Duan Ling Tian was honorable. He did not mind killing to avenge his women. No matter what, Duan Ling Tian was famous now. Duan Ling Tian's words became the topic of conversations. Suddenly, all the single ladies from the Ruo Shui River area on the south of the inner land had their hearts set on Duan Ling Tian, the sect master of Ling Tian sect, even though they have never met him. As a woman, I'll die without regrets if I can be the wife of the sect master of Ling Tian sect. As the news spread out, apart from those single virgins, even a group of sulky, married women had their hearts set on Duan Ling Tian. That's a man. That's a real man. If anyone destroys a clan for me like the sect master of Ling Tian sect, I'll definitely abandon my husband and marry him. It was proven that women's power was boundless. In just a short while, the women put Duan Ling Tian in the limelight. He became the most desirable lover in the Ruo Shui River area on the south of the inner land. I'll definitely marry the sect master of Ling Tian sect if I were born 70 years earlier. Even some old ladies with a foot in the grave often said such words. The news spread like a tornado to the Ling Tian sect. Duan Ling Tian was speechless when he heard the news. These women are ridiculous. Duan Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. He did not expect the words he said in anger would carry so much weight. What, are the both of you taking pleasure from my misery? Duan Ling Tian turned around quickly as though he had eyes on his back. He stared angrily at Shang Quan and Gold Thug who were snickering behind him. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu stood at the side. Her eyes were reserved as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. I wonder if he would do the same for me, Feng Tianwu thought to herself. Sect Master, someone at the door wants to see you. He claims to be your friend. A loud voice in the distance sounded suddenly. Shang Quan and Gold Thug felt relieved. The man's arrival had gotten them out of trouble. My friend, Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention to the incoming person. It was an old man. He was a 4th-level martial monarch and a Ling Tian sect's elder. The old man was respectful when he met Duan Ling Tian. He did not dare to be careless. Yes, that's what he said. The old man nodded respectfully. Did he say what his name is? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. He said he's Chen Xiao Shuai. He said as soon as I tell Sect Master his name, Sect Master will. The old man continued to speak. However, he was interrupted by Duan Ling Tian before he could finish his sentence. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man and asked solemnly, are you sure he said he's Chen Xiao Shuai? Where's he now? Duan Ling Tian asked urgently. Chen Xiao Shuai was Sword Young Master, one of the 5 great young masters in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. During the competition among the young geniuses in the Darkstone Empire, Chen Xiao Shuai did not get into the martial competition. Although he failed to get himself a place in the martial competition, he decided to explore the world on his own. Ever since then, Duan Ling Tian did not hear about him again. Crazy young Master Luo Zan left with Sword Young Master Chen Xiao Shuai back then. Since then, Duan Ling Tian did not hear about Luo Zan as well. It was odd that someone would come uninvited and claim to be Chen Xiao Shuai. Chapter 1165, Luo Zan's dead. Led by the Ling Tian sect's elder, Duan Ling Tian soon saw a silhouette standing in the distance. The silhouette stood as straight as a spear, emitting a haughty aura. The familiar face had turned more sorrowful now after years of not seeing each other. The man's frivolity was no longer there. It had been replaced by stability and maturity instead. He seemed like a new man now. Why are you here? Duan Ling Tian greeted the familiar silhouette in the distance with a warm and charming smile before he even arrived near him. The familiar silhouette before him was none other than Xianxia Audiobook. Back when they were still at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he and Sword Young Master Xianxia Audiobook clicked and became friends. Duan Ling Tian was happy to see him again after so many years, even though he was a little surprised to see him here. This was the inner land on Cloud Continent. Even you are here, so why can't I be here? A fierce aura permeated the air. In a blink of an eye, Xianxia Audiobook disappeared from where he was standing and appeared before Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, it's been a while. Yes, it's been a while. I didn't think you'll be in the inner land since you didn't even secure a place in the martial competition. I'm sure your cultivation base is terrifying now, Duan Ling Tian spoke slowly. There was a hint of surprise on his face. Some great encounters led me here. I was so happy because I thought a freak like you would be far behind me now. I didn't expect that you're still the same. You're still more powerful than I am, Chen Xiaoshui could not help but exclaim as he observed Duan Ling Tian. Seems like you really did have some great encounters. You're already at the 3rd level martial monarch stage now, Duan Ling Tian said as he looked into Chen Xiaoshui's eyes. He had extended his spiritual energy out earlier and detected that Chen Xiaoshui's current cultivation base was at the 3rd level martial monarch stage. Duan Ling Tian was surprised when he found out. You can see through my cultivation base in just a glance. You really live up to your name, Chen Xiaoshui exclaimed. He did not seem surprised. But so what if I'm at the 3rd level martial monarch stage? I still can't compare to you. You're so great now. Not only did you become Prince Charming to all the women in the border, but you're also the sect master of Ling Tian sect, a first-rate force. I heard you killed the old peak master of Yang sect from Yin Yang sect, Yang Hong. From what I know, Yang Hong was the best among all the 8th level martial monarchs. Chen Xiaoshui's gaze turned more and more complicated as he spoke. He remembered Duan Ling Tian was a total monster back when they were at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. His journey was tough after they parted ways at the Darkstone Empire. He had some great encounters that allowed him to elevate his cultivation base. He was traveling before he crossed the Ruo Shui River and arrived at the inner land, the central zone of Cloud Continent, where many powerhouses gather. Initially, he thought Duan Ling Tian would be far behind him now. However, the news he heard shocked him. Ling Tian sect. In the beginning, he thought the sect master of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian, merely had the same name as the monster he knew back in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. However, his instinct told him there was a high possibility that this Duan Ling Tian was the monster he knew. That was the reason he came here. He wanted to dispel his doubts. The truth proved that his instinct was right. The sect master of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian, was the same friend he knew back in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. You're really up to date with the news. Duan Ling Tian smiled. He was in a good mood seeing his old friend again. Do I really need to be up to date to hear about the news? Chen Xiaoshui rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian. You're a famous person in the border now. I heard many single virgins are planning to join your Ling Tian sect. I'm sure you know what their objectives are. The drinker's heart is not in the cup, one Chen Xiaoshui said with a smirk. Oh, right, you left with Luo Zan back then. Did both of you part ways after that? Duan Ling Tian ignored Chen Xiaoshui's words completely and steered the topic in a different direction. Duan Ling Tian's harmless words made Chen Xiaoshui shudder. The expression on his face turned ugly. What's wrong? Duan Ling Tian turned solemn. An ominous feeling rose from within. Luo Zan's dead. Chen Xiaoshui finally spoke. His voice was gloomy and subdued. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically as he narrowed his eyes. What happened? How did he die? Luo Zan, or Crazy Young Master, was the leader of the 5 great young masters of Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom back then. They were close friends. He was the grandson of the guild master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild in the Azure Forest Imperial. He had helped Duan Ling Tian a lot. It was difficult for him to imagine how agonizing it must be for the old man when he heard about Luo Zan's death. It's my fault. Nobody knew when tears began to stream down Chen Xiaoshui's face as his body trembled. Luo Zan and I were heading north at that time. We passed by the Darken Dynasty and Darming Dynasty before eventually arriving at the Northern Desert Land. We continued on with our journey after leaving the Northern Desert Land. By fate, we came across the secret treasure left behind by a martial emperor. We managed to successfully enter the place. We found many treasures when we were in there, like spirit fruits, concept fragments, and profundity fragments. We obtained many of those things, but we also encountered at least 10 inscription formations. However, we activated the last inscription formation left behind by the martial emperor powerhouse just as we were leaving. It was a killing formation. Luo Zhan discovered the killing formation first and pushed me out of the range of the formation. He missed the opportunity to escape because of that and was killed by the killing formation. Chen Xiaoshuai's face turned a little ferocious as he spoke to this point. If it wasn't for saving me, he wouldn't be dead. He would be alive. Luo Zhan. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and closed his eyes slowly. Based on Sword Young Master Chen Xiaoshui's words, if Luo Zhan was still alive, his current ability would not be inferior to Duan Lingtian. Don't beat yourself up. Since Luo Zhan saved you, you have to live well for his sake, Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Chen Xiaoshui, who was obviously in pain. I know. I'll live well and do the things he wanted to do but never had a chance to. Hopefully, he'll be able to rest in peace. Chen Xiaoshui nodded. His chaotic emotion calmed down because of this. So what do you plan to do now? Duan Lingtian asked. I've no idea. I've just arrived in the inner land not too long ago. Chen Xiaoshui shook his head. Why don't you stay in my Lingtian sect? I'll grant you the position of an elder, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. A Lingtian sect's elder. Chen Xiaoshui's eyes lit up when he heard that. That's interesting. Sure, I'll stay at your Lingtian sect for now. You can stay at Lingtian sect. But, I'll need you to make an oath, Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Chen Xiaoshui cautiously. Back when they were in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he remembered Chen Xiaoshui would spend most of his time at brothels. He would not be satisfied without women. Half of Lingtian's sect consisted of female disciples. Duan Lingtian did not want Chen Xiaoshui to do anything humiliating in his Lingtian sect. What oath should I make? Chen Xiaoshui was stunned. He forced a smile and rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian at the same time when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I won't misbehave in Lingtian's sect no matter how much I desire a lady. I'll have to take care of your reputation even if I don't care about mine. It's good that you think like that. Duan Lingtian nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. I'll introduce you to some people, Duan Lingtian said to Chen Xiaoshui before he brought him to meet Feng Tianwu, Shang Quan, and Gold Thug. It was worth mentioning that Chen Xiaoshui stared unabashedly at Feng Tianwu for 10 breaths' time when he met her. Feng Tianwu was just too stunning with her beautiful face. He only stopped staring at her after he discovered Feng Tianwu's eyes were on Duan Lingtian all the time. So she's Duan Lingtian's woman. Chen Xiaoshui was secretly envious. I'll bring him to see Luo Ping. Duan Lingtian left with Chen Xiaoshui to look for Luo Ping after informing Feng Tianwu and the other two. Although Luo Ping was only one of Lingtian's sect's 3 vice sect masters, she was undoubtedly Duan Lingtian's most trustworthy vice sect master. She was responsible for all the daily major and minor matters in the Lingtian sect. She was the only vice sect master who could represent Duan Lingtian. After leaving Chen Xiaoshui with Luo Ping, Duan Lingtian returned to Feng Tianwu and the other two. Both of you, spread the news. Tell people that Lingtian sect is recruiting grade 1 weapons craftsmen and grade 1 alchemists. Yes, young master. Yes, master. Shang Quan and Gold Thug left after they replied Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid no grade 1 weapons craftsmen and grade 1 alchemists would be willing to come if you spread the news this way, Feng Tianwu said softly to Duan Lingtian after Shang Quan and Gold Thug left. The frost on her face had melted a little. I know. That's why we've something more important to handle, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Something more important? Feng Tianwu was happy when she heard Duan Lingtian's words even though she was a little skeptical. He wanted her to handle the most important thing. It proved that she held a high position in Duan Lingtian's heart. You'll find out very soon. Duan Lingtian smiled and left her in suspense. Soon after, he left the Lingtian sect together with Feng Tianwu. He was bringing Feng Tianwu to deal with the most important thing now. Chapter 1166, Ataraxia City, Zhou Clan's Auction Square. There was a big and bustling city in an area close to the southern side of Ruo Shui River in the inner land on Cloud Continent. The big city was called Ataraxia City. Everything seemed peaceful in this city, there were almost no fights at all. If somebody got into a fight, they would be carried away by a group of powerful law enforcers. Nobody knew what happened to those people who were brought away since they were never seen again. The group of law enforcers who brought those people away was from the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City. Zhou clan was the #1 clan in Ataraxia City. It was also a first-rate force. Not only did they guard Ataraxia City, but they also controlled half of the properties in Ataraxia City. The other half of the properties in Ataraxia City was controlled by a few first-rate forces. One of them was the old Yin-Yang sect, currently known as the Ling Tian sect. Outside Ataraxia City, two silhouettes followed the crowd and entered the city. It was a young couple who looked like Romeo and Juliet. Very quickly, they became the center of attention. What a handsome young man. The lady next to him is so beautiful. She's a real beauty. Many people whispered among themselves. The two figures who had just entered Ataraxia City was Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu, who left Ling Tian's sect earlier in the morning. Although Duan Ling Tian was the sect master of Ling Tian's sect and his name was known by everyone in the border, not many people have seen him before. Therefore, nobody recognized him in the crowded Ataraxia City street. You didn't find any useful clues when you went there previously. Feng Tianwu's question seemed random. However, Duan Ling Tian knew what she was asking about. They're careful. They didn't leave any trails behind. Feng Tianwu fell silent. After a while, she said, "You'll definitely see them again." Duan Ling Tian nodded. There was a hint of concern in his eyes. "Tianwu, do you know why are we here?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Tianwu and quickly changed the subject. Zhou clan. The big auction fair. Although Feng Tianwu was stingy with her words, she hit the nail on the head. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, and he could not help but force a smile on his face. "How did you figure that out?" "Many people were talking about it when we were entering the city," Feng Tianwu said bluntly. She heard many people discussing the big auction fair happening at the Zhou clan's auction square today when they entered the city. That was why she suspected Duan Ling Tian's intention for this trip was to attend the big auction fair that was held every 3 months at the Zhou clan's auction square. "I didn't expect you to be so attentive," Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. "That's right. The Zhou clan's big auction fair is the purpose of our trip. I've been waiting for this day for many days now." There was only one auction fair in Ataraxia City. The auction fair was controlled by the Zhou clan. They would hold a big auction every 3 months. Meanwhile, they would have small auction fairs every day. After learning about the existence of Ataraxia City and the Zhou clan a couple of days ago, Duan Ling Tian had been waiting for this day to come. When he found out about the big auction fair that Zhou clan organized every 3 months, the day finally came. "Let's go. Let's head to the Zhou clan's auction square. The auction fair will start in an hour," Duan Ling Tian said to Feng Tianwu and headed straight after turning right. Although it was his first time in Ataraxia City, he seemed familiar with the roads. Even Feng Tianwu was stunned. "Have you been here before?" "No, it's my first time here," Duan Ling Tian said honestly. He was familiar with the roads because Luo Ping had prepared a map of the entire Ataraxia City for him a couple of days ago. It marked the properties in Ataraxia City, including the one Ling Tian sect owned, as well as the location of the Zhou clan's auction square. Duan Ling Tian knew the layout of the place by heart. It was only natural that he knew the way to the Zhou clan's auction square like the back of his hand since he had memorized the route. Feng Tianwu nodded lightly after she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. "I heard the Zhou clan's auction square is different from the usual auction space. It's an al fresco auction square," Duan Ling Tian said to Feng Tianwu along the way. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu arrived outside the Zhou clan's auction square. There was a crowd gathered there. Most of them were just there to watch while some of them were here to participate in the auction. "We're going over there." Duan Ling Tian brought Feng Tianwu to the other side. At this moment, individual pavilions appeared before their eyes. A broad path made of limestone in the middle allowed people to walk freely. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu arrived before the limestone path's entrance. They saw 2 pretty ladies standing on each side of the entrance. They had a smile on their faces. Although their clothing was plain, they looked elegant. One of the ladies looked at Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu and asked with a smile, "Sir and madam, may I know if you're planning on auctioning anything?" Her voice was as sweet as an oriole. "I'm auctioning 2 items." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "May I know what items you are auctioning?" "The auction fair's starting soon. You're not allowed to auction ordinary items now," the lady asked. She was undoubtedly implying that the Zhou clan's auction fair would not auction ordinary items. "I would like to auction off a grade 1 spirit weapon and grade 1 life recovery pill," Duan Ling Tian said calmly. He seemed unaffected by the lady's words. Grade 1 spirit weapon. Grade 1 life recovery pill. I'm really sorry, sir. The Zhou clan's only auctioning items that are worthy of being in the finale, the lady said apologetically. In her opinion, although grade 1 spirit weapons were precious, it did not qualify as an item worthy of the auction fair that was held every 3 months at the Zhou clan's auction square. A grade 1 life recovery pill was even less qualified. It seemed like Duan Lingtian had already expected the lady's reaction since he was not surprised. He said calmly, "What if it's a grade 1 spirit weapon that gives a 90% boost and a grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity?" Duan Lingtian's words reverberated in the air. The two ladies standing before him narrowed their eyes. They looked solemn now. "Sir, can you bring out your grade 1 spirit weapon so that I can examine it? If it's really like you said, I'll bring you backstage to get someone to verify the grade 1 life recovery pill that you brought." One of the ladies did not really believe Duan Lingtian's words. She said that to put Duan Lingtian in his place so that he would leave. The boost a grade 1 spirit weapon granted could be tested by any martial artists with the origin energy in their bodies. However, the purity of grade 1 life recovery pills had to be verified by a professional alchemist. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew very well that if he rejected the lady's request, they would think he was a fraud. It was unlikely the lady believed he had a grade 1 spirit weapon that granted a 90% boost. Therefore, he casually placed the grade 1 spirit weapon that he prepared in the lady's hand. It was a grade 1 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian casually refined a few days back. It would grant the user a 90% boost in power. The lady thought she would be able to get rid of Duan Lingtian. However, she was stunned when Duan Lingtian took out the grade 1 spirit weapon. However, as a Zhou clan's auction square's personnel, she quickly regained her composure and took the grade 1 spirit weapon from Duan Lingtian. When the lady swung the sword, it produced the crisp sound of sword whistling in the air. At this moment, a gust of origin energy came out of the lady's hand and merged with the grade 1 spirit sword. Out of nowhere, 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared above the lady's head, displaying her cultivation base at the 7th level void transformation stage. Soon after, the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared next to the 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. There were another 900 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, not more and not less. 90% boost. The other lady's bright eyes turned serious. Shock was written all over her face as she witnessed the scene before her eyes. Meanwhile, the lady testing the grade 1 spirit sword was dumbstruck. She did not think there really was a grade 1 spirit weapon in the world that could grant a 90% boost. The ladies very quickly regained their composure. After exchanging a look, the lady who tested out the grade 1 spirit sword returned the sword in her hand to Duan Lingtian. Her attitude underwent a 180 degrees change. "Sir, madam, this way please." The lady led Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu along the limestone path after she spoke. There were many people sitting in the pavilions on both sides of the limestone path. It was obvious they were here for the auction fair at the Zhou clan's auction square today. Along the way, Duan Lingtian was looking around curiously at the Zhou clan's auction square. The Zhou clan's auction fair looked lavish yet elegant. The ambiance was not stifling. Instead, the ambiance was quite cheerful. At the end of the limestone path was the Zhou clan's auction fair's high platform. It was the auction stage. At the back of the auction stage, two red cloths similar to curtains hung on a steel frame that was prepared beforehand. The backstage of the Zhou clan's auction fair lay beyond the red cloths. "This way please." However, the lady who brought Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu in did not lead them backstage through the red cloths. They would undoubtedly draw everyone's attention if they did that. At that time, everyone at the square would know that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were here to auction their items. Just like the saying went, "Don't show your cards." Nothing good would come out of it. The lady led Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu around the stage. After taking a few hidden turns, they eventually entered a quiet tunnel and successfully arrived at the backstage of the auction square. However, it was only considered the outer ring of the auction square's backstage as the space was isolated by a couple of red cloths on steel frames. It gave off a sense of mystery. This should be where they serve people who are auctioning their items, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon after, Duan Lingtian was proven right. Chapter 1167, Jolie. "Sir and madam, please give me a moment," the lady who brought Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu here said to them before she parted the red cloths and walked in. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were the only people left outside. They waited patiently. They even set up a soundproof inscription formation. Duan Ling Tian extended his spiritual energy out. He discovered the big shed made of steel frames and covered with red cloths had a simple inscription formation. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to discover it was an inscription formation to soundproof the place. It was bright in the big shed. One could see many silhouettes busy working here and there. The lady who had recently parted ways with Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu was stopped by a man as soon as she walked in. The man asked in his deep voice, "Why are you here? Do you not know the rules?" Vice Manager Zhou Li. The lady bowed immediately when she saw the man. The man was one of the vice managers of the Zhou clan's auction fair. He was in charge of keeping the auction fair in order and dealing with troublemakers. "I'm asking you, why are you here at a time like this?" Zhou Li asked impatiently. "There are 2 guests here. They want to auction off 2 items at the auction fair today," the lady immediately said. Oh, Zhou Li's eyes lit up when he heard the lady's words. At this time, the Zhou clan's auction fair would only accept items that were worth being in the finale. Since the lady brought guests with items to auction at this time, it meant that the 2 items were outstanding. "Bring me to them," Zhou Li said to the lady. Yes, although Zhou Li was not responsible for this part of the auction, the lady did not dare to reject his request. She brought him to them immediately. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu who were waiting outside saw the lady come out after a while. A man followed behind her. "Sir and madam, this is the vice manager of our Zhou clan's auction fair, Zhou Li." The lady introduced Zhou Li to Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu as she looked at them. At this moment, Zhou Li's eyes were trained on Feng Tianwu. He could not take his eyes off her. It was his first time seeing such a beauty. Zhou Li only looked away when Feng Tianwu furrowed her beautiful eyebrows. He said with a smile, "I wonder what items both of you are planning to auction off." "She didn't tell you?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he glanced at Zhou Li. Zhou Li looked at the lady next to him. "Vice Manager Zhou Li, both of them want to auction off a grade 1 spirit weapon and a grade 1 life recovery pill." So, before the lady could explain how extraordinary the items were, Zhou Li interrupted her in his deep voice, "Grade 1 spirit weapon. Grade 1 life recovery pill." Zhou Li looked at the lady in anger. "Is this your first day working at our Zhou clan's auction fair? Don't you know that the big auction fair that's only held once every 3 months don't accept any items that are not worthy of the finale right before the auction starts? Or do you think a grade 1 spirit weapon and grade 1 life recovery pill are items worthy of being in our big auction fair that only happens once every 3 months? Zhou Li questioned the lady again and again. His tone became more and more impolite as he went on. A grade 1 spirit weapon and a grade 1 life recovery pill. They were considered precious items, but some of the well-known forces in the inner land could obtain them as long as they were willing to pay more origin stones. Although it was more difficult to obtain grade 1 spirit weapons than obtaining grade 1 medicinal pills, it was not impossible to obtain them. Therefore, these 2 items were deemed unworthy of being in the Zhou clan's big auction fair that was held once every 3 months. Vice Manager Zhou Li, the grade 1 spirit weapon they brought is different from the usual ones. Faced with Zhou Li's continuous questions, the lady did not have the chance to speak up. Her cheeks flushed. HMPH. How different can they be? Zhou Li scoffed. The grade 1 spirit weapon that this sir and madam brought is a grade 1 spirit weapon that grants a 90% boost in power, the lady explained immediately. A grade 1 spirit weapon that granted a 90% boost in power. She had already tested it out. Zhou Li's eyes widened a little when he heard the lady's words. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu immediately. His face that was previously somber had a charming smile. "Sir and madam, I wonder if I can examine your grade 1 spirit weapon?" Zhou Li asked. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Zhou Li before he took out the grade 1 spirit sword and passed it to Zhou Li casually. After obtaining the grade 1 spirit sword, Zhou Li began to test it out. Eventually, he discovered the grade 1 spirit weapon indeed granted a 90% boost in power. One must know that the usual grade 1 spirit weapons that gave 87% power boost were considered good, and grade 1 spirit weapons that gave 88% power boost were rare. A grade 1 spirit weapon with 89% power boost was considered a supreme grade while 90% power boost was the best of the best. Zhou Li's breath quickened when he looked at the grade 1 spirit sword carefully. Best of the best. Zhou Li began to caress the grade 1 spirit sword's body in his hands. It seemed as though he was caressing a lover instead of a cold object. Perhaps one would think a grade 1 spirit weapon like this was similar to the regular ones since the boost in strength was a just little more compared to regular grade 1 spirit weapons, but the value of this grade 1 spirit weapon was not entirely reliant on how much of a boost it could give to a martial artist. A grade 1 spirit weapon that gave 90% power boost was rare. It was undoubtedly an extremely precious item, especially to some grade 1 weapons craftsmen. It might even be possible for one to lure a grade 1 weapons craftsman into making 100 grade 1 spirit weapons with this spirit weapon that gave a 90% boost in power. A grade 1 spirit weapon like that was definitely a treasure to grade 1 weapons craftsmen. There was a chance they could learn to craft grade 1 spirit weapons that gave a 90% boost if they could study it. If they were successful, their names would spread far and wide on Cloud Continent, and it would be remembered for an eternity. Grade 1 weapons craftsmen did not lack anything. The only thing they lacked was a moment to make a mark on history. They would be able to enjoy the glory, and many would remember them for hundreds and thousands of years at least before they were forgotten. They would have no regrets in their lives. Your vice manager Zhou Li, right? Is my grade 1 spirit sword worthy of being in your Zhou clan's auction fair now? Duan Ling Tian asked as he glanced at Zhou Li. Yes, of course. Zhou Li nodded immediately. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with bright eyes as he asked, I heard that both of you are also auctioning a grade 1 life recovery pill. Can you bring it out so I can verify it? After Zhou Li saw the grade 1 spirit weapon that granted a 90% boost in power, he was eager to have a look at the grade 1 life recovery pill. He had a strong feeling that the grade 1 life recovery pill was just as extraordinary as the grade 1 spirit weapon in his hands. It was unlikely that it was a regular grade 1 life recovery pill. Duan Ling Tian shook his head after he looked at Zhou Li. It's better if you get an alchemist to do that. Sir, Vice Manager Zhou Li is an alchemist, the lady next to Zhou Li said. Zhou Li revealed a proud smile on his face. However, his smile froze soon after due to Duan Ling Tian's words. You're an alchemist. Which grade? Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhou Li. He frowned as he said, we'll need at least a grade 2 alchemist to see the purity of a grade 1 medicinal pill. Sir, I'm a grade 3 alchemist. Although I can't see the purity of a grade 1 medicinal pill, I can still get a rough feel of it, Zhou Li said after he took a deep breath. A grade 3 alchemist. Duan Ling Tian frowned even harder now. After a while, he said calmly, never mind then, I'll put up with it. Never mind, put up with it. Zhou Li's lips twitched. He held back the rage rising from within and tried his best to force a smile on his face. Sir, please show me the medicinal pill so that I can verify it. Duan Ling Tian lifted his arm to toss the grade 1 life recovery pill to Zhou Li. After grabbing the grade 1 life recovery pill, Zhou Li began to examine the pill meticulously. His eyes changed from looking lost to shocked. All this happened in a blink of an eye. A grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity. Zhou Li exclaimed out loud. The lady standing next to him was also shocked. A grade 1 medicinal pill with more than 90% purity. Such grade 1 medicinal pills really existed. Although the boost of the spirit weapon was significant compared to regular spirit weapons, the value of a grade 1 spirit weapon that gave more than a 90% power boost lay more with the grade 1 weapons craftsman's desire to obtain it. However, a grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity did not only have the same value as the spirit weapon that could give a 90% boost. Its medicinal efficacy was a few folds more than regular grade 1 life recovery pills. Such grade 1 medicinal pills could save lives during critical moments. It could do what a regular grade 1 life recovery pill could not do. In terms of value, this grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity was far more valuable than the grade 1 spirit weapon that granted a 90% boost in power. Sir, may I know where did you obtain this grade 1 life recovery pill? Are there more pills? Zhou Li stared at Duan Ling Tian urgently. A hint of greed flashed in the depth of his eyes. Chapter 1168, Accusation. Although the flash of greed in Zhou Li's eyes disappeared as soon as it appeared, Duan Ling Tian did not miss it since he was observant. No more. Duan Ling Tian shook his head at Zhou Li's question. I found these 2 items in a ruins. I looked everywhere back then but didn't find anything else. Do you mean, you only have 1 spirit weapon and 1 medicinal pill? He asked Duan Ling Tian. He looked into his eyes while he thought about the grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pill in his hands. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded stiffly. However, there was a subtle smirk on the edge of his lips. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a quaint copper mirror appeared in Zhou Li's hand. He immediately pointed it at Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu. Demon Revelation Mirror. Duan Ling Tian could tell with just a glance that the copper mirror in Zhou Li's hand was not a normal mirror. It was a mirror that showed a demon's true form. Soon after, Zhou Li looked at the copper mirror. A charming smile appeared on his face when he saw the human man and woman reflected in the mirror. They're not demons. He was finally certain the young couple before his eyes were not demons but humans. One of them was approximately 25 years old while the other was in her early 20s. Such humans would not have outstanding abilities no matter how talented and how powerful their comprehension was. Vice Manager Zhou Li. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when Zhou Li was putting the demon revelation mirror away. His tone was much colder now. Don't you think it's impolite to point the demon revelation mirror at someone? The demon revelation mirror was not rare on Cloud Continent even though it was very useful. It could discern if someone was a demon or not. If a demon looked into the mirror would show its true form. No one would randomly point a demon revelation mirror at someone else since it was considered rude. Impolite. Zhou Li was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words before a grin formed on his face. Do I need to be polite when talking to frauds like both of you? Frauds? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Zhou Li's words. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu who stood next to Duan Ling Tian was emitting a terrifyingly cold aura. Her beautiful face had also turned colder. Even the lady next to Zhou Li was surprised when Zhou Li lifted his arm and put the grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand away in his spatial ring. If both of you want to live, run as far as you can. Zhou Li shouted. His eyes revealed killing intent as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu. It was obvious that Zhou Li was robbing Duan Ling Tian's grade 1 spirit weapon and grade 1 life recovery pill in broad daylight. The reason he pointed the demon revelation mirror at Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu earlier was to make sure both of them were not demons. Since they were not demons, they were harmless. Now he could openly steal the items they were planning to auction off as though it was a matter of course. Zhou Li ignored Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu after he was done speaking. He looked at the lady who was standing next to him and calmly said, "Follow me." The lady turned a little pale when she heard that, but she obediently followed Zhou Li into the auction fair's backstage. I want him dead, Feng Tianwu said coldly and took a step forward. She was ready to chase after him. You're no match for him. Duan Ling Tian extended his arm and grabbed Feng Tianwu's hand to stop her. It's not difficult to make someone return something that belongs to me, Duan Ling Tian mumbled softly as his eyes gleamed. His voice was cold. Feng Tianwu turned around to look at him. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian took the lead and entered the auction fair's backstage. Feng Tianwu followed behind him. At this time, both of them were instantly thrust into the limelight since it was obvious they were outsiders. They were strangers to the people at the Zhou clan's auction fair. Who are you? Many people asked while frowning. Who are we? Duan Ling Tian smirked. His eyes were trained on Zhou Li who was standing at the side, and he calmly said, "You'll have to ask Vice Manager Zhou Li about this." Zhou Li instantly became the center of attention. Soon after, a dignified old man in silver robe took a step forward and looked at Zhou Li. He looked annoyed and asked Zhou Li with a frown, "What's happening, Zhou Li?" Manager. Zhou Li did not dare to delay as he greeted the silver-robed old man respectfully. The silver-robed old man was the manager of the Zhou clan's auction fair. After greeting the silver-robed old man, Zhou Li looked at Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu calmly and said, "They're just frauds. I'll get rid of them right away." He did not seem surprised at Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu's appearance. Zhou Li stared at them coldly and said slowly, "I wanted to let both of you go. Since you're asking for death, I'll fulfill your wish." His voice revealed a hint of killing intent. "Deal with this quickly. The auction will begin in half an hour. Don't complicate the situation," the silver-robed old man said as he glanced at Zhou Li. "Yes," Zhou Li responded immediately and looked at Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "If the Zhou clan doesn't hand over my things today and give me a reasonable answer, don't even think about having this auction ever again at the Zhou clan's auction square." Duan Ling Tian looked calm as he faced a ferocious-looking Zhou Li. However, his voice was filled with arrogance, and he did not bother to tone it down at all. The faces of everyone in the auction fair's backstage, including silver-robed old man, changed immediately. They were glaring furiously at Duan Ling Tian. That was a naked threat. This purple-clad young man was threatening their Zhou clan's auction fair and their Zhou clan. "You're dead, brat." Zhou Li's face turned somber as the killing intent in his eyes intensified. He was getting ready to attack Duan Lingtian as he moved. However, a silhouette appeared out of thin air before Duan Lingtian and blocked Zhou Li's way. He stopped moving immediately. "Manager, what are you doing?" A silver silhouette was standing before Duan Lingtian at the moment. It was the Zhou clan's auction fair's manager, the silver-robed old man. He looked at Duan Lingtian and questioned in his deep voice, "Are you threatening our Zhou clan?" "You can say that," Duan Lingtian casually replied the silver-robed old man. He did not seem worried about what the Zhou clan might do to him. "You're very daring," the silver-robed old man said. "I don't think I'm daring. I'm trying to be reasonable. I believe the Zhou clan is a righteous clan and will not harbor a parasite in the clan," Duan Lingtian said as he looked pointedly at Zhou Li. It was obvious who he was talking about. "What nonsense are you spewing?" Zhou Li looked at Duan Lingtian. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes, and he was enraged. "How dare you say you're trying to be reasonable when you're trying to cheat our Zhou clan's auction fair?" Zhou Li looked at the silver-robed old man again as he said, "Manager, you should get ready for the auction. Let me handle this small matter. I'll get rid of them right away," Zhou Li said as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. It was as though he was looking at two dead people. "There's no rush. I want to know what happened exactly," the silver-robed old man said as he looked at Zhou Li. Zhou Li heard his words and looked at a lady standing in the distance. It was the lady who brought Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu in. "You, come over here. Tell the manager what happened." The lady's expression changed slightly when she heard Zhou Li's words. However, she quickly unclenched her teeth and walked toward him. The silver-robed old man frowned. He did not understand what was happening. "Manager, she's the one who brought them in. It's better if I let her tell you about the details of what happened," Zhou Li explained. The silver-robed old man nodded and looked at the lady before him. "Tell me." "Yes, manager." It was obvious that the lady felt a little uneasy facing the old man. She said slowly, "Manager, these two guests said they have two items that they would like to auction off earlier. I told them unless they have something that's worthy of being in the finale, we don't allow anyone to enter our Zhou clan's auction fairs backstage." The lady looked at the man and woman who were coldly staring at her when she spoke. There was a sense of guilt and helplessness in the depth of her eyes. At that same time, the lady spoke to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu via voice transmission, "I'm sorry, sir and madam. There's nothing else I can do." Vice Manager Zhou Lu said, "If I don't do as I'm told, not only will he kill me, but he'll kill my family as well." Feng Tianwu's face turned somber. The killing intent in her eyes intensified when she looked at Zhou Li again. Although Duan Lingtian remained calm outwardly, a hint of coldness flashed in the depth of his eyes. Not only did Zhou Li rob him of his things, but he even threatened a weak lady using such a dirty tactic. He had already sentenced Zhou Li to death in his heart. He would not be able to let this go if Zhou Li did not die. These two guests said the items they want to put up for auction are treasures that are worthy of being in the finale. So I brought them to the auction area and got Vice Manager Zhou Li to verify it, the lady continued to speak. When Vice Manager Zhou Li met them and asked them to bring out the items they want to put up for auction, they hesitated and didn't bring out anything in the end. Vice Manager Zhou Li was furious because of that. He condemned them and said they're trying to cheat our Zhou clan's auction fair and asked them to leave. Who knew they would turn around and accuse Vice Manager Zhou Li of taking their things and chased after him backstage. Chapter 1169. Cripple. The moment the words left the lady's mouth, chaos erupted in the backstage of the Zhou clan's auction fair. Trying to cheat our Zhou clan's auction fair means that you're trying to cheat our Zhou clan. Vice Manager Zhou Li was being humane when he told you guys to scram. Yet, you still dare to accuse him of taking your things. You deserve to die. This is my first time seeing such shameless people in my entire life. The group of Zhou clan people was filled with righteous indignation. Their words were impolite and blunt as they glared furiously at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. After the silver-robed old man, the manager of the Zhou clan's auction fair, heard the lady's words, his face turned glum. He looked at Duan Lingtian before he asked in a deep voice, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Duan Lingtian glanced nonchalantly at that silver-robed old man and asked, "There's no need for you to care whether I have anything else to say or not. Right now, will you believe me even I say anything?" From the very beginning until the end, his face remained calm as though he did not notice the imminent danger. Or perhaps, he did not classify this as a danger at all. "Manager, why are you still talking nonsense? With him, get rid of them." It's time for us to prepare for our auction fair, Jolie chimed in. Am I right? Jolie turned to look at the other people present in the backstage of the auction fair. That's right, kill them. They defamed Vice Manager Jolie and looked down on our Zhou clan. They deserve to die. Indeed, they deserve to die. Jolie's words were like the blasting fuse that fully ignited the atmosphere of the auction fair's backstage. Each and every one of the Zhou clan's member was itching to flay Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu alive. It was only when the silver-robed old man raised his hand that the auction fair's backstage fell silent again. I'd really like to hear your explanation regarding this, the old man said at a speed that was neither too fast nor too slow as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Manager, there's no need to waste your time on these liars. The moment Jolie heard the old man's words, his eyes turned sharp as he chimed in my opinion, we should just kill him. Then, he strode out and stood beside the old man. He was about to attack Duan Ling Tian, but the old man raised a hand to block him. What, Vice Manager Jolie, are you afraid that you'll be found out, huh? Duan Ling Tian flashed a smile at Jolie that caused him to panic. His face turned grave, but he snorted loudly. What's there for me to be afraid of? Don't tell me that I, Jolie, really took your things. Well, you don't have the final say on whether you took my things or not. Duan Ling Tian's smile remained on his face. Of course I know I don't have the final say. Didn't you hear what the people said? You're all liars. You just want to create a disturbance at our Zhou clan's auction fair. Jolie snorted. Oh, really? Duan Ling Tian took a good look at Jolie before raising his hand. A sword and a pill appeared in his hands. Didn't you ask me if I have the same spirit weapon and pill with me? I'm sorry, I forgot that I do indeed have them in my spatial ring. The moment Jolie saw Duan Ling Tian taking out the spirit sword and pill, his face turned pale immediately. His eyes narrowed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. You're the manager of this Zhou clan's auction square, right? Duan Ling Tian looked at the silver-robed old man before he casually passed the sword and pill in his hand to him. Earlier, this subordinate of yours, Jolie, pocketed my grade 1 spirit sword and life recovery pill. How ridiculous. Before the old man could say anything, Jolie snorted. Do you think our Zhou clan are lacking in grade 1 spirit swords and life recovery pills? Why would I need yours? Well, I don't know if Zhou clan is lacking in that or not. However, I can see that you're definitely lacking, Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. You're looking for death. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Jolie could no longer hold it back anymore. He was infuriated. Jolie seized the opportunity when the old man reached out to take the grade 1 spirit sword and life recovery pill that Duan Ling Tian passed to him. His origin energy skyrocketed from his body. Profundities followed closely like shadows as his entire being transformed into a cannonball that shot toward Duan Ling Tian. Jolie, the silver-robed old man who had just taken the spirit sword and pill, did not expect Jolie to attack Duan Ling Tian after he had dissuaded him. For a moment, his face turned grave since he felt as though his prestige had been challenged. However, even if he wanted to save the purple-clad young man, it was already too late now. Jolie's attack was just too sudden. It was so sudden that he still did not regain his senses. Soon after, a loud explosion resonated. Everyone from the Zhou clan thought the purple-clad young man had already been killed by Jolie. However, along with the series of explosions, a flurry of hurricanes swept through. They were shocked by the scene before their eyes. The purple-clad young man stood there unharmed while Jolie was curled up on the ground. He was rolling frantically on the floor as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Jolie was holding his lower abdomen in pain while he rolled in a frenzy on the floor. At the same time, he pointed a trembling finger at Duan Ling Tian as he screamed, "Why, you crippled my dantian. How ruthless of you. You're so ruthless." The entire scene fell silent. The Zhou clan's members were very clear about Jolie's background. Jolie was an elder of their Zhou clan. He was only in his 50s and yet, he was already at the 4th level martial monarch stage. His strength was extremely astounding. However, today, his dantian was crippled in one blow by a young man who looked as though he was only 25 years old. Sir, isn't this a little too much? The silver-robed old man, who was the manager of the Zhou clan's auction fair, glared coldly at Duan Ling Tian. Too much? Duan Ling Tian smiled. He robbed me of my grade 1 spirit weapon and pill, but he still wanted to kill me. I've only crippled his cultivation base, and you think that it's too much? We still haven't reached a conclusion yet regarding this matter. The silver-robed old man looked at Duan Ling Tian with dread on his face as he said in a deep voice, "I've worked with this Zhou Li for many years now, so I know him pretty well. Just a mere grade 1 spirit weapon and life recovery pill are not enough to rouse his greed." Many Zhou clan's members nodded their heads in agreement. Each and every one of them was glaring at Duan Ling Tian, but none of them dared to make a move. Like the silver-robed old man, they were surprised by Duan Ling Tian's strength. He crippled Zhou Li's Dantian with just a blow. Even this silver-robed old man, the manager of the Zhou clan's auction fair, feared Duan Ling Tian's strength now. Zhou Li, who was in so much pain that he almost felt numb, finally stopped rolling on the floor. He looked at the silver-robed man. He was covered in cold sweat as he urged in bleak voice, "Manager Zhou Ji, kill him and avenge me. Avenge me." The silver-robed old man, the manager of the Zhou clan's auction fair, was named Zhou Ji. In the face of Zhou Ji's query, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged. He said calmly, "If it's just an ordinary grade 1 spirit weapon and life recovery pill, it would not have roused his greed. However, do you really think that my grade 1 spirit weapon and life recovery pill that are qualified to be the finale items in your auction fair are only ordinary items?" The moment Zhou Li heard Duan Ling Tian's words, terror could be seen in his eyes. However, all Zhou clan's members, including Zhou Ji, shifted their eyes to the grade 1 spirit sword and life recovery pill in Zhou Ji's hands. Aren't they just a grade 1 spirit weapon and a grade 1 life recovery pill? What difference could it have? Many people were skeptical. Zhou Ji raised his hand. A gust of pure origin energy gushed out of his hand and entered the grade 1 spirit sword he was holding. For a moment, the sound of sword whistling resonated in the air. It was crisp and pleasant to the ears. Just from the sound, they could tell it was a good sword. Soon after, a silhouette of an ancient black dragon appeared above Zhou Ji's head, displaying his cultivation base at the 7th level martial monarch stage. In the next instant, the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared next to the ancient black dragon silhouette. A total of 9,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared before everyone's eyes, when most of the people were carefully studying the ancient horned dragons and trying to count them. Zhou Ji regained his senses and cried out, "A 90% boost! A 90% boost!" The crowd burst into an uproar. They had never seen nor heard about any grade 1 spirit weapon that could give a 90% boost before. However, one had appeared right before their eyes today. Many people gulped and asked with slight difficulty, "Sir Manager, this grade 1 spirit sword really gives a 90% boost? What, are you doubting my words now?" Zhou Ji glared at these people who were speechless before he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian with a shocked expression. Slightly awestruck, he asked, "May I ask you, sir, who's the maker of this grade 1 spirit sword? This is casually made by one of the grade 1 weapons craftsmen in my sect. What do you think? Can it be the final item in the auction fair held by your Zhou clan today?" Duan Ling Tian answered indifferently and bluntly. "Of course." Zhou Ji immediately nodded his head before shifting his gaze toward the grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand again. "Zhou, you're a grade 2 alchemist. Take a look at this grade 1 life recovery pill." When the crowd was still taken aback by the boost of the grade 1 spirit sword in Zhou Ji's hand, Zhou Ji looked at an old man with white hair and casually threw the grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand to him. The old man, whose name was Zhou, began to examine the life recovery pill. After just a glance, his body began to tremble violently. "What's wrong with Elder Zhou? Could it be the grade 1 life recovery pill is special or something?" "It must be so." With the grade 1 spirit sword serving as an example, the Zhou clan's members present did not dare to look down on the purple-clad young man's grade 1 life recovery pill. After a moment, Zhou finally returned to his senses. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he yelled excitedly, 9-91% purity. This is grade 1 life recovery pill has a purity of 91%. The moment the words left Zhou mouth, the entire scene fell silent again. A grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity. How terrifying the medicinal efficacy must be. Chapter 1170. The VIP area. When the Zhou clan's members at the backstage of the auction fair were still shocked by the grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity, a nonchalant voice resonated in the air and attracted everybody's attention. Trying to escape, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and an invisible force grabbed Zhou Li, who was trying to escape from the auction fair's backstage. His hand in the air seemed as though it was gripping a throat. As for Zhou Li, his throat was gripped by an invisible force that seemed to have transformed into an invisible hand. His face was flushed as he was lifted into midair. His eyes were bulging, and he could not make a sound at all. Sir, please have mercy. Zhou Ji hastily pleaded as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Have mercy. Duan Lingtian cast a glance at Zhou Ji nonchalantly and asked in reply, do you think that's possible? Sir, Zhou Li is the only son of a Zhou clan's grand elder. If you kill him, you'll only be inviting harm to yourself. Zhou Ji knew that a soft method would not work on him, so he switched to a harsher method instead. It was as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian did not know how powerful their Zhou clan's grand elder was. He continued to say, our Zhou clan's grand elder is one of the best in our Zhou clan. He's at the 8th level martial monarch stage. Although I'm a 7th level martial monarch stage martial artist, I'd most likely die in just a blow if I fight with our Zhou clan's grand elder. Zhou Ji continued to play up their Zhou clan's grand elder's power. Zhou clan's grand elder, 8th level martial monarch stage. However, Duan Lingtian did not take Zhou Ji's bait at all. He looked at Zhou Ji indifferently before his hand that looked as though it was gripping a neck suddenly tightened. A crisp sound of bone breaking resonated in the air. Although the sound was not particularly loud, it had taken everyone, except for Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, by surprise. It made their hearts leap. Everyone from the Zhou clan, including Zhou Ji, turned pale immediately. Zhou Ji, whose neck was broken by Duan Lingtian, fell to the floor. The profundity fragment in his body and his spatial ring were in Duan Lingtian's hand now. Why you? Zhou Ji looked at Duan Lingtian, speechless. He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's action. He actually dared to kill the only son of the Zhou clan's grand elder. In his opinion, this young man was doomed. Many other Zhou clan's members shared the same thought with Zhou Ji. However, there was a small group of Zhou clan's members who thought otherwise. Ever since he entered the backstage of our auction square, his face remained calm. There was no trace of panic on his face at all. At first, I thought he was just putting on a show, but I finally understand that he thinks nothing of us at all. There's still no trace of panic on his face even after he killed Zhou Li, the Zhou clan's grand elder's only son. It seems like he's not afraid of the grand elder at all. He's not afraid of the grand elder at all. How strong is he exactly? Earlier, he said the grade 1 spirit weapon that could grant a 90% boost is made by a grade 1 weapons craftsman from his sect. A sect that has such an extraordinary grade 1 weapons craftsman must not be an ordinary sect. Perhaps he's a disciple of a first-rate sect in the center area of the inner land. A small group of Zhou clan's members whispered among themselves. The inner land could be considered as the center of Cloud Continent. There were many powerhouses who were gathered there. The center area of the inner land, on the other hand, was the core center of Cloud Continent. There were more powerhouses there who were even more powerful. The moment they heard the whispering of the small group of Zhou clan's members, most of the other Zhou clan's members, including Zhou Ji, felt that they had a point. Their faces immediately turned grave in unison. A grade 1 weapons craftsman who could make a grade 1 spirit weapon that could grant a 90% boost would not have joined an ordinary sect. Although their Zhou clan was a first-rate force as well, it was ranked in the last few places among the first-rate forces in the inner land. It was a first-rate force that was ranked at the bottom on Cloud Continent. The closer it was to the center area of the inner land, the stronger the first-rate force was. Zhou Ji took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian before he asked, "May I know which sect you are from, sir?" "You'll find out which sect I'm from in no time. In case the Zhou clan claims that I framed him, please take my things out from Zhou Li's spatial ring." Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly to Zhou Ji's query. He raised his hand and threw Zhou Li's spatial ring to Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji cast a complicated glance at Duan Lingtian before performing a blood ownership claim on Zhou Li's spatial ring. Soon after, he took out a spirit sword and a pill. Although they were already mentally prepared, they still burst into an uproar the moment they saw Zhou Ji took out the stolen goods from Zhou Li's spatial ring. Each of them looked at Zhou Li's body in contempt. What a disgrace to our Zhou clan. Moreover, he was the son of our grand elder. He really brought shame to our Zhou clan. Although Zhou Li had turned into a corpse, there were still many people who sneered at him. Put the sword and pill back before you remove the blood ownership. Claim on the spatial ring and give it back to me. As for the previous sword and pill, if your Zhou clan's auction fair is willing to auction it for me, I'll hand them to you. If you're unwilling, I'll take them with me and leave, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he looked at Zhou Ji. Of course we're willing, Zhou Ji replied without any hesitation. Moreover, the Zhou clan's auction square will help you auction these 2 items for free, sir. While Zhou Ji spoke, he put the sword and pill back into the spatial ring that Zhou Li left behind before he removed the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring and returned it to Duan Ling Tian. In that case, thank you, Manager Zhou Ji, Duan Ling Tian replied after he took a good look at Zhou Ji. You're welcome. In the face of the young man who seemed to not fear their Zhou clan's grand elder, Zhou Ji did not dare to be negligent in fear of offending someone he was not supposed to offend since he did not know the young man's background. Soon after, Zhou Ji looked at the lady standing by the side who was shaking in fear and asked Duan Ling Tian, then, how do you want to deal with her, sir? When Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, the lady kneeled down in front of Duan Ling Tian and smacked her head on the ground loudly as she bowed. See customer, I know that I'm wrong. It's ALR right if you want to take my life. However, after I die, I hope you'll have mercy and let go my family go. The lady knocked her head on the ground. She begged for mercy, not for her life, but for her family's lives. She was afraid Duan Ling Tian would vent his anger on her family. Seeing as you tried explaining to me via voice transmission earlier, I won't make a fuss about this, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Thank you, customer. Thank you, customer. The lady quickly thanked Duan Ling Tian. The customer is not making a fuss, but you still don't want to get up. The auction fair is about to begin. Why are you still not bringing him to the VIP area? You better serve the customer properly. Otherwise, you don't have to come here anymore. Zhou Ji frowned when he saw the lady was still kneeling on the ground. Yes, yes. Upon hearing this, the lady returned to her senses. She hastily stood up before looking at Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu. Please follow me. She proceeded to lead Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu who was following her from behind. After Duan Ling Tian left, the backstage of the Zhou clan's auction square fell silent again. You, send Zhou Li's body back to the clan. Apart from that, tell the clan leader about everything that has transpired here today. Before he finds out the young man's identity, it's better not to alert the Grand Elder who's still in closed-door cultivation. Moreover, don't take the initiative to attack at all. Zhou Ji looked at one of the Zhou clan's disciples. When he reached the end of his order, he remarked with a cautious expression, I have a feeling he's not that simple. The moment the Zhou clan's disciple heard his order, he responded respectfully, yes. He lifted Zhou Li's body before he left. Okay, everybody, get ready, the auction fair is about to begin. Zhou Ji told the others. Yes, the crowd of people replied one after another. At another side, under the lady's guidance, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu finally arrived at an area that was closest to the auction stage. There were rows and rows of standalone pergolas as well. Some pergolas only housed one person while some housed a group of 3 to 5 people who were animatedly chatting with each other. It was apparent they came here in a group. Oh, there are people who wear masks here too. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian noticed there were many people in the VIP area who were wearing masks. It seemed as though they were afraid other people would recognize them. Duan Ling Tian could faintly guess their intentions. It was precisely because they were worried they would attract attention when they placed their bid during the auction. With the masks, nobody would know who was bidding for the items. After that, they could just take off their masks and walk away as though nothing had happened. Customer, this way please. The lady led Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu to an empty pergola. There were a stone table and stone stools in the pergola. Apart from that, there were also good wine, dainty dishes, and fresh fruits placed on the stone table. After Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu sat down, the lady kept watch in the front of the pergola after telling the two of them, customers, just call me if you need anything. After she finished saying this, she continued to keep watch in front of the pergola. There were many pergolas in the VIP area. However, the only pergola that had somebody from the Zhou clan's auction square keeping watch was none other than the one that housed Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu. The pergola instantly stood out like a stork in a flock of fowls. It attracted many people's attention. Who is so arrogant? They actually have a specially assigned servant to serve them. Many people were curious. A young man who was dressed luxuriously sat in a pergola near Duan Ling Tian's pergola. An old man stood behind that young man like a shadow. I'd love to see who's this person that the Zhou clan treats so well. Even I don't have anyone serving me. The luxuriously dressed young man heard the commotion in the surroundings and saw a lady standing outside a pergola. His face instantly turned grave. In the next second, He stood up and brought the old man over to that pergola. "Dear customers, there's someone here." When the luxuriously dressed young man brought the old man over and was about to enter Duan Ling Tian's pergola, the lady who was standing outside quickly stopped them and smiled. "Please find another place to sit, dear customers." Scram. When the luxuriously dressed young man saw the lady blocking his way, the young man who was originally unhappy became angry. He raised his hand and thrust a palm out as fast as lightning. A loud explosion reverberated in the air. The lady was instantly killed by him. Blood splattered inside the pergola. Chapter 1171. Slaying with just one finger. A loud sound reverberated in the air when the woman was killed, instantly taking Duan Ling Tian by surprise. Nobody saw when Duan Ling Tian made a move, but a layer of invisible light shield rose and blocked the blood that splattered toward him and Tian Wu. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian looked at the assailant who was slowly walking into the pergola. His face turned grave immediately. What a beautiful woman! When the luxuriously dressed young man brought the old man in, his gaze instantly landed on Feng Tian Wu. He completely ignored Duan Ling Tian. His breathing quickened when he saw Feng Tian Wu's extremely beautiful face. When had he ever seen such a beauty? "Lady, I'm called Wuxia. I'm the son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. I wonder what's your name, miss?" The luxuriously dressed young man arrived before Feng Tian Wu. A warm smile appeared on that fairly handsome face. However, there were lust and desire in the depth of his eyes. The desire to obtain this almost perfect woman before him. At the moment when Wuxia greeted Feng Tian Wu in a refined and courteous manner, Feng Tian Wu replied with a cold and icy word, "Scram." Wuxia was struck dumb for a moment. From the moment Wuxia killed the woman standing outside the pergola, the commotion had caught many people's attention. Due to this reason, Wuxia's failure in chatting up Feng Tian Wu and her rebuke to him was seen by everyone. The son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. When most of them discovered Wuxia's identity, they did not dare to say anything at all. However, their eyes were filled with scorn when they looked at him. The True Martial Sect was also a first-rate force similar to the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City and the former Yin-Yang sect. Wuxia felt extremely embarrassed when he noticed the scorn from the people in the surroundings. He tried to suppress the wrath rising in his heart. He looked at Feng Tian Wu again before he repeated, I said I'm the son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. The young sect leader of True Martial Sect. However, the reply that Feng Tian Wu gave him was also the same word she had given him earlier. Scram, scram. Wuxia's body trembled slightly, and his expression began to turn wretched. When had he ever been ignored like that in front of a crowd? There was no difference to being humiliated. The group of people watching the scene burst into an uproar. While they sneered at Wuxia, they were looking at Feng Tian Wu in shock. They did not expect this woman to have the balls to treat the son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect in such a way. Although the sect leader of True Martial Sect had two sons, the one he doted on the most was none other than his youngest son whom he obtained in his old age. He almost regarded him as his life. Bitch, I was nice to you. How dare you act so ungrateful? Finally, Wuxia could no longer suppress the flames of fury in his heart and completely erupted. He took a stride forward and raised both hands to grab Feng Tian Wu. Aren't you arrogant? From today onward, I'll make you my slave. Wuxia was the son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. He had just entered his 30s, and his cultivation base was at the peak of the void. However, he was like an ant in front of Feng Tian Wu. Young master. The sound of sword whistling in the air disappeared as soon as it appeared. It was accompanied by a loud scream. As it turned out, Feng Tian Wu had casually drawn her sword and took the life of Wuxia, who was venting his anger on her. The owner of the loud scream was none other than the old man standing behind Wuxia. He did not expect the harmless-looking red-clad woman could kill young master without him noticing. His young master was dead. How was he going to explain this to the sect leader? Silence descended on the surroundings. The gazes that landed on Wuxia, who was lying in a pool of blood, were a little stunned. She killed the youngest son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. She just invited a huge calamity. The True Martial Sect will never let her go. I can't believe she possessed the strength to kill the youngest son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect, even though she only appears to be in her 20s. Although there was no heaven and earth energy that gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon when they attacked earlier, I heard the youngest son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect was at the peak of the void already. He was killed in just a blow. She must be a martial monarch then. The onlookers discussed among themselves as they stared at this woman who possessed unrivaled beauty in astonishment. Well, it was just like the saying, women are troubles. If it was not for the fact that the son of the sect leader of true martial sect harbored evil intention toward this woman, he would not have ended up like that. However, what they did not know was the son of the sect leader of true martial sect had been sentenced to death by the purple-clad young man standing next to the woman when he killed the woman standing outside the pergola. Why you? How dare you kill my young master? Do you know who he is? The old man was so infuriated that his body began to tremble when he saw Wuxia lying on the ground. He glared at Feng Tianwu intently. It seemed as though he had not recovered from his shock yet. What does it have to do with me, whoever he is? Feng Tianwu lifted her head and looked at the old man indifferently. Her question almost made the old man throw up blood. This woman first killed his young master, and then, she actually had the audacity to ask what did it have to do with her who his young master was. You're looking for death. The old man could no longer hold back. With a loud roar, origin energy rose from his body and transformed into a thunderstorm in just a blink of an eye before it twined around his body. It made him look like a thunder god. Apart from that, there were also revolving wind energy and dancing flames around the thunderstorm. With a flash, the old man charged out. A series of explosions sounded in his wake as he charged out. Invisible airwave rolled out and turned into a flurry of hurricanes that swept through the place. In the next instant, a sword suddenly appeared in the old man's hands. The sword sliced toward Feng Tianwu powerfully as though it had divine help. The strength that the old man demonstrated was not only more powerful than Wuxia, it far surpassed Feng Tianwu too. However, Feng Tianwu's expression remained calm in the face of the old man's hurricane-like attack. It seemed as though she had no intention of moving at all. Has she gone crazy? It looks like she's wishing for death now. Many people thought to themselves as they watched the scene unfolding before their eyes. Just when everybody thought Feng Tianwu was about to die, a scene far beyond their imagination suddenly unfolded. Their eyes instantly became as wide as saucers. The purple-clad young man who was sitting motionlessly next to the red-clad woman suddenly made his move like a thunder when the old man's sword that contained the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and several thousand ancient horned dragons was slicing down at the red-clad woman. With just one finger, he blocked the sword that the old man wielded with all his might. The finger and the sword met. They were momentarily locked in a stalemate. Rolling airwaves began to spread out from the meeting point of the finger and the sword before it transformed into a flurry of hurricanes that made the onlookers' robes flutter. Some people with a lower cultivation base had to squint their eyes. However, their eyes did not leave the purple-clad young man standing nearby. His strength shocked all of them. Crack, crack, crack. Right at this moment, the old man's face flushed as his body trembled ever so slightly. A series of fine cracks began to appear from the place where he stood. The cracks continued to spread out, appearing like a giant spider web. Humph. In comparison to the old man's lack of energy to carry on, Duan Ling Tian appeared calm and collected. However, he soon snorted as the finger blocking at the tip of the old man's sword gave a little flick. A vast energy surged out of Duan Ling Tian's finger and entered the spirit sword in the old man's hand easily like crushing dried leaves before it entered old man's body as well. In just a blink of an eye, the tyrannical energy destroyed the old man's internal organs, killing him imperceptibly. The old man collapsed to the ground, his eyes turned lifeless when he stopped breathing. True martial sect. Duan Ling Tian swept a cold glance at the two bodies. A hint of disdain could be seen on the corner of his mouth. According to Luo Ping, the true martial sect was originally one of Yin Yang sect's mortal enemies. Tian Wu, let's go there. Duan Ling Tian took the spatial rings, profundity, and concept fragments from the two bodies before. He led Feng Tianwu to an unoccupied pergola to sit. Meanwhile, everyone's eyes followed them when they moved. Who is this purple-clad young man? He's really strong. Judging by the heaven and earth phenomenon he mobilized, that old man from the true martial sect should be at the 5th or 6th level martial monarch stage at least. However, he was killed with just a finger. He's just too powerful. I guess he must be a powerful demon. It's quite unlikely for a human martial artist to be so powerful at such a young age. A group of people whispered among themselves. The eyes that were looking at Duan Ling Tian were filled with dread. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu sat down in another pergola. Soon after, the Zhou clan's auction square's staff came to clean the previous pergola they were sitting in. While they were cleaning, it was apparent that they were slightly trembling. After all, the body they were cleaning up belonged to the dearest youngest son of the sect leader of true martial sect. At the backstage of the Zhou clan's auction square, manager, The two of them are real troublemakers. Before this, they've already killed Zhou Li, and now they even killed the dearest youngest son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect and the elder of True Martial Sect. One of the Zhou clan's disciples reported as he looked at Zhou Ji. There was a wry smile on his face. Looks like our Zhou clan's auction square is destined to be stormy today, Zhou Ji sighed. Soon after, somebody entered and reported, "Manager, I've done as you said. I've already asked someone to send the two bodies to the True Martial Sect's industrial property in Ataraxia City." "Manager, it's going to begin soon," someone reminded at this moment. "Follow the orders. It must be chaotic outside right now. Let me go out and calm them down," Zhou Ji ordered before he walked out of the backstage to the auction stage. Standing on the auction stage, he could clearly see the pergolas in front of his eyes and the customers sitting inside them. These customers were all here to participate in the large-scale auction fair at the Zhou clan's auction square today. "Everyone, I'd like to announce that the large-scale auction fair that's held every 3 months by the Zhou clan's auction square has now begun," Zhou Ji announced in a lively manner. Chapter 1172. A stormy Ataraxia City. As Zhou Ji announced the start of the auction fair, the attention of all the customers in Zhou clan's auction square had also shifted from Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu to the auction stage. Soon after, someone brought out the first auction item that attracted everyone's attention, including Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian's interest vanished after just a glance at the item. The first auction item was a bottle of grade 1 pill. Although the pill was contained in a pill bottle, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy easily detected the pill's attributes. It was a grade 1 pill with less than 70% purity. In Duan Ling Tian's eyes, this was basically trash. However, what Duan Ling Tian perceived as trash might not be perceived as trash by the others. Moreover, in the eyes of the people, it was a treasure they could only obtain by spending a lot of high-grade origin stones. "I'll offer 20 high-grade origin stones. 30, 50. That bottle of grade 1 pill that Duan Ling Tian regarded as trash was successfully sold to someone at the cost of 120 high-grade origin stones. It caused Duan Ling Tian to sigh a little. Let alone 120 high-grade origin stones, he was not even willing to spend 1 high-grade origin stone on a trash like that. Pills were different from spirit weapons. A low-grade spirit weapon could still be refined in the furnace, but it was not the case for pills. The auction fair continued to go on like a raging fire. However, it was not tranquil at all in the Zhou clan's mansion in Ataraxia City. The entire Zhou clan was in an uproar from the body that was sent into the Zhou clan's mansion. All of the senior officials of Zhou clan, who were at home at the moment and not in closed-door cultivation, had gathered together. An old man wearing a green robe inlaid with gold sat on the highest seat in the Zhou clan's main hall. The old man appeared to be in good shape, and the prestige that came from the calmness in his eyes subtly revealed an aura of supremacy. This old man was none other than the current clan leader of Ataraxia City's Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng. The people sitting below were a group of people who had gathered there. Among them were old and middle-aged men. All of them were the Zhou clan's elders. At this moment, they were gathered around a body lying on the ground. They were no stranger to the body at all. Zhou Li was a Zhou clan's elder and also the son of the Zhou clan's grand elder. One of the middle-aged elders of the Zhou clan looked at Zhou Zheng sitting on the highest seat with a pair of huge eyes as he asked in disbelief, "Clan leader, who did this?" It was very hard for him to imagine someone who had the balls to do something like that. How dare he kill the only son of their Zhou clan's grand elder? For a moment, all of the Zhou clan's elders looked at Zhou Zheng. They were curious about this as well. Their Zhou clan's grand elder was a powerhouse who was well known in Ataraxia City and its surrounding region. In their opinion, being so bold as to slaughter the only son of their Zhou clan's grand elder was just bringing about one's own destruction. Under the curious eyes of the Zhou clan's elders, Zhou Zheng shook his head instead. "I have no idea yet." "No idea?" Zhou Zheng's words left the Zhou clan's elders completely bewildered. "Clan leader, what do you mean by this? See, could it be that we don't even know who killed Zhou Li?" One of the Zhou clan's elders asked with a frown. "In that case, doesn't this mean Grand Elder won't be able to find the killer if he wants to avenge Zhou Li? If the Grand Elder comes out of his closed-door cultivation, he definitely won't be able to accept this." Before Zhou Zheng could reply, the rest of the Zhou clan's elders already fell into a discussion among themselves. "The killer's still in our Zhou clan's auction square." With this one remark from Zhou Zheng, the entire scene fell silent. In the next second, a Zhou clan's elder regained his senses first. His eyes gleamed coldly. "Clan leader, the Grand Elder has sacrificed his entire life for the sake of our Zhou clan. Right now, his only son was killed while he's in the midst of closed-door cultivation to make a breakthrough. We should capture the killer now and deal with him later when the Grand Elder finally comes out. This suggestion from the Zhou clan's elder was supported by the other Zhou clan's elders. If this issue is as simple as that, do you think I'll still ask all of you to come? Zhou Zheng asked as he swept an indifferent glance at the Zhou clan's elders. For a moment, the Zhou clan elders were rendered speechless. Clan leader, don't tell me there's a problem, an astute Zhou clan's elder asked. That's right, Zhou Zheng nodded before he continued to say, Zhou Li is killed at the backstage of our Zhou clan's auction square. When he died, Zhou Ji was present at the scene too. Zhou Ji, the manager of the Zhou clan's auction square. He was also a Zhou clan's elder that possessed great strength. This was a matter of course. If his strength was not powerful, how could he possibly assume the post of manager at the Zhou clan's auction square that was greatly important to the Zhou clan? Elder Zhou Ji was at the scene too. Yet, the killer was still able to kill Zhou Li. Many Zhou clan's elders gasped. Their eyes narrowed instantly. Zhou Ji was a 7th-level martial monarch. His strength was among the top 10 in Zhou clan. According to Zhou Ji's words, he could not even react in time when that guy made his move. His strength is in no way inferior to Zhou Ji. In fact, it must be a lot stronger too, Zhou Zheng replied in a deep voice. Our Zhou clan, including the clan leader and the Grand Elder, still has another 3 supreme elders who are stronger than Elder Zhou Ji. Won't it be easy for us to fight him? Many Zhou clan elders asked confidently. Of course, I know this, Zhou Zheng replied. However, the identity of the person who killed Zhou Li is not simple as well. Oh, the moment Zhou Zheng's words left his mouth, it undoubtedly caught the Zhou clan's elders' attention. His identity is not simple. According to the clan's disciple who sent Zhou Li's body back, the person who killed Zhou Li is a customer who has entrusted items to be auctioned off in our Zhou clan's auction square. Zhou Zheng replied slowly. He stopped when he reached this part of his sentence. Customer. Since he's a customer, why would he kill Zhou Li? Or could it be Zhou Li was the one who provoked him first? The group of Zhou clan elders asked curiously. Today, there are 2 customers who came to put items up for auction in our Zhou clan's auction square. In the face of the Zhou clan elders' doubts, Zhou Zheng told them the ins and outs of the story, including the fact that the customer who had killed Zhou Li actually entrusted a grade 1 spirit weapon that gave a 90% boost in strength and grade 1 pill that had more than 90% purity. Naturally, he did not leave out the story of how Zhou Li, consumed by greed, decided to pocket the items that the customer entrusted to be auctioned off for himself. The moment Zhou Zheng finished his story, a commotion broke out in the Zhou clan's main hall. Many of the Zhou clan elders' faces turned grave instantly. Some even became flushed as though they were embarrassed. What a shame, what a shame. Not only was Zhou Li utterly shameless, he even brought disgrace to our Zhou clan. If that customer spreads this story, who would dare to put their items up for auction at our Zhou clan's auction square? Although I respect the Grand Elder a lot, I must say that Zhou Li's death is not enough to atone for his crime. That's right, even his death could not atone for his crime. After the Zhou clan elders learned about the ins and outs of the matter, many of them cast the blame on the dead Zhou Li and were filled with righteous indignation. Silence. Zhou Zheng's cold voice returned the tranquility to the Zhou clan's main hall again. Although Zhou Li was the one at fault, he had already paid for it with his life. Due to this reason, I hope that nobody will blame him anymore, Zhou Zheng said as he cast a glance at his surroundings. For a moment, the group of Zhou clan's elders fell silent. Clan leader, earlier you said that this customer has entrusted us with a grade 1 spirit weapon that could give a 90% boost in strength. Is it refined by a grade 1 weapon craftsman from his sect? One of the Zhou clan's elder asked as he looked at Zhou Zheng. That's right, Zhou Zheng nodded. The clan's disciple that Zhou Ji sent back said so. On top of that, Zhou Ji suspects the grade 1 life recovery pill that has more than 91% purity also came from a grade 1 alchemist in his sect. The moment these words left Zhou Zheng's mouth, it was like a stone had set off 1,000 ripples. It caused the expressions of the Zhou clan's elders to change drastically. If that's true, then, doesn't this mean there are one extraordinary weapon, craftsman and alchemist in the sect that he belongs to? Goodness, how powerful is this sect? Many Zhou clan's elders exclaimed. Due to this reason, before we discover his identity, the Zhou clan cannot offend him. Even if the Grand Elder comes out of his closed-door cultivation, We must not let him look for trouble with that guy at all. Dread could be seen on Zheng Zhou's face when he reached the end of his sentence. The group of Zhou clan's elders agreed with him wholeheartedly. Clan leader, clan leader. At this moment, a hurried voice rang from outside, gasping heavily for breath. It was obvious this man had rushed his way back to the Zhou clan. Huh, Zhou Zheng raised his brows and responded, "Come in." In the next moment, a Zhou clan's disciple hurried into the hall. When he saw the group of Zhou clan's elders present on the scene, it was inevitable that his expression became a little uncomfortable. Zhou Zheng recognized this person as the clan's disciple who was in charge at the Zhou clan's auction square, so he asked, "Look at you in hurry to find me. Has something happened at the auction square?" Auction square. The moment Zhou Zheng opened his mouth, all of the Zhou clan's elders looked at the newcomer with curiosity in their eyes. They wondered why he rushed back in a hurry to look for the clan leader. Yes. The Zhou clan's disciple who rushed back hastily nodded. "Tell me," Zhou Zheng ordered. "Clan leader, the customer and the woman beside him who killed Elder Zhou Li also killed the young sect leader of True Martial Sect and his follower in our Zhou clan's auction square." The Zhou clan disciple finished his sentence in a go. The reason he came back was to report this news. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire scene fell silent. The young sect leader of True Martial Sect. As the clan leader of Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng was one of the top powerhouses in Zhou clan. He regained his senses immediately and asked, "Which young sect leader?" "Is it Wu Jian, the young sect leader who's responsible for the True Martial Sect's industrial property in our Ataraxia city?" Wu Jian was the eldest son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. He was usually in Ataraxia city handling the True Martial Sect's industrial matter. He was quite powerful and was not inferior to Zhou Ji, the manager of Zhou clan's auction square. "No." The Zhou clan's disciple shook his head and smiled wryly. "It's Wu Jia, the youngest son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. Manager Zhou Ji has already asked someone to send Wu Jia's body to the True Martial Sect's industrial property in Ataraxia city. I think Wu Jian must have seen his brother's body by now," the Zhou clan's disciple added. "Wu Jia," Zhou Zheng's eyes gleamed as he muttered, "looks like it's destined to be stormy in our Ataraxia city today." Chapter 1173. Mysterious Silver. Half of the industrial property in Ataraxia city belonged to the Zhou clan. The other half was controlled by a few other first-rate forces, including the True Martial Sect. Today, the True Martial Sect's industrial property in Ataraxia city was not tranquil at all. When the two bodies were sent there, they closed the shops. The atmosphere inside one of the shops was extremely tensed. A sturdy middle-aged man looked at the person who sent the bodies over. His eyes gleamed with iciness as he asked in a deep voice, "Who did this?" That person broke out in cold sweat when the middle-aged man glared at him. He quickly answered, "Young sect leader, I'm from the Zhou clan's auction square. Your brother and this True Martial Sect's elder were killed by two of our customers in our Zhou clan's auction square." Judging from his words, one would be able to figure out that the sturdy middle-aged man was none other than Wu Jian, the other young sect leader of True Martial Sect. He was also Wu Jia's blood brother. "You killed my brother and an elder from the True Martial Sect. I, Wu Jian, will kill you in return." Wu Jian's eyes gleamed murderously, and his body emitted a tyrannical aura that made it seem as though he wanted to devour a certain someone. Wu Jian looked at the young man lying on the ground with red eyes before he enunciated each word slowly in his deep voice, "Brother, rest assured. I'll chop off the head of the person who killed you, and bring it back as an offering to you." At the Zhou clan's auction square, only a short while had passed, but 5 items had already been auctioned off. However, those items were useless to Duan Lingtian. Moreover, 3 out of the 5 items were no different from trash in Duan Lingtian's eyes. The 6th item being auctioned off today in our Zhou clan's auction square is an extremely rare material. According to the record in the ancient book, this is called the mysterious silver. On the auction stage, Zhou Ji introduced the auction item in his hand. It was an irregular round ball that was as big as an adult's fist. It appeared rough and uneven. It was extremely ugly. Mysterious silver. When Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian, whose eyes were originally closed, was shocked. He immediately opened his eyes. His burning gaze instantly focused on Zhou Ji's hand. There was finally something he was interested in. Moreover, this thing held quite a significant meaning to him. "What is mysterious silver, exactly? Hurry and introduce it to us. Otherwise, we won't even know what it is if we bid for it and bring it back." Many people asked Zhou Ji to introduce the mysterious silver. Zhou smiled before he continued to say, the mysterious silver is an extremely valuable inscription material. As for its function, well, one can use the mysterious silver to communicate and give orders to the puppet that's made from a combination of inscription formations and other materials. As you all know, although it's not difficult to create a puppet, these puppets usually do not take orders well. This includes the orders of its maker, the inscription master himself. The puppet is not sentient, it only moves according to the inscription formation the inscription master left behind on its body. Zhou continued, however, if you have this mysterious silver, everything will be different. Once the puppet is merged with the mysterious silver, it'll coordinate with a corresponding inscription formation and allow you to give it direct orders and control it. The instant Zhou words left his mouth, the entire scene burst into an uproar. We can control a puppet through this thing. Many people's eyes brightened up instantly. Wait a minute, if the puppet is merged with this mysterious silver, will I be the only one who's able to control it, or can anyone control it as well? If everybody can control it, then it's pretty much useless, someone voiced out the worry in his heart soon after that. That's right, if everybody can control it, isn't that like doing all the work for someone else? Many people voiced out their agreement as well. Soon after, these words spread in the entire Zhou clan's auction square and became the general consensus. Even Zhou, who was standing on the auction stage, could hear the words. All of you, there's no need for you to worry. The mysterious silver can only be used to control the puppet when it's coordinated with the inscription and inscription formation. Unless the inscription master commands it, only specific people can give orders and control the puppet, Zhou explained carefully. The moment everyone heard Zhou's words, their eyes brightened instantly. If that's the case, this mysterious silver is indeed great. If it's not expensive, I'll buy it and bring it back for a try. There were many inscription masters among the group of customers in the Zhou clan's auction square. All of them were staring at the mysterious silver in Zhou's hand with bright eyes. If it was not for the fact that they were not confident they could snatch the mysterious silver away, they would have gone on stage to snatch it away. The mysterious silver could be considered as a treasure to inscription masters. Although the puppet they made was not as powerful as them and not very helpful, their hearts began to long for the mysterious silver the moment they imagined a puppet following them around and carrying out their orders unconditionally with just a command. Similar to them, Duan Tian also longed for the mysterious silver. With this mysterious silver, I'll be able to put the inscription formation that I obtained from Qingfeng Palace previously to use. Duan Tian's thought immediately went to the gigantic wooden puppet he encountered in Qingfeng Palace that was left behind by Martial Emperor Qingfeng in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. With the stone platform that was inscribed with a bizarre inscription formation at the core, the gigantic wooden puppet could mobilize the shattered woods on the floor and turn them into a powerful force. Initially, Duan Tian had taken the odd stone platform away with him since he really wanted the inscription formation on it. After that, Duan Tian tried to use the inscription formation to gather the origin energies of a group of people and turn it into a powerful force. As the saying went, use a large force to defeat a small one, and defeat the strong by using a weak force. Unfortunately, imagination was always beautiful, and reality was harsh. The impure origin energies from human bodies could not be gathered by the inscription formation. Only pure origin energies inside origin stones could be gathered using this kind of inscription formation. In the past, Duan Tian had also thought about making a huge number of puppets and gather these puppets' strength through that kind of inscription formation so that he could obtain a powerful force. However, a puppet was still a puppet. Even if he was the person who created it, he still could not order or control it. Due to this reason, he had abandoned this idea. Perhaps, that inscription formation will only be useful if I obtain the mysterious silver. This was the idea that Duan Tian had last time. At that time, he had ransacked the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory and discovered that if the mysterious silver was merged with a puppet, just a tiny bit would do. He would be able to use a corresponding inscription formation to order and control the puppet. The corresponding inscription formation was a simple inscription formation. Most of the famous inscription masters on Cloud Continent were able to inscribe and set it up. However, although the inscription formation was easy to set up, the mysterious silver was extremely rare. At the very least, the rebirth Martial Emperor did not encounter any in his 2 lives. I can't believe that I, Duan Tian, actually encountered the thing the rebirth Martial Emperor had never seen before in his 2 reincarnations. It looks like my trip to Ataraxia City this time is not in vain. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone as he looked at the mysterious silver in Zhou Ji's hand. I must obtain this mysterious silver. An ordinary inscription master might want the mysterious silver so that he could bring the puppet out and show off, but Duan Ling Tian wanted it because he wanted to build a huge and powerful puppet. Even if an ordinary puppet was set to move by a supreme-grade origin stones that were much superior to high-grade origin stones, the power it could unleash was still limited. It could only be compared to an ordinary void transformation stage martial artist at the most. However, with the inscription formation that Duan Ling Tian obtained in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure left behind by Martial Emperor Qing Feng, it would gather the strength of a group of puppets to form a greater strength. Even a puppet with origin energy comparable to a martial monarch could be created using that kind of inscription formation. At that time, the puppet would possess strength that's comparable to a martial monarch after it has corresponded with the profundity fragment that I put in it. It'll be like a man-made martial monarch. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he could not help but feel excited. Although it was difficult for 99% of the inscription masters on Cloud Continent to put a profundity fragment in the puppet so that it would be able to cast the corresponding profundity, it was not a problem at all for Duan Ling Tian, who had the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. Currently, I have many profundity fragments that I've collected, and I can definitely build a puppet with strength comparable to a martial monarch. However, I still need to get my hands on the mysterious silver first before I can do all this. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with longing. From the beginning until the end, his eyes did not leave the mysterious silver in Zhou Ji's hand at all. If there was no mysterious silver, it would be absolutely useless even if he built a super powerful puppet. It would not obey his order, and he could not control it. Dear customers, think about it. If you bring a puppet who obeys your orders out, how will other people look at you? They'll be envious, of course. They'll definitely look at you with eyes filled with envy. Holding on to the mysterious silver, Zhou Ji played the item up. He praised it and described it with a colorful description. I must get my hands on this mysterious silver. Humph. Well then, let's see who has more origin stones. I don't lack origin stones at all. Try competing with me if you dare. As proven by facts, Zhou Ji's exaggeration was indeed rather fruitful. After a short period of time, people were already arguing with each other. Although the commotion by his ears proved that the mysterious silver was in high demand, Duan Ling Tian was not bothered at all. Put aside the fact that he had managed to obtain a huge number of high-grade origin stones from the pirates led by Gold Thug before he went to the Yin-Yang sect, after he had become the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect and took over everything in the Yin-Yang sect, the high-grade origin stones in his hands had already accumulated to several 100,000 pieces. Moreover, there were many supreme-grade origin stones as well. The supreme-grade origin stones were produced by the high-grade origin stone vein that used to be controlled by the Yin-Yang sect, currently known as the Ling Tian sect. Naturally, the production number was not high, but he had collected all of them. The value of one supreme-grade origin stone was equal to 100 high-grade origin stones. Chapter 1174. Seeking for Revenge. With so many origin stones in his hand, Duan Ling Tian did not feel any pressure at all to compete in the auction. The opening price for the mysterious silver will begin at 100 high-grade origin stones. Soon after, Zhou Ji stood at the stage and announced loudly as he began the auction for the mysterious silver in his hands, 100 high-grade origin stones. Someone began to bid as soon as Zhou Ji's words left his mouth. 200 high-grade origin stones. As soon as the former's words left his mouth, another person followed suit. The functions of the mysterious silver clearly piqued many people's interest. 300 high-grade origin stones, 400 high-grade origin stones. People began to shout when they placed their bids. Soon after, the price of the mysterious silver had already reached 1,000 high-grade origin stones. However, the people joining in to bid did not lessen. In fact, it was equally as many as before. 1,100 high-grade origin stones, 1,200 high-grade origin stones, 2,100 high-grade origin stones, 2,200 high-grade origin stones. The sounds of people bidding reverberated in the air. Each time a bid was placed, the price would rise by 100 high-grade origin stones. Initially, Duan Ling Tian could still endure. However, in the end, Duan Ling Tian began to feel agitated. When somebody shouted, 3,200 high-grade origin stones, Duan Ling Tian could no longer remain calm and placed his bid, 10,000 high-grade origin stones. Although Duan Ling Tian's voice was not particularly loud, it still drowned out the commotion in Zhou Clan's auction square. 10,000 high-grade origin stones. The moment Duan Ling Tian placed his bid, he attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted to him. It's him. Soon after, many people began to recognize him. The woman beside him killed the young sect leader of True Martial Sect earlier. He killed the old man beside the young sect leader of True Martial Sect. Judging by the heaven and earth phenomenon gathered by the heaven and earth energy mobilized by the old man beside the young sect leader of True Martial Sect, the old man must be at the 5th or 6th level martial monarch stage at least. Yet, the sword wielded by him was blocked with just one finger. That man's strength must be at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. Many people were whispering among themselves. Their eyes were filled with dread when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. For a moment, nobody dared to place a bid. Perhaps it was because they were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's high bid, or it could be they were scared of Duan Ling Tian's strength that they did not dare to bid any further. After Zhou Ji counted down to 3, Duan Ling Tian successfully obtained the mysterious silver. Duan Ling Tian took out 10,000 high-grade origin stones and successfully exchanged it for the mysterious silver. Zhou Ji, the manager of the Zhou clan's auction square, even personally delivered the item to his hand. How arrogant! If you're that powerful, you can also be that arrogant. Many of the people sighed in agreement as they watched this scene. Congratulations, sir. After Zhou Ji passed the mysterious silver to Duan Ling Tian, he smiled and congratulated him before he curiously asked, "Sir, we can be considered as acquaintances now. I wonder what's your name, sir?" Duan Ling Tian raised his head and looked at the sky in the distance as though he had noticed something before he casually replied, "You'll find out very soon." The moment Zhou Ji heard this, he left awkwardly. He thought Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to tell him. In the next instant, the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air. The source of that noise came from the place where Duan Ling Tian was staring at. "They're here slower than I expected," Duan Ling Tian muttered. On the other hand, everyone else, including Zhou Ji, were on their guards for all possible dangers. It was as though they were confronted by their enemy. Each of them had hints of dread on their faces when they heard that noise. Soon after, 5 figures appeared. A middle-aged man stood at the lead while the 4 old men who looked as though they were over 70 years old and approaching death soon. Wu Jian. Zhou Ji's face instantly turned grave when he saw the middle-aged man leading the group. He did not seem surprised by their appearance. It's Wu Jian, the young sect leader of True Martial Sect. Soon after, one of the customers in the Zhou clan's auction square also recognized the leader of the group of 5. The young sect leader of True Martial Sect. Wasn't he killed earlier? Many people were confused. The one who was killed earlier was the other young sect leader of True Martial Sect. The current sect leader of True Martial Sect has 2 sons. The one who was killed was the youngest son. This one's the eldest son. Ah, I see. However, this other young sect leader of True Martial Sect came pretty fast, didn't he? I heard this young sect leader of True Martial Sect is made a manager, and he's fully in charge of the True Martial Sect's industrial property in Ataraxia City. It's not strange that he made it here so quickly. Perhaps the lady in red who killed his brother has limited strength, but that purple-clad young man next to that lady in red is a powerhouse at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. I'm afraid it's a little rash of him to come here with his own men instead of waiting for reinforcement from the other powerhouses in True Martial Sect. Rash, I guess you don't really know much, do you? This young sect leader of True Martial Sect is a monstrous genius in the martial Tao. He has already made a breakthrough to the 7th level martial monarch stage 2 years ago. Ah, really? Then I suppose we can look forward to watching a good show today. The entire Zhou clan's auction square burst into a commotion. The customers were not bidding anymore. Their gazes kept shifting between the 5 men descending from the sky and the pair of man and woman in the pergola nearby. They were the protagonists of the day. Wu Jian, the young sect leader of True Martial Sect. After listening to the discussion in his surroundings, Duan Ling Tian discovered the identities of the newcomers. For a moment, he could not help but mutter under his breath, "I wonder what expression that sect leader of True Martial Sect would make when he finds out both of his sons died by my hands." Soon after, Wu Jian, who was hovering in the air, glanced around the place. His eyes instantly landed on Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu before he asked in a deep voice, "Are both of you the ones who killed my brother and the elder from my True Martial Sect?" However, both of them did not seem bothered by him. "Tian Wu, stay here. Let me deal with him." Duan Ling Tian said to Tian Wu. After he received Tian Wu's reply, he rose up from his seat at a speed that was neither fast nor slow and walked out of the pergola slowly. What, you want to abandon her and escape on your own? Wu Jian snorted when he saw this. Although she's the one who killed my brother, she would have been killed by the elder from my sect if you did not kill him. So don't even think of fleeing. Wu Jian's gaze was piercing when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Flee. Upon hearing Wu Jian's words, Duan Ling Tian, who had just walked out of the pergola, was slightly stunned. This Wu Jian thought he wanted to flee. Zhou Ji, who was standing on the auction stage, had a complicated expression on his face. Isn't Wu Jian underestimating his opponent a little? He was extremely clear about the purple-clad young man's strength. It was in no way inferior to his. In fact, it was much stronger than his strength. However, he did not plan to remind Wu Jian at all. Duan Ling Tian did not leave as Wu Jian had expected. Instead, he walked out of the pergola and rose up into the air. In just a blink of an eye, he was already hovering in the air, locked in a stalemate with Wu Jian. He asked calmly, "You're the brother of that good-for-nothing man?" "Humph." Wu Jian snorted. The air in his surroundings seemed to have turned colder. One could see how infuriated he really was. "Do you really think just you alone would be enough to make me flee?" Duan Ling Tian sized Wu Jian up and revealed a faint smile on his face. The expression on his face was still calm. He did not even bat an eyelid at this calamity before him. Judging from his words, it seemed like he thought nothing of Wu Jian. "You're seeking death." The moment Wu Jian heard Duan Ling Tian's mockery, his eyes turned even colder as his body emitted a blood-curdling and cold aura. He, Wu Jian, was the son of the sect leader of true martial sect. He was an especially privileged person. Since he was young, he had already demonstrated an extremely monstrous innate talent and comprehension. Since then, he rose rapidly on the social ladder. When he was in his 40s, he made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage and became a martial monarch. Currently, more than 10 years had passed, and he was already at the 7th level martial monarch stage. He had already become one of the main pillars in the true martial sect. Today, he was here to seek revenge for his beloved younger brother. However, he was humiliated by his enemy, and this caused the flame of fury in his heart to burn so intensely that he could no longer suppress it. It was on the verge of exploding. The origin energy on Wu Jian's body skyrocketed and transformed into milky white flames in just a blink of an eye, mobilizing the heaven and earth energy above his head that soon whirled and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. The silhouette of one ancient black dragon appeared, vivid and lively. That ancient black dragon's enormous body gave a shocking visual impact to the onlookers. In the next second, the milky white flames changed and merged with a few profundities. When Wu Jian raised his hand, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. With a flick of that long spear, a sharp ray shot out like a dragon bursting out from its lair. The heaven and earth energy above his head whirled again immediately and finally gathered into the strength of 3 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Die! Without any warning, Wu Jian bellowed and charged toward Duan Ling Tian with his spear. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed across the sky. A series of explosions resonated in Wu Jian's wake. Rolling energy caused the air current in the air to tremble. It set off gusts of invisible airwaves that transformed into flurries of hurricanes and swept through the entire Zhou clan's auction square. Dust rose up in the air as the hurricane swept through the auction square. However, none of the customers in the auction square left. Their gazes were fixed on the purple figure hovering in the sky. They knew they were about to witness a once-in-a-lifetime show soon. Wu Jian, who was at the 7th level martial monarch stage, fighting the purple-clad young man who was also at the 7th level martial monarch stage. Young sect leader. The speed of Wu Jian's attack was so fast that the 4 old men behind him could not even react in time. By the time they regained their senses, their young sect leader had already made his move. At this moment, they had no choice but to brace themselves and follow suit, even though they did not feel very confident. In terms of strength, none of them was stronger than Wu Jian. However, who asked them to be the true martial sect's elders? Since the young sect leader had already made his move, how could they possibly stand idly at the side and watch? When Wu Jian and the 4 old men unleashed their attacks and charged toward Duan Ling Tian suddenly disappeared before their eyes without any warning. It caused all their attacks to miss. How fast! An uproar immediately erupted among the customers. In Zhou clan's auction square. Chapter 1175, 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique, Instant Kill. As though a breeze had blown past, the purple figure was surrounded by Wu Jian and the other four. However, he disappeared and reappeared again above Wu Jian and the others. He's there. That's incredibly fast. Even the young sect leader of true martial sect, an almighty 7th level martial monarch, could not react in time. I'm afraid his cultivation base may be higher than the 7th level martial monarch stage. I'm not sure about his cultivation base, but the fact that he could disappear under Wu Jian's nose means that Wu Jian is unable to keep up with his pace. His strength is much stronger than Wu Jian. The customers in Zhou Clan's auction square shifted their eyes to the space above Wu Jian and the others. The purple-clad young man standing there was none other than Duan Lingtian. By the time Wu Jian and the other four realized what was happening, they lifted their heads to look at the purple figure above. Horror dawned on their faces one by one. Why is his speed so fast? Colors drained from Wu Jian's face. As a 7th level martial monarch, naturally, he knew what such fast speed indicated. It indicated that this person's strength was far stronger than his because speed came from strength. The moment he recalled how fast this person's speed was, so fast that he could hardly capture it, a sense of helplessness rose in his heart. Young sect leader, I'm afraid we're no match for him. It's better if we retreat first. We'll decide what to do next after we notify the sect leader. That's right, young sect leader. As the saying goes, when there is life, there is still hope. There's no need for us to forfeit our lives in a momentary burst of anger. Young sect leader, the sect leader will definitely get revenge for little young sect leader's death. At this moment, the four old men by Wu Jian's side tried to persuade him one by one. They knew if he continued to persist, he would not die alone. The four of them would have to die together with him too. For martial monarchs like them, nobody knew better than them just how difficult it was to obtain their cultivation base. Due to this reason, they valued their lives even more. When Wu Jian heard of the four old men's voice transmissions, his expression instantly changed. In the end, he threw his head back and let out a roar. It was as though he was venting out his frustration. In the next instant, he sneered. Let's go. Upon finished saying that, he proceeded to bring the four old men to leave with him. Did I say you can go? Suddenly, a question sounded in the air. It caused Wu Jian and the other four to come to a halt. Colors drained from their faces when they looked at the source of the voice above their heads. The owner of the voice was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as his robe fluttered lightly in the wind. He appeared extremely dashing. Along with that almost perfect handsome face, he attracted the love-struck gazes of many women in the Zhou clan's auction square. What, you still want to kill us? Wu Jian looked at Duan Lingtian and snorted. Our strength is not comparable to yours. However, if you dare to touch us, you'll be making an enemy out of the entire true martial sect. The true martial sect will never let you go. Young man, although your strength is quite remarkable, it's still far from being comparable to the powerhouses in our true martial sect. Listen to this old man's advice. Don't endanger your life and others' lives. Another old man next to Wu Jian also chimed in. Arrogance could be heard in his voice. True martial sect, don't endanger my life and others' lives. Upon hearing Wu Jian and the old man's words, Duan Lingtian laughed hysterically, sending chills running up Wu Jian and the other's spine. What's he laughing at? Duan Lingtian undoubtedly attracted everyone's eyes in the Zhou clan's auction square. His laughter gave them goosebumps and chills. Do you all think he dares to kill Wu Jian and the others? Perhaps not. Just Wu Jia's death alone is already enough to make the sect leader of true martial sect blow his top. If Wu Jian dies as well, the sect leader of true martial sect will be without kin, and he'll most likely go insane. Moreover, I've long heard that Wu Jian, who's already at the 7th level martial monarch stage in his 50s, has long been regarded as the next successor of the sect leader of true martial sect. If he dies, not only the sect leader of true martial sect will be infuriated, all the senior officials of true martial sect will be furious too. Among all the strong powerhouses in true martial sect, only the sect leader of true martial sect will make a move if he kills Wu Jia. However, if he kills Wu Jian, the strongest powerhouses in true martial sect will be enraged and attack him as well. Yeah, due to this reason, I believe he doesn't have the guts to kill Wu Jian. At most, he'll just scare Wu Jian a little. A discussion erupted in the Zhou clan's auction square. Many people felt the reason Duan Lingtian told Wu Jian and the others to stay was just to give them a good scare. Only two people did not think so. One of them was none other than Feng Tianwu. The other person was Zhou Ji. Although Zhou Ji only had one dealing with Duan Ling Tian, that one time was enough to show him the young man's fearlessness. His arrogance knew no fear. That's right, it's easy for you to kill us. However, if you do, the consequences are not something you can bear, the other old man behind Wu Jian chimed in. The young sect leader is the successor of the next sect leader of our true martial sect. If you dare to kill him, you'll set yourself against the entire true martial sect. At that time, you'll be hunted down by the entire true martial sect. Another old man added, hunted down by the true martial sect. Duan Ling Tian's smile remained on his face as he muttered to himself, that sounds interesting. Well, in that case, to make the true martial sect hunt me down, I guess I have no choice but to sacrifice all of you. Duan Ling Tian instantly looked at Wu Jian and the other four with a murderous glint in his eyes. The chill that his body emitted was like a cold wind that sent chills running up everyone's spines. Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, he raised his hand and a 3-foot-long blade that was solidified by a 5-color energy appeared and hovered next to him. In the next instant, as the air current around him trembled, another 8 3-foot-long blades that were formed by the 5-color energy appeared. A total of 9 3-foot-long blades appeared and hovered next to him. Shit! Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, horror dawned on Wu Jian and the other four. This was the only thought left in their minds. Wu Jian rushed forward ahead of the others, wanting to flee first. The other four old men charged in different directions, struggling desperately to flee. Fleeing, Duan Ling Tian smiled. In the next instant, his eyes turned cold as he spat 5 words out slowly, 9 tribulation sword control technique. The moment the word, technique, left his mouth, the 9 3-foot-long blades made by the 5-color energy from his body vanished without a trace before most people's eyes. Naturally, they did not really vanish. It was just that their speed was so fast that most people could not react in time. How fast? On the auction stage, Zhou Ji could roughly see a trace of Duan Ling Tian's 9 swords that charged out in unison. The speed of the 9 swords was so fast that it took him by surprise, so much so that he broke out in cold sweat. His strength is really stronger than mine. This was the first thought that rose up in Zhou Ji's mind. If I attacked him earlier when he killed Zhou Li, I would have ended up like Zhou Li. He was absolutely certain about this. This purple-clad young man certainly possessed the strength to do so. Today, if those people present on the Zhou clan's auction square had lifted their heads, they would have been able to witness an unforgettable scene. As the 9 3-foot-long blades solidified from the 5-color energy vanished without a trace from the purple-clad young man's surroundings, Wu Jian and the other four who tried to escape suddenly came to a halt. Pissed. 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 In the next instant, 5 blood mist shot out from their bodies each. It was extremely eye-catching as though they had transformed into 5 magnificent flames. In the next moment, the bodies of Wu Jian and the other four fell. After being dragged by the force of inertia, they smashed onto the ground violently in a bloody mess. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air as he watched the scene unfolding before his eyes calmly. As for the 9 3-foot-long blades next to his body that disappeared into thin air, they did not appear again. On the other hand, before the heaven and earth energy whirling above his head could gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon, it had already dissipated as though it was never there at all. The entire Zhou clan's auction square was so silent that it was blood-curdling. If a needle fell on the ground right now, the sound would most likely be clearly heard. Everybody's eyes shifted toward the purple figure in the air. At this moment, the purple figure that entered their sights seemed larger than life. It looks like I've underestimated him. The corner of Zhou Ji's mouth twitched violently. Earlier, he could tell the purple-clad young man was stronger than him when he escaped Wu Jian and the other four's attacks. However, he thought this young man was only slightly better than him, and there was not much of a difference between their strength. Right now, after he had witnessed how the purple-clad young man killed Wu Jian and the other four in just a blink of an eye, he truly realized the gap between him and the young man. I'm afraid it'll only take a second if he really wants to kill me. Zhou Ji's heart jolted. When he recalled the incident that had taken place at the backstage of the auction square, he still felt a sense of lingering fear. It was fortunate that he did not make any move at that time. Otherwise, he would not be standing here right now. Outside of the Zhou clan's auction square, 2 old men stood above an inconspicuous building. One of the old men asked, "He's the one who killed Zhou Li. His strength is at least at the 8th level martial monarch stage, possibly even stronger. However, I really must commend him for his courage. He actually dared to kill both of Wu Lai's sons. I wonder how furious will Wu Lai be if he finds out about this, another old man muttered under his breath before he turned toward the old man by his side. Second elder, your speed is fast. Make a trip to the true martial sect and tell Wu Lai about this. Wu Lai was the current sect leader of true martial sect. He was also the father of Wu Jia and Wu Jian, who had been killed by Feng Tian Wu and Duan Ling Tian one after another. Yes, clan leader. The moment the old man heard this, he replied before vanishing on the spot. It's a good thing the Grand Elder has not come out of his closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, with his temper, he won't be able to hold back from making a move. I wonder where did this young man come from? The remaining old man was none other than Zhou Zheng, the clan leader of Zhou clan. His eyebrows were knitted together as he stared at the purple figure in the distance. Chapter 1176, the first item in the grand finale. Under everyone's eyes, Duan Ling Tian descended and returned to Feng Tian Wu in the pergola after killing Wu Jian and the other four as though nothing happened. He acted as though he had no hand in what happened earlier. Meanwhile, everyone present felt numb in their scalp. Who is he? He really killed Wu Jian. The sect leader of true martial sect lost two sons at once. I'm sure he'll be furious when he finds out about this and leave the true martial sect's estate for Ataraxia City. Apart from the sect leader of true martial sect, the few old fellows who are the strongest in true martial sect won't let this go as well when they find out about Wu Jian's death. Many of them whispered among themselves. They were curious about Duan Ling Tian's outcome. However, looking at Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting calmly in the pergola, it seemed as though everyone was too quick to react. Just as the saying went, the eunuch is worried before the emperor is worried. After Zhou Ji saw things had come to an end, he regained his senses and said loudly, "We'll carry on with the auction." Meanwhile, the people from Zhou clan's auction square took care of the 5 bodies that were scattered on the ground. At this time, everyone at the Zhou clan's auction square shifted their eyes away from Duan Ling Tian to Zhou Ji, the host of the auction. The auction went on. However, many of them would look at Duan Ling Tian every now and then during the bidding of items. It seemed like they wanted to see if Duan Ling Tian was interested in the auction items. They were afraid they would irritate that mysterious powerhouse if they were to bid higher than him and brought death upon themselves. They had to be cautious on Cloud Continent where the powerhouses ruled. Duan Ling Tian would be rendered speechless if he knew what they thought. He was here for the auction, not to be a robber. Furthermore, did he look like a robber? When the customers saw Duan Ling Tian had closed his eyes to conserve energy after a long time and did not show any interest in the auction items, they felt relieved and began to bid as they pleased. Time passed by silently. The auction items were sold at a high price one after another. This grade 1 spirit saber in my hand is the first item in today's grand finale, Zhou Ji said from the auction stage. A discussion filled with disapproval immediately erupted among the guests. Grade 1 spirit saber, grand finale. You must be joking, Manager Zhou Ji. Many of them mocked Zhou Ji when he finished speaking. That's right, Manager Zhou Ji. It's just a grade 1 spirit saber. How's it worthy of being in the grand finale of this big auction fair held by the Zhou clan once every 3 months? It's better if you just auction it off now. I agree. Although a grade 1 spirit saber's precious, it's nothing when it comes to an auction like this. Many of them laughed as they spoke. HMPH. Naturally, there were people who disagreed with what was said earlier. Don't forget that Manager Zhou Ji auctioned off 2 grade 1 spirit weapons before the grand finale. Do you think a grade 1 spirit saber that the Zhou clan deemed worthy to be in the grand finale would be a normal grade 1 spirit weapon? Someone said after thinking the matter through. 2 grade 1 spirit weapons had already been auctioned off earlier. The grade 1 spirit saber currently in Zhou Ji's hands was the 3rd grade 1 spirit weapon. There must be something extraordinary about the grade 1 spirit saber since Zhou Ji told them it would be in the grand finale of the auction. Manager Zhou Ji, is that the truth? Many of them asked the same question. That's right, Zhou Ji nodded when he saw all the eyes that were trained on him. This grade 1 spirit saber in my hands is the best grade among all grade 1 spirit weapons. I guess you understand why it is worthy of being in the grand finale of today's auction fair. The crowd went silent as soon as Zhou Ji was done speaking. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. The best grade among grade 1 spirit weapons. They knew what it was naturally. Only grade 1 spirit weapons that could grant an 89% boost in power were worthy of being called the best among all grade 1 spirit weapons. With that said, The Grade 1 Spirit Saber in Manager Zhou Ji's hand had to be a Grade 1 Spirit Saber that gave an 89% power boost. The difference between a Grade 1 Spirit weapon that gave an 89% boost and an 88% boost was insignificant. Such a difference in power could be made up for with battle experience and martial skill techniques. However, to Grade 1 weapons craftsmen, a Grade 1 Spirit weapon like that was a rare treasure since they could study it and use it to improve their personal weapons crafting skills. That was why Grade 1 Spirit weapons like that was extremely valuable. Naturally, being able to possess a Grade 1 Spirit weapon like that was something worth boasting about since it was extremely rare on Cloud Continent. Just like the saying went, when the fruit is scarce, its taste is the sweetest. Grade 1 Spirit weapon that gives an 89% power boost. At this moment, even Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes. He looked interested as he observed the Grade 1 Spirit Saber in Zhou Ji's hands. As someone who had inherited the rebirth martial emperor's life memory as well as his weapons crafting techniques and experience, Duan Ling Tian naturally knew how difficult it was to craft a Grade 1 weapon that granted an 89% boost. I can't believe there's someone who can refine a Grade 1 Spirit weapon like this, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. When Duan Ling Tian was looking at the Grade 1 Spirit Saber in Zhou Ji's hand, the people who were sitting in the VIP area shifted their attention from the Grade 1 Spirit Saber to Duan Ling Tian. They were eager to bid for the Grade 1 Spirit Saber. However, they looked at Duan Ling Tian when they recalled what a fiend Duan Ling Tian was. They wanted to know if Duan Ling Tian was interested in the Grade 1 Spirit Saber like they were. He's looking at the Grade 1 Spirit Saber. Could he be interested in the Grade 1 Spirit Saber too? Isn't it obvious that he is? Who would dare to fight him over something that he desires? Aren't you wearing a mask? Why are you afraid? Do you think a mask would matter to a powerhouse at such a level like him? He could kill me after he obtains the Grade 1 Spirit Saber from the bidding. That's true. The people in the VIP area discussed among themselves. Those without a mask had a bitter expression on their faces. Meanwhile, nobody could see the expression of those hiding under their masks, but they were shaking their heads as they sighed. Duan Ling Tian heard their discussion clearly. It made him speechless. He could not help but frown as he said, "All of you. Are you treating me like a robber? My interest in this stupid saber aside, even if I'm interested, I wouldn't use such a dirty tactic to obtain it. Moreover, if I'm really robbing this thing, the Zhou clan's auction fair can just close up for the day because I might as well rob everything here," Duan Ling Tian said. The crowd was a little embarrassed by Duan Ling Tian's words. However, they were certain of something from his words. Duan Ling Tian was not interested in the Grade 1 Spirit Saber. He even called it a stupid saber. "Don't worry, this sir is not interested in this Grade 1 Spirit Saber in my hand," Zhou Ji spoke at that moment. He knew the reason like the back of his hand. There were two items that replaced the Grade 1 Spirit Saber in his hands to be the grand finale's item. One of the items was a Grade 1 Spirit weapon that was even more perfect than this Grade 1 Spirit Saber. The purple-clad young man was the one who put that Grade 1 Spirit weapon up for auction. Naturally, the purple-clad young man would not be interested in the Grade 1 Spirit Saber. After listening to Duan Ling Tian and Zhou Ji's words, the people nodded one after another. They were no longer worried as they looked at the Grade 1 Spirit Saber in Zhou Ji's hands desperately. "We'll start the bidding for the Grade 1 Spirit Saber that gives an 89% power boost at the price of 3,000 high-grade origin stones, 0.3000 high-grade origin stones." Duan Ling Tian's jaw dropped when he heard what Zhou Ji said. One must know that crafting a Grade 1 Spirit weapon would only cost approximately 100 high-grade origin stones with all the materials included. Naturally, that was only the cost of the materials. Seems like the Grade 1 Spirit Sword that I'm putting up for auction will have a higher opening bid than this one, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. When Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts, the bid for the Grade 1 Spirit Saber in Zhou Ji's hand was at 10,000 high-grade origin stones. Moreover, the price was going up. 30,000 high-grade origin stones, 40,000 high-grade origin stones. Currently, those who were bidding were guests at the VIP area. The guests from the non-VIP area remained silent. It's crazy that these people are willing to hand out so many high-grade origin stones just like that. Duan Ling Tian looked around the VIP area and glanced at each and every one of them. It crossed his mind that he would be able to make a fortune if he killed everyone there. Naturally, it was just a thought. He was not lacking in high-grade origin stones at the moment. The Ling Tian sect he took charge of would mine high-grade origin stones from the high-grade origin stone vein every year under his watch. They would obtain tens of thousands and even hundreds of thousands of origin stones each year. If he wanted to, he could get more Ling Tian sect's disciples to mine for more high-grade origin stones. Eventually, the Grade 1 Spirit Saber that gave an 89% power boost was sold to a person at 110,000 high-grade origin stones. Haha, I'm sorry everyone. The Grade 1 Spirit Saber was sold to an old man with white hair and a mask on his face. After he chuckled, he took out a spatial ring containing 110,000 high-grade origin stones to exchange for the Grade 1 Spirit Saber. What a great saber! The old man was happy when he obtained the Spirit Saber. 110,000 high-grade origin stones. Just for that stupid saber. Duan Ling Tian could not believe a Grade 1 Spirit Saber that gave an 89% power boost could be sold at such a high price. I wonder, will the Grade 1 Spirit Sword I put up for auction fetch an even higher price? Duan Ling Tian began to feel a little excited. Chapter 1177, 300,000 high-grade origin stones. Meanwhile, the people in the Zhou clan's auction square were talking about the final item of the grand finale. The items even replaced that Grade 1 spirit weapon. Seems like the final item of the Zhou clan's auction fair isn't something ordinary. I'm curious what's able to replace the Grade 1 spirit saber that costs 110,000 high-grade origin stones. This is exciting. The people looked at Zhou Ji in anticipation. Some of them could not help but say, "Manager Zhou Ji, bring out the final item for the auction fair already." That's right, stop keeping us in suspense. We're waiting, many of them urged Zhou Ji. Please be patient, everyone. We'll definitely bring out the Zhou clan's auction fair's final items. I'm just thinking which one should we auction off first, Zhou Ji said. Which one to auction off first? Many of them were stunned after they heard Zhou Ji's words. Some, on the other hand, reacted instantly and exclaimed, "Manager Zhou Ji, are you saying there's more than one item for today's auction fair's finale?" More than one item in the finale. At this moment, everyone, apart from Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu, was shocked. That's right, there are two items for today's auction fair's finale, Zhou Ji responded with a smile on his face. Two items. As soon as Zhou Ji finished speaking, gasps echoed in the venue. Since it's the final items, the items must be even better than the Grade 1 Spirit Saber that gives an 89% power boost. It seems like the Zhou clan's auction fair will be bringing out two great items today. Two items that are even better than the best Grade 1 spirit weapon. This is too exciting. Thinking about it excites me. At this moment, many of them were trembling in excitement. Alright, I've made up my mind. Among the two final items, we'll put the Grade 1 spirit weapon up for auction first, Zhou Ji said. He stood on the stage as all eyes were glued on him. Grade 1 spirit weapon. The crowd fell silent as soon as Zhou Ji spoke. Another Grade 1 spirit weapon. Manager Zhou Ji, is this a mistake? That's right, the final item has to be better than the Grade 1 spirit saber that was auctioned off earlier, right? Many people began to voice out their doubts. In their opinion, the Grade 1 spirit saber that was considered the best among Grade 1 spirit weapons was already considered the ultimate king among Grade 1 spirit weapons. It was sold at the high price of 110,000 high-grade origin stones. Now that they heard Zhou Ji said one of the two final items that replaced the Grade 1 Spirit Saber was also a Grade 1 Spirit Weapon, it was only natural that they thought he made a mistake. Perhaps it never occurred to them that Grade 1 Spirit weapons that surpassed the Grade 1 Spirit Saber existed. Please be patient, everyone. You can ask questions if you have any doubts after I'm done introducing this Grade 1 Spirit weapon. After calming the people down, Zhou Ji lifted his arm and brought out a sword. It was the Grade 1 Spirit Sword that Duan Ling Tian put up for auction. Meanwhile, everyone in the Zhou clan's auction square had their eyes glued on the Grade 1 Spirit Sword in Zhou Ji's hand. They all looked at it skeptically. I can't tell what's so special about this Grade 1 Spirit Sword. Many of them whispered to one another. Everyone, this Grade 1 Spirit Sword in my hand replaced that Grade 1 Spirit Saber earlier and became one of the final items. Zhou Li paused as he spoke to this point. He kept the people in suspense for a moment before he continued to say, because it gives a 90% power boost. Zhou Ji's turned serious as he spoke. The crowd fell silent as soon as Zhou Ji was done speaking. At that moment, clear gulping noises, as well as gasps, could be heard among the crowd. Grade 1 spirit weapon that gives a 90% power boost. Manager Zhou Ji, are you sure you're not joking? A middle-aged man in the VIP area asked seriously. Sir, I'm sure you trust our Zhou clan's auction fair's reputation. That's why you're willing to pay the price to get yourself a seat at the VIP area. Do you think the Zhou clan's auction fair would deceive you? Zhou Ji smiled in the face of all the doubts. Manager Zhou Ji, that's not what I mean. I just find it unbelievable, the middle-aged man said, embarrassed. Sir, if you have any doubts, you're welcome to try it out, Zhou Ji said. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he heard what Zhou Ji said. He then looked at a much younger-looking man seated next to him. Junior brother, go try it. The young man nodded. He left the pergola immediately and walked to the auction stage. As the senior brother, the middle-aged man spoke on behalf of the young man who went up to the stage. My junior brother's cultivation base is at the 7th level void transformation stage. He can mobilize 1000 ancient horned dragon's strength with his origin energy alone. If the sword in Manager Zhou Ji's hand can really give a 90% power boost, that means he'll gain an additional 900 ancient horned dragon's strength. At this moment, everyone looked at the young man in anticipation. Duan Ling Tian remained calm as he watched the scene unfolding before his eyes. When the young man tested out the grade 1 spirit weapon in Zhou Ji's hand, 900 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared next to the 1000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above the young man's head. Meanwhile, an uproar erupted among the crowd as expected. The grade 1 spirit weapon that gave a 90% power boost shocked everyone. Everyone was going crazy over it. Duan Ling Tian was happy to see the people going crazy over it since it meant those people would fight for his grade 1 spirit sword. However, his face turned gloomy instantly. He realized a lot of people at the VIP area were looking at him again. They seemed like they wanted to know if he was interested in the grade 1 spirit weapon. It seemed like they felt apprehensive. Apprehensive? I must get rid of that apprehension immediately. What kind of joke was that? He was the one who put the grade 1 spirit sword up for auction at the Zhou clan's auction fair. If nobody was bidding, nobody other than him would have to bear the great loss. Why are you looking at me? I'm not interested in the stupid saber and sword, Duan Ling Tian said impatiently. He did not bother to say that he would not rob the auction items. Stupid saber. Stupid sword. Many people's lips twitched when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. They could not tell whether he was telling the truth or lying at this moment. A grade 1 spirit saber that gave an 89% power boost, the best among grade 1 spirit weapons, was called a stupid saber by him. Now he called a grade 1 spirit sword that gave a 90% power boost that was even better than the grade 1 spirit saber a stupid sword. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian's words were ridiculous. However, they were certain of one thing. That fiend was not interested in the grade 1 spirit sword that was being auctioned off at the moment. At this moment, the breathing of the people at the VIP area quickened. Many of them were preparing and waiting for the grade 1 spirit sword to be auctioned off. Compared to the din during the auction of the grade 1 spirit saber, it was deathly quiet now. The grade 1 spirit sword was truly the best among all grade 1 spirit weapons. Why did I buy the stupid saber? I should have held on to the origin stones to buy this sword. The old man who bought the grade 1 spirit saber earlier had a forced smile on his face. This was because he spent 110,000 high-grade origin stones to bid for the grade 1 spirit saber earlier, and now he did not have enough origin stones to bid for the grade 1 spirit sword that was more precious. He was filled with regrets now. I don't think I have to tell you how precious this grade 1 spirit sword is. Those who know will know. Now, I would like to open the bid for this grade 1 spirit sword at 5,000 high-grade origin stones. Zhou Ji spoke loudly, standing on the auction stage. 5,000 high-grade origin stones. Compared to the grade 1 spirit saber's opening bid, the opening bid for the grade 1 spirit sword was 2,000 high-grade origin stones more. Duan Ling Tian was satisfied with the opening bid. He was so happy that a smile appeared on his face. 10,000 high-grade origin stones. Someone shouted quickly, "What a miser!" 50,000 high-grade origin stones. Somebody called out, "Aren't you a miser yourself?" 100,000 high-grade origin stones. The third person bid 100,000 high-grade origin stones. HMPH. The stupid saber earlier was sold at 110,000 high-grade origin stones. It's embarrassing that you guys are bidding lower than the stupid saber after so long. 150,000 high-grade origin stones. The fourth person said loudly. Apart from the first bidder, the second, third, and fourth bidders were from the VIP area. 150,000 high-grade origin stones. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He did not expect a grade 1 spirit weapon that he refined casually would fetch such a ridiculous price. One had to know he only spent 80 to 90 origin stones on materials to refine this sword. The weapon's crafting techniques and experience that the rebirth martial emperor left for me is such a great fortune. I won't ever lack origin stones with this skill alone, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed inwardly. 300,000 high-grade origin stones. Duan Ling Tian was not paying attention to his surrounding until he heard a loud voice that caught his attention. It caught his attention, not because of the high price but because of the person who bid at such a high price. That person was none other than Zhou Ji, who stood on the auction stage. It was clear that he represented the Zhou clan to bid for the grade 1 spirit sword in his hand. Zhou clan's so bold. It was only at 190,000 high-grade origin stones before they bid at 300,000 high-grade origin stones, many people exclaimed. Naturally, the grade 1 spirit sword ended up in the Zhou clan's hand. The people did not give up because they feared the Zhou clan. It was because they could not afford to bid higher, or they did not think the grade 1 spirit sword was worth more than what the Zhou clan bid. Chapter 1178, Making Big Profits with a Small Capital. After the grade 1 spirit sword was sold at the ridiculous price of 300,000 high-grade origin stones to Zhou Ji, who represented the Zhou clan's auction fair came to its peak. This is the final item. I'm sure the final item must be outstanding since manager Zhou Ji placed it at the end of the auction. Everyone had their eyes on Zhou Ji as they waited for the final item. Zhou Ji did not disappoint the crowd as he took out a medicinal pill bottle after putting the grade 1 spirit sword away. It was an ordinary medicinal pill bottle. Medicinal pill. Many of them were disappointed when they saw the medicinal pill bottle. Medicinal pill. Even if it was a grade 1 medicinal pill, it was incomparable to a grade 1 spirit weapon in terms of value. Naturally, that was if it was a grade 1 medicinal pill with normal purity. I believe the medicinal pill that manager Zhou Ji placed at the end of the auction must be extraordinary, someone said and looked at Zhou Ji eagerly. Many people agreed with what he said. Zhou Ji shook the medicinal pill bottle in his hand while he stood on the auction stage. He said to the crowd before him, "Everyone, there's a medicinal pill in the medicinal pill bottle in my hand. This medicinal pill is the final item of our Zhou clan's auction fair today. This is the final item. A medicinal pill." Zhou Ji's words surprised many people. It was excusable to have a medicinal pill bottle full of medicinal pills with high purity as the grand finale's item, but it was a little stingy that there was only one medicinal pill in the bottle. That was what most people thought. However, that thought vanished as soon as Zhou Ji introduced the medicinal pill as a grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity. A life recovery pill with 91% purity. Its medicinal efficacy. Doesn't that mean its medicinal efficacy is a few folds higher than the usual grade 1 life recovery pills? Many of them said with a shocked expression on their faces. Manager Zhou Ji, I wonder if you can bring out the grade 1 life recovery pill out for an old man like me to have a look. An old man wearing a mask in the VIP area stood up. Everyone, including Zhou Ji, had their eyes on him as a purple flame with silver edges appeared on his palm when he lifted his arm. It was a grade 2 pill fire. Based on that, everyone could tell the old man was a grade 2 alchemist. He made that request because he did not really believe a grade 1 medicinal pill with 91% purity existed. He wanted to confirm that for himself. Although Zhou clan's auction fair had maintained a good reputation since they had never cheated anyone, a grade 1 medicinal pill with 91% purity was too ridiculous. It was a little hard for him to believe. Of course, Zhou Ji nodded and took out the grade 1 life recovery pill from the medicinal pill bottle at the same time. He presented it to the old man who had arrived on stage like a gust of wind. The masked old man examined the grade 1 life recovery pill. The emotion in his eyes instantly changed from curious to surprise before it was eventually filled with shock. Soon after, the masked old man's breath quickened. He could not help but exclaim, It really is a grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity. His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. An uproar erupted at the Zhou clan's auction fair once again after hearing the affirmation from the old man. Most of them were unwilling to pay such a high price for the grade 1 spirit sword that gave a 90% power boost earlier. However, they would do anything to fight for this grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity. As a healing medicinal pill, a grade 1 life recovery pill was beneficial in many ways. The grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity's medicinal efficacy was many folds more powerful than the usual grade 1 life recovery pill. Although it could not revive a dead person or regenerate flesh on bones, It was almost at that level. How could they not be moved by this kind medicinal pill that could save lives during critical moments? Everyone only had one life. They would be dead if their life was taken away. Was it not worth it to go broke in order to save one's life? It was completely silent in the Zhou clan's auction square. All that could be heard was the sound of heavy breathing. It caused the atmosphere to turn tensed. At this moment, everyone, excluding Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu, had their eyes on the grade 1 life recovery pill in Zhou Ji's hand. Duan Ling Tian looked at Tianwu and asked with a smile, "Tianwu, how much do you think I can get for this grade 1 life recovery pill?" "It won't be any lower than the sword earlier," Tianwu said. Duan Ling Tian forced a smile on his face. Would it not be better if she did not answer at all, since what she said was redundant? Meanwhile, the bid for the grade 1 life recovery pill had begun. Dear customers, I don't think I need to explain further on what this grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity can do. So, let's start the auction. The opening bid is 10,000 high-grade origin stones. Zhou Ji said loudly on the auction stage. 100,000 high-grade origin stones. Someone in the VIP area bid as soon as Zhou Ji was done speaking. The people seated at the non-VIP area shook their heads one after another. They knew there was no way they could bid now. 200,000 high-grade origin stones. The second person from the VIP area bid. Soon after. 250,000 high-grade origin stones. The third person followed without further delay. Seems like it'll surpass the grade 1 spirit sword's price soon. Duan Ling Tian revealed a smile on his face. If all the materials that were needed to refine the grade 1 spirit sword only cost 100 high-grade origin stones, then the materials needed to refine a cauldron of 10 grade 1 life recovery pills would cost tens of high-grade origin stones at the most. However, the grade 1 medicinal pill that only cost a couple of high-grade origin stones was being sold at hundreds of thousands of high-grade origin stones. He was definitely making big profits with a small capital, 400,000 high-grade origin stones. A familiar voice reverberated in the air. It was Zhou Ji on the auction stage who represented the Zhou clan to bid for the grade 1 life recovery pill that Duan Ling Tian put up for auction. He had bid 400,000 high-grade origin stones, 450,000 high-grade origin stones. Someone bid after him this time, 500,000 high-grade origin stones. Zhou Ji bid again. That was when he defeated the crowd and obtained the grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand. Too bad I have limited high-grade origin stones with me. Otherwise, the grade 1 life recovery pill would have been mine. Many of the people in the VIP area sighed as they shook their heads. 800,000 high-grade origin stones altogether. Duan Ling Tian had a charming smile on his face. In his opinion, he obtained the high-grade origin stones way too easily. Naturally, he knew it was because the two items that he brought were rare. Just like the saying went, when the fruit is scarce, its taste is the sweetest. It described the situation perfectly. They would not be as valuable if he brought out 10 or 20 grade 1 spirit swords or hundreds of grade 1 life recovery pills of the same level. Our Zhou clan's auction fair has come to an end. Thank you for coming. Zhou Ji bade everyone goodbye with a smile as he stood on the auction stage. At this time, many people were getting up from their seats to leave. Wait, at this moment, a voice sounded out of nowhere. Although it was not loud, it was like a clap of thunder that stunned everyone, including Zhou Ji. They all turned to look at the source of the voice. It's him. The people had fear in their eyes when they looked at the person. They were naturally looking at Duan Ling Tian. Zhou Ji did not dare be negligent as he asked Duan Ling Tian respectfully, "Sir, is there anything that I can help you with?" "Earlier, I managed to get 800,000 high-grade origin stones from the two items that I put up for auction at your Zhou clan's auction fair. Shouldn't you give me the 800,000 high-grade origin stones now?" Duan Ling Tian said to Zhou Ji as everyone looked on. Duan Ling Tian's words shocked everyone. It's him who put the sword and grade 1 life recovery pill up for auction. No wonder he called the sword stupid and was not interested in the grade 1 life recovery pill. He was the one who put the items up for auction. At this moment, everyone regained their senses. They finally understood why that fiend did not bid for the two rare items. It was because he was the owner of the items. "Sir, according to the rules at our Zhou clan's auction fair, the earnings will only be given to the consignors after the auction ended." Zhou Ji was rendered speechless by Duan Ling Tian, who revealed his identity as the owner of the two items. However, he still explained patiently, "Moreover, I don't have so many high-grade origin stones with me." I'll have to get them from the Zhou clan's estate. You have to get them from the Zhou clan's estate. What if you bail? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. Don't worry, sir. Our Zhou clan will never do anything to tarnish our reputation. Zhou Ji forced a smile on his face. Then go back to that Zhou clan's estate of yours immediately to get the origin stones. I'll be waiting for you here. Also, everyone, please don't leave just yet. Please be my witness. Duan Lingtian frowned and shifted his focus to the people present. After obtaining the 800,000 high-grade origin stones, I'll tell everyone about how the Grade 1 Spirit Sword and Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill that I put up for auction came about. An uproar broke out just as expected as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. The most memorable thing for the people today was undoubtedly the Grade 1 Spirit Sword that gave a 90% power boost and the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill with 91% purity that Zhou clan obtained. A lot of them even thought that letting the sword and pill slip through their fingers would be something they regret for the rest of their lives. Now that the person who put the sword and pill up for auction wanted to tell them how the sword and pill came about, how could they not be shocked? Manager Zhou Ji quickly returned to the Zhou clan's estate to get the high-grade origin stones. Many of them immediately urged Zhou Ji. Chapter 1179, Zhou Clan Grand Elder. Manager Zhou Ji, do you want me to lend you 300,000 high-grade origin stones? You can return them to me later. I can't wait to find out how the sword and the pill came about, an old man in the VIP area said to Zhou Ji. The old man bid for the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill earlier, but he did not manage to get it as he did not have enough origin stones with him. I've got 200,000 high-grade origin stones with me here. I can lend it to the Zhou clan too. I've faith in the Zhou clan's reputation. I can lend them 300,000 high-grade origin stones too, another two persons echoed. In the end, they gathered 800,000 high-grade origin stones just like that. It was evident that they were desperate to know how the sword and the pill came about. They might even get the opportunity to obtain a Grade 1 Spirit Sword and a Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill of the same level. Just as Zhou Ji was speechless and clueless as to what to do, a voice came from afar. It was getting closer and closer. Thank you so much for everyone's kindness, but I don't think our Zhou clan needs to borrow any high-grade origin stones just yet. A distinguished old man appeared. The old man was walking in the air. Every step he took seemed as if he merged with heaven and earth perfectly. Judging by that alone, one could tell that the old man's cultivation base was extraordinary. Clan leader. As soon as the old man appeared, Zhou Ji was already bowing to him respectfully. Clan leader. The people present were surprised to hear how Zhou Ji addressed him. There seemed to be only one person that Zhou Ji would call clan leader. It was the clan leader of the Zhou clan of Ataraxia City, Zhou Zheng. Pleased to meet you, Zhou clan leader. At that time, everyone greeted Zhou Zheng one after another, their tones filled with respect and awe. Apart from his identity as the clan leader of Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng was also a great powerhouse with extraordinary abilities. It was rumored that he was on the 8th level martial monarch stage and grasped powerful profundities. He was one of the best in the entire Zhou clan. As opposed to everyone's enthusiasm, Duan Lingtian seemed calm as he looked at Zhou Zheng like an ancient well without a single ripple on its water surface. He behaved as if the old man that appeared before him was just an ordinary old man instead of the leader of a first-rate force. As Duan Lingtian was observing Zhou Zheng was checking him out too. Sir, on behalf of the Zhou clan, I'd like to apologize to you for what Zhou Li did earlier, Zhou Zheng said while smiling lightly. If apologies worked, why would martial artists cultivate? Just when the people found it odd that Zhou Zheng was apologizing to Duan Lingtian's response almost made them spit blood. How could he not be grateful for the clan leader of the Zhou clan, a first-rate force, apologizing to him? Zhou Zheng was rendered speechless by Duan Lingtian's response. He only asked after a while, what do you have in mind, sir? I sold 2 items at 800,000 high-grade origin stones at your Zhou clan's auction fair. I'll accept your apology if you round it up to 1 million high-grade origin stones for me, Duan Lingtian announced. What a rip-off. Even before Zhou Zheng could react to what Duan Lingtian said, most of the crowd gasped in disbelief. Although they had no idea what conflict Duan Lingtian had with the Zhou clan, Duan Lingtian asking for 200,000 high-grade origin stones as an apology from the Zhou clan now was a total rip-off. To their surprise, the clan leader of Zhou clan Zhou Zheng chuckled when he snapped back to his senses. He then took out a spatial ring casually and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Here are 1 million high-grade origin stones for you. The 800,000 belong to you while the other 200,000 can be considered as our apology to you. Zhou Zheng looked at Duan Ling Tian while grinning. Sir, our conflict should be over by now. I wonder if you could tell me more about yourself. We'll talk about it after I check the spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian took the spatial ring that Zhou Zheng handed to him. Zhou Zheng looked surprised and embarrassed at the same time. Duan Ling Tian took a good look at it after performing the blood ownership claim. Yes, that's 1 million high-grade origin stones. After a while, Duan Ling Tian confirmed and nodded in satisfaction. Duan Ling Tian's behavior made the crowd twitch their lips. Was this guy actually worried that the clan leader of the Zhou clan would deceive him? Sir, now, can you tell us how the sword and the pill that you auctioned came about? Someone asked desperately, seeing Duan Ling Tian putting away the spatial ring that Zhou Zheng handed to him. At that time, apart from Feng Tianwu, everyone including Zhou Zheng and Zhou Ji had their eyes on Duan Ling Tian. It was clear that they were curious. To the others, whatever Duan Ling Tian was going to reveal would decide if they would have the opportunity to obtain such scarce items like the sword and the pill. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng and Zhou Ji wanted to know the identity of the purple-clad young man who stood before them. Of course there's no, Just when Duan Ling Tian was going to tell the crowd that it was no problem to reveal the secret, he seemed to notice something. Trailing off mid-sentence, he looked up at the eastern sky. Who's that? As Duan Ling Tian was looking into the east, Zhou Zheng noticed the newcomer too. His face turned somber, and his robe fluttered even though there was no wind. At that moment, a silhouette wearing a silvery blue robe appeared. It was a bearded old man with a ripped body. The old man looked gloomy at that moment, and his saucer-like eyes seemed like they could spit fire. Zhou Zheng was shocked the second he saw the bearded old man. He came out from his closed-door cultivation. Who killed my son, Zhou Li? Before Zhou Zheng could react, the bearded old man arrived above the Zhou clan's auction fair. His piercing voice came from above, and it was filled with extreme rage. Zhou Li. Duan Ling Tian frowned after he figured who the person was. He still remembered the Zhou clan disciple who had attempted to rob his grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pills at the auction backstage. Duan Ling Tian had severed his cultivation base before killing him. Zhou Ji had mentioned that Zhou Li was the Zhou clan Grand Elder's only son after Duan Ling Tian had killed him. Therefore, the bearded old man's identity was self-explanatory. He was the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan. Grand Elder, why are you here? Zhou Zheng ascended into the sky and frowned as he looked at the Zhou clan Grand Elder. Clan leader, even I were to ditch my position as the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan or even cut off my relationship with the Zhou clan today, I'll never let go of the person who killed my son, Zhou Li. The Grand Elder of the Zhou clan boomed with his deep voice in rage. He happened to come out of closed-door cultivation today and had heard about his son being killed. At that second, all he could feel was his chest burning in fury, which was hard for him to suppress. Many Zhou clan elders explained to him what had happened then. They even told him that the person who had killed his son Zhou Li was extraordinary. However, as he looked at his only son's body, he could not accept the fact that his son had died at such a tender age before he himself kicked the bucket. Therefore, he had rushed to the Zhou clan's auction fair immediately. Grand Elder, I don't think it's necessary for you to do that. Zhou Zheng could not help but force a smile, facing the old man's determination. Clan leader, I'll kill him today even if he's extraordinary. I'll announce that I'm leaving the Zhou clan after killing him, so I won't put the clan into any trouble, the Zhou clan Grand Elder said. No matter what, I must avenge my son today. Grand Elder, what if I must stop you from doing that? Zhou Zheng looked serious now. To him, whether the purple-clad young man was no match for their Zhou clan Grand Elder, the Zhou clan would be at a loss as soon as their Grand Elder attacked. If the purple-clad young man were no match for the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan, the latter would be in a pickle after killing the young man. The only thing that he could do was to leave the Zhou clan and become a fugitive. If that happened, the Zhou clan would lose a powerhouse who was as solid as a pillar of support. However, if the purple-clad young man were more powerful than the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan, the clan would still lose such a powerhouse if the Grand Elder was killed. Therefore, the only choice that he had now was to stop the Grand Elder. Clan leader, you can't stop me, the Grand Elder said as he glanced at Zhou Zheng faintly. Grand Elder, I don't care if I can stop you or not, but I'll give it a try anyway. If possible, I don't want the Zhou clan to lose you. Zhou Zheng took a deep breath and said in his deep voice. If that's what you think, don't blame me for doing this to you. The Grand Elder of the Zhou clan's eyes turned frigid while he dashed towards Zhou Zheng like a lightning bolt. It was so fast that most of the people could not even catch his movement. In their eyes, it seemed like the Zhou clan Grand Elder vanished in thin air. The other person who vanished later on was the clan leader of the Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng. Gusts of air exploding came from above as majestic airwaves turned into strong winds blowing in all directions rampantly. The wild, strong winds swept through the ground, and the robes on everyone including Duan Lingtian fluttered madly in the breeze. Why is the Zhou clan Grand Elder fighting the clan leader of the Zhou clan? Many of them asked in shock as they watched the flashing silhouettes in the air. I think the Zhou clan Grand Elder's son was killed. He's here to look for the person who killed his son, but the background of the murder seems to be complicated. At least, the clan leader of the Zhou clan appears to have misgivings. I heard that too. Hearing what the Zhou clan Grand Elder said, he'll leave the Zhou clan if he kills the person who killed his son. It's clear that he doesn't want to put the clan through the trouble. I wonder who killed his son. Many of them discussed among themselves. However, they had no idea that the person they were talking about was just standing next to them. 9th level martial monarch stage. I guess the clan leader of the Zhou clan will be defeated. The inability of the onlookers to catch the movements of the clan leader and the Zhou clan Grand Elder did not mean that Duan Lingtian could not too. He mumbled to himself as he watched for a while. As soon as he spoke, one of the two silhouettes in the air was shot tens of meters away. There was only a person left who stood there in pride. It was the Zhou clan Grand Elder. Grand Elder, you've broken through to 9th level monarch stage. The person who flew away was the clan leader of the Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng. He was looking at the Zhou clan Grand Elder in shock at the moment. Chapter 1180, 10,000 Ray Sword Technique. Clan leader, I've told you that you can't stop me. After taking a glance at Zhou Zheng, the Zhou clan Grand Elder then looked at the people below his feet and yelled in his deep voice, "Cowardly rat, you dare to act, but don't have the guts to bear the responsibility." The old fella's so hot-tempered. Duan Lingtian ascended into the sky as the people watched in shock and he soon arrived before the Zhou clan Grand Elder. He faced him fearlessly. "It's you. Who killed my son?" The Grand Elder asked. "If your son's named Zhou Li, then I guess so," Duan Lingtian responded casually. He killed the Zhou clan Grand Elder's son. At that time, the people at the Zhou clan's auction fair snapped back to their senses. Never had they thought that the purple-clad young man would have killed the Zhou clan Grand Elder's only son. They thought about it, and it soon made sense to them. Duan Lingtian was probably the only person who had the guts to kill the Grand Elder's son. No one dared to do that at all. "Good, very good, you killed my son. You'll burn in hell today." As the Zhou clan Grand Elder roared furiously, his robe fluttered without the presence of the wind. He looked like as if he had turned into a raging King Kong with his muscular body. "Old fella, why don't you ask why I killed your son?" Duan Lingtian looked at the Grand Elder calmly and asked. "No matter what, you shouldn't have killed my son." There was a cold will to kill in the Zhou clan Grand Elder's voice, like he would devour anyone who went near him. "It seems like you already know." Duan Lingtian looked deeply into the Grand Elder's eyes as he noticed something. "So, what if I know? Although my son took your two items, even if he were to take your life, you shouldn't have killed him either. There's only one consequence since you killed him, which is to suffer a fate of death. So, I can't kill him even if he took my life." Duan Lingtian was stunned at first, and subsequently, he could not help but guffaw out loud as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. "You're worthy of the Zhou clan Grand Elder's position. What a tyrant." As he wiped off his tears from the laughter, a cold and terrifying gleam began to sparkle in Duan Lingtian's eyes. His purple robe flapped without any wind like a ball of purple flame burning. Zhou Zheng watched whatever that was happening before his eyes from a distance. He knew there was nothing that he could do about it. The only thing that he could do was to watch silently. No matter what the consequences would be, the result of the fight before his eyes had nothing to do with their Zhou clan. If the purple-clad young man died, the Zhou clan Grand Elder would leave the clan and become a fugitive. He would have to run away from the hunt by the powerhouses from the sect that the purple-clad young man came from. A sect that's able to bring out such a grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pill. It's powerful enough for them to end our Zhou clan. It was a no-brainer for Zhou Zheng to figure that out. If it were not a powerful sect, how else would it get a grade 1 weapons craftsman who could refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that gives a 90% power boost and at the same time, a grade 1 alchemist who refined a grade 1 medicinal pill with 91% purity to join them. If the result were the complete opposite, the purple-clad young man would have killed their Grand Elder. To the Zhou clan, the end result was the same. No matter what it was, their Zhou clan would lose their Grand Elder who had just broken through to 9th level martial monarch stage. So what if I'm tyrannical? The Grand Elder grinned. He spoke in a tone as if Duan Ling Tian was nothing to him. Don't worry, I won't kill you right away. I'll torture you slowly so that you'd rather die than being alive. Then, I'll let you die slowly. That's the only way that I can release the grudge in me. There was pleasure in the Zhou clan Grand Elder's tone as he spoke. It was as if he had already tortured Duan Ling Tian to death at that moment. That depends if you can do what you said. Duan Ling Tian squinted and said calmly, like as though what the Zhou clan Grand Elder said did not bother him. You'll find out very soon. The Grand Elder shouted while origin energy rumbled in his body like an earth-shaking, milky flame. A couple of profundities followed him like shadows, and in the next second, he seemed as if he had turned into a cannon shooting ferociously at Duan Ling Tian. As the Zhou clan Grand Elder flung his entire body at Duan Ling Tian, a spirit sword appeared in his hand. He inserted all of his energy into the spirit sword as he swung it, and the sword shuddered intensely while a crisp, ear-piercing sword whistling could be heard. At the same time, tens of thousands of sword rays that seemed unreal shot out in front of the Zhou clan Grand Elder like rain. They were dashing towards Duan Ling Tian without any mercy. Duan Ling Tian would definitely die from being pierced by the 10,000 sword rays as soon as he was hit. The speed of the sword rays lashing out was even faster than the Zhou clan Grand Elder himself. The 10,000 ray sword technique. As the clan leader himself, Zhou Zheng recognized the sword technique that their Grand Elder was performing at first glance. It was a heaven rank advanced sword skill which was cultivated to its peak. Only the peak level 10,000 ray sword technique could release 10,000 sword rays when it was performed. Facing the Zhou clan Grand Elder's attack, which seemed like a thunderstorm, Duan Ling Tian did not fight back forcefully. Instead, he moved away like he had transformed into a divine dragon and dodged the Grand Elder's attack that was coming at him. However, it was naturally not easy to dodge the peak level heaven rank advanced 10,000 ray sword technique. As Duan Ling Tian performed a martial art movement to dodge the attack, the 10,000 sword rays took a swift turn and chased after him. At that moment, the Zhou clan Grand Elder caught up to him. The heaven and earth energy above his head formed into a heaven and earth phenomenon. There were 4 ancient black dragon silhouettes and over 3,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. A 9th level martial monarch stage's full origin energy was similar to the strength of 1 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. A grade 1 spirit weapon with an 87% power boost gave the additional power of an ancient black dragon and a couple of hundred ancient horned dragons. Apart from that, the remaining few monarch stage profundities would add up to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Therefore, the Zhou clan Grand Elder's full force was similar to the energy of 4 ancient black dragons and over 3,000 ancient horned dragons. That's pretty fast. Duan Ling Tian, who performed the heaven rank advanced defensive martial skill, dragon soaring the 9 heavens and dodged like a divine dragon, soon noticed the 10,000 sword rays that were trailing after him. Without knowing when, a grin spread at the edge of his lips as he watched the heaven and earth phenomenon form above the Zhou clan Grand Elder's head. Duan Ling Tian stood where he was as the people watched. He allowed the sword rays from the sword technique that the Zhou clan Grand Elder performed to cover him. What is he doing? Perhaps he figured that he couldn't run away, so he decided to let it take his life. No, if he's dead, how are we supposed to find out how the sword and the pill came about? Many of their faces flashed with concern as they looked at Duan Ling Tian at the Zhou clan's auction fair. Naturally, they were not concerned about Duan Ling Tian's life, but instead, they were worried that there would be no way for them to find out about the sword and the pill that had been sold to the Zhou clan earlier if he was killed. At that very moment, Feng Tianwu, who was initially sitting in the pavilion, had walked out and looked into the sky. She fixed her eyes on the purple silhouette which was idle. Concern showed between her eyebrows. At that moment, even the clan leader of Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng, and the auction fair manager, Zhou Ji, were frowning as they looked doubtfully at Duan Ling Tian. They had no idea what Duan Ling Tian was thinking about. It was almost impossible for him to fight back impactfully since he just stood there as the 10,000 sword rays advanced closer to him. Their pupils shrunk very soon. One after another, the rest of their pupils shrunk. Oh God! What did they just see? They saw the purple-clad young man standing there with a sword that appeared at the side of his body. As soon as the sword appeared, it vanished without a trace. At the same time, everyone clearly saw a layer of light shield rise around the purple-clad young man's body that appeared out of thin air. They could hear gusts of rapid sword whistling. It was evident that the light shield was a sword web made of the rapid sword rays. Eventually, the 10,000 sword rays got to Duan Ling Tian like rain. They pelted on the layer of light shield that rose around his body. Loud thuds echoed as the 10,000 sword rays rained down. They drove blasts of airwaves which turned into a strong wind, but it did not manage to break the light shield on Duan Ling Tian's body after all. How is this possible? The Zhou clan Grand Elder's jaw dropped, and he had an expression of disbelief as he watched what was happening before his eyes. Never had he thought that the murderer who killed his son could defend his attack like a piece of cake, given the fact that Duan Ling Tian had encountered the number one powerhouse of the Zhou clan who had just broken through to 9th level martial monarch stage from his closed-door cultivation. So powerful, he's performing a defensive martial skill, isn't he? That's right. Moreover, it's a defensive martial skill combining the spirit sword. It's brilliant. Many people were discussing among themselves at the Zhou clan's auction fair. They were gawking at the purple-clad young man who was covered in a translucent, five-colored light shield with respect. Although they knew that the purple-clad young man was powerful, they did not expect him to be this dominant. Not only was he fearless when he faced the 9th level martial monarch powerhouse who was coming at him with the full force of 4 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons, but he also defended himself against the powerhouse's full force attack with defensive martial skill. Furthermore, he had resisted the powerhouse's attack entirely. At that moment, the heaven and earth energy above Duan Ling Tian's head were forming into a heaven and earth phenomenon. Just as everyone was looking over, the light shield around Duan Ling Tian's body faded. He was left with a sword in his hand while the heaven and earth phenomenon faded away before it even managed to form. Many of them were disappointed to see that go away. Did you say that? You'd torture me slowly. Duan Ling Tian looked at the Zhou clan Grand Elder who stood not far away in disbelief and asked calmly. Chapter 1181. Respect the old and cherish the young. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's underlying cynicism, the Zhou clan Grand Elder turned a green shade and became pale, but he did not say anything in response at all. The reason why he had charged there so furiously and swore to kill Duan Ling Tian, the enemy who killed his son, was that he had just made a breakthrough to the 9th level martial monarch stage in his closed-door cultivation and had an unblinding faith towards his own strength. He thought that it would be easy for him to kill Duan Ling Tian. It was only now that he realized that he was wrong. He was awfully wrong. Even after he had already broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage, he was still no match for this foe who had killed his son. Just by casting a defensive martial skill, his opponent could block the attack that he had unleashed with his full force. He was very clear about what this indicated. There was a massive gap between his strength and this person. If this guy's strength were only slightly better than his, he would not have been able to block the sword skill that he had unleashed with his full force easily with just a defensive martial skill alone. Although I'm a 9th level martial monarch, I've yet to comprehend any 9th level martial stage profundity at all. There's still so much that I have to improve in terms of my strength. Looking at Duan Ling Tian, the Zhou clan Grand Elder's heart skipped a beat as his eyes shone brightly. Where there's life, there's still hope. By the time I've raised the profundities that I need to comprehend, I'll look for him again to avenge my son. The moment the Zhou clan's Grand Elder thought of this, he started to think about retreating. Sword blinking technique. Without any warning, the grade 1 spirit sword in the Grand Elder's hand flicked, and he threw it behind with all his might. Like a lightning bolt, it shot out in fury. Just as everybody, including Duan Ling Tian, was taken by surprise, the Zhou clan Grand Elder's body trembled and his speed suddenly accelerated to an extreme before he chased the grade 1 spirit sword that had yet to speed up. Holding on to it, he allowed it to lead him as it flew away. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Zhou clan Grand Elder disappeared after his grade 1 spirit sword vanished in thin air. However, in the eyes of the few people, including Duan Ling Tian and Zhou Zheng, the Zhou clan Grand Elder had first flung out his spirit sword with all his might and then fled with the help of the grade 1 sword. Such speed that could be catalyzed by the boost from the spirit weapon was none other than the heaven rank advanced movement martial technique, sword blinking technique. It was way stronger than other regular movement martial techniques. He escaped. Just when the Zhou clan Grand Elder vanished into thin air, the crowd on the scene started to realize he had fled. Perplexed expressions appeared on their faces. Just now, when the Grand Elder had made his appearance, he had charged in menacingly, all proud and arrogant. However, right now, he had turned his tail and ran, creating a strong and sharp contrast between the scenario before. Trying to flee, a sneer crept upon the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. The next instance, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon, and a series of sword swishings set off where he swept past. That was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that was clearing a path for him. As the last set of movement martial technique in the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the dragon soaring the nine heavens was the most brilliant movement martial technique ever. It could even be cast through a spirit weapon as well. For this very reason, the speed that Duan Ling Tian possessed now was the strength of 4 ancient black dragons plus an additional 9,000 ancient horned dragons. It was way more than Zhou Clan Grand Elder's strength of 4 ancient black dragons plus 3,000 over ancient horned dragons. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian came to block Zhou Clan's Grand Elder. How are you so fast? Seeing the purple-clad young man standing in front of him, horror dawned on the Zhou Clan Grand Elder as disbelief filled his eyes. In his opinion, he already relied on the strength boost from his spirit weapon to flee, so by right, he should not have been able to catch up with him. Do you think that only your movement martial technique can have a strength boost from your spirit weapon? Duan Ling Tian seemed to have seen through the Zhou Clan Grand Elder's mind as he retorted. For a moment, the color drained from the Grand Elder's face. No wonder this guy could chase him. It turned out that his movement martial technique could get a strength boost from the spirit weapon too. In fact, even those same heaven rank advanced movement martial techniques had some differences among them. Those that could have a strength boost from the spirit weapon were worlds apart from those that could not. I'm going all out with you. Noticing that he was unable to flee from this purple-clad young man, adding on to the fact that he was no match to him at all hopes of the Grand Elder dashed to pieces as he roared out loudly before exerting his force towards Duan Ling Tian. Going all out with me? Are you sure you're worthy enough? In the face of the Zhou Clan Grand Elder's roar and his lightning-like figure that was charging at him, Duan Ling Tian's face was full of disdain. With a raise of his hand, he casually flicked the spirit sword in his opponent's hand away with his own sword. In the next instance, Duan Ling Tian pounded towards the Zhou Clan Grand Elder like the force of evil, and one of his palms thrust forward towards his dantian with a force that seemed as though a deity was aiding it. No. Upon seeing this, the Grand Elder seemed to have realized something as terror dawned on his face before he cried out sharply. Unfortunately, it was to no avail no matter how loudly he cried out. With Duan Ling Tian's palm thrust out, his dantian was crippled easily, causing him to follow in his son's footsteps. Then, like an eagle clutching a chick, Duan Ling Tian carried the Zhou Clan Grand Elder back to the Zhou Clan's auction square. It had only been a span of a blink of an eye from the moment he left until he returned with the Grand Elder's body with him. Clan leader Zhou, this guy wanted to kill me, and I've now crippled his dantian. I'm sure you don't have any objection in me killing him, do you? Duan Ling Tian looked towards Zhou Zheng, the clan leader of the Zhou clan, and asked nonchalantly. His hand was holding on to the Zhou Clan Grand Elder, and the energy in his hand kept gushing out, destroying the profundity that the Grand Elder sent out and applied to his own body again and again. Despite the Grand Elder having had his cultivation base crippled, the damage was only limited to his origin energy alone. His profundity still remained. Although Zhou Zheng was incredibly ashen, he did not say anything in reply. How could he dare say that he had any objection at such a time? Their Zhou Clan Grand Elder had just been crippled. Their Grand Elder had always been one of the very best in the Zhou clan, and he used to be just as mighty as him. After the Zhou Clan Grand Elder had made a breakthrough to the 9th level martial monarch stage, he had already become the strongest person in the clan. Even so, he had still been crippled by this purple-clad young man in front of him. He had completely zero doubts that if he dared to voice that the Zhou clan had objections towards him now, the future awaiting the clan would no doubt consist of attacks that would lash at them like a furious storm. For the sake of his clan, he could only choose to remain silent. It looks like clan leader Zhou has no objection at all. Seeing Zhou Zheng remain silent, Duan Ling Tian knew his stance already. With a lift of his hand, he pushed the Zhou Clan Grand Elder away. In the next instance, Duan Ling Tian stretched out a hand and an invisible energy extended out to transform into a hidden hand that clasped onto the neck of the Zhou Clan Grand Elder before hoisting him up in the air. See cough. Cough. The wizened face of the Zhou Clan Grand Elder that was covered in a curly beard was now thoroughly flushed. Because of the pain on his throat, he could not stop coughing dryly. Your son, Zhou Li, was just like you as well. After I crippled his dantian, I also hoisted him up high by the neck. Duan Ling Tian stared at the Zhou clan Grand Elder calmly and remarked indifferently, "Tisk tisk, even the way the both of you struggle is also the same. As expected of father and son. Why you. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, there was no doubt that the Grand Elder could no longer hold it back any longer. However, being gripped by the neck, he could not even utter a complete sentence. All that he could do was glare at Duan Ling Tian with his eyes bulging. What? Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold as his tone became clear. Today, the reason I came to the Zhou clan's auction square was to entrust 2 items to be auctioned. However, your son, Zhou Li, was a good Samaritan, indeed. Not only did he try to pocket the items that I entrusted, but he even tried to kill me as well. It's okay for him to kill me, so tell me, how is it not okay for me to kill him? How ridiculous." As Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he sneered. Right at this moment, the crowd in the Zhou clan's auction square finally learned about the entire incident. The items that the son of the Zhou clan Grand Elder tried to pocket must be that sword and the pill then. What a huge appetite he had. He actually dared to pocket an auctioned item that costs 800,000 pieces of high-grade origin stones. Wasn't he scared of bursting with greed and being too full? If he really had his way just now, we'd most likely still be in the dark about there actually being such a grade 1 spirit sword and life recovery pills that exist in this world. When the crowds buried their heads in discussion, they were filled with the wrath of righteousness. Just now, you said that you want to torture me to death slowly. Originally, I shouldn't let you die so fast as well so easily. However, I'm always a person who respects the aged and cherishes the young, so I'll send you away directly and let you reunite with your son then." Duan Ling Tian glared coldly at the Grand Elder as he spelled out unhurriedly. The moment the crowd heard this, the corner of their mouths twitched. Right away. How the hell was this respecting the aged and cherishing the young? As for Duan Ling Tian, when he reached the end of his sentence, his hand suddenly tightened, and the invisible hand proceeded to tighten too. A crisp sound reverberated in the air. That was the Zhou clan Grand Elder's neck being shattered to pieces. As his head lolled limply to one side, he had utterly lost his breath. He was dead. A 9th-level martial monarch had died just like that. However, such a 9th-level martial monarch as the Zhou clan Grand Elder could only be ranked at the bottom among the group of 9th-level martial monarchs in the Cloud Continent. He was not even worth mentioning in front of the other 9th-level martial monarchs. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian kept the spatial ring on the Grand Elder's finger and the profundity fragments in his body. Then, he casually threw the body out and let him fall to the ground before it smashed to become a puddle of bloody mess. The scene fell into a dead silence once again. Everybody's gaze shifted towards Duan Ling Tian in unison. They were all taken by surprise by his strength. How could he actually defeat the Zhou clan Grand Elder who had broken through to the 9th-level martial monarch stage? Who exactly is he? This was the common question in everybody's minds. Tian Wu. After Duan Ling Tian had stored the Grand Elder's spatial ring in profundity fragments, he looked towards the woman in red standing outside the pergola, Feng Tian Wu. The moment she heard him, she rose up into the air under the watchful eyes of the others and soon arrived beside Duan Ling Tian. Right at this moment, somebody mustered his courage and asked, "Sir, you still have yet to tell us where did the sword and pill that you auctioned come from?" The crowd could tell that they were about to leave when the purple-clad young man called for his companion to go to his side. "I told you guys that I'd tell you, so I shall answer you." Duan Ling Tian looked down at the crowds and replied slowly. Chapter 1182, Duan Ling Tian's Intention. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the crowd's eyes lit up right away as they looked at him in anticipation one by one. Even Zhou Zheng, the clan leader of the Zhou clan, and Zhou Ji, the manager of the Zhou clan auction square, were curious too. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian began to announce neither hurriedly nor slowly, "The grade 1 spirit sword and the life recovery pill that I entrusted to be auctioned came from my sect, the Ling Tian sect." The Ling Tian sect. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, everyone except Feng Tian Wu were stunned with bewilderment. Of course, they knew the Ling Tian sect. The Ling Tian sect was formerly known as the Yin Yang sect. It had met with a catastrophe and then had its name changed by the first sect leader to appear in almost 1,000 years. Is it the same Ling Tian sect that has a sect leader called Duan Ling Tian? Somebody asked. Everyone was familiar with the fact that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was a young powerhouse called Duan Ling Tian. "I'm Duan Ling Tian." In the face of their doubts, Duan Ling Tian declared with a calm expression. The moment he said that, it was like a stone that set off 1,000 ripples, taking everybody, including Zhou Zheng, by surprise as all their faces were filled with astonishment. This purple-clad young man was Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, that had raised a babble of discussion in public this whole time. No wonder he is so powerful. So, he's the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect after all. A pang of realization hit Zhou Zheng. At the same time, he glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated look. In the past, when the Ling Tian sect was still the Yin Yang sect, he did not feel any fear at all when the peak master of Yin Peak and Yang Peak came to find him because his strength was in no way inferior to theirs. Yet, right now, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect had given him an inexplicable sense of pressure that bore down on him so much that he could hardly breathe. This pressure came from the powerful strength that this person possessed. This sect leader killed even the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan who had made a breakthrough to the 9th level martial monarch stage. One could easily imagine just how powerful he was. Perhaps, it would be easy for this person to annihilate the Zhou clan. He's Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. No wonder he's so strong. So, he's actually that sect leader of Ling Tian sect that everyone has been talking about recently. The other people were hit by a pang of realization too. Some women even stared at Duan Ling Tian with love-struck eyes. Zhou Li was pretty unlucky. He actually offended such a fiend. Zhou Ji sighed. Even if it were in his dreams, Zhou Li was most likely unable to imagine that one of the two customers that he had served was actually the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect that had provoked a whirlwind of discussion recently. If he had known about it, he never would have had any covetous thoughts towards the two auctioned items at all, even if he were beaten to death. Those two items were the very same freaking items that the sect leader of Ling Tian sect had entrusted to be auctioned. It was rumored that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect could kill the former peak leader of the Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect who had unleashed all his techniques and exerted his maximum force in just one blow without using his spirit weapon at all. The former peak leader of the Yang Peak had a strength that was in no way inferior to the clan leader of their Zhou clan. Sect leader Duan, did the sword and the pill that you entrusted to be auctioned really come from your Ling Tian sect? Right at this moment, Zhou Zheng looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a grave expression, "As far as I know, your Ling Tian sect doesn't have any grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist at all." Clan leader Zhou, are you sure you're talking about our Ling Tian sect and not the original Yin Yang sect? In the face of Zhou Zheng's query, Duan Ling Tian asked rhetorically. Zhou Zheng was stunned into silence. Right now, I'm sure that all of you must have the same question with clan leader Zhou in your hearts. In that case, I'll answer all of you at the same time. Overseeing the place, Duan Ling Tian announced in a crisp voice, that sword and that pill came from none other than the hands of the grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist in my Ling Tian sect. Although they were already mentally prepared, the moment they heard Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, admit the fact on his own, everybody still could not suppress their astonishment. On top of that, I hope that all of you could help me to spread out a piece of important news, Duan Ling Tian continued. For a moment, everybody's gaze shifted towards Duan Ling Tian. Some who could hardly wait even asked out loud, "Pardon me, sect leader Duan. May we know what is it that you want us to spread out?" From today onwards, the Ling Tian sect will open up its doors and accept grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in huge numbers. Seeing that the time was right, Duan Ling Tian announced boisterously, whichever grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist that joins the Ling Tian sect will be able to receive pointers and improve your own weapon and medicine refinement level. As for from whom they would be receiving the pointers, Duan Ling Tian did not care to elaborate. However, the people on the scene could guess who is the sword and the pill that was auctioned by the Zhou clan was no doubt the best explanation. Just as most of them were still in a daze, two swishing sounds resonated in the air. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu disappeared without a trace, and it was evident that they had already left. It looks like the auction fair that was held by our Zhou clan's auction square today has become Duan Ling Tian's stage instead. Zhou Zheng smiled wryly. Right now, if he still could not see the intention of Duan Ling Tian entrusting the sword and the pill to be auctioned at the Zhou clan's auction square, then it meant that he had lived for so many years in vain. The sword and the pill were merely bait. His final goal was actually the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who were desperate to increase their weapon and medicine refinement level. Unlike Zhou Zheng, whose concern was different, what the other people cared about more was whether the Ling Tian sect would still release grade 1 spirit weapons and pills like the items that had been auctioned just now. No matter what, the fact that the Ling Tian sect had a weapon craftsman that could refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that could give a strength boost of 90% and an alchemist that could refine a grade 1 pill that had a purity of 91% began to spread across the land. Not only that, but the Ling Tian sect had also started to accept grade 1 weapon craftsmen and alchemists from outside their clan in huge numbers. All grade 1 weapon craftsmen and alchemists who joined the Ling Tian sect would be able to receive pointers on how to create the grade 1 items. If it were just an ordinary sect that had spread out such news of recruiting grade 1 weapon craftsmen and alchemists, it would undoubtedly receive a lot of tongue lashing from the public. However, the Ling Tian sect was different. The Ling Tian sect could produce a grade 1 spirit weapon that could give a boost in strength by 90% and a grade 1 pill that had a purity of 90% and above. If one did not believe it, one could check out the Zhou clan's estate in Ataraxia City. There were a grade 1 spirit weapon and a grade 1 life recovery pill in the hands of the Zhou clan that came from the Ling Tian sect. Ever since then, a grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist would go to the Zhou clan's mansion once in a while, and the clan would go out of their way to welcome them. However, the moment these grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists saw the sword and the pill that the Zhou clan managed to bid for, they hastily left again, completely ignoring the clan leader of the Zhou clan and the group of elders who tried to cozy up to them. This made the Zhou clan members hate Duan Ling Tian to the core, as he had used them for his own advantage. Of course, this took place much later in the story. After leaving the Zhou clan's auction square, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu headed back to the Ling Tian sect at breakneck speed as though they had transformed into two lightning bolts. Was that the most important matter that you brought me out to settle? After losing her memory, Feng Tianwu rarely took the initiative to talk to Duan Ling Tian first. That's right, Duan Ling Tian smiled as he nodded. I want to borrow their mouths to spread the news of the grade 1 spirit sword and the life recovery pill. That way, working together with Shang Quan and the Gold Thug, we'll be able to bait many grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in a short period of time. Is it really just to bait them over? Feng Tianwu blinked her autumn eyes as she asked. Of course not. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and replied seriously, as long as the weapons craftsmen and alchemists who are willing to join our Ling Tian sect are willing to learn, I'd be glad to teach them all. But, of course, it's up to them exactly how much they can learn. As the person who had merged with the memory of the two reincarnations of the rebirth martial emperor, he understood very well just how difficult it was for a grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist to make progress. It was almost impossible to make any progress if one did not have a superior innate talent. The preeminent in this context referred to a person who was the most distinguished in a group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists and could surpass most of them. Feng Tianwu nodded her head lightly. Suddenly, as though a light bulb went off in her mind, she asked in a faint voice, judging from the way you're recruiting the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, I'm sure you have other intentions other than for the sake of the Ling Tian sect, don't you? Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded, not denying it. Be it the mass recruiting of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, or the deliberate act of mine to spread my name widely, I'm doing all of that actually to find Ka and Little Fair. The grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists had an extensive network that was hard for an ordinary person to imagine. With their help, Duan Ling Tian believed that he would be able to find the two girls soon. He also wanted to spread the notoriety of his own name because he wished to let the two girls know that he had already come to the inner land and that they could rush back to the Ling Tian sect to reconcile with him. They must be very outstanding, aren't they? Feng Tianwu asked. I've told you about them in detail in the past. But you've now forgotten about it because of your amnesia. Duan Ling Tian smiled before proceeded to reintroduce Ka and Li Fei to Feng Tianwu. When he mentioned the two girls, his eyes flowed with warmth. Just by listening to him, Feng Tianwu could hear the significance of Ka and Li Fei in Duan Ling Tian's heart. How I wish to meet them, Feng Tianwu responded lightly in the end. You'll get your chance. Duan Ling Toin smiled and nodded. Soon, both of them returned to the Ling Tian sect. The first thing that Duan Ling Tian did was to look for Luo Ping. Vice sect leader Luo, get some disciples to prepare a place to stay. It's better if you can dig a flat platform at the middle of the mountain and build some multi-story pavilions there. Sect leader, are you and Miss Tianwu going to stay there? Luo Ping nodded, unable to suppress the question from rising. No, it's not for us. It's mainly for the new members of our Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian smiled as he said. New members. Luo Ping was taken aback. She completely had no idea what Duan Ling Tian was talking about. You'll find out soon. Duan Ling Tian flashed a mysterious smirk, and Luo Ping smiled wryly in response. Her face was filled with confusion and befuddlement. Chapter 1183, a boost of 92%. Go and get ready. We are short on time, so make sure you finish it as soon as possible, Duan Ling Tian told Luo Ping with a solemn face. Yes, sect leader. Luo Ping nodded. After bidding her farewell, she proceeded to leave. After she left, Duan Ling Tian made his rounds at Ling Tian Peak and carefully studied the surroundings. Looking at the sect that was already on track now, a smile that came from the bottom of his heart spread across his face. Although he did not have much interest in controlling a sect when he first became the sect leader, right then, he was filled with a tiny sense of accomplishment. No wonder many people itch to accomplish both success and fame and become a leader of a force. It turns out that the feeling of standing at the top, controlling everything, is actually this great. Staring at Ling Tian Peak in front of him, Duan Ling Tian's gaze gradually became unfocused. This was the sect that he controlled, the Ling Tian sect. There will come a day when I let the entire Cloud continent know about the existence of the Ling Tian sect. I believe that day won't be too far away. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed brightly like two stars that seemed to be able to illuminate everything. A few moments later, Duan Ling Tian left, but he did not return to the place where he stayed. Instead, he went to find for the two Yu brothers, who were also the vice-sect leaders of the Ling Tian sect. Sect leader. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian, the two Yu brothers bowed deeply and dared not slack at all. The reason I'm looking for you two is so you can help me gather some materials, Duan Ling Tian told them. Please tell us, clan leader. The Yu brothers quickly nodded. In the next instance, Duan Ling Tian rattled off a long list of materials and asked them to find them in the storehouse of the Ling Tian sect. If they could not find them in there, then they would have to go outside to search. I urgently need to use these materials. Make sure you gather them all as soon as possible. As he finished, Duan Ling Tian's face was very glum. Don't worry, sect leader. Leave it to us, the Yu brothers pledged in all seriousness and sincerity. Ever since the Yin-Yang sect had changed its name to the Ling Tian sect, although they had become the vice-sect leaders, they were usually cast aside with no tasks to do. Looking at Luo Ping, who was always active by the sect leader's side, their hearts were filled with great anxiety. Now, the sect leader had finally come to them for some matters and, of course, they did not dare to be negligent. Making up their minds, they decided to do all that they could in their power to gather all the materials for their sect leader in the shortest time possible. Go. Duan Ling Tian dismissed them. Yes, sir, the Yu brothers responded respectfully before they left like two streaks of lightning that vanished before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. By the time they have finished gathering the materials, I can then create puppets without restraint. When the group of puppets that are mobilized by the origin stones is grouped together and become a combined puppet, I wonder how strong it'll become. As his heart pounded excitedly, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were full of anticipation. Long ago, when he had managed to bid for the mysterious silver in the Zhou clan's auction square, he had already made up his mind to refine a group of puppets and group them together using the inscription formation he had obtained from the martial emperor's secret treasure. The group of puppets would be able to cast powerful origin energy, and along with the profundity fragments embedded in their bodies, they could mimic a martial monarch. Ultimately, Duan Ling Tian would be able to control them through the mysterious silver. A few more days and I'm sure there will be a grade 1 weapons craftsman or alchemists knocking on the door already. After retracting his daydream, Duan Ling Tian's thought of discourse changed and soon shifted to another place as he muttered to himself. Duan Ling Tian was taken by surprise when a grade 1 weapons craftsman actually came knocking on his door the next day, wanting to meet him. A glorious, magnificent palace stood in the middle of the mountain at Ling Tian Peak. This was originally the main hall of the Yin-Yang sect, and it had now become the main hall of the Ling Tian sect without a hitch. Today, two people stood in the main hall. One of them was clad in purple and was sitting in the main seat. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian. The person standing below him was a regularly clothed, middle-aged man whose face was covered in untrimmed stubble as though he had not groomed himself for a long time now. Are you a grade 1 weapons craftsman? Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man and asked nonchalantly. Are you the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect? Despite his sloppy dressing, his eyes were as bright as stars as he studied Duan Ling Tian from top to bottom. Interesting. Duan Ling Tian took a good look at the man. That's right, I'm the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. Poof. With a raise of his hand, the man quickly ascertained his identity. Of course, it was not just his actions. The main thing that proved his identity was a flame that was surrounded by a golden purplish color that gushed out of his palm with just a flip of his hand. A grade 1 weapon flame. Do you plan to enter the Ling Tian sect and become the sect's grade 1 weapons craftsman? A glimpse flashed across Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he asked. Even though he had confirmed that this middle-aged man was a grade 1 weapons craftsman, he still did not reveal any strange expression at all, as if the person standing in front of him was just an average Joe. Duan Ling Tian's attitude took the man by surprise. The man replied in a calm tone, as long as I can confirm that your Ling Tian sect really does have a weapons craftsman who can refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that gives a strength boost of 90%, I'll stay. Confirm. Duan Ling Tian smirked. Didn't you go take a look at the Zhou clan's mansion? I did, but that doesn't prove anything, he replied. Oh. Duan Ling Tian took a hard look at the middle-aged man before he asked, what's your name? If the Ling Tian sect can make me stay, I'll naturally tell you. If you can't, well, what's the point in me telling you? The man replied coolly. Duan Ling Tian was stunned before studying the middle-aged man carefully as he said, how do you want our Ling Tian sect's grade 1 weapons craftsman to prove himself to you? By refining a grade 1 spirit weapon in front of you. Well, that'd be best. The man nodded as his eyes gleamed brightly. Soon, horror dawned on his face when he realized that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, who had been in the seat in front of him, was gone. He was even more startled by a piercing cold wind blowing towards him, which only meant that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was charging at him at that very second. What, are you shocked? Duan Ling Tian stood firmly in front of him before asking with a ridiculing smirk. What are you trying to do? Staring at the purple-clad young man standing so close to him, the middle-aged man's face was a little sallow. What, don't you want me to prove it to you? Duan Ling Tian flashed a charming, bright smile. Take out your grade 1 spirit weapon, he ordered. Upon hearing this, the man was dumbfounded. Even though he already had all sorts of suspicions in his heart, he still took out a foldable fan that seemed extremely odd. It only had fan ribs and had no paper covering it. However, it was still a grade 1 spirit weapon. A grade 1 spirit weapon with a boost of 89%. When Duan Ling Tian took the foldable fan from him, his eyes lit up right away. How did you know? Witnessing how Duan Ling Tian could tell that his foldable fan was a grade 1 spirit weapon that could provide a boost of 89% the moment he touched the fan, the man's eyes grew as big as saucers. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, it was as though he had seen a ghost. However, Duan Ling Tian did not reply to him at all. With a flip of his hand, a gust of tyrannical flame which was dark caramel in color burst out from his palm. The moment this dark caramel flame appeared, the middle-aged man regained his calmness. In the next instance, he focused on the flame in Duan Ling Tian's hand like he was possessed. Duan Ling Tian threw the foldable fan into the dark caramel flame that spouted out of his palm. In the span of just a few breaths, the foldable fan had transformed into a pool of liquid. This is a weapon flame that has a much higher level than the grade 1 weapon flame. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he cried out in a deep voice, losing his cool. It would normally take 15 minutes for even a grade 1 weapon flame to melt his grade 1 foldable fan, hence his shock. However, the dark caramel flame had turned his fan into a puddle of liquid within only a few breaths. Immediately, his gaze was drawn entirely to Duan Ling Tian, who was now recreating the grade 1 foldable fan, trying to raise its boosting abilities. With just a raise of his hand, such an abstruse weapon refining technique was at his fingertips, causing the man to be in a daze watching him. When had he ever seen such marvelous weapon refining technique before? Right now, he seemed to have forgotten everything. In his eyes, only the pair of long, slender hands that kept transforming his fan stood out, continuing to display a weapon refining technique that made him lost in wonder and astonishment. Duan Ling Tian seemed to be concentrating on the refining of the weapon, but in truth, he was still able to distract a part of himself to check on other things. He also noticed the man's exaggerated expression. You're already so astonished now. Won't you be even more bewildered later on? A sneer appeared in the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. An hour passed by in just a blink of an eye. The puddle of liquid had already taken on an embryonic form of the foldable fan. Only a little more and it would be refined into its original look. Another hour went by. This time, the foldable fan had completely assumed the form of the original fan without anything amiss in the slightest. As Duan Ling Tian retracted his hand, the dark caramel flame extinguished, and the foldable fan fell into his hand firmly. Done. Looking at the foldable hand in his hand, Duan Ling Tian flashed a pleased smile. Even though the foldable fan in front seemed to be no different than the one before, he knew that there was a complete earth-shattering transformation underneath the changeless appearance. Take it. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian tossed the foldable fan to the middle-aged man. Yes, yes, the man finally returned to his senses. Hastily, he took the foldable fan and gazed at Duan Ling Tian with a fiery expression. Sect leader Duan, what grade weapons craftsman are you? You must have surpassed the scope of the grade 1 weapons craftsman already, haven't you? Well, let's talk about this later. Have a go at the foldable fan that I've just recreated for you, Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. Alright. Upon hearing this, the man took a deep breath before mobilizing and channeling the origin energy from his body into the foldable fan in his hand. In just a second, a great brilliance shimmered from the foldable fan. After a moment, he stared at the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head and was stunned in bewilderment. AA boost of 92%. Chapter 1184. Zhang San and Li Si. At this moment, there was a silhouette of an ancient black dragon above the middle-aged man's head along with 9,200 ancient horned dragons spiraling up there. They were vivid and lively, making a shocking visual impact. 7th level martial monarch stage. Duan Ling Tian was surprised. It had never crossed his mind that not only was this man in front of him a grade 1 weapons craftsman, but he was also quite a formidable martial monarch. Looks like I've picked up a pot of gold today. With a jolt of his heart, a smile crept up the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. In the entire Ling Tian sect, only Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yuan were on the 7th level martial monarch stage and above. Even he himself was only on the 4th level martial monarch stage. Of course, that was only in reference to their cultivation base. In terms of combat strength, even if Luo Ping joined forces with the Yu brothers, they were no match for him at all. However, a person who was at the 7th level martial monarch stage and above was still a powerhouse no matter what. If he could join the Ling Tian sect, he would definitely be a great help to the Ling Tian sect. How did you do that? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian and could barely suppress the excitement on his face. The moment he recalled the scene earlier, he still felt like he was in a trance. Duan Ling Tian looked into the eyes of the man with a calm expression. Instead of replying him, he asked him back, right now, are you willing to join the Ling Tian sect? I am. The moment Duan Ling Tian asked him that, he immediately nodded eagerly, not daring to show any hesitation at all. Here was a person who could refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that gave a strength boost of 92% for goodness sake. Although he was one of the very best among the many grade 1 weapons craftsmen, there was no way for him to compare to this person in front of him at all. Now, he had an opportunity to stay in the sect that this person in front of him was in and to obtain pointers from him. Of course, he would never let go of such a brilliant chance. Well, unless he was a fool. Very good. Welcome to the Ling Tian sect. After obtaining the middle-aged man's reply, a bright sunny smile flashed across Duan Ling Tian's face. Good day, sect leader. I'm Zhang San. Only then did the middle-aged man recall the identity of this person who fronted the Ling Tian sect. Hastily, he bowed down to pay his respects and at the same time, he gave his own name. Concurrently, Zhang San's heart was filled with bewilderment. He had already heard rumors that this purple-clad young man in front was Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. Apart from that, he also heard that he was quite powerful. Without using any spirit weapon, he was able to annihilate Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak in the former Yin Yang sect. Furthermore, he also killed the Zhou clan Grand Elder who had a breakthrough to the 9th level martial monarch in just a blink of an eye in the Ataraxia city. Could such strength be labeled weak? However, this was not the problem here. What Zhang San could not accept was the fact that this sect leader of the Ling Tian sect turned out to be actually a grade 1 weapons craftsman. Furthermore, he surpassed all other grade 1 weapons craftsmen. At first, I thought that he was a powerful demon for having such immense strength with such a young appearance, but now that I look at it, he's actually a human. Or maybe, a variant. Zhang San speculated to himself. It was almost impossible for a demon to become a weapons craftsman, let alone a weapons craftsman who prevailed over all other grade 1 weapons craftsmen. Zhang San. The moment Duan Ling Tian heard the man's name, he had a strange expression right away. It had never crossed his mind that an almighty 7th level martial monarch stage powerhouse or a grade 1 weapons craftsman would actually have such a casual name. If we get someone else named Li Si who joins the Ling Tian sect, you two can then partner up together, Duan Ling Tian joked. Zhang San and Li Si. It rolled off the tongue quite smoothly. However, beyond Duan Ling Tian's expectations, the moment he said that, Zhang San's expression turned grave as he asked in shock, sect leader, how do you know that I know Li Si? Is there really a Li Si? A twitch could be seen by the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. He was just making a casual remark earlier. That's right, Zhang San nodded his head in all solemnness. Li Si is a guy from my neighboring village. That time, he and I partnered up to go pathfinding outside, and by lucky coincidence, we came across a fortuitous encounter. Ever since then, I became a weapons craftsman, and he is an alchemist, Zhang San finished in one breath. What grade is he? Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone brightly as he asked curiously. A grade 1 alchemist, Zhang San replied. If that guy knew that there's somebody in the Ling Tian sect who can refine a grade 1 pill with a purity of 91%, he'd definitely come here immediately. However, unfortunately, that guy is in closed-door cultivation now to strive to make a breakthrough to the 7th level martial monarch stage. He said that he wouldn't come out until he's finally able to be on the same level as me. When he reached the end of his sentence, Zhang San was somewhat helpless. Then, in this case, if he's come out of his closed-door cultivation, will he also be willing to join our Ling Tian sect? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. As long as he can get some pointers from the grade 1 alchemist of our Ling Tian sect, I'm sure he'd definitely come. Although that guy's level of medicine refinement is much stronger than most grade 1 alchemists, he has only managed to refine 3 pills with a purity of 85% and above in his entire life, and they were not all grade 1 pills, Zhang San answered with full confidence. When he reached the end of his sentence, he had deliberately introduced Li Si to Duan Ling Tian in detail. 3 pills with a purity of 85% and above. Then, it seems like his medicine refinement level is pretty high. In this case, it looks like the fortuitous encounter that you guys went through together last time was not that simple. Duan Ling Tian took a good look at Zhang San. His wisdom and farsightedness seemed to be able to see through everything, so much so that Zhang San felt a chill running down his spine as he responded, "It's not bad." Rebirth Martial Emperor. Duan Ling Tian suddenly asked and spat out these 3 words without warning. Ah! The moment Zhang San heard of this, he cried out loud in a deep voice at once. With a bewildered expression on his face, he stared at Duan Ling Tian as though he was staring at a ghost. How did you know? Zhang San believed that no one else would know about the place that he and Li Si had come across the last time because they had both sworn using the 9-9 heavenly tribulation that they would never tell anyone else anything about that place. However, he could no longer suppress his shock when he heard Duan Ling Tian. The place he and Li Si had come across was left behind by a martial emperor whose honorific title was known as the Rebirth Martial Emperor. The place was a cenotaph. A cenotaph referred to the place a martial emperor casually left behind to pass on his legacy. Contrary to popular belief, it was not the place where he died. Of course, if described using the martial emperor's words himself, it was merely a game that he had created out of boredom. Whoever could successfully pass the game would be able to gain quite a lot of benefits. It looks like you two must have found the cenotaph by the northern side of the Flowing Wind City, Duan Ling Tian remarked. Have you been there before too? Zhang San gasped sharply. Could that be the reason this sect leader of the Ling Tian sect possessed such powerful weapon refining method? Because he had gone there before. That was right. Just now, though the exquisite weapon refining technique that he displayed, Zhang San could still roughly see some of the trails of the weapon refining technique that he had mastered. No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head lightly. No. It was apparent that Zhang San did not really believe him. You could say that I'm the successor of another generation of the Rebirth Martial Emperor. I know almost everything that he did. What he left behind at the cenotaph weren't many, but the fact that you made such achievements today is also quite hard to come by, Duan Ling Tian blurted out with a hint of compliment in his tone. Just now, the reason why he had speculated that the fortuitous encounter that Zhang San and Li Si had come across was that the cenotaph that the Rebirth Martial Emperor had left behind was due to their achievements following that. Of course, some other aspects contributed to it too. Like just now, when he had just taken the foldable fan from Zhang San, he had noticed a familiar trace on it, but he was not too sure about it then. The successor of another generation, of the rebirth martial emperor. Zhang San's eyes narrowed. At the same time, he hastily bowed down towards Duan Lingtian to show his respect. Senior brother, senior brother. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang San with a faint smile. If I remember correctly, the cenotaph that the rebirth martial emperor left behind did clearly state that whoever receives his legacy isn't considered as his disciples, didn't it? Even so, I still regard the senior rebirth martial emperor as my master. Please forgive me for not knowing your identity earlier on, senior brother. Zhang San replied, and at the same time, he bowed again. His tone was filled with sincerity. Seeing Zhang San insisting on calling him senior brother, Duan Lingtian did not say anything more. Perhaps, Zhang San might be more obedient and stay at the Lingtian sect because of this. This was a good thing for him. Suddenly, as though a pang of realization hit him, Duan Lingtian asked, last time, you must have made the grade 1 spirit saber that could give a boost of 89% and appeared at the auction fair held by the Zhou clan's auction square, didn't you? Even though he did not inspect that grade 1 spirit saber in detail, it was so rare to have a grade 1 spirit weapon that could give a boost of 89%. And how was it be possible for it to have been refined by just any grade 1 weapons craftsman? Recalling the fact that Zhang San was the first to pay a visit to his sect, it was obvious that he must have come from nearby. Because of this, he guessed that the spirit saber had also come from Zhang San. Please excuse my poor product. Zhang San smiled awkwardly. That day, although he was not at the Zhou clan's auction square, he had heard that the grade 1 spirit saber that he had refined, which was also supposed to be the final item in the auction fair, had been replaced by 2 other items. At first, he was a little pissed, but the moment he learned about the items being auctioned, he instantly lost his temper. He had personally gone to the Zhou clan to reaffirm it, and after confirming that the grade 1 spirit sword that the Zhou clan bid for could boost one's strength by 90%, he immediately rushed towards the Lingtian sect. It never crossed his mind that the person who could refine such earth-defying grade 1 spirit sword in the Lingtian sect was actually Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Lingtian sect himself. What was more unexpected to him was the fact that just like him, Duan Lingtian's master was the rebirth martial emperor as well. However, he was very clear that whatever Duan Lingtian had learned was much more than what he had grasped. This was evident when Duan Lingtian refined the grade 1 spirit weapon that could give a strength boost of 92%. Then, does this mean that what Li Si obtained as the medicine refinement Dao's legacy left behind by the rebirth martial emperor? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Zhang San nodded. Chapter 1185. Wu Lai, the sect leader of the true martial sect. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes lightly. It had never crossed his mind that the cenotaph left behind during the second reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor would be discovered by somebody else. What more the benefit that was left? According to the rebirth martial emperor's memory, that marker was the only cenotaph containing the legacy of the weapon and medicine refinement Dao that he had left behind. Of course, the legacy left behind had only reached grade 1 of weapon craftsmanship and alchemy. There was not a single word on quasi-royal grade or royal grade weapons craftsmanship and alchemy at all. People were selfish, let alone this rebirth martial emperor who was once the one and only quasi-royal grade weapons craftsman and alchemist. He would, of course, never share everything about himself. You two are lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled at Zhang San. No matter how good we are, we're still not as skilled as you, senior brother. Zhang San's real age must be at least 20 or 30 years older than that of Duan Lingtian's. Still, as he was facing Duan Lingtian, it seemed as though he was facing his senior. He was extremely humble and modest. Even so, he appeared to be very natural. In the weapons refinement Dao, the person who was more talented was much more respected. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance flashed across Zhang San's eyes as he stared with a burning gaze at Duan Lingtian before he asked, "Senior brother, the weapon flame that you solidified just now. That must be a weapon flame that has an even higher grade than the grade 1 weapon fire, isn't it?" Just now, the dark caramel flame that burst out of Duan Lingtian's hand had only taken the span of a few breaths to melt his grade 1 spirit fan into a puddle of liquid. That display of power was much stronger than his grade 1 weapon fire. Good job. Duan Lingtian did not deny it. The weapon fire that he had solidified earlier was indeed a weapon flame that had a higher grade than the grade 1 weapon flame. It was the quasi-royal grade weapon flame. Because of this quasi-royal grade weapon flame, he was able to temper the grade 1 spirit weapon that could originally give a strength boost of 89% and remold it into a grade 1 spirit weapon that could boost one's power by 92%. Even though it was a waste to use the quasi-royal grade weapon flame to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon, its effects were extremely potent. It looks like there's a level of weapons craftsman that is much higher than grade 1 of weapons craftsman. Senior brother, I can't believe that you've actually attained such a level in the weapons refinement Tao. Even in his prime, senior rebirth martial emperor couldn't compare to you right now, could he? Zhang San sighed. His words elicited heat that crept up Duan Ling Tian's cheeks. He knew that Zhang San had uttered such words because he did not know anything about the rebirth martial emperor at all. Or perhaps, in Zhang San's opinion, the rebirth martial emperor was only a grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist. Zhang San had probably never even heard of quasi-royal grade or even royal grade weapons craftsmen and alchemists before. As long as you're willing to work hard, you'll eventually reach where I am now, Duan Ling Tian replied. As long as you're willing to give me some pointers, senior brother, I believe that I'll get there. Zhang San smiled with an underlying meaning in his words. Rest assured, since you've already joined the Ling Tian sect, even if it were without the roots the both of us have with regards to the rebirth martial emperor, I wouldn't withhold any pointers from you, Duan Ling Tian replied. In all seriousness, thank you, senior brother. Upon hearing that, Zhang San's face was filled with a delighted expression. At the same time, he quickly bowed in gratitude. Another few days more and I believe that there'll be many grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who'll come to our Ling Tian sect. By that time, I'll assign you a group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen to lead, Duan Ling Tian told Zhang San. I hope that you won't let me down. Thank you for having such a high opinion of me, senior brother. I definitely won't let you down. Zhang San replied with a solemn expression. The reason he had made such a decision was that the attainment that Zhang San possessed in the weapons refinement Tao was far from other ordinary grade 1 weapons craftsmen. However, all grade 1 weapons craftsmen were haughty and proud. In order to convince them, one would need to crush them violently in the weapons refinement Tao, so that they would genuinely submit. Zhang San was no doubt a great candidate. Roughly when will Li Si come out of his closed-door cultivation? Besides that, Duan Ling Tian also wished to task a group of grade 1 alchemists to Li Si to lead. According to Zhang San, his accomplishment in the medicine refinement Tao far surpassed other regular grade 1 alchemists. It shouldn't be too long now, Zhang San replied. That'd be great. Duan Ling Tian nodded before his body flashed towards the outside of the main hall. Follow me. I'll ask Vice Sect Leader Luo to arrange a place for you to stay. After settling a place for Zhang San to stay, Duan Ling Tian returned to his room to cultivate, and after just 3 days of cultivation, there were already many grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who had come knocking on their door. These weapons craftsmen and alchemists showed up because of the attractiveness of the fame. After Duan Ling Tian had shown his mastery of the weapons and medicine refinement Tao, all the weapons craftsmen and alchemists decided to stay. As weapon craftsmen and alchemists who had reached their current level, most of them sought to achieve a higher level in the weapons and medicine refinement Tao. There was no doubt that staying in the Ling Tian sect was the best opportunity for them to do so. Zhang San led the group of weapons craftsmen, and even the alchemists were parked under him temporarily. What was worth mentioning was that after Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated his powerful weapons refinement technique followed by another powerful medicine refinement technique, it had taken everyone, including Zhang San, by extreme astoundment. Variant. The sect leader must be a variant. That was the only thought in the minds of the group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, including Zhang San. None of them thought that Duan Ling Tian could possibly be a human. He only looked about 25 years old, yet his cultivation base seemed to be at the 9th level martial monarch stage already. He excelled in both weapons and medicine refinement Tao, and not only that, but he also demonstrated eye-boggling accomplishments that could be labeled as monstrous in both disciplines. In their opinions, such a person could only be a variant. Not just that, but he was a variant among the variants. For this reason, just with his charm alone, Duan Ling Tian managed to enthrall the group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists to stay. There were a total of 13 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. Of course, as long as the Ling Tian sect continued to recruit grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists from the outside, this number would keep increasing. Even though the rate of increase was slow, it would inevitably become an alarming number after a long period of accumulation. Each and every elder in disciple of the Ling Tian sect who used to doubt Duan Ling Tian's words before seemed to feel a stinging slap land violently on their faces. In fact, it was a loud, crisp slap. The elders and disciples of the Ling Tian sect could still remember that just some time ago, Duan Ling Tian, their sect leader, had promised that he would bait some grade 1 alchemists and weapons craftsmen to the Ling Tian sect. At that time, they thought that the sect leader was merely bragging. However, the reality was like a loud, resounding slap, and at the same time, it shut their mouths completely. As a sect that had been passed down for several thousand years, the true martial sect, which was also a first-rate force now, stood inside a great, vast canyon. The great canyon was filled with thick, green plants and bushes, making it seem like it was the middle of spring. Being in the canyon gave one a feeling of peace and tranquility. However, that day, an uninvited guest made his appearance at the true martial sect. An old man, who was already worn out from a long journey, descended from the sky at a speed so fast that the disciples patrolling above the sky of the true martial sect's estate did not notice anything at all. Sect leader Wu Lai, Zhou Hua from the Zhou clan is here. Very soon, a boisterous voice echoed from the Great Canyon and took everybody from the true martial sect by surprise. Zhou Hua, right away, many elders and disciples from the true martial sect were bewildered. They were not unfamiliar with the name Zhou Hua. Zhou Hua was the second elder of the Zhou clan from Ataraxia City. He was one of the very few powerhouses who were on the 7th level martial monarch stage and above. His strength was incredibly mighty, and even their true martial sect had only a handful of people that could compare to him. Elder Zhou Hua. Very soon, a middle-aged man who was finely dressed appeared before Zhou Hua, the second elder of the Zhou clan, accompanied by an old, white-haired man. I wonder what brings you to my true martial sect, Elder Zhou Hua. The well-dressed middle-aged man looked at Zhou Hua and smiled as he asked. Sect leader Wu Lai. The moment Zhou Hua saw him, he did not dare to slack and immediately paid his respect. Wu Lai was the sect leader of the true martial sect, and he was one of the strongest people in the true martial sect. Suddenly, Zhou Hua turned solemn and reminded him beforehand, Sect leader Wu Lai, I hope you'll be mentally prepared before I tell you about this matter. With such a warning, Wu Lai immediately felt an ominous premonition. Instantly, his face turned grave, and his eyes became glum as he asked in a deep voice, What is it that you're going to tell me, Elder Zhou Hua? Sect leader Wu Lai, before I came here, your 2 sons died in Ataraxia City. After Zhou Hua finished his sentence in a breath, he heaved a sigh before he added, My condolences to you. The moment Zhou Hua's words left his mouth, it was as though a lightning had suddenly struck from the sky and landed right on Wu Lai's head, shocking him until he could not return to his senses for a very long time. By the time he finally came to, an extremely cool aura automatically gushed out of his body. Elder Zhou Hua, is that the truth? I'd not dare lie to you regarding such a matter, Sect leader Wu Lai, Zhou Hua replied with a straight face. Who was the one who did it? Wu Lai roared in a deep voice. I don't know either. You don't know. Upon hearing that, Wu Lai's face turned thunderous. By the time he looked at Zhou Hua again, there was the additional hint of a murderous gleam in his eyes as though he was about to press his enmity against the second elder of the Zhou clan. Before I came, he hadn't revealed his identity yet. Perhaps, he has already done so by now. Tell me as we move. After Wu Lai spat out in his deep voice, his figure charged out, and he disappeared from the spot. He was heading towards Ataraxia City. Right at this moment, the old man by Wu Lai's side had also followed suit at a speed that did not seem to be slower than Wu Lai's. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Hua followed as well. Very soon, Lu Jia, whose speed was not yet fully unleashed, asked in a deep voice after Zhou Hua had caught up with him, Elder Zhou Hua, tell me. What actually happened? Where did it happen? Why would my sons be dead? Under the burning gaze of Wu Lai, Zhou Hua revealed everything that he knew. If that pair of bitch and son of a bitch don't die, I, Wu Lai, am not worthy to be their father. After knowing that his 2 sons had died one after another in the hands of a man and a woman, and that they had actually come together, Wu Lai was utterly furious. Chapter 1186. Han Clan's Powerhouse. A few days later, Wu Lai, Zhou Hua, and the other guy reached Ataraxia City. At the same time, the trio learned about the incidents that had happened after Zhou Hua left Ataraxia City. They found out what happened at the Zhou clan's auction square. The people who killed Wu Lai's 2 sons were both from the Ling Tian sect, and one of them was even the sect leader. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect killed the Zhou clan Grand Elder who had made a breakthrough to the 9th level martial monarch stage and demonstrated immense strength. Sect leader Wu Lai, I know you want to seek revenge for you two sons. But, I suggest you hold back a little regarding this. At the Zhou clan's mansion, Zhou Zheng, the clan leader of the Zhou clan, sided Wu Lai. I don't look down upon your true martial sect, but I'm afraid that none of you in the true martial sect can defeat him. That day, Zhou Zheng had witnessed the scene of the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian, making his move with his own eyes. For this reason, he was the one who had the most significant say in this matter. Thank you for your reminder, clan leader Zhou. Wu Lai nodded slowly. Although he was filled with flames of rage, he could only suppress his anger for now. Even though he itched to avenge his two sons, he did not lose his cool. While it was true that he was the father of those two young men, at the same time, he was also the sect leader of the true martial sect. He needed to look at the bigger picture. As though a pang of realization hit him, Wu Lai looked up at Zhou Zheng. Clan leader Zhou, just now, you said that Duan Ling Tian is doing mass recruitment of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. With a grade 1 spirit weapon that can boost one's strength by 90% and a grade 1 pill that has a purity of 91% as a gimmick, he's attracting the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists to the Ling Tian sect, Wu Lai muttered. I think right now, the Ling Tian sect must have quite a number of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists already, don't they? That's right, Zhou Zheng nodded again. At the same time, he smiled wryly. As far as I know, if you're talking about just grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists alone, the Ling Tian sect already has more than 10 of them already. More than 10 people was not a big number. However, if there were more than 10 grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, then, yes, it was enough to take anyone by surprise. Even those first-rate forces in the center area of the inner land don't have that many grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in their troops. Even an ancient clan wouldn't have so many grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists either. Zhou Hua, the second elder of the Zhou clan who stood by the side, grinned wryly. It had never crossed his mind that so many accidents would occur in Ataraxia City all at once in just a few days ago when he left. Even the grand elder of their Zhou clan was killed as well. A nail that sticks out will usually be hammered down. Wu Lai's eyes gleamed coldly as he said in a deep voice, I'll let that Duan Ling Tian know that he's basically digging his own grave by doing such a mass recruit on grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. The moment these words left Wu Lai's mouth, the other 3 people present at the scene stared at him in unison. Among the other 3 people, other than Zhou Zheng and Zhou Hua, there was another old man beside him who was also the guardian elder of the true martial sect. He had a strength that was in no way inferior to his. This guardian elder would usually be by Wu Lai's side and followed him as closely as a shadow would. Sect leader Wu Lai, what do you mean by this? Zhou Zheng asked curiously. Although the other 2 people did not say anything, curiosity flickered in their eyes as well. Clan leader Zhou, think about it. Duan Ling Tian used the sword and the pill that your Zhou clan has put up as bait. I'm sure that many grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists will definitely be tempted. Even those from the other first-rate forces would most likely be hooked, and they'll leave the forces that they were originally in to join the Ling Tian sect, Wu Lai explained unhurriedly. Do you think those first-rate forces would be happy about it? Nope. Zhou Zheng shook his head. The Zhou clan did not have any grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. Even if they did and the Ling Tian sect snatched them just like that, he and the Zhou clan would definitely find it hard to accept. They might even be infuriated because of this. Sect leader Wu Lai, you mean? Very soon, Zhou Zheng seemed to have guessed why would Wu Lai say such things already. At once, his eyes brightened. That's right, Wu Lai nodded as his eyes gleamed with a chilly brilliance that became colder as time passed. I want to unite all these first-rate forces that the Ling Tian sect has stolen its bricks from. By then, let's all head to the Ling Tian sect altogether and demand an explanation. The Ling Tian sect and Duan Ling Tian won't be proud for long. By the time he reached the end of his sentence, Wu Lai's voice had turned even frostier as though it came directly from an extremely icy hole. You're smart, sect leader Wu Lai. Zhou Hua had also returned to his senses, and he could not help but praise him. At the Ling Tian sect at Ling Tian Peak, a respectful and humble voice resonated from outside of Duan Ling Tian's room, waking him up. Sect leader, there's somebody outside looking for you. Duan Ling Tian, who had just returned to his senses from his cultivation, frowned slightly and asked, "Looking for me? Did he say who he is?" "He said he's Lu Bai," the voice from outside continued. "Lu Bai." Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted together a little before he muttered to himself, "Why would he come here? Isn't he supposed to be in the northern mountain land?" Lu Bai was the second young master of the Lu clan from the northern mountain. The Lu clan of the northern mountain was where Duan Ling Tian had stayed before he crossed the Ruo Shui River. At the same time, it was also the clan left behind by an alchemist taught by the rebirth martial emperor during his second reincarnation. He was always fond of the Lu clan. Otherwise, he would have never left so many grade 1 spirit weapons and pills for them before he departed. All of those items were very high-grade assets. In the next second, Duan Ling Tian disappeared from his bed in the room, and he appeared outside in the blink of an eye. A Ling Tian sect disciple was standing outside respectfully and was maintaining a bowing posture. "Bring me to him." Duan Ling Tian looked at the Ling Tian sect disciple and ordered. Yes. The disciple led the way in front with Duan Ling Tian following suit closely behind. Very soon, he saw the incomer. It was Lu Bai of the Lu clan of the northern mountain. "Lu Bai, why are you here?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "Duan Ling Tian, it really is you." Seeing Duan Ling Tian, Lu Bai seemed to have clutched a life-saving straw. His initially calm face was filled with emotions at once, and his body started to tremble violently. "What's wrong with you?" Duan Ling Tian noticed that something seemed to be wrong with Lu Bai's emotions. "Duan Ling Tian, you must avenge the clan leader and the former clan leader." 2 streaks of tears trickled down Lu Bai's cheeks. A man would not easily shed tears unless his heart was really broken. "What's wrong with the clan leader and the former clan leader?" Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian's face darkened. Other than Lu Bai, the person to whom he was closer in the Lu clan was none other than Lu Rui, the clan leader of the Lu clan. He was also deeply fond of the former clan leader too. "Dead, they're all dead." Lu Bai looked at Duan Ling Tian and wept with a face full of agony. "Our Lu clan is gone. Only I'm left in the entire Lu clan. Only me." The Lu clan was gone. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he asked in a deep voice, "What actually happened? Who dared to annihilate the Lu clan?" The reason the Lu clan was able to survive for 10,000 years was that it maintained a close relationship with some of the first-rate forces in the inner land. Yet, somebody had just annihilated the Lu clan. Wouldn't that person be terrified of offending the first-rate forces behind the Lu clan? Not long after you left. Very soon, Duan Ling Tian learned about the ins and outs of the story from Lu Bai's mouth. Not long after he left, an uninvited guest had shown up in the northern mountain land and called himself a member of the ancient Han clan. At the same time, that person also had another identity, the uncle-in-law of Cheng He. Of course, Duan Ling Tian knew who Cheng He was. He was the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land who had died by his hand. He thought that Duan Ling Tian had mastered some unique medicine refining technique and kept wanting to force him to spill it out. He failed the first time and the second time, so he had brought back up with him. A member of the Han clan. Duan Ling Tian's face darkened as his eyes gleamed icily. His palms were already balled in fists tightly somehow, and the purple robe on his body fluttered without the presence of any wind. If the Han clan member really blamed and annihilated the Lu clan for Cheng He's death, then without a doubt, he was the one who had brought all this harm to the Lu clan indirectly. For this reason, he was responsible for the complete annihilation of the Lu clan and for everyone's death. That old man who claimed to come from the ancient Han clan, whose name is Han Jing, killed every one of our Lu clan except for me. If it weren't for the clan leader who arranged for my escape, I wouldn't have made it today. As he reached this part of the story, Lu Bai's eyes were filled with dread that came from the bottom of his heart as though he had recalled something very horrifying. Han Jing of the Han clan. Duan Ling Tian's heart roiled with melancholy as he heard the devastating news. At the same time, he etched this name in his heart deeply. He was ultimately responsible for the annihilation of the Lu clan. Eventually, he would kill Han Jing and seek revenge for the Lu clan. Han Jing is basically a demon. After he wiped out our Lu clan, I managed to escape by luck. After that, I heard that he already wiped the O clan out too. Lu Bai continued, his body quivering even more violently as though the horror of what he experienced penetrated the deepest of his bones. The O clan was wiped out by him too. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Although the Lu and the O clans from the northern mountain had protection from the first-rate forces in the inner land, Han Jing still eradicated them one after another. Despite Duan Ling Tian's shock, It did not come as a complete surprise. If Han Jing really were a powerhouse who came from the Han clan, even the first-rate forces who swore to protect the O and the Lu clans would never dare to make their move on Han Jing. The ancient Han clan held a position in the Cloud Continent that far surpassed all the other first-rate forces. The former and the latter were at two completely different levels. Didn't Cheng He bring the O clan's clan leader as a backup the last time? Duan Ling Tian frowned because he could not fathom it at all. He was infuriated because of the clan leader of the O clan fleeing at the last minute, so he annihilated the O clan together as well. Our Lu clan and the O clan, the two great clans that have had a legacy that's been passed down for 10,000 years in the northern mountain land, no longer exist. As Lu Bai reached here, bitterness and helplessness could be heard in his tone. He only now realized that other than having a vast connection, the reason the Lu and the O clans could have survived for 10,000 years was that they had never offended the true powerhouse in the Cloud Continent. Just like the powerhouse of the Han clan this time, he ultimately had no fear against the first-rate force behind the Lu and the O clans at all. Chapter 1187, Intruders with Bad Intentions. Upon hearing that the two great clans in the northern mountain land that had a legacy of 10,000 years annihilated just like that, Duan Ling Tin could not help but sigh. The two clans had survived for 10,000 years, yet in the end, they still could not withstand the attack from the Han clan's powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian did not feel anything about the O clan being wiped out at all. After all, the O clan was involved in this because of the decision that their clan leader had made by himself. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian felt utterly guilty about the Lu clan. Han Jing of the Han clan. If I don't kill you, it will be hard for me, Duan Ling Tian, to live in this world anymore. His eyes turned frigid and he growled in a voice that was dry and slightly harsh, as though he coughed the words out from his throat, giving off a sense of chill to those who heard him. At the same time, a brutal, murderous intention swept out from his body to all over the area like he was a fully infuriated killing god. Before Lu Bai could realize what was happening as he stood nearby, he was already enveloped by the murderous intent that funneled towards him. All he could feel at that moment was how he shuddered with terror as his body began to tremble even more violently. After a long time, Duan Ling Tian finally retracted the murderous intention from his body and his face finally regained its calmness. Lu Bai, why did you come to the inner land? Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Bai and asked curiously. I'm here to look for you, Lu Bai answered sincerely. At the same time, he raised his hand and a spatial ring appeared in his hand. It was a spatial ring that had not had ownership claim performed on it at all. This is the ring that the clan leader asked me to pass to you after I've found you. The clan leader, Duan Ling Tian raised his brows. Of course, he knew that the clan leader that Lu Bai was referring to was Lu Rui, the clan leader of the Lu clan. After accepting the spatial ring, he performed a blood ownership claim on it. The next moment, he saw its contents. The Grade 1 spirit weapons and the pill bottles which were filled with Grade 1 pills that he had left behind for the Lu clan stood quietly right there. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian knew that when Lu Rui had passed this spatial ring to Lu Bai, he knew that he would not be able to survive, so he placed his hopes on Lu Bai escaping. Other than what he had left behind for the Lu clan, Duan Ling Tian also noticed a jade slip. A voice transmission jade slip. Taking the jade slip out, he immediately injected his origin energy into it. The next moment, a clear and familiar voice echoed in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Elder Duan, if you can hear my voice, please help take care of this kid, Lu Bai, on behalf of my Lu clan. This kid is the last bloodline of my Lu clan. Please don't blame yourself for what has happened to the Lu clan, Elder Duan. Everything is destined by God. The owner of the voice coming from the voice transmission jade slip was none other than Lu Rui, the clan leader of the Lu clan. Destined by God, without a doubt, Duan Ling Tian knew that Lu Rui was comforting him. He did not believe in those talk about God at all. He only knew that man was the master of his own fate. No matter what, although he was not the person who had demolished the Lu clan, he was still indirectly the culprit. For this reason, he could not shirk away from this responsibility. Don't you worry, I'll take good care of Lu Bai. As for the revenge of the Lu clan, I'll settle the old scores for all of you too. He promised in his heart. An icy flame that smoldered as though it could burn through everything lit up in the depth of his eyes. Lu Bai, just stay in the Ling Tian sect from today onwards. I'll give you the best cultivation resources and assist you in rebuilding the Lu clan. As long as the Lu clan still has you, it's not completely foregone yet, Duan Ling Tian told Lu Bai determinedly. Thank you, Lu Bai immediately thanked him emotionally. To him, being able to stay at the Ling Tian sect was, no doubt, a dream came true. Let's go. I'll bring you to see somebody and let her arrange accommodation for you. The person Duan Ling Tian bringing Lu Bai to see was none other than Luo Ping, the vice sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. On the way, Lu Bai followed Duan Ling Tian. His eyes flickered with complication looking at Duan Ling Tian's back view. Back then, the strength that Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated at the Lu clan of the Northern Mountain was already enough to take him by inexplicable shock, yet the fact that Duan Ling Tian was able to become the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect made him feel as though he was dreaming. Not long ago, when he had just arrived at the inner land, he had heard about the Yin Yang sect being renamed to the Ling Tian sect. He also heard that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was called Duan Ling Tian. At first, when he heard about all this, the first thought that came to his mind was that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect must be the Duan Ling Tian that he knew. However, as his mind pondered over it, he found it to be too good to be true. In his memory, although Duan Ling Tian was strong, he was still not that powerful to be able to kill Yang Hong, the peak master of the Yin Yang sect's Yang Peak, in just one blow without the help of any spirit weapon. However, in the end, he still decided to test his luck at the Ling Tian sect. As it turned out, he was indeed quite lucky. The sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was indeed the Duan Ling Tian that he knew. After handing Lu Bai to Luo Ping, Duan Ling Tian told him, "Cultivate properly with all your heart. As for the Lu clan, I'll avenge them for you. I'll definitely raise my cultivation base so that I can be of some help to you," Lu Bai replied earnestly. After settling Lu Bai, Duan Ling Tian's heart was still a little heavy. A clan as large as the Lu clan had been obliterated just like that. "Do you have something in mind?" Somehow, a glowing red figure appeared beside Duan Ling Tian. It was a lady, who had looks that could topple huge nations that had asked that question lightly. "The Lu clan has been annihilated," Duan Ling Tian answered wryly. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the woman in red frowned a little. "The Lu clan of the Northern Mountain? I'll help you." The terse reply of the woman immediately filled Duan Ling Tian's heart with warmth. At the same time, a little smile crept upon the corner of his mouth. Tian Wu was now more open and cheerful in front of him. "After I've created those combined puppets, I'll take the great treasure that the rebirth martial emperor has left behind for his third reincarnation during his second reincarnation. As long as I can get the royal grade resurrection pill, Tian Wu will most likely be able to regain her memory after consuming it." Duan Ling Tian started to plan out in his heart. After 3 days, the Yu brothers showed up in front of Duan Ling Tian. "Sect leader, the materials that you asked for are all here." Yu Ping handed a spatial ring in his hand to Duan Ling Tian and reported respectfully. "Good job." Duan Ling Tian nodded satisfactorily. With a raise of his hand, he tossed 2 pills to both of the Yu brothers. The Yu brothers caught them and after careful inspection, their eyes lit up right away. "Sect leader, is this a grade 1 life recovery pill?" For a moment, they looked at Duan Ling Tian and their breathing became slightly rapid. In their opinions, the grade 1 life recovery pill that their sect leader gave out would never be the ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill. Its purity must be 90% and above. "The grade 1 life recovery pill in your hand has a purity of 99%, Duan Ling Tian explained nonchalantly. With the medicine refining technique and the experience that he had inherited from the rebirth martial emperor, along with the quasi-royal grade pill fire that he could solidify now, refining a grade 1 pill was as easy as pie. Furthermore, he could also refine a grade 1 pill that was almost perfect. A purity of 99%. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the Yu brothers were stupefied, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Of course, they would not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words. However, it did not mean that they were not taken by surprise with it. As far as they knew, the news that was being circulated outside was that the Ling Tian sect could produce a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91% at the most. They also thought that the grade 1 life recovery pill that had a purity of 91% was already the maximum level. However, right now, after knowing that the grade 1 life recovery pill in their hands had a purity of 99%, both of the Yu brothers hastily stored the pill away as though they had just obtained a rare treasure. At the same time, reflexively, they took a look at the surroundings as though trying to confirm that there were no other people present who would find out that they had obtained such a mind-blowing grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 99%. "You two don't have to look around anymore. There's nobody else here but the 3 of us." Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile. Still, the two Yu brothers still had a taut expression on their faces as though they were afraid that someone might know that they had been honored with a great treasure. They could faintly guess what a grade 1 life recovery pill that had a purity of 99% actually implied. The therapeutic efficacy of such a life recovery pill was not far from a miracle cure that could bring people back from the dead. It could even help save their lives during a critical moment. For this reason, they did not dare to slack at all. Upon seeing how the Yu brothers were acting like they were trying to look out for thieves to the point that even he was being ignored now, Duan Tian shook his head and left after they had put the grade 1 life recovery pill away. Then, he proceeded to make the combined puppets using the materials that the Yu brothers had prepared. Right now, I'm looking forward to seeing the strength of the combined puppets. Duan Tian's eyes lit up like an array of stars and his face was covered with anticipation. However, there was no doubt that it would be an arduous process trying to make a combined puppet. He would have to make a group of ordinary puppets that was catalyzed by supreme grade origin stones first. After these puppets were completed, only then could Duan Tian move on to the second step and work on the combined puppets. With the inscription formation that he had obtained from the Martial Emperor's secret treasure left behind by Martial Emperor Qingfeng, Duan Tian was confident in his ability to create the combined puppets. Time continued to pass by slowly. After a month, Duan Tian only managed to use up half of the materials and created half of the puppets. Each of these puppets was catalyzed by supreme grade origin stones and could bring out strength that was equivalent to the 7th level martial monarch's origin energy, which was the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. However, although these puppets had quite an impressive strength, they were not even as valuable as specks of dust in his eyes. One would only need spitting from a martial monarch and they would be drowned to death immediately. He aimed to group all these puppets together using that mysterious inscription formation and demonstrate an even efficacious strength. He continued to make his puppets, but not long after that, he was taken by surprise by the voice from outside. Oh no, sect leader, shit hit the fan. With no other choice, he could only put the work on hand down first. What's happened until you've lost your cool? He flew out and looked at the Ling Tian sect disciple who stood outside in the air with slight irritation as he frowned and asked. He hated it the most when somebody interrupted him while he was focused on doing his work. A decision formed in his mind instantly. If there were nothing serious, he would definitely punish this disciple severely. Sect leader, many people have intruded our Ling Tian sect and killed the disciples who were responsible for patrolling, the disciple hastily answered. Chapter 1188, Leaders of the 6 Largest Forces. What? Upon hearing the report from the Ling Tian sect disciple, Duan Tian's face changed instantly. Killed the disciples of his Ling Tian sect. Who was it that was so bold? No matter who it was, they must pay the price for touching my people. Duan Tian took a deep breath as unconcealable cold flashes glinted in his eyes. Where are they? Duan Tian looked at the disciple before him and asked in a deep voice. The disciple felt the anger radiating from the sect leader. He did not dare to delay and hurriedly replied, the north side. The minute he finished his sentence, he felt a breeze on his face and then the person who stood in front of him had gone entirely out of sight. Duan Tian was angered. He was completely enraged. Now, he was the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, and someone was killing his people. In fact, they were killing his Ling Tian sect disciples. That was undoubtedly the equivalent to slapping him in his face and embarrassing him. I have to see who's so bold as to do this. Duan Tian appeared as calm as water, but his killing intent surged as he murmured as if it would pierce through the boundless skies. On his way, a few persons met Duan Tian and followed behind him, including a group of Ling Tian sect elders led by Luo Ping and the Yu brothers. Noticing that Duan Tian kept silent, they knew that their sect leader was enraged. Master. Soon, Shang Quan and the gold thug arrived. A woman in red who looked like an elf draped in fire came along with them. After her appearance, everything around her seemed to be eclipsed by her beauty. As soon as she appeared, she landed beside Duan Tian and walked alongside with him. Currently, Feng Tianwu was the only person in Ling Tian's sect who dared to walk alongside Duan Tian. Shortly after, more greetings were heard. It was a dozen middle-aged and old men flying towards them. A middle-aged man led them, and they all then followed behind Duan Tian. The middle-aged leader was Zhang San. As for the rest, they were the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who had recently joined the Ling Tian sect. However, Duan Tian was not affected by the appearance of Zhang San and the rest. His sharp gaze was staring straight ahead. Even though there were no emotions on his face, the people present still felt a chilling aura emanating from his body. I don't know who's so bold to dare break into our Ling Tian sect. And they killed our Ling Tian sect disciples. I want them to come before me and never be able to leave. Many Ling Tian sect elders could not suppress the anger in their hearts and vented their fury with a growl. They had rushed over when they heard that someone had broken into the Ling Tian sect and killed the patrolling disciples. There, suddenly, a Ling Tian sect elder craned his neck and shouted. In the distance, a crowd appeared in their line of sight. Most of them were Ling Tian sect disciples. They had furiously surrounded a dozen people. Some of them clenched both their fists and trembled in agitation. More accurately, they were surrounding a mix of 12 middle-aged and old men. 6 people formed the front line, and the other 6 followed closely behind. It's him. At that time, the 5 people behind Zhang San frowned while their eyes were trained on 5 of the 6 leading individuals respectively. They seemed to know these people. Do you guys know them? Zhang San asked as his face turned grave while he pivoted to look at the 5 grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists behind him. I know that person. He's the sect leader of Fly Frost sect which I was previously in. Behind him is the highest elder of Fly Frost sect, a grade 1 alchemist said. I know that person too. He was the sect leader of Silver Feather sect from which I was in. Behind him is the guardian elder of Silver Feather sect, another grade 1 weapons craftsman said. Apart from the both of them, the other 3 individuals gave a similar answer. 10 out of the 12 persons were people whom they knew and had interacted with. It seems like they're unwilling to accept your departure. Are they coming to fight for you at our Ling Tian sect? After learning the identity of 10 of out the 12 persons from the 5 of them, Zhang San naturally guessed their intentions for coming and could not help but sneer. They don't have the capabilities to make others stay but dared to come to ask for it at the Ling Tian sect. They seem to think the Ling Tian sect is an easy target. At once, everyone who followed behind Duan Ling Tian understood the intentions of the dozen. Did they not think it was humiliating enough? They still dared to come and ask for these people from the Ling Tian sect. Many Ling Tian sect elders snickered. Who knows the other 2 of them? Zhang San asked the remaining grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, but he did not get an answer. Maybe, the grade 1 weapons craftsmen or alchemists from their force haven't reached the Ling Tian sect after they left their force, someone guessed. That must be it, many people agreed. Duan Ling Tian heard all the chatter around him and his eyes became colder as was the sneer on his lips. The arrival of Duan Ling Tian and his crew quickly caught the attention of the Ling Tian sect disciples. They looked at Duan Ling Tian in excitement. While they bowed and greeted him respectfully, there was almost blind worship in their eyes. During this time, with the group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists joining the Ling Tian sect, the Ling Tian sect elders and most of the outstanding disciples managed to obtain grade 1 spirit weapons. Besides, all of them had, more or less, some grade 1 pills in their hands. Although it was only an ordinary grade 1 spirit weapon or grade 1 pills from the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who had just joined the Ling Tian sect, it was sufficient to inspire them. That was treatment they did not dare to dream about in the previous Yin Yang sect. Now, they got to enjoy such ways. All of that was attributed to the Ling Tian sect and their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian. For that reason, they respected the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect from the bottom of their hearts and even regarded him as their idol. Duan Ling Tian forced a smile and nodded in response when he looked at the group of Ling Tian sect disciples. However, when he led the group of people behind him and confronted the 12 persons in the encirclement, his smile disappeared. It was replaced by icy cold frost instead. One old man in a black robe among the 6 leading people in the opposing party stared at Duan Ling Tian with a cold face and asked condescendingly, "Are you the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian?" However, Duan Ling Tian ignored him. His gaze swept past the faces of the 6 leading people. Then it swept past the other 6 behind them as if he was observing something. For 9th level martial monarch stage, Duan Ling Tian lifted his eyebrows. He knew the score in his heart. Earlier, he seemed to be glancing at the dozen people in front of him, but actually, he was exploring their strengths with his spiritual energy. He found out that there were 4 9th level martial monarch stage martial artists among the posse in front of him. As for the remaining 8, they were not weak either, they were all on the 8th level martial monarch stage. I asked you something. Didn't you hear me? The old man in the black robe instantly flew into a rage and yelled at Duan Ling Tian when he saw him ignoring him, and he noticed the mocking gaze from his surroundings. Duan Ling Tian kept on ignoring the old man in the black robe. To be precise, it was as if he did not hear the old man in the black robe at all. Sect leader Mo. However, this time an elderly man behind Zhang San stepped forward to stand alongside Zhang San and looked at the old man in the black robe. I left the 1,000 Feet sect purely on my own will. It was my choice, and there was nothing to do with the Ling Tian sect. Besides, when I left, didn't sect leader Mo say that we parted on good terms? The old man's face turned gloomy as he said. He seemed to feel that he had been deceived. HMPH. However, the old man in the black robe just snorted when he was faced with this elderly. It seemed like he disdained to talk nonsense with him. He had struck an agreement with the leaders of the other 5 most substantial first-rate forces. After destroying the Ling Tian sect, they would not treat these grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists as kindly and generously as they had in the past. They would force them to swear an oath with the 99 heavenly tribulation to never betray the forces they were in, or they would be killed by heavenly tribulation. In the past, grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists were extremely rare. They did not dare to do so because they were afraid of encountering those with a strong character, but things were different today. There were nearly 20 grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in the Ling Tian sect. Even if there were a dozen with strong characters who would rather die, the remaining ones would be enough for all of them. Hence, they were not worried that they could not recover their losses after destroying the Ling Tian sect. For that reason, the old man in the black robe, who was also the sect leader of the 1,000 Feet sect, seemed cold and even retrograde to the grade 1 weapons craftsmen whom he used to treat warmly. Duan Ling Tian finally opened his mouth, but he did not answer the old man in a black robe. Instead, he asked a question in a deep voice. Did all 12 of you come due to the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who left your respective forces? As Duan Ling Tian finished his sentence, a middle-aged man in fine clothes, who was among the 6 leading persons, said coolly, "The 5 sect leaders beside me came for that. But I didn't." Duan Ling Tian's eye landed on the well-dressed man in fine clothes. From the beginning, he had realized the difference in this person. He had shown his endless hatred from the moment he saw Duan Ling Tian. Sect leader of the true martial sect. Duan Ling Tian squinted his eyes and asked tentatively. "That's right, I'm true martial sect leader, Wu Lai. Today, I'll kill both of you to avenge both of my dead sons." Wu Lai looked at Duan Ling Tian, and Feng Tian Wu with a cold glint in his eyes as a chilling killing intent spread from his body. Chapter 1189, On the Verge of War. True martial sect leader. After hearing Wu Lai's words, Duan Ling Tian nodded in comprehension. "So you're the father of that 2 idiots." Idiots. When Duan Ling Tian's words came out, most people present took on a strange expression. Many people looked at Wu Lai at once. What's the father of 2 idiots? You. Duan Ling Tian, don't push it. Wu Lai almost attacked Duan Ling Tian in anger. In that crucial moment, he remembered Duan Ling Tian's strength surpassed him, so he must suck it up and be patient. Anyway, the people against Duan Ling Tian and Ling Tian's sect today was not only him. Don't push it. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wu Lai mockingly. I'm pushing it, what can you do? Would you dare attack me? Previously, he discovered that Wu Lai was just an 8th level martial monarch stage martial artist. That's why he had disregarded Wu Lai from the beginning. If Wu Lai dared to attack him, he was confident he could kill him with one shot. Provocation is useless against me. Wu Lai snorted, but his eyes still seemed to be able to spurt fire. It showed how angry he was in his heart. Trash. Duan Ling Tian ignored Wu Lai after coolly glancing at him and made him so angry that his eyes were cracking. Then, Duan Ling Tian's swift and piercing gaze swept across the remaining 11 people. Who killed Ling Tian's sect's patrolling disciples earlier? Duan Ling Tian asked. He sounded extremely calm. However, if one paid attention, they would be able to hear extreme anger and coldness in his tone. I did it. At that time, the gray-clad old man beside Wu Lai stepped forward as he coolly glanced at Duan Ling Tian. In his words, he did not seem to consider it a serious matter. At once, the group of Ling Tian's sect elders and disciples was staring furiously at the gray-clad old man. Sect leader Lin, why would you do that? One old man behind Zhang San said with a sigh. That old man was a grade 1 weapon craftsman of the first-rate force which was controlled by the gray-clad old man. He left his former first-rate force for Ling Tian's sect because he wanted guidance from the weapon craftsman who could refine grade 1 spirit weapon which could amplify 90% one's strength. He too left in good terms, but he never imagined that the sect leader of the sect he was formerly at would cause a scene at Ling Tian's sect. You killed them alone. The gray-clad old man successfully caught Duan Lingtian's attention as he squinted his eyes and asked him in a deep voice. That's right, the gray-clad old man proudly said. He did not seem to notice the danger was approaching him. Very well, dare to take responsibility for your own doing. If that's the case, go to hell. Duan Lingtian, who was nodding seriously, vanished into thin air as he spoke. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the gray-clad old man. In that split second, a short-lived sword cry sounded in all of the martial monarch powerhouses' ears, whereas the Lingtian sect disciples below the martial monarch stage did not hear anything. Even though they did not hear anything, they clearly saw that the gray-clad old man instantly fell to the ground as their Lingtian sect leader, Duan Lingtian, arrived in front of him. When he fell, his eyes were wide open with disbelief as if he had encountered something unbelievable. Perhaps, he never thought that he could be killed so easily by Duan Lingtian until the moment before his death. As the gray-clad old man fell, there was a sword mark on his throat. A clear but subtle sword mark which was also his fatal wound. One strike to seal his throat. At that moment, the group of Lingtian sect disciples was shocked. In fact, even the true martial sect leader, Wu Lai, the leaders of the other four largest forces as well as the people they brought were dumbstruck. Until a loud bang sounded only did they finally recovered. It was Duan Lingtian who grounded the gray-clad old man's body into dust with a palm. The only thing left was a spatial ring and several pieces of profundity fragments of which he kept. Sect leader. The old man who was following behind the gray-clad old man cried and lunged at Duan Lingtian like a wild beast, with his origin energy rolling off his in profundity following like a shadow. He wanted to avenge the gray-clad old man. Wang. When attacked Duan Lingtian with his grade 1 spirit weapon, he was determined to mince Duan Lingtian into tens of thousands of pieces. Wang. 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 The blade gleam swept across the sky, headed for Duan Lingtian overwhelmingly as if it wanted to shred Duan Lingtian in 10,000 pieces. Die, the old man yelled. Wherever he passed, air explosion sounds sounded continuously and set off gusts of raging wind that make the robes of everyone present fluttered. At the same time, heaven and earth phenomenon took form at the void above the old man. 4 ancient black dragons silhouette and 1,000 ancient horned dragons silhouette charged against Duan Lingtian with sharp claws and bared fangs as if intending to shred Duan Lingtian. Die, the old man shouted. Air explosion sounds sounded wherever he passed and caused gusts of raging winds which made everyone's robe fluttered. You must have the ability to kill me first. Duan Lingtian sneered and faced it without avoiding. He has no fear of the storm-like attacks exerted by the old man. 9 Dragons Barrier. With a thought, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was wrapped in a 5-colored force. It created a swift and piercing sword chi which weaved around his body wantonly like a 5-colored divine dragon. The 5-colored divine dragon was extremely fast. It formed a 5-colored light shield on the surface of his skin in the blink of an eye. Overwhelming blade gleam hit the surface of the 5-colored light shield of Duan Lingtian and caused a burst of loud sounds. The exploded air flow set off gusts of raging wind once again. However, it failed to break through the 5-colored light shield on the surface of Duan Lingtian's skin. Moments later, Duan Lingtian braced blade gleam which was falling like rain and moved forward like a 5-colored divine dragon with exuded swift and piercing sword chi. He arrived in front of the old man in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. When the 5-colored light shield around Duan Lingtian's body disappeared, a short-lived sword cry was once again heard by all the martial monarch powerhouse who were present. Immediately afterward, the old man followed the footsteps of his sect leader under everyone's watchful eyes. Similarly, Duan Lingtian grounded the old man into dust and kept his spatial ring in profundity fragments. The eyes of all leaders of the 5 largest forces, including true martial sect leader, Wu Lai, were locked onto the heaven and earth phenomenon forming in the void above Duan Lingtian. They wanted to know Duan Lingtian's strength. That was the reason why they just stood by the side and watched earlier. As the saying goes, you would only be ever victorious if you know the enemy and know yourself. They needed to delve in deeper to understand this Lingtian sect leader, Duan Lingtian, who emerged out of nowhere and raised like a comet. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. The heaven and earth phenomenon in the void above Duan Lingtian dissipated before it was formed. Now, one of the force from the original 6 largest first-rated forces was gone. There were only the people from the 5 largest first-rate forces left, including the true martial sect. Sect leaders amazing. Yes, he's so strong. Even the leader of a first raid was instantly killed, the sect leader, in the blink of an eye. The other strong powerhouse from that sect who was of a lofty status wasn't spared too. What's the fuss? The sect leader managed to get rid of Zhou Clan's Grand Elder who was at the 9th level martial monarch stage. It was naturally nothing for him to be able to kill two poor old men. That two poor old men probably weren't even as strong as Zhou Clan's Grand Elder who was killed by sect leader. A group of Ling Tian sect's disciples was discussing among themselves. Without exception, their gaze was filled with enthusiastic admiration. Some of the female disciples even stared at Duan Ling Tian longing. They regarded Duan Ling Tian as their dream lover. However, dignified expression was apparent on Zhang San's face along with the faces of Grade 1 weapon craftsman and Grade 1 alchemist behind him as well as all three of Ling Tian's sect vice sect leader. They could see that the rest of the party did not seem to care that two of their own died. Obviously, the persons who died wasn't the strongest among them. Otherwise, they would not stay as calm. They knew the real crisis of Ling Tian's sect has just begun. Not bad, not bad. 1,000 feet sect leader. That old man in black robe sized up Duan Ling Tian and nodded. It looked like an elder praising the younger generation. In the blink of an eye, he changed his expression and smirked. However, no matter how good your strength was, you're going to die here today. Let's attack together. After all, this chap could kill a 9th level martial monarch stage martial artist like us. We shan't be careless. The old man in a black robe's eye was locked onto Duan Ling Tian as he said to three other persons. The three other person he spoke to was leaders of three other first-rate forces apart from the true martial sect's sect leader, Wu Lai. The three of them had the same cultivation base as him. They were all 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouses. Zhou Clan's Grand Elder was a martial artist who had just broke through to the 9th level martial monarch stage. Even I could kill him with one move. Among the leaders of the three first-rate forces, a middle-aged man in silver robe said in disdain. However, although he said that, he still stared at Duan Ling Tian cooperatively with a cold gaze. He was ready to attack at any time. As for the remaining two people, they also fixated their gaze on Duan Ling Tian at the first instant. They were on the verge of a war. Let's help the sect leader. The group of people behind Duan Ling Tian were agitated. All of them wanted to help Duan Ling Tian. However, they returned to silence when Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand. He knew the sect leader wanted them to stand by the side. Sect leader, you. The group of people including Zhang San intended to persuade Duan Ling Tian but was interrupted by Duan Ling Tian in a deep voice. This is an order. For a time, the group of people who did not dare to violate Duan Ling Tian's orders looked at Duan Ling Tian's back with a concerned expression as their hearts were filled with worry. As Duan Ling Tian confronted the four 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouses, the Ling Tian sect disciples who had formed the encirclement also began to gather behind Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 1190, Battle. Among the four 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouses who stood in the front and confronted Duan Ling Tian, the old man in the black robe, who was also the sect leader of the 1,000 feet sect, said in a cold voice, Duan Ling Tian, from now on Ling Tian's sect no longer exists. His words implied that they were destined to kill Duan Ling Tian. That would depend on whether you have that capability or not. Despite facing four 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouses, Duan Ling Tian had a calm and indifferent face. All of a sudden, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand split into 9 swords and hovered around his body, constantly rotating. The speed was getting faster and faster. You're also an inscription master. Seeing Duan Ling Tian's show of hands, the four 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouses confronting Duan Ling Tian were shocked. They could see that Duan Ling Tian was controlling the 9 swords and making them rotate around his body with his spiritual energy. Compared to the shock of the 4 of them and their 6 companions, the people from the Ling Tian sect were not as surprised because the fact that their sect leader was an inscription master was no secret to the sect. The reason why the cold wind could not affect the north side of Ling Tian's sect was that the sect leader had set up an inscription formation. From then on, they knew that he was an outstanding inscription master. Although the 9 swords surrounding Duan Ling Tian's body looked exactly the same, most people just thought that he had 9 exact same spirit swords. They never thought that the 9 swords were transformed from a single sword. Jianer, although father couldn't personally avenge your death personally, it can be considered revenge. You may rest in peace now. Jier, once Duan Ling Tian is dead, father will kill that bitch personally to avenge your death. The gaze of the sect leader of the true martial sect, Wu Lai, shifted from Duan Ling Tian to Feng Tianwu, and suddenly, extreme frigidness shot out from his eyes as he waited for a chance to devour her. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian would undoubtedly be a dead man today. Even though Duan Ling Tian could kill the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan, who was a 9th-level martial monarch stage, but as far as he knew, the latter had just broken through to the 9th-level martial monarch stage. He had not even comprehended the 9th-level monarch stage profundity. As for the 4 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses on whom he had spent a lot of effort in persuading to come, any one of them also had the strength that overwhelmed the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan. Sect leader. The Ling Tian sect members looked at Duan Ling Tian with a dignified expression, full of concern in their eyes. At that very moment, they thought that their sect leader was so amazing as he stood there like a towering mountain. They held their breaths. No one opened their mouths to speak. Now, they understood that their sect leader was facing 4 leaders of first-rate forces similar to the Ling Tian sect. Their strength was apparent. Many people broke out in a cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian. Master. Shang Quan and the gold thug stood at a distance and looked at Duan Ling Tian with hope in their eyes. They hoped that Duan Ling Tian could kill the 4 leaders of the first-rate forces. However, it was just hope. They were also unsure of it in their hearts, even though they knew Duan Ling Tian. They definitely know that Master managed to kill the Zhou clan Grand Elder who was at the 9th-level martial monarch stage. However, they still came, so they must have some confidence in winning. The gold thug spoke to Shang Quan through voice transmission. Crap, of course, I knew that, Shang Quan answered snappily. His eyes were thick with worry as he responded. Feng Tianwu backed down and gazed at Duan Ling Tian's back silently. Unconditional trust flooded her eyes. Kill. Finally, the sect leader of the 1,000 Feet sect, that old man in the black robe, shouted suddenly. Immediately, he seemed to transformed into a black lightning bolt and headed straight for Duan Ling Tian with great momentum. When the old man in the black robe moved, the air in his original position stirred and set off a deafening air explosion followed by a burst of air explosions which were slightly softer. The 3 others attacked in that same moment when the old man moved, and their sole target was Duan Ling Tian. One had to capture the ringleader first to capture all the followers. The 4 of them, who attacked as quick and resolute as lightning, knew that clearly in their hearts. The Ling Tian sect would break down and cease to exist once they got rid of Duan Ling Tian, who was their sect leader. Ling Tian sect will be the shortest-lived first-rate force in the history of the Cloud Continent. One of the old man's followers declared before he attacked. His tone was mixed with contempt and disdain. His words caused dread to fill the faces of the Ling Tian sect members. Everyone can brag. I'm still coming back to that same phrase. It depends on whether you have the ability to do so or not. In the face of their provocation, Duan Ling Tian spoke calmly as if he was not caught in a confrontation with 4 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses. Facing the 4 menacing 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses, Duan Ling Tian moved and seemed to have transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon soaring upwards into the clouds. HMPH. Accompanied by the 4 snorts, Duan Ling Tian's attackers changed their direction and flew towards Duan Ling Tian like 4 bolts of lightning. The 5 of them, including Duan Ling Tian, were so fast that most of the Ling Tian sect disciples could not keep up with their figures. They could only hear some popping and explosion sounds in their ears besides feeling the raging wind on their faces. Only those above 7th-level martial monarch stage could barely see their actions. In their eyes, the scene before them was extremely spectacular. A 5-colored divine dragon was leading the way at the front, followed closely by 4 streamers that appeared as fast as lightning. Then, they were hidden by the clouds and completely disappeared from their eyes moments later. PSSSSHT. 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 Witnessing such a thrilling pursuit, everyone present was on the rise to chase after them. No matter if they could see their actions or not, they stepped into the air just to be a part of all the action and craned their necks to look at the stormy clouds in the distance. Whoa, whoa, whoa. At that moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, there were 16 ancient black dragon silhouettes in the void above, in addition to more than 20,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes which were charging forward with their sharp claws and bared teeth. They seemed to be attacking the same target. It's the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy of the leaders of the 4 largest forces. On average, each of them has the strength of more than 4 ancient black dragons in addition to more than the power of 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Thunderous air explosions rippled in succession. Some of the weaker Ling Tian sect's disciples even turned red and bled from their eyes, noses, and mouth. They hurriedly covered their ears with their hands. Now all leaders of the 4 largest forces had utilized their grade 1 spirit weapon. All their spirit weapons were different. One used a blade, one used a sword, one used a hammer, and the other one used a glove. Wherever the person using the blade passed, the airflow seemed to be split open with his giant blade. A sky full of blade gleams swept across the sky and headed toward the figure in front, which seemed to have transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon. When the person using the sword attacked, overwhelming sword chi shot out and became a sword web which covered the purple figure like a net that encompassed heaven and earth. Regardless of whether it was the giant hammer smashing or the gloved fist pummeling, all of it was like shots of cannonballs shooting across the sky that set off a terrible burst of air explosions. Those explosions caused the bloodshed of the weaker Ling Tian sect disciples. The strongest one fully exerting himself would amount to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons in addition to the power of more than 6,000 ancient horned dragons. At the maximum, the weakest one would amount to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons in addition to 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Duan Ling Tian, who used a heaven-rank advanced movement martial technique, dragon soaring the 9 heavens, seemed exceptionally peaceful when meeting the increasingly close attack from his 4 opponents. Duan Ling Tian turned again with a thought. Their strength is pretty equal, and all of them were stronger than the Zhou clan Grand Elder. This time, Duan Ling Tian swiveled around and rushed back to face the full blow of the leaders of the 4 largest forces under everyone's watchful eyes. You're looking for death. As Duan Ling Tian turned and charged towards them, the leaders of the 4 largest forces including the sect leader of 1,000 Feet sect had shock in their eyes while sneering. In their opinion, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian, was offering himself to be killed. He gave up resisting. That was what the 4 of them thought as a smug smile hung at the corner of their mouths at the same time. At the same time, the attacks exerted by the 4 of them accompanied by the vast heaven and earth phenomenon that was accumulated rained on the purple figure like a storm. What's the sect leader doing? The Ling Tian sect elders and disciples' faces changed dramatically. Only a few people who were familiar with Duan Ling Tian seemed to have guessed something as their eyes brightened. In contrast, the remaining 6 persons including the sect leader of the true martial sect, Wu Lai, also widened their eyes. To them, Duan Ling Tian was seeking death by turning at a time like that. Perhaps, he felt that he's dead without a doubt today, so he wanted to make it a quick one. The sect leader of the Ling Tian sect isn't so special after all. That was the voice in most of their minds. Jianer, can you see this? Duan Ling Tian's going to die now. As Duan Ling Tian was exposed to the attacks of the leaders of the 4 largest forces, a radiant smile appeared on Wu Lai's face as if he had already seen the scene in which Duan Ling Tian was killed. However, the smile on his face completely froze in the next moment. What did he just see? At the same time, the 5 other persons beside Wu Lai also changed their expressions. Disbelief was apparent on their face. Everyone from the Ling Tian sect was also shocked. However, most people showed hope and expectation on their faces as if they had just glimpsed a dawn of new hope. Chapter 1191, Fruitful Harvest. You 4 idiots, thanks for the gifts. When he turned around and faced the attacks of the leaders of the 4 largest forces head-on, and most of the people thought that he would definitely be a dead man, Duan Ling Tian spoke. His voice was indifferent and did not contain any emotions. Gifts. The leaders were stunned. Before they even reacted, they then saw 9 sword chi shoot out of the purple figure who faced their assault boldly. They knew in their hearts that those were the 9 spirit swords which were hovering around the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian. However, they did not care. That's futile effort. Not only did they not care, they even looked down upon the attack Duan Ling Tian launched from the bottom of their hearts. From the speed of the 9 sword chi, they could roughly estimate the strength it contained. The 9 sword chi might be able to stop any one of their attacks, but it was impossible for it to stop all 4 of their attacks simultaneously. Duan Ling Tian immediately exerted the 9 tribulation sword control technique. The 9 tribulation sword control technique had a unique characteristic whereby it needed some buffering time for the speed of the swords to be increased to its ultimate when it was controlled by spiritual energy. That was the reason why the leaders of the 4 largest forces looked down upon the 9 tribulation sword control technique that he used. 9 sword chi soared across the sky and strengthened moments later. It was like 9 copies of Duan Ling Tian striking altogether. The strength was instantly increased to its maximum as if the gods had aided him. How's that possible? At that time, the faces of the leaders of the 4 largest forces changed. The 9 sword chi suddenly quickened, and the acceleration rate jolted them. At once, They realized that the four of them could hardly block it. They never thought that the speed of the sword chi would increase and so dramatically too. It was completely beyond their imaginations. Damn it, how could this Duan Ling Tian be so powerful? Didn't Wu Lai say that Duan Ling Tian was only a little bit stronger than the Zhou clan Grand Elder who had just broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage? Is this more than a little bit stronger than the Zhou clan Grand Elder? We've been cheated by Wu Lai. At that moment, the four of them also saw the heaven and earth phenomenon which accompanied Duan Ling Tian. They could detect the strength of 4 ancient black dragons, in addition to 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Just imagine that, the strength of 4 ancient black dragons in addition to 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Even their strongest quad member was weaker than Duan Ling Tian. Besides that, they were panic-stricken about the ingenious sword skills he currently exhibited. It was as if the gods aided him and they did not think that they would be able to block it. Simultaneously, the same thought appeared in their minds. However, they did not slow down their hand movements. The violent, stormy attacks headed straight for the 9 rapidly moving sword chi as if they had no fear. Naturally, it did not mean that they were not afraid of Duan Ling Tian. They just knew that it would inevitably backfire if they forcefully pulled back. That was not what they wanted to see, so they could only bite the bullet. They made a decision in tacit agreement. When their own attacks collided with Duan Ling Tian's, they had to immediately escape by drawing support from the recoil force even if it would hurt them. Although they might not be able to escape, they simply had to do so. If they did not run, they would be dead for sure. If they did, they might have a chance of surviving. Shortly after, there was a burst of loud noises when the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit sword controlled by Duan Ling Tian through the 9 tribulation sword control technique collided with the attacks from the leaders of the 4 largest forces. The storm-like attacks were instantly crushed and shattered as they collided with the 9 sword chi transformed by the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Poof! All of the leaders were injured at the same time. They even spat out a mouthful of deep red blood, but they did not dare to stay any longer. They fled in all directions. As everyone including the true martial sect leader, Wu Lai, was shocked by the scene before them, the 9 sword chi surged after crushing the 4 storm-like attacks. In the next moment, everyone saw the 9 5-colored sword chi instantly transform into almost 100 5-colored divine dragons. More accurately, there were 81 divine dragons. Each sword chi was transformed into 9 divine dragons. Then, Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold, and 162 extremely dazzling flashes instantly shot out from the eyes of 81 divine dragons. The speed of these eye-blinding flashes was so fast that even the 7th level and 8th level martial monarch stage martial artists who were present found it hard to trace. Simultaneously, sharp and short whistles were heard by everyone present. The sounds only lasted for seconds. After that, everyone suddenly noticed that the bodies of the 4 first-rate Foss's leaders who were escaping in different directions were frozen in midair. Bloody arrows kept spurting out from their bodies and blood splattered across the sky as if flirtatious red roses were blooming one after another. Without any exception, the bodies of the leaders of the 4 largest forces were left with dozens of bloody wounds, and they were very much dead. At the same time, the purple figure standing proudly in the air in the distance vanished into thin air under everyone's watchful eyes. When he reappeared, he was back in front of the Ling Tian sect members. In his hands, there were 5 spatial rings and a pile of profundity fragments which he stored into his spatial ring shortly after. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian's words echoed in the minds of everyone who was present. 4 idiots, thanks for the gifts. Now, they realized the gifts that Duan Ling Tian meant were the spatial rings and profundity fragments left behind by the leaders of the 4 largest forces after they had died. Everyone's gaze was on the same person. It was the person dressed in a purple robe who now seemed invincible in their eyes as if he was the undefeated god of war. No, impossible, impossible. In the distance, the sect leader of the true martial sect, Wu Lai, was the first to recover from the shock. He shook his head as he looked at the purple-clad youth before him as if he was reluctant to believe that what he had just seen was true. Wu Lai, didn't you say his strength was merely a bit stronger than the Zhou clan Grand Elders? Wu Lai, his strength was obviously way stronger than the Zhou clan Grand Elders. Why did you say it was merely a little stronger? You caused the death of my sect leader of the 1,000 feet sect. Wu Lai, return the life of my sect leader. Simultaneously, apart from Wu Lai and the old man behind him, the 4 other people around him glared at him in anger. Their eyes were filled with icy coldness. At once, Wu Lai turned green. He had just heard that Duan Ling Tian could kill the Zhou clan Grand Elder who had just broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage. He was not clear about Duan Ling Tian's actual power. However, according to his speculation in the past, Duan Ling Tian was not that strong. He should be merely a little stronger than the Zhou clan Grand Elder. The reason for that speculation was that if Duan Ling Tian were a lot stronger than the Zhou clan Grand Elder, he would not have conceded to the Ling Tian sect, which was renamed from the Yin Yang sect. Now, he knew he had been outrageously wrong. With Duan Ling Tian's power, he could compete with the top powerhouses of the upper middle level first-rate forces in the central area of the inner land. Now, he could only curse in his heart, "You're such a strong powerhouse. What were you doing dominating the outer ring of the inner land? Isn't that bullying?" From then on, Wu Lai gave up on the idea of avenging his two sons because he knew he could not do it. Being killed by the other party was as simple as slaughtering a chicken or cutting grass. A loud bang resounded and an old man not far away from Wu Lai briskly attacked him. The furious attack headed straight for Wu Lai. HMPH. As he snorted, the old man, who was following behind Wu Lai like a shadow, helped him block the attacks before he could even react. "What are you doing?" Wu Lai's face changed dramatically as he stared angrily at the old man who attacked him. "Since we're dying today anyway, I want to kill you to comfort the sect leader's soul before I die," the old man shouted. Then he attacked Wu Lai once again, but the old man behind Wu Lai defended him again. They were fighting each other, and they were evenly matched. It was a close fight. The reason our sect encountered such a crisis today is all Wu Lai's fault. Let's kill him. Soon, the people from the three other first-rate forces also charged towards Wu Lai angrily. In their opinion, if it were not for Wu Lai who had personally gone to their sect and persuaded them to come, they would not be there, and they would not have to face such a dire life-and-death situation. They thought they would benefit greatly from the trip to the Ling Tian sect. Who would have known that not only would they not benefit from it, but they might even lose their lives? They got angrier the more they thought about it. Eventually, they blamed all of this onto Wu Lai who had initiated it. A burst of explosions echoed in the air. The three powerhouses from the first-rate forces attacked Wu Lai at the same time. They did not show any mercy, and they grievously injured Wu Lai in a heartbeat. Any one of them could match Wu Lai, so it was effortless to kill him if the three of them worked together. In the blink of an eye, Wu Lai had his life snuffed out. From the beginning to the end, Duan Ling Tian just stood aside and watched. From the mouth of the person before him, Duan Ling Tian learned that everything that had happened today was due to Wu Lai, the sect leader of the true martial sect. It was Wu Lai who had gathered these powerhouses from the first-rate forces to come to the Ling Tian sect to destroy it. It was not hard to guess why. Wu Lai knew he could not avenge his two sons by himself, so he had dragged the other first-rate forces down with him. Wu Lai was actually quite smart. He knew how to seize an opportunity. Duan Ling Tian seemed to remember something and thought to himself secretly, "Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description."